The rear formation was breached once by the central forces of the 1st Legion and then subjected to over 10 minutes of flanking by the 4 fleets of the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, resulting in overall losses exceeding 400,000 warships. After calculation, the casualties of the Sierra Empire's Grand Army had exceeded 900,000, including the tens of thousands of warships destroyed by Lin Fan in the beheading operation on their main battlefield. With General Basel in command, and now without him, the entire Sierra Grand Army was even more vulnerable. While there were Legion commanders in some local areas who could command and resist somewhat effectively, without Basel, the overall situation was chaotic, with most legions fighting on their own, leading to general confusion. Even though individual Legion commanders were quite capable, they were unable to turn the tide given the current circumstances. The battle had been going on for over 5 hours before coming to an end. The Allied forces had suffered 38,000 warship losses for the Io Federation and 2,800 warship losses for the Human Federation, while completely annihilating over 3.5 million main force warships of the Sierra Empire, including nearly 120,000 Royal Guard warships. Elena was visibly excited, as such a significant victory had never been seen in the history of the Io Federation. At the same time, there was a deeper appreciation for the shield-equipped warships, as this was the first time the Io Federation had sent out the Queen's Guard fleet for combat. This level of combat power was absolutely unmatched by a level 3 civilization. However, Lin Fan was somewhat dissatisfied, as despite completely overpowering the enemy technologically, they still suffered the loss of 2,800 warships. The key issue was the quantity, which was currently the biggest weakness for humans. Their population was too low, and they had too few warships. Other civilizations could easily field millions of warships, while even if all humans went to war, they wouldn't exceed 500,000 warships. After all, a level 4 civilization was not completely invincible against a level 3 civilization. With enough numbers, they could still make a significant dent. For example, if they hadn't tricked the Royal Guard fleet into coming out for a siege, and instead let them engage along with the main Sierra Empire fleet, the Allied forces would probably have paid several times the price to win this battle today. Therefore, Lin Fan believed that Lin Zhen's plan for subsidiary civilizations was a very good idea. Since the Federation couldn't quickly overcome the population shortage, they could recruit a group of potential subsidiary civilizations, then arm them with energy shields and even leap engines for combat. Of course, just like the equipment provided to the Cabot civilization, there had to be back doors. This way, humans could quickly have a large force almost at a level for civilization level, much like the Io Federation's Queen's Guard fleet. At the same time, they could rely on arms trade to acquire vast resources, significantly accelerating human development. It seemed that, after returning this time, they would have to think carefully about the plan to subdue subsidiary civilizations. End of this chapter. Chapter 173. Obtaining intelligence. 3 months have passed since the Vien battle. Under the leadership of Liang Xingchen, the 2nd Legion is still stationed in Vien with the Queen's Guard fleet to prevent any accidents. Lin Fan, on the other hand, has brought the 1st Legion to Lian, the location where the 11th and 12th fleets, which did not participate in the Vien battle, are stationed. Lian is a very unique star system, not because it is special internally, but because it connects a total of 10 star paths. One of these paths leads to the back territory of Lian, while the other 9 lead to 9 different 2nd-level civilizations, each of which is also connected to many other 1st and 2nd-level civilizations. It can be said that beyond Lian is an extensive area composed of 1st and 2nd-level civilizations, spanning over 500 light-years, known as the Farid Stellar Domain by the Cabot Empire. However, humans do not use this name. Instead, they have renamed Lian as Lulan and the Farid Stellar Domain as Lulan Stellar Domain. According to intelligence, the Lulan Stellar Domain is composed of 339 2nd-level civilizations and 1,716 1st-level civilizations. Therefore, the former Cabot civilization has turned Lulan into a trade hub, specifically trading with these 2nd-level civilizations to exploit their value. According to Lin Zhen's plan, Lulan will continue to serve as a trade hub for a period, and humans will take over control of this region from the Cabot Empire. At the same time, Lin Fan also needs to explore some potential civilizations among these civilizations to become the first batch of affiliated civilizations of the Federation. Therefore, Lin Fan has decided to implement a plan to visit around the Lulan Stellar Domain. This plan will be executed by 10 fleets from the 1st Legion, each accompanied by a specialized team established by the Federation, responsible for diplomacy and conducting comprehensive evaluations of each civilization. After all, even if the Federation is to incorporate affiliated civilizations, it will not accept any trash, but only civilizations with significant potential in one aspect. After becoming an affiliated civilization of the Federation, one can access missions through the newly established affiliated civilization platform of the Federation, earn points, and exchange for technology, equipment, warships, and so on. At the same time, for second-level civilizations, the Federation will have a complete set of support programs to elevate them to third-level civilizations within the shortest time, since second-level civilizations cannot be of much help to the Federation. Lin Fan's plan has been authorized by the high levels of the Federation. He will be solely responsible, and the specialized diplomatic and evaluation teams are in the process of being established and will be directly sent to Lulan later. In fact, Lin Fan was not originally inclined towards this plan. He was very concerned about the relationship between the Stellar Empire and the Babavi Empire. Will the Battle of Veen attract the attention of the Babavi Empire towards humans? This is what he is most worried about. However, a month ago, he received intelligence from the Presidential Palace of the Federation that completely dispelled his concerns. 3 months ago, Lin Fan directly captured Basel, one of the 3 generals of the Stellar Empire, along with the command members inside his battleship, a total of 32 people. After the war, Lin Fan arranged for a battleship to send these prisoners back to Earth, and a month ago, the Presidential Palace finally managed to obtain relevant intelligence and sent it to Lin Fan. According to the intelligence, over 100 years ago, the wreckage of a buried battleship was found on a planet within the Stellar Empire. According to the Stellar Empire's research, this battleship was several grades more advanced than the Stellar Empire's battleships, very likely belonging to a 5th-level civilization. Subsequently, the Stellar Empire prevented a large number of top scientists from conducting research on this ship, but after 100 years, no results were obtained. At this point, the Stellar Empire also realized that conducting research across civilization levels was futile. It was akin to giving a primitive man a gun and expecting him to understand it in 100 years. The same principle applied to technology. If you pass down research data from a higher level to a lower level, they can advance. For instance, if you provide all the technology data for energy shields to a 3rd-level civilization, there would be no issue. But if you were to give them data on a 5th-level civilization's space shield, they would not be able to develop it, as the foundational scientific knowledge to support such technology is lacking. After the latest emperor ascended the Stellar Empire's throne, a decision was made to cease research on the battleship. 20 years ago, the Babavi Empire's once-in-a-century circuit inspection began, and when passing through the Stellar Empire, the emperor of the Stellar Empire presented the wreckage of this battleship to the Babavi Empire. Of course, the Stellar Empire would not claim to have researched the ship for 100 years, as doing so would be suicidal. Instead, they told the Babavi Empire's emissaries that it had just been excavated. After careful identification by the emissaries' team, it was confirmed that this was a 5th-level civilization battleship, not the kind sold by the galactic 5-level civilizations. Rather, it was a self-used battleship of a certain 5th-level civilization, as the wreckage's equipment did not contain devices for preventing technology leaks, typical of trading warships. This meant that after obtaining this battleship, the Babavi civilization could fully research it to help them advance to a 5th-level civilization in the future. When the news reached the capital, the emperor of the Babavi Empire was thrilled and immediately announced the reward of 360,000 foreign trade warships to the Stellar civilization. Thus, 10 years ago, the 360,000 warships were transported to the Stellar Empire, where they were used to form 3 Royal Guard fleets, each consisting of 120,000 warships. And Basel's Royal Third Guard fleet, which had come to Veen this time, was one of them. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan understood the situation. Firstly, the Babavi Empire and the Stellar Empire did not have any particular relationship. It was just that, after the Stellar Empire presented the wreckage of a 5th-level self-used battleship, the Babavi Emperor was extremely pleased and rewarded the Stellar Empire with 360,000 foreign trade warships. Secondly, the Babavi Empire's inspection of the support arm only occurred once every 100 years, and its purpose was quite predictable: to make a round, ensure no civilization posed a threat, and collect contributions from each civilization. According to Basel's intelligence, the last inspection happened 22 years ago, meaning that, for the next 78 years, the Babavi civilization would not appear again, so humans were temporarily safe. Lastly, within the Stellar Empire, there were also 240,000 guard warships, which posed a significant threat. However, the information provided also mentioned that the presidential palace had formulated a 5-year plan. In this 5-year plan, 2 points were particularly eye-catching. One was the Federation's intention to establish a new 3rd Legion, and the other was to urgently supply the Io Federation with 500,000 sets of energy shields and transition engines. End of chapter. Chapter 174. The Steam Civilization. With information acquired from Basel, Lin Fan felt relieved and focused on preparing for the visit planned to Luolin Star region. 1 month later, a small fleet escorting over 1,000 top experts from various federal domains arrived in Luolin. These individuals were divided into 10 groups, with each group consisting of over 100 people. Aside from the 10 members of the diplomatic group in each team, the rest covered nearly all fields. They formed an evaluation team that would comprehensively assess the civilizations encountered during the journey from various aspects to determine if they met the basic requirements for admission to the federal-affiliated civilizations. Originally, Lin Fan had no intention of going on the trip himself. However, after years of constant battles with Liang Zhu and Emma, he had not had time to rest. So, he decided to take this opportunity to have a vacation. Lin Fan's 3rd Fleet, along with Emma, became one of the 2 fleets left behind, with his deputy Xia Nina acting as the commander. And so, the 3 set off with the escort fleet and the expert team. 2 days later, the escort fleet arrived at the first stop, one of the locations directly connected to Luolin via the Star Road. According to the star map provided by the system of the Orion Arm constellation, Lin Fan knew that this star system was called Og, belonging to a class to civilization, the Og Empire. However, not long after leaving the jump, and after obtaining images of some spacecraft within the star system, everyone on the bridge was stunned. Even the members of the expert group were baffled. Is that thing a spaceship? Are you kidding me? It was not surprising that everyone was shocked. The spaceship they saw looked too bizarre, filled with a steampunk style. And even after scanning, they discovered something resembling a steam engine inside the opposing spaceship. Can you believe it? This was a spaceship in space. General, we have a communication request. Should we accept it? Lin Fan recovered from his daze and nodded. Accept it. This is a border patrol ship of the Og Empire. May I ask which civilization you belong to and what business you have in our Og Empire? Do you need any assistance? The voice carried a hint of flattery, which puzzled Lin Fan. This was supposed to be a border patrol ship. It was strange to see them being so deferential to an unidentified fleet. But Lin Fan quickly realized that the Og Empire was only a class to civilization. Suddenly facing a fleet of 20,000 battleships, they shouted, "Stop the fleet ahead! Immediately report your intentions, or we will use force to expel you." Really? Honestly, as Lin Fan thought, the Og people on the patrol ship were close to being scared to death. Taking up the communicator, Lin Fan replied, "We are the class for Civilization Human Federation. This visit is for friendly purposes, so no worries." Lin Fan didn't know that his standard reply had completely stunned the Og Empire people, only repeatedly muttering in their mouths, "Class for Civilization. Human Federation. Class for Civilization. Human Federation." For them, the most powerful civilization they had encountered was the Class 3 civilization Cabot Empire, which could easily wipe out their existence with a breath. And now, encountering a more powerful class for civilization, it was like encountering a godlike being. Just by looking at the fleet, it was much more powerful than the Cabot Empire's fleet. Each battleship was so massive. So, a few Og people on the patrol ship didn't doubt the claim of a class for civilization. They immediately replied with utmost respect and flattery, "To all the esteemed individuals of the class for civilization, please wait a moment. I will immediately inform His Majesty, the Emperor of our empire, to prepare to welcome you." Listening to the voice message from the other side, Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Indeed, a class for civilization was quite intimidating in the Luolin Star region. All right, Liang Zhu, let's take Emma and visit their planet. The expert team will handle everything else. Liang Zhu smiled happily. Finally, there was a hint of vacation. Yes, Lin Fan's purpose this time was to bring the two ladies for a vacationopoli. He had even informed Linzhen, Ed, and Sanders. Linzhen had no objections and even hoped that Lin Fan would have some results with the two ladies to have more grandchildren. As for Ed, as Lin Zhen's good friend, he naturally had no objections with a completely similar mindset. And Sanders, well, his granddaughter was working under someone else, so he turned a blind eye. Soon, the Emperor Augustus, who was processing official documents in the palace, received the information sent back by the patrol ship and was stunned for a while before recovering. Call the royal ceremonial team immediately and prepare for the highest level reception. Also, notify all ministers to come to the palace immediately. The guard was also surprised to hear Augustus's words. Was it the Cabot Empire coming with the highest level ceremonial team? Without much thought, he immediately ran out to convey Augustus's orders. The patrol ship that contacted Lin Fan also received Augustus's order and immediately welcomed the other party to the Augstar. After recommunicating with Lin Fan and getting his agreement, the people on the patrol ship were relieved, adjusted their course, and headed straight for the Augstar, leading the way. Meanwhile, on board the Uranus, things were lively. After all, the other party was only a class to civilization. Under the powerful scanning devices of Uranus, the entire patrol ship appeared to be stripped naked, with all the results displayed clearly. However, the results of the scans shocked the members of the expert team. This can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. Why do you say it's impossible? The scan results are right in front of you. It's just that you're unwilling to believe. I know it's just hard to believe. Well, you have to understand, it's not necessarily the path we humans take that is the only path. There are many paths to Rome. Watching the two arguing experts, Lin Fan became curious. What did you discover that shocked you so much? Approaching the expert team, Lin Fan asked the two. It's the General Lin Fan, you might not know. The technological path taken by this civilization is somewhat unbelievable. Oh, how so? Lin Fan became more curious. If the expert team was shocked, then it must be something very interesting. How can I say? Well, it's like what would happen if humans didn't enter the electric revolution after the steam revolution. What do you mean? Exactly. The civilization in front of us has gone completely down the steam path, developing steam technology to the extreme. That patrol ship is built based on steam technology. What? A steam space battleship? Lin Fan had a disbelief expression on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 175. In the auxiliary civilization of the Uranus, Lin Fan looked at the leader of the expert group, Meng Fei, with a strange expression. A battleship completely manufactured based on steam technology. Are you sure you're not joking? Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Meng Fei sighed. To be honest, even I can't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. But our scan results don't lie. Although there are many parts in the battleship's power core that I can't understand, it is indeed a massive steam engine system, a steam engine system developed to the extreme. Meng Fei said with a sense of wonder. Honestly, this is really overturning one's worldview, but upon deeper reflection, it can be understood. After all, when humans entered the steam revolution and then transitioned to the electrical revolution, they did not continue on the path of steam. But the civilization before our eyes has obviously gone all in on the steam path, and in terms of this aspect of technology, the OG Empire is much more advanced than the Human Federation. Captain Lin Fan, we even scanned their weapon structures and ammunition structures. Can you imagine that their cannons actually use steam power to project the shells? Can you imagine that their ammunition is compressed steam pellets to the extreme, and once hit, the compressed steam inside the ammunition chamber explodes to a degree of power probably not weaker than a standard Tier 3 civilization? This is truly an interesting civilization. I am very interested in visiting their planet now. Listening to Meng Fei's words, Lin Fan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Fan wholeheartedly agreed with what Meng Fei had said earlier. Don't think that the path humans have taken is the only path. Don't think that the technological view we understand is the only correct view. As the saying goes, there are many roads to Rome. When humans witness more and more civilizations, they will discover that many things they thought were impossible become possible. This is really interesting, just like some of the steampunk worldviews Lin Fan saw in some movies or TV series in his previous life. Surely, this journey will be quite fascinating. Although Lin Fan is very excited now, the tragedy is that the speed of the guiding spaceship is too slow. The navigator on the bridge told Lin Fan that at this speed, it would take a day to reach the OG star. Out of courtesy, Lin Fan had no choice but to let the fleet follow the patrol ship slowly forward. Finally, after a day, the escort fleet arrived in the orbit of the OG star. Here, Lin Fan was truly opening his horizons. This was a steampunk civilization of the interstellar era in front of him. Not to mention its technology, the starport on the orbit, and the various ships coming and going around were full of steampunk style. At this moment, a ship with a sense of majesty approached, and Lin Fan also received a communication from the other party. This was the Emperor Ogula's exclusive ship, or more directly speaking, the Emperor Ogula's ride. At this moment, Ogula's was looking through the portholes at the vast fleet not far away. Each ship in the fleet seemed several times larger than his own ride, which was simply terrifying. This kind of civilization must not be offended. Ogula's couldn't help but think to himself. Lin Fan, along with the two women, over 20 representatives from the expert group, and dozens of assault team members, boarded the shuttle to Ogula's ride. A few minutes later, when everyone boarded Ogula's ride, Ogula's himself was already accompanied by several ministers, welcoming them at the hatch. Respected gentlemen, I am Ogula's, the Emperor of the OG Empire. Welcome to the OG Empire. Ogula's behaved very respectfully. Lin Fan didn't interrupt. After all, this was not within his scope of duty. He just came down to play with the two women. The evaluation and negotiation regarding the OG Empire were all handled by the expert group. Soon, someone from the expert group took over and continued the conversation with Ogula's without putting on airs as representatives of a higher civilization. The first conversation between the two sides can be said to be quite pleasant. It's worth mentioning that the OG people resembled the dwarf race in some of Lin Fan's works in his previous life. They were humanoid as well, but their heights generally ranged from 1.2 to 1.5 meters, and their facial features were somewhat similar to humans, except they were covered in hair all over, including their faces. Of course, during the negotiations with Ogula's, the negotiators specifically introduced Lin Fan. When Ogula's learned that Lin Fan was the leader of a human legion, and that the fleet before them was just one of the many fleets under the legion, his gaze towards Lin Fan became even more respectful, especially when he learned that the three of them were not participating in the negotiations, but were here to play on OG Star. Ogula's immediately promised to arrange special escorts and guides for Lin Fan after they disembarked, with all their expenses to be borne by the royal family. Lin Fan just smiled. That's good too. Otherwise, if the three of them went out on their own, not only were they unfamiliar with the place, but they also didn't have money to buy anything. After all, they might not recognize the Federation currency, so they certainly wouldn't go robbing people. Half an hour later, the spaceship began its descent toward the planet's surface. It must be said that the technology of the OG Empire was quite impressive. After all, for a ship of this scale to be able to directly land on a planet, that was something that the vast majority of Tier 2 civilizations couldn't achieve, and even some basic Tier 3 civilizations were unable to do so. Upon reaching the surface, Ogula's immediately arranged a guide and a royal guard team for Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan left with the two women because what followed was the responsibility of the expert group and had nothing to do with Lin Fan. This whole playing lasted for a week until Lin Fan received a notice from the expert group and returned to the OG Empire's palace with the two women. When Lin Fan and his party returned to the palace, they learned of the results from Meng Fei. First of all, after the evaluation conducted by the expert group, the potential score of the OG civilization reached 7.2 points, meeting the basic requirements of the Federation for recruiting subsidiary civilizations. The so-called potential score is a method of potential evaluation collectively developed by many experts in the Federation. It evaluates a civilization through over 100 items, such as its historical development, technological path, civilization system, occupational population proportions, etc., to give a comprehensive score. The full score is 10 points, and the minimum requirement for recruiting subsidiary civilizations by the Federation is 7 points. Therefore, the expert group also extended an invitation to the OG Empire to join as a subsidiary civilization. Of course, initially, when Ogula's heard of this invitation, his expression wasn't great. He knew what a subsidiary civilization meant. Becoming a subsidiary civilization meant being constantly exploited by the main civilization, which basically equated to cutting off one's own civilization's development potential. However, when Ogulas looked at the agreement for subsidiary civilizations of the Human Federation, he was stunned. Are you kidding me? You're actually telling me this is a subsidiary civilization. End of chapter. Chapter 176 Exchanging Points for Affiliated Civilizations. After carefully reviewing the Affiliated Civilization Agreement of the Human Federation, Ugaras summarized the most important points. Firstly, affiliated civilizations need to be consistent with the master civilization in terms of military matters, and the master civilization will provide military protection to all affiliated civilizations. Additionally, when humans engage in external warfare, they will not force affiliated civilizations to participate. Instead, they will distribute tasks in the form of missions. Affiliated civilizations can choose freely to participate or not, and participants will be rewarded with points based on their contributions to the war and can share some of the spoils of war. Secondly, the master civilization will not force affiliated civilizations to hand over their own technologies. Within the Affiliated Civilization platform, there will be a dedicated technology donation area containing the Federal Technology Tree. Any technology not found on the tree can be voluntarily uploaded by affiliated civilizations. After uploading, it will be verified by the Federal Expert Team. Once verified, points will be awarded based on the difficulty of the technology. For first and second tier civilizations, the Master Civilization will provide support. During the support period, when they exchange for technologies not exceeding third-tier civilization level on the Affiliated Civilization platform, they only need to consume half of the point value. This support measure is automatically cancelled once the affiliated civilization reaches the third tier. In the points exchange module, various items and technologies can be exchanged. Even technologies or equipment owned by fourth-tier civilizations can be exchanged as long as you have enough points. Of course, exchanging equipment is easy, but if you want to exchange detailed technologies of a fourth-tier civilization, it will be extremely costly. Furthermore, even for second-tier civilizations, even if they obtained fourth-tier civilization technology, they may not fully comprehend it, given the significant gap. It could end up as a waste of points. After summarizing the key points, Ugaras was confused. This is what you humans call an affiliated civilization. Are the terms really confirmed? Ugaras asked hesitantly. Of course, what the Human Federation needs are affiliated civilizations that can progress together with us, not those that can only contribute resources and serve as cannon fodder. The negotiation expert said with a smile to Ugaras. Emperor Ugaras, are you interested in joining our Federation's affiliated civilization family? Ugaras didn't hesitate at all. Who would refuse such an opportunity? As long as everything goes according to the agreement, the Ogre Empire can quickly ascend to the third-tier civilization status through the Affiliated Civilization platform, and even aspire to become a fourth-tier civilization in the future. That day, Ugaras formally signed the Human Federation Affiliated Civilization Agreement and received a terminal device for the affiliated civilization. By the time Lin Fan returned with the two women, the Ogre Empire had already uploaded detailed information on nearly 1,000 technologies through the affiliated civilization. They were still continuing the uploads without showing any sign of stopping. Even the specially assembled expert team on Earth was taken aback. They didn't expect that just a few days into the program, the first affiliated civilization would contribute so many technologies all at once. As Lin Fan and the others returned to the orbit of Ogstar, the affiliated civilization terminal of the Ogre Empire had already provided feedback on a batch of relatively simple technology verification results. Ding! The technology data submitted by your civilization under code S611 has been verified and awarded 57 points. Ding! The technology data submitted by your civilization under code S617 has been verified and awarded 89 points. Ding! The technology data submitted by your civilization under code S6-9 has been verified and awarded 72 points. Ding! The technology data submitted by your civilization under code S651 has been verified and awarded 198 points. In just one day, over 100 technologies had been verified, with relatively low points given. But Ugaras didn't mind at all. He considered the verified technologies to be basic and simple with no real value. However, These low-level technologies that seemed valueless had already earned over 10,000 points through verification. Ugaras had already checked the points exchange interface and found that a set of energy shield devices cost only 10,000 points, while a teleportation engine was only 30,000 points. Did this mean that after verifying all technologies, he could exchange for a batch of energy shield devices and teleportation engines and form a powerful fleet directly? This thought excited Ugaras. However, he knew that as a second-tier civilization, the Ogre Empire had only one fleet consisting of 100 warships. They were far from the level of having tens of thousands of warships like a third-tier civilization. But what excited Ugaras the most was the teleportation engine. With this device, what used to take several years through the stellar paths could be achieved in just a few days, which exhilarated Ugaras. After Ugaras finished transmitting the technologies, he turned his attention to the resource contribution module. Essentially, this was a place where the Federation acquired resources through points. However, the prices were steep. For instance, steel was acquired starting from 100 tons, with every 100 tons costing 0.01 points. This meant that exchanging for 10,000 tons of steel would require 1 point. Despite the high prices, Ugaras didn't mind. Once steel left the home planet, it was one of the least valuable resources. It was abundant in the universe, especially in asteroid belts. Most civilizations didn't even bother acquiring it, so the fact that the Federation was willing to purchase it was already generous. Why complain about the high purchase price? As Ugaras continued to accumulate points feverishly, and as Lin Fan and the others continued their journey, news of the Veen battle finally reached Emperor Imran of the Sira Empire. Your Majesty, there's urgent information reported by General Basel. Inside the Imperial Palace of the Sira Empire capital Star, a guard knelt before Imran, delivering the report. Ha ha! Did they conquer another place? Read it quickly. Imran was in a good mood, as a few months ago, Basel had reported the conquest of Veen. Surely, there was more progress now. Yes, Your Majesty, in Veen, we encountered a counterattack from the Io Alliance, possessing 200,000 Quasi fourth-tier battleships. Subsequently, an unknown force joined the battlefield and assisted the Io Alliance in attacking our forces. Their fleet, numbering over 400,000 battleships, all belong to fourth-tier civilizations. I've already ordered all fleets to retreat through the stellar paths. Your Majesty, please prepare early. After the guard's report, the audience chamber fell into silent contemplation. End of this chapter. Chapter 177. The Unwilling Emperor, the Emperor of the Sela Empire, within the Imperial Palace's audience chamber. Imran looked at the guards kneeling before him in confusion. Repeat that again. Yes, Your Majesty. The Empire encountered a counterattack from the EO Federation in Vin. They possessed 100,000 Quasi 4th-level battleships. Later, an unknown force joined the battlefield and aided the EO Federation in attacking our large army. Their fleet of over 400,000 battleships are all 4th-level civilization battleships. I have ordered all fleets to retreat through the Star Passage. Your Majesty, please prepare early. The sound of Imran's palm hitting the table echoed in the room, causing the guard to tremble involuntarily. Go, summon General Minister Halen to see me. Yes. The guard stood up as if granted amnesty and quickly exited. Only after leaving the audience chamber did he realize his back was completely soaked in sweat. After 10 minutes, General Minister Halen arrived in the audience chamber. Your Majesty, Halen pays respects. Halen, you must have heard about Basel's message. What are your thoughts? Your Majesty, if General Basel's message is true, it poses a danger to our empire. Halen cautiously expressed, glancing at Imran. Your Majesty, based on General Basel's information, there are 3 key points. Firstly, the EO Federation has a large number of Quasi 4th-level civilization battleships, which is highly disadvantageous to us. It might even nullify our advantages and turn them into disadvantages. Secondly, there is an unknown force behind the EO Federation supporting them. All of their battleships are true 4th-level civilization battleships, not the foreign trade battleships sold by the Babawi Empire, as General Basel would have mentioned. Thirdly, the Babawi Empire's energy shield devices are not for sale. They only sell battleships and prohibit the sale of transposition engines. Thus, it is highly unlikely that the EO Federation's energy shields and transposition engines are provided by the Babawi Empire. It is very probable that the new unknown force is supporting and providing these resources. Considering all the information, it is likely that a new fourth-level civilization has emerged in the Orion Arm, and this civilization is supporting and arming the EO Federation. This is certainly not good news for us. Imran felt the complexity of the situation after hearing Halen's words. An EO Federation armed with a large number of energy shield devices and transposition engines, along with an unknown fourth-level civilization supporting them, was not something their third-level civilization could handle alone. Without the EO Federation, the Sela Empire would become their lapdog immediately. But their two empires had been arch-enemies for centuries, and with this new fourth-level civilization fully supporting the EO Federation, it seemed hopeless, perhaps even facing the crisis of national destruction. Halen, how do you think we can get through this crisis? Imran couldn't think of a good strategy and turned to Halen, hoping he could come up with a solution. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Oh, tell me. Yes. Your Majesty should know that in the Orion Arm, there has only been the Babawi Empire as a fourth-level civilization. They have been the dominant force in the Orion Arm. This dominance is established on the fact that they were the only fourth-level civilization present. However, now there are two such civilizations. If this news reaches the Babawi Empire, then... Imran immediately understood Halen's implication. Indeed, they had never thought about it. Formerly, the Babawi Empire had been the sole fourth-level civilization, and now with a second one emerging, if the Babawi Empire learned of this, they would surely mobilize their forces to crush this new fourth-level civilization in its cradle. Imran seemed excited for a moment, but then a concerned look clouded his face. Halen, while the idea is good, you have to be able to contact the Babawi Empire. Of course, the Babawi Empire was nearly 20,000 light-years away from the Sela Empire. Given the Sela's communication capabilities, even if the message could be sent that far, the Babawi Empire might receive it only in over 100 years. By that time, it might be too late for the Sela Empire. Another option was to wait for the next round of Babawi's inspection of the Orion Arm. However, the last inspection was only 22 years ago, and the next one would be 78 years later. Your Majesty, please don't worry yet. Conventional means won't work, but Your Majesty, have you forgotten about the Babawi Empire's interstellar merchants? Halen's words were like a ray of light in the darkness, and Imran suddenly remembered the interstellar merchants. Indeed, there were interstellar merchants in the Orion Arm, all of whom were from the Babawi Empire. As only the Babawi Empire had transposition engines, other civilizations could not act as interstellar merchants. Babawi's interstellar merchants typically circled the entire Orion Arm every 10 years, and the last appearance in the Sela Empire was around 2 years ago, meaning they would return in 8 years. These merchants had ultra-long-range real-time communication devices, enabling them to contact Babawi's headquarters at any time. However, there was a problem to solve. Halen, even with the interstellar merchants, they won't arrive for about 8 years. We are still severely at risk during this time. This was the problem Imran thought of. 8 years were more than enough time for the other side, equipped with transposition engines, to destroy them multiple times over. Your Majesty, what we must do is to keep them stable for these 8 years, make some territorial concessions or compensation. Anything to keep them stable for 8 years. Halen finished, stealing a glance at Imran, as he wouldn't dare to suggest such a humiliating proposal under normal circumstances or risk being executed immediately. But at present, it seemed like the only viable option. Imran's expression was conflicted. As the Emperor of the Sela Empire, he was unwilling to concede territories or pay compensation, especially to the weaker EO Federation. However, Halen was right. If they did not act this way, the destruction of the nation would become a reality soon. I agree. With deep reluctance, Imran gritted his teeth and spoke each word slowly. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. Chief Knight Delin has been away from the Og Empire, becoming a subsidiary civilization of the Federation for a month. The Og Empire now enjoys endless prosperity, exchanging contributions through technology and resources for 300 Snow Leopard-class battle cruisers, 10 Azure Sky-class carriers, as well as 1,000 sets of energy shields and jump engines, now waiting for delivery from the Federation. Once these warships are all delivered, the Og Empire will immediately become the most powerful civilization in the entire Lulan Star domain. For the Federation, It had originally wanted to completely phase out the Snow Leopard-class battle cruisers and Azure Sky-class carriers, and now it will put all these warships into the subsidiary Civilization platform for exchange. Speaking of which, the points needed for the Og Empire to exchange for one Snow Leopard-class battle cruiser could have built 10 Orca-class battleships if calculated with resources contributed by the Og Empire. So, hello everyone. Isn't it a win-win situation? Don't think the Federation is being unfair. You should know that many times, what you want is not that others are pricing you out, but rather, they simply don't want to sell to you. So, be happy if you can buy it. At least Agoras did not think that the Federation's exchange price was too high, but rather found it to be a great deal. In this past month, the Og Empire has been comfortable, but the Federation is facing some headaches. The entire visiting plan of the Lulan Star domain has been in progress for a month, and the 10 fleets have encountered no less than 50 civilizations. But so far, only Linfan has had a successful visit and has not encountered any other civilizations that meet the criteria, not just failing to meet basic criteria, but even very poor ones. After all, the Lulan Star domain has always been too comfortable, with no level 3 civilizations, which means there are basically no Star Wars. Most civilizations are stagnant after reaching level 2 civilization, just waiting to die. Progress comes with crisis, and civilizations find it hard to develop when too comfortable. Until Linfan led the Guard fleet to a star system more than 50 light-years away from Lulan. This is the 6th civilization on this route for Linfan. According to the star map given by the Orion Arm Powers, this is a civilization called Lika, marked as a peak level to civilization. This piques Linfan's interest. Suddenly, in the void, without any sign, 20,000 warships appeared here. Legion Commander, there's something strange here. Shortly after exiting the hyperspace, Liangzhu ordered a scan of the entire star system. But when she received the scan results from the command group, she was puzzled. What's wrong? According to the information we obtained from the previous civilization, this is supposed to be a level 2 civilization called Lika, and very powerful. But after scanning the entire star system, we found that there are no spacecraft here. This is interesting. Linfan is aware of the Lika civilization, as it is recorded clearly in the star map provided by the Orion Arm Powers. But it is strange that there are no spacecraft scanned in the entire star system. This is a peak level to civilization. Report, a large number of unidentified flying objects are approaching the fleet. Just as Linfan was pondering, the radar officer in the command group suddenly shouted, bringing Linfan back to reality. Didn't we say there were no spacecraft scanned? Where did these flying objects come from? Linfan stood up abruptly and said to the radar officer reporting, Legion Commander, these targets are too small. Each one is only the size of a human, so they are ignored in the full scan. Can you capture images? Yes, I will project the images. With the radar officer's operation, a few seconds later, a projection appeared in front of Linfan, showing numerous humanoid creatures in full armor, carrying long guns, riding warhorses in the void. Everyone on the bridge was left dumbfounded. What the heck? Medieval knights? But in space? Linfan looked at the data on the side. Their sizes and heights were similar to humans, but the warhorses beneath them were somewhat taller, giving off a complete medieval knight vibe. If this were not in the void, there would be no sense of dissonance, but the problem is it's in space. Legion Commander, they have sent a communication request. Accepted, yes. Soon, a male voice with a hint of authority appeared in the bridge of the Uranus. I am Chief Knight Delin of the Lika civilization. You have entered the territory of the Lika civilization. Report your purpose of this visit immediately, or we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Linfan chuckled. This attitude is completely different from the Og civilization. This is the Guard fleet belonging to the 1st Legion of the Human Federation, a level for civilization. Our visit is to visit your civilization, and we have no hostile intentions. When Linfan's voice reached Delin's ears, Delin was also slightly startled. Level for civilization? Delin also understands the classification of civilizations. When the Kabad Empire visited Lika years ago, Lika Empire even had a major battle with the Kabad Empire. Although with strange techniques and combat methods, Kabad Empire found it challenging, destroying many of their warships, but ultimately, being only a level 2 civilization, they could not match against level 3, and were eventually defeated by the absolute power of the Kabad Empire. In that battle, the Lika Empire lost 500,000 of their 800,000 interstellar knights, and ultimately had to sign numerous unequal treaties with the Kabad Empire to avoid destruction. Delin remembers vividly. At that time, the Kabad Empire said they were a level 3 civilization, and now, a fleet from a level 4 civilization is in front of him. If you are here for peace, we welcome you to the Lika Empire. But if you are here to invade like the Kabad Empire, we will fight to the end, even if you are a level 4 civilization. Wait a minute, this, Delin, right? Yes, I am Chief Knight Delin of the Lika Empire. Alright, Delin, your information seems outdated. Let me update you. That Kabad Empire you mentioned has been gone for a long time. Lin Fan said with a somewhat teasing voice. Is what you said true? Delin's voice trembled a bit, but Lin Fan could tell it was not fear. He was excited. The tremble was the excitement. Of course, why would a level 4 civilization like us need to lie to a level 2 civilization like you? Indeed. For Delin, that battle 20 years ago was an absolute humiliation for the Lika Empire. Forced to sign numerous unequal treaties, leaving over 100 Kabad Empire people stationed on Lika, overseeing the implementation of these treaties. And these Kabad people stationed on Lika caused trouble everywhere, even killing many resisting Lika people, but the Emperor and Royal Knights had to endure it for the survival of the civilization. And now, someone tells him that the Kabad civilization has been destroyed. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Delin's maniacal laughter came through the communication, leaving everyone in the bridge of the Uranus puzzled. End of this chapter. Chapter 179, no longer tolerating the Kabad Empire, inside the Imperial Palace study of the Lyca's stars. The Lyca's Empire Emperor alone was feeling extremely frustrated at the moment, as to more incidents of Kabad people causing havoc in the Imperial capital were reported today. Incidents like this were happening almost daily. And as the Emperor, he not only couldn't protect his subjects, but also couldn't even apprehend the culprits, which made Lone very frustrated. However, for the sake of the continuation of the entire civilization, even if he was frustrated, he had to endure. Fortunately, it seemed that the people of the Empire understood Lone well, and no one blamed him for his forbearance. Everyone knew that Lone was the one suffering the most. Now, the hearts of the entire empire were filled with a sense of suppressed anger, and they were ready to tear apart those Kabad people at the first opportunity. Suddenly, Lone heard some commotion outside the door, and then the door of the study was pushed open, and a knight rushed in directly. Your Majesty, Chief Knight Darin has urgent news. Ignoring the guards at the door, the knight rushed into the Emperor's study and knelt down before him, looking very agitated. It was a grave offense to barge into the Emperor's study without being summoned, but when Lone heard that Darin had urgent news to report, he didn't say anything, as anything deemed urgent by Darin was usually a major event. But as Lone looked at the knight's extremely agitated expression, he couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Speak. What news do you bring? Your Majesty, Royal Chief Knight Darin is currently leading the Knights Patrol of the Resource Stars when an unidentified fleet suddenly arrived and claimed to be from a 4th-level civilization human federation. Lone stood up with a start. A 4th-level civilization? Wasn't the Kabad Empire just a 3rd-level civilization? This was indeed a major event. So why was the guard so excited? Do you have more to add? Yes, Your Majesty. According to this 4th-level civilization, they had already destroyed the Kabad Empire over half a year ago, and now the Kabad Empire no longer exists. What? Is this news true? This news shocked Lone. The powerful Kabad Empire was simply no more. But when he remembered how the Kabad Empire had tormented his own people, it seemed almost fitting that a 4th-level civilization would wipe out the 3rd-level civilization that was the Kabad Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Chief Knight Darin said that the fleet of this 4th-level civilization looked immensely powerful from the outside compared to the Kabad Empire. Each warship was massive, and they had no reason to deceive us. As Lone listened to the knight, he became excited, and his emotions started to get slightly out of control. All right, all right, all right. Kabad Empire, you also have your day. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty. The knight, watching Lone laugh somewhat maniacally, became a bit worried. It was a good development, but if His Highness got too excited and caused trouble, it wouldn't be a good look. It's okay, I just got carried away with happiness. Go, order all the royal knights still on the capital star to immediately arrest all Kabad people. Tomorrow I will personally oversee their execution. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing Lone's command, the knight was extremely excited. This was the thing that all Laika's people had been yearning to do for the past 20 years, and now it was finally going to happen. The knight immediately left the study to convey the orders. The various knight squads who received the order were instantly thrilled, prepared their equipment, and set off clamorously. On a street in the capital, 5 Kalbit Empire individuals were surrounding a Laika's man in the middle of the road. The Laika's man had just accidentally stumbled and bumped into one of the Kalbit people. He was now lying on the ground, curled up, and allowing the 5 Kalbit people to punch and kick him. The onlookers were red-eyed and gnashing their teeth, unable to directly intervene. After all, the Kalbit Empire had warned that if one of their station people died, the entire Laika's empire would pay with destruction. And Emperor Lone had begged everyone to endure until the moment the empire could rise again. Therefore, all Laika's people could only endure, and even the Laika's man being beaten on the ground was shaking his head at others, signaling them not to come help. Otherwise, the sacrifices made in the past 20 years would be in vain. At that moment, 100-strong team quickly rushed to the scene. They were not just any group of 100, they were 100 royal knights. The imperial citizens on the roadside were puzzled when they saw them. What could have happened to make the royal knights mobilize? They all made way for the team. Upon their arrival, the team immediately surrounded the 5 Kalbit people. The leading knight stepped forward and shouted loudly, "By order of Emperor Lone, all Kalbit people are to be arrested. Their execution will be held tomorrow at noon in front of the palace." Hearing this, the knights rushed forward, pinning the 5 Kalbit people to the ground. Even when pressed down, the 5 were still baffled, not understanding the situation. The surrounding imperial citizens were also dazed. "Rest assured, we no longer have to endure the Kalbit Empire. The Emperor said all Kalbit people will be executed tomorrow at noon, right outside the palace." After a silent moment, the whole street erupted into cheers. Though they didn't know what was going on, Emperor Lone had said they didn't have to endure anymore. Was there anything more joyful than this news? Instantly, many imperial citizens with red eyes surged forward, wanting to personally slaughter the Kalbit people. Fortunately, 100 royal knights had arrived, forming a barrier that kept everyone out. "Everyone, these people cannot die yet. We must wait until tomorrow, when their execution will be held before the eyes of all citizens of the empire. Please remain calm." However, the eruption of rage from 20 years of humiliation was not something a single statement from the knight captain could quell. The citizens continued to push against the knight's line. Seeing the situation turning dire, the knight captain immediately issued orders to his men. "First squad, escort these 5 Kalbit people. Second squad, clear the way ahead. Third and fourth squads, provide protection on both sides. Fifth squad, at the back. Target, the palace. Retreat immediately, yes." The knights promptly acted on the command. Although they were only 100, the armor they wore was high-tech, capable of reaching the skies, penetrating the seas, and even venturing into space beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Similar incidents were happening all over the Laika's stars. On that day, 180 Kalbit people stationed on Laika's stars were all arrested, thrown into the royal dungeon, awaiting their execution tomorrow. The dungeon resounded with curses and threats that showed no signs of stopping. The guards in the dungeon paid no mind, only a cold smirk appearing on their lips. At that moment, Lin Fan's guards and the royal knights led by Darren arrived in the orbit of Laika's stars. End of this chapter. Chapter 180 Energy Crystal looks the same. Lin Fan led two women and dozens of expert team members to board the shuttle in front of the shuttle ship to the surface of the Laika star. Lauren also arranged a grand welcome ceremony, with 10,000 royal knights lining up into rows from the sky all the way to the front of the palace, forming a passage, and Lin Fan's shuttle ship descended along this path. Through the portholes, the experts were really interested in the knights, speculating about their principles. Someone even proposed an idea. If we were to obtain Laika Empire's technology, could we upgrade this technology to replace the current mecha? As for Lin Fan, he could understand being a mech pilot and a knight rider. These knights could be realized, but the issue was how these small mounts and the knight's armor were powered. You see, just the armor and mechanical mounts. In fact, humans could figure them out with some effort, but the scary part was the energy needed to drive these things. Even humans couldn't make such powerful energy sources so small. This kind of energy was definitely not inferior to nuclear fusion. The key was, the Lika civilization is only a level to civilization. How did they manage to develop such advanced energy? However, Lin Fan believed that the expert team would figure this out, and he was very optimistic about the Lika civilization, thinking that they should have no problem joining the Human Federation as an affiliated civilization after evaluation. When the spaceship reached the ground, Lauren had already brought a group of ministers waiting there. Although Lin Fan said they harbored no ill intentions for a force that could easily destroy the Cabot Empire and was a level for civilization, it was right to be cautious. After introductions, Lin Fan naturally took his two women out to play, and Lauren arranged a team of royal knights to provide escort. Speaking of which, the Lika people are actually quite similar to Earthlings in terms of height, body size, being humanoid, and even in appearance, the only difference being the blue skin of the Lika people, and an extra eye on their foreheads compared to humans, somewhat resembling a figure from earthly myths. Along the way, Lin Fan found that the Lika people's technology was not much different from the Federation's, giving him the feeling of being back on Earth, except their military technology was a bit skewed. Unlike humans, where knights were just an ancient symbol, after the advent of firearms, the development path of this profession was cut off. But the Lika people were different. The influence of knights on their culture was profound. Despite their advancements in technology, their way of the knight was still sacred. As a result, in terms of military technology, the Lika people went off track, focusing not on developing spaceships, but on knights. The traditional mounts became mechanical mounts, and the armor became high-tech individual battle armor. The most exaggerated part was their weapons. The knight's lance and knight's sword were as powerful as battleship cannons. Don't be fooled by the Lika knights, charging with their lances thinking they were preparing for close combat. In reality, the knight's lance was a long-range weapon, and even a beam-based long-range weapon, firing energy beams. As for the knight's sword, it was even more mind-boggling, feeling like the swordsman from an ancient cartoon of Lin Fan's previous life, slashing out a wave of sword energy with just a swing. Of course, this was not sword energy, but an application of energy, but the appearance was forcibly portrayed as sword energy by the Lika Empire. Simply put, the knight's lance was a long-range high-power weapon, the knight's sword was a medium-range medium-power weapon, and the mount was a single-person aircraft. Understanding all this, even Lin Fan wanted to put together a set of knight's equipment to try it out. It was really cool. And during these days of playing, Lin Fan also learned about the energy issue in the Lika Empire, which was not about how strong their energy technology was, but that in this star system, several resource stars produced a type of crystal, known to the Lika people as energy crystals. These crystals themselves had no energy, but interestingly they could store energy, and in large quantities. Even a small crystal could store enough energy to sustain a battleship for a battle that was truly a terrifying thing. The key was, these crystals were abundant on several resource stars in Lika. They were an infinite source. 3 days later, Lin Fan received a message from the expert team. After evaluation, the potential score of the Lika Empire actually reached 9.2 points. Although Lin Fan had always believed that the potential score of the Lika Empire should meet the standards from the beginning, he didn't expect it to be so high. Lin Fan also understood the evaluation criteria. Anything above 9 points was definitely a race with extremely outstanding talents. Subsequently, the expert team sent an invitation to Lauren to join the Human Federation as an affiliated civilization. Lauren's initial reaction was similar to Agura's, or even stronger. After all, the Lika Empire had just suffered 20 years of torment from the Cabot Empire, so hearing the phrase affiliated civilization immediately changed his expression. The expert team was prepared for this situation, then went on to explain the system of affiliated civilizations to Lauren in detail, and Lauren's expression finally relaxed. After repeated discussions with the ministers, they finally made a decision and signed the Affiliated Civilization Agreement, becoming one of the affiliated civilizations of the Human Federation. After all, except for the name Affiliated Civilization, the whole agreement didn't really look like an affiliation. It was more like a multi-civilization cooperation agreement led by the Human Federation. 5 days later, everything was settled. When Lin Fan brought his two women back to the Lika Palace, Lauren immediately came forward to greet them. The initial Lauren didn't know Lin Fan's identity until a few days earlier. Someone from the expert team told him that Lin Fan was actually the son of the leader of the Human Federation of Prince Lin Fan. Lauren then realized that the man who came down with his 2 women to play was actually the Prince of the Human Federation. Since they had decided to follow the Human Federation in the future, Lauren was very respectful, and upon hearing Lin Fan's interest in the knight's gear, he directly gave Lin Fan a set of knight's equipment. It was not just any knight's gear, but one of the 7 sets of the Lika Royal 7 Knights equipment. Perhaps by coincidence, even the color matched Lin Fan's preferences, a silver-white color all over. Lin Fan naturally didn't reject it and accepted it directly. Lauren was happy to see Lin Fan accept it. After all, this was the prince of a level for civilization, and since he had accepted their gift, if the Lika Empire ran into any trouble in the future, he would naturally help. After settling the Lika civilization, Lin Fan's security fleet set off again towards the next civilization. Lauren, like Auguras, began frantically accumulating points. Besides uploading their technology to the Federation, after understanding the situation, the Federation also began a large-scale purchase of energy crystals, buying them at 10 points each, which made Lauren very excited since this thing was worthless in the Lika Empire. The price was not even worth a meal. Following Lauren's orders, the whole of Lika sprung into action, rushing to various resource stars and starting a frenzy of mining. End of this chapter. Chapter 181 of the Interstellar Great Wall Plan began in the First Legion a year after the beginning of the Lulon Star Domain Visitation Plan. In the Earth Federation Presidential Palace, a top-secret plan is underway, named the Interstellar Great Wall Plan by Linzen. The purpose of this plan is to build an interstellar Great Wall to eliminate the potential threat of the Babavi Empire to the Federation, ensuring stable development for the Federation in the next 50 years and laying a solid foundation for the eventual conquest of the entire Orion Arm. Everyone knows that for a type for civilization, strategic depth is meaningless, as the leap engine seems a bit like cheating and makes defense ineffective, which is why the Babavi Empire has prohibited the sale of leap engines. Therefore, ensuring the security of one's territory after a type for civilization has been achieved has been an important issue for the Human Federation, and over the past decade, no effective measures have been developed. It wasn't until the Union joined the Hyo Union and saw the leap interruption technology and the leap interruption countermeasure technology. Since it was only early technology of a Type 5 civilization, it could be managed with all the technical information once obtained. Many people may say that even with the technical information, a Type 4 civilization cannot understand the technology of a Type 5 civilization. In practice, this is a mistaken assumption. How can a Type 4 civilization become a Type 5 civilization if it does not research the hallmark technology of a Type 5 civilization to officially ascend to Type 5? If a civilization cannot research technologies of higher levels, then no civilization would advance, let alone the fact that humanity now has all the technical information. The key point is that humanity, under the cheating of Lin Fan, directly developed brain domain expansion drugs, which even a Type 5 civilization does not possess. Therefore, upon the arrival of the Beizhi team, Ed's first task given to Beizhi was to thoroughly understand these two technologies. After a whole year of effort, Beizhi and his team have made significant progress. Although the testing equipment they produced did not reach the 1 light-year range as described in the technical explanation, it reached a range of 0.79 light-years and could be mass-produced and utilized. Initially, Linzen and Ed's plan was to install a leap interruption device in each star system and deploy a large number of detection devices within a range of 0.79 light-years. With this setup, no matter which star system the opponent wanted to attack, they would be affected by the leap interruption device at a distance of 0.79 light-years and force out of leap state. This would leave the invading civilization with only 3 options. One is to spend several years traversing the 0.79 light-year distance using sublight speed, during which their movement would inevitably be detected by the numerous detection devices deployed by the Federation. The second option is to leap to a neighboring star system and travel through the stars like a Type 3 civilization, provided that the neighboring star system is not equipped with a leap interruption device. The third option is retreat. This was the fortress chaining plan initially formulated by the two, directly turning all star systems in their territory into fortresses to prevent invaders from advancing. However, as humanity's territory expanded, and with the addition of the vast Lulon star domain, their thinking changed, becoming even more radical. Thus, an astounding plan, the Interstellar Great Wall Plan, emerged, causing shock to all who read its contents, with many even calling Lin Zhen and Ed madman. Indeed, it was incredibly insane. How insane was it? Everyone knows that the Orion Arm is over 20,000 light-years long, with much smaller width and thickness, but still spanning thousands of light-years. Lin Zhen and Ed plan to use leap interruption devices on this arm to build an interstellar Great Wall with a thickness of 10 light-years. According to calculations, for the Human Federation to complete this plan, at least 40 million leap interruption devices would be required for deployment. Once completed, the Orion Arm would be completely segmented in half. After that, if the Babavi Empire wanted to invade human territory, there would only be two options. One would be to slowly traverse the 10 light-years using sublight speed, which is estimated to take at least 30 years. The other option would be to honestly follow the path of the stars, but this would also face the defensive advantage of human star pathways, requiring at least 5 to 6 times the military losses compared to humans to break through. Even if the Babavi Empire obtained leap interruption countermeasure technology from the Vela Union, it would not be useful. As mentioned earlier, leap interruption technology and leap interruption countermeasure technology are used in pairs. After all, any civilization using leap interruption technology can set its own interruption frequency, and only by knowing this frequency and setting it within the leap interruption countermeasure device can it successfully pass through leap. This interruption frequency is infinite and can change at any time, making it almost impossible to crack. The most ingenious part of this plan is that, according to human understanding of the Orion Arm, there is a central area that appears to be severed, with a full 10 light-years of space without any star systems. A year ago, Lin Zhen secretly dispatched many exploration ships, with their target being this starless region. Recently, the information they transmitted back was even more surprising. In the vacant star area, there was only one star pathway connecting one star system on each side. This means that once humanity's interstellar Great Wall plan is completed, this star pathway will be the only route for the Babavi Empire to invade human territory, and humanity can ensure the absolute security of their complete territory by heavily guarding this region. At that time, an interesting situation would arise. Humanity could easily cross the interstellar Great Wall using leap interruption countermeasure devices to attack the Babavi Empire anytime and anywhere. While the Babavi Empire would only be able to reach human territory through the single star pathway, taking over 3 years and facing the extreme defense advantage of human forces at the exit of the star pathway. Now, the entire Federation has fully mobilized for this interstellar Great Wall plan, frantically deploying production lines in all star systems, with calculations showing that within 5 years, the production of all 40 million sets of leap interruption devices would be completed. As for resource needs, Lin Zhen already has a plan in place, with current human reserves and resources contributed by various allied civilizations being sufficient to support this construction plan for 2 years. And within another year, the Third Legion of the Federation will be fully formed, with their first task being to follow in the footsteps of the First Legion and enter the Lulon Star domain, clearing out all civilizations assessed by the First Legion as having insufficient potential. Spanning a vast 500 light-years of space, the internal resources of this domain could not only support the creation of an interstellar Great Wall, but even many more without issue. This was only based on the exploitation of the resources of the civilizations. As for unexploited resources, even creating 100 would generate significant surplus. Therefore, this will be a comprehensive cleansing affecting the entire star domain and a major plunder. This is the main theme of the interstellar era. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. The Third Legion of the Federation established. 73 years of history. Just as the entire Federation was vigorously launching the Galactic Great Wall project, the fleets performing the Imlulan visitation plan of the First Legion also achieved quite a few results. Nowadays, the number of human-affiliated civilizations has reached 17. Except for the Fourth Fleet under Li Kangqiang's leadership, which had a more tragic encounter and did not come across any civilizations meeting the standard, the other fleets all gained some harvest. Lin Fan originally thought that encountering the Empire of Ok and the Empire of Leica was already quite peculiar, but after seeing the other 15 civilizations, he realized that this universe truly had an endless variety. There were plant civilizations, even their warships were developed from plants into plant warships. Their attack methods were even more unique, launching ammunition that was a special kind of seed. Upon hitting the target, it would rapidly grow and destroy the target, and this rapid growth meant within 10 seconds. There were also civilizations following a semi-mechanical path, whose people were crazily developing and modifying their own technology. Among them, the most radical individuals had modified themselves to the extent where only a few internal organs were not artificial, and some could even enter space for combat, like the Royal Knights of the Empire of Leka, without needing additional protection. There were also magic civilizations, but do not make the mistake of thinking they were the supernatural type of magicians. They focused all their technology on how to disguise themselves as magicians, leading to a civilization resembling a group of charlatans. There were simply too many strange and peculiar civilizations. Lin Fan could hardly bear to comment. However, upon careful consideration, although we say those civilizations had skewed technology trees, from their perspective, wasn't the Federation also operating with skewed technology trees? Despite these civilizations being weird and peculiar, they possessed genuinely practical technologies, many of which were technologies the Federation had not mastered. After all, everyone was not walking on the same path. Though not on the same path, there were many aspects they could learn from one another. For example, Baizixuan utilized the technology from the Empire of Leka to implement a Cosmic Knight program, hoping to create new concepts of mechas and battle armor. Lin Fan's set of Holy Knight gear was directly plundered by Baizixuan. This set of Holy Knight gear only falls within the technology scope of a level to civilization. Too weak. I'll take it back for improvement. Alright, Lin Fan had to admit he was right, though he also knew Baizixuan mainly wanted to take it back for research purposes. As for any improvements, it would depend on Baizixuan's mood later on. Earth, Presidential Palace of the Federation. Now that all battleships of the 3rd Legion had been delivered, personnel had been fully assigned, but the selection for the Legion commander had yet to be finalized. Lin Zhen was looking at the promotion orders for the general and the appointment order for the Legion commander submitted by Sanders. Marshal Sanders, I always thought the 3rd Legion of your Interstellar Fleet headquarters would recommend Chris Rode to be the Legion commander. How come it's Zhang Hai now? Lin Zhen set down the 2 documents and looked up at Sanders. They had discussed the issue of the Legion commander selection many times before, and even Sanders himself favored Chris. After all, among the rear admirals who were fleet commanders on the front lines, Chris was considered to have the strongest commanding ability. But what surprised Lin Zhen was that the appointment order submitted by Sanders for his signature was for Zhang Hai, which caught him off guard. President, I also favored Chris, and I even had a separate communication with him, but he refused. Seeing this, Sanders smiled bitterly. He indeed favored Chris. In terms of abilities, Chris outperformed Zhang Hai by a considerable margin. However, what could be done if he refused? What? A vice admiral, promoted to Legion commander, also refused. Lin Zhen was baffled by the situation. Just because your son is too charismatic, he doesn't want to separate from Lin Fan's command. Alright, this reason was quite convincing. Lin Zhen found himself speechless. President, my thinking is, didn't we discuss the Shanghai Pass plan before? Let Chris take over when the 4th Legion is established. This method is not bad. It's just that it will be delayed for a few years. After listening to Sanders' suggestion, Lin Zhen's eyes lit up. Since he did not want to leave Lin Fan's command, then when the Shanghai Pass plan was officially implemented, he would make Chris the Legion commander of the 4th Legion, and that would be alright. Lin Zhen was more accommodating towards his loyal son. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Zhen signed his name on both documents. From that moment on, Zhang Hai officially became the Legion commander of the 3rd Legion of the Human Federation Interstellar Fleet, entering the highest echelons of the Interstellar Fleet, equivalent in rank to Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen. A month later, when Zhang Hai returned to the Interstellar Fleet's lunar headquarters with the 3rd Legion, officially taking over and receiving their first mission from Sanders. They were to head to Lulan, follow the route of the Enlulan visitation plan of the 1st Legion, clear out all non-Federation affiliated civilizations along the way, and transport all the resources accumulated by these civilizations back to the Federation. As this mission involved plundering resources, the Federation specially dispatched a large transport fleet consisting of a whopping 100,000 large transport ships to accompany the 3rd Legion, responsible for hauling the cargo. Upon receiving the mission, Zhang Hai immediately led the 3rd Fleet and embarked. For him, although this combat mission seemed straightforward since they were all level to civilizations, it was a good opportunity to hone the entire Legion, especially since most members, except for some former Starfleet veterans who had re-enlisted, were inexperienced new recruits. Zhang Hai was delighted. First, he successfully achieved his dream of becoming a Legion commander. Then he received a practical mission that was just right for training new recruits, making him feel quite content. But the civilizations within the Lulan Star region were about to face calamity. For them, after the peaceful visit by the First Legion of Diplomats, came the ruthless onslaught of the Death God Third Legion, leaving no survivors, causing them to feel devastated. 2 months later, as the Third Legion led by Zhang Hai entered the Lulan Star region and launched an attack on the first civilization, the expected problem arose. Some mech pilots hesitated when attacking the civilization's homeworld, which even led to a few assault team members losing their lives due to their indecision. In clashes between civilizations, there was no room for mercy. If you wavered, you might not die yourself, but could directly cause the death of your comrades. It was a common occurrence at the start of any new fleet. Zhang Hai displayed no mercy, immediately sending these several mech pilots to the Federal Military Tribunal. He also reported the entire incident to the entire Legion. It was only after sending hundreds of people to the military tribunal that the situation completely disappeared when attacking the fifth civilization. The gaze of all the soldiers in the Legion had completely changed. From their eyes, no trace of mercy towards the enemy could be discerned. Seeing this transformation, Zhang Hai finally heaved a sigh of relief. The initial bloodshed phase has finally passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 183. The Merchant Federation from Babawi has a history of 75 years. The First Legion has finally completed the entire exploration plan of Lulan, taking for years to visit a total of 3,055 civilizations, including 339 Level 2 civilizations and 2,716 Level 1 civilizations. Only 48 civilizations have ultimately become affiliated with the Federation, which means that 3,007 civilizations will be thoroughly cleaned by the Third Legion. Speaking of the Third Legion, it has already cleansed over 2,000 civilizations. Even the River Sea has acquired a new powerful nickname, the Destroyer of Civilizations. For Lin Fan, the 4 years of the mission have been quite relaxing. During these 4 years, he either traveled with his 2 daughters or was on the way to the next travel destination, experiencing hundreds of completely different civilizations. If one were to choose the human with the richest travel experience, it would definitely be Lin Fan. Brat, had enough fun? On the Uranus, in Lin Fan's room, Lin Zhen's virtual image is projected in front of Lin Fan, looking disdainfully at him and saying, almost done. We are on our way back. Do you have anything? Lin Fan responded casually to Lin Zhen. I have an important mission for you. This mission is crucial for the future security of humans, very important. What mission? Upon hearing Lin Zhen's words, Lin Fan also became serious. He knew that Lin Zhen would not talk casually about such matters. The Interstellar Great Wall Project. The name of this project made Lin Fan narrow his eyes. The entire Federation is serving this project, and he cannot be unaware. Have all the equipment been manufactured? Yes, the entire Federation's efforts have allowed us to complete it a year ahead. Now we need you to escort the engineering fleet to Shanhaiguan, 8,000 light-years away. Upon arrival, immediately eliminate the original inhabitants of Shanhaiguan, then establish the Shanhaiguan battlefield. You will be the overall commander of the Shanhaiguan battlefield. Lin Fan was aware of Shanhaiguan. It is the only star connection point in the starless region, depending on the node of the Federation. 4 years ago, when the Interstellar Great Wall Project was established, Lin Zhen personally named the star system. All right, once the First Legion gathers, I will immediately lead the Legion to Earth. Good. Also let me see my grandson and granddaughter. That's it. Goodbye. Indeed, in these 4 years, Lin Fan has finally had children. 2 years ago, Liangzi gave birth to a son for him, named Lin Yu. And a year ago, Emma gave birth to a daughter for him, named Lin Kexin. This time being appointed as the overall commander of Shanhaiguan meant that he would be stationed there for a long time, possibly decades. So Lin Fan decided to take his children with him and settle directly in Shanhaiguan. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many years it would be until he can see his children again. There will certainly be many military families going to Shanhai Guan, and there will undoubtedly be major construction projects. From kindergartens to universities, everything will be complete. The future, there will not be any worse than on Earth. At the same moment, in the capital circle of the Stellar Empire, the dark void suddenly contracted, and a fleet appeared here. Inside this fleet, all the spacecraft were green, quite. You know what, if Lin Fan were here, he would definitely make fun of it. The composition of this fleet was also different from regular fleets, consisting of 200 warships and 1,000 cargo ships heading straight toward the Stellar Star. Minister Harun of the Stellar Military, who received the news, was very excited and immediately went to the audience room of the palace. "Your Majesty, they are here, they finally arrived." Seeing Harun's excited look, Imran was a bit puzzled. "What arrived exactly?" "Your Majesty, it's the interstellar traders from Babawi. They have finally arrived in our capital circle." Hearing Harun, Imran's eyes lit up. "Good, good. Harun, quickly, go and invite them over. Tell them we have important information to report to the Babawi Empire." "Understood." With Imran's command, Harun immediately rushed out and soon boarded a shuttle ship, taking off for the Stellar Orbital Starport. When the Babawi Empire fleet docked at the Stellar Orbital Starport, a few Babawi people descended, and Harun was already waiting respectfully below. Humans should be quite familiar with Babawi people. Due to evolving from a species extremely similar to turtles, even though they now have a humanoid form, they still retain many turtle features. If Lin Fan saw them, he would definitely blurt out 3 words, "Turtle Prime Minister." Seeing a familiar acquaintance, Harun's spirits lifted, and he immediately went to greet them. "Lord Babawil, you have come in person this time." Harun greeted with a fawning expression. Babawil was no ordinary person. The fleet he led was the Royal Interstellar Merchant Fleet of the Babawi Empire, and he himself was a member of the Babawi Empire royal family, and currently the younger brother of the Babawi Empire Emperor. "Oh, Harun, it's been 20 years since we last met, right?" "Yes, we haven't met since the last incident." Harun expressed his regret and longing with an Oscar-worthy performance. "All right, put away your fake face. We just came to take a look around and see if there's anything good." Babawil could see through Harun's insincere expressions at a glance and directly spoke without mercy. Harun was not embarrassed and continued to fawn, saying, "Lord Babawil, Our Majesty invites you to the Imperial Palace. There is important information to inform the Babawi Empire." What information could you possibly have? Babawil looked down on the Stellar Empire's people. This place was the most barren part of the Orion Arm. What valuable information could be here? Babawil didn't believe it at all. He thought the Stellar Emperor was just looking for an excuse to get close to him. Harun cautiously approached Babawil and whispered something in his ear that others couldn't hear. Babawil's expression quickly changed as his eyes stared at Harun, and in a solemn tone, he uttered each word, "Is what you said true? I dare not deceive you. Everything I said is true." Looking at Babawil's intense gaze, Harun also respectfully affirmed. Babawil remained silent, pondering for a moment. He believed that Harun indeed wouldn't dare deceive him about this matter. But if what he said was true, then it was indeed a significant matter. "All right, lead the way. But let me tell you, if you deceive me, the entire Stellar Empire will pay the price." "Understood. I will lead you. Please come with me." End of the chapter. Chapter 184. The civilized Sarastar is exposed in the Imperial Palace of the Empire. Sitting in the main seat at this moment is not Imran, but Babawil, while Imran and Halen are standing by the side. This is the difference between a level 3 civilization and a level 4 civilization. Even if the other party is not the emperor of a level 4 civilization, even if one is the emperor of a level 3 civilization, in front of the other party, one still needs to be humble. "All right, my people have also arrived. Explain this matter in detail." After sitting down, Babawil directly spoke. He had no interest in Imran, only wanting to know what Halen had just told him, that a new level for civilization had emerged on the arm of Orion. "Yes, Lord Babawil. The situation is as follows. There is a civilization called the UO Federation next to the Sarastar Empire. I believe Lord Babawil should be familiar with it." I know this UO Federation. I have done business there before." Babawil nodded. He was indeed familiar with the UO Federation, having been there several times. The splendid and beautiful architecture of the UO Federation had left a deep impression on him. Lord Babaweelv, the UO Federation and our Sarastar Empire have been enemies for hundreds of years. We were fortunate to acquire hundreds of thousands of warships from a friendly empire previously. Thus, we launched a revenge war. At the beginning, it was smooth sailing thanks to our level for civilization warships, but then, what happened next? Babaweelv knew the strength of the UO Federation. Compared to the Sarastar Empire, they were much weaker. If it weren't for the advantage star path provided to the defenders, the UO Federation would have been wiped out by the Sarastar Empire long ago. As for revenge wars and such nonsense, Babaweelv chuckled inwardly. A level 3 civilization was still a level 3 civilization. They had to fight their hardest just to justify themselves, completely petty. But from what he heard, it seemed that there was a problem. That shouldn't be the case. Lord Babaweelv, the UO Federation's counterattack quickly began. Tens of thousands of warships with energy shields and jump engines quickly rushed to the battlefield. Wait! Babaweelv stopped Imran directly, his eyes fixed on him. You just said, tens of thousands of warships equipped with jump engines and energy shields. Are you sure you're talking about jump engines? Yes, Lord Babaweelv, I'm sure. They use jump engines to arrive at Orion, and not only that, a level for civilization fleet appeared to help the UO Federation. That was a true level for civilization fleet, not those quasi-level for warships of the UO Federation. In the end, our empire's millions of warships could only suffer defeat. Imran gritted his teeth, and Babaweelv's expression became grim. If Imran and Halen weren't lying to him, then it was a big problem. It wasn't just a simple matter of a level for civilization emerging. It was a level for civilization that could spread jump engines. What was the basis of Babaweelv's empire's rule in the Orion Arm? Wasn't it the jump engines? As long as this technology didn't spread, even if all the level 3 civilizations in the Orion Arm united, it would be useless. Depending on the star path, Babaweelv expressed skepticism. However, if the jump engines were spread, and all the level 3 civilizations in the Orion Arm had access to jump engines, it would pose a direct threat to the Empire's rule. Each level 3 civilization, even the weakest, had millions of warships, and there were over 100 level 3 civilizations in the Orion Arm, totaling nearly 1 billion warships. If one day all these nearly 1 billion warships were equipped with energy shields and jump engines, Babaweelv dared not think further. He had to eliminate this new level for civilization. You two, go out. I need to communicate with the Empire, yes? Imran and Halen did not hesitate and immediately retreated, even though this was Imran's own audience chamber. Several seconds later, the figure of another prime minister appeared in the audience chamber. Babaweelv, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be trading now? Imperial brother, I am currently about 20,000 light years away from the Empire, within a level 3 civilization called the Sarastar Empire, the same civilization that previously handed over the level 5 civilization warship to us. Oh, the Sarastar Empire, I remember. The experts of the Empire are currently working day and night on that warship. Have they discovered something new there? The Emperor of the Babaweelv Empire, Babaraya, asked curiously. Imperial brother, this time something big might happen. Babaweelv detailed what Imran had just said, and Babaraya's expression completely changed. This was no small matter. It was something that could destroy the Empire's control of the Orion Arm. Babaweelv, you must find out what this level for civilization is all about, how far they have developed, evaluate if we can eliminate them, and if so, how much force we need to use. Understood, Imperial brother. Babaraya's meaning was clear to him. After all, interstellar warfare was not a trivial matter. The Babaweelv Empire could not simply start a war without knowing the enemy's strength. So, being the closest to the enemy made him the most suitable person to carry out this mission. But the difficulty was indeed considerable. He couldn't just charge into the enemy's territory, or he might be blown up before he even had a chance to speak. Inform me immediately of any new developments. Got it. After ending the communication, Babaweelv let Imran and Halen back into the room. I need to gain a detailed understanding of that level for civilization. Do you have any ideas? Babaweelv thought for a moment and asked Imran. After all, they were the local experts, knowing much more about the surrounding situation than he did. My lord, Currently, that mysterious level for civilization is closely associated with the UO Federation. If you pretend not to know and conduct business as usual in the capital circle of the UO Federation, you may obtain a lot of information and even see that mysterious civilization directly. That's an idea. I'll leave now. If this issue can be resolved, the Sarastar Empire will be the first meritorious one. The rewards would definitely be greater than before. Babuwel's eyes lit up, and Imran's suggestion gave him a great insight. After nodding in satisfaction and leaving a few words, he walked out. Imran and Halen were overjoyed. The rewards beyond those before meant getting rich. Last time they had already been rewarded with 360,000 level for civilization warships. As they thought about it, Imran couldn't help but let his drool fall, completely unaware that he had pushed the entire empire into the abyss. Babuwel returned to the warship with his escorts and immediately set out towards the capital of the UO Federation. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 Unexpected Encounter has been nearly 5 years since the end of the Veen battle. 4 years ago, Emperor Imran of the Sela Empire sent a message requesting a peace agreement with the IAL Federation, willing to cede 10 star systems near the IAL Federation. Queen Elfie immediately agreed to this request. Initially, both the angels and humans were reluctant to agree, but later learned from Basel that the Sela Empire still had 2 royal fleets and over 4 million warships. Considering that a direct attack would result in losses despite their strength at the time, they ultimately agreed. After all, time was on the side of humans, and angels given 3 to 5 years, their strength could increase significantly, making it easier to defeat the Sela Empire with minimal cost. Therefore, there was no need to rush. During these years, the IAL Federation not only replenished the Queen's First Legion, but also, with human support, established the Queen's Second and Third Legions. Currently, 3 legions made up of quasi-level 4 warships have been formed, with a total of 900,000 warships. In addition to the Queen's Guard fleet, the IAL Federation refitted a number of regular fleets with shield systems, but without leap engines, serving solely as defense points along the border. 4 of these fleets are stationed at the 4 latest border points between the IAL Federation and the Sela Empire. The IAL Federation's actions over the past 4 years have been swift, especially in shipbuilding, showcasing their advanced capabilities as a long-standing third-level civilization. At this moment, a fleet exited Leap State and appeared within the IAL Federation capital circle. This was the 7th fleet of the 2nd Legion of the Human Federation, tasked with escorting Bella and her son. Speaking of Bella, the former queen of the IAL Federation had been away for a full 10 years. Lin Tia was now 9 years old, prompting her to consult with Lin Zhen and decide to take Lin Tia to the IAL Federation for a visit. Naturally, Lin Zhen agreed and even arranged for a fleet escort. Returning to the IAL Federation, Bella was filled with emotion. She never expected that a visit would lead her to stay on Earth and eventually be with Lin Zhen. Reflecting on her past self, she couldn't help feeling incredulous at how naive she had been. In fact, she had once asked Lin Fan about giving birth, a memory that now embarrassed her deeply. Looking through the porthole at the approaching IAL star, Bella turned to Lin Tia and said, "This is where Mom was born." "Mom, why is this planet green?" Lin Tia pointed at the growing IAL star and asked Bella. Unlike Earth, where oceans covered a majority of the surface, the ocean area on the IAL star was relatively small, accounting for only about 20%. Being the capital star of the Federation, it had minimal industrial infrastructure to preserve nature. The entire planet was covered in dense vegetation, with tropical jungles scattered around, giving off a green hue due to light refraction. It's because of the different environment. You'll learn all about it in middle school, Bella replied with a smile. As the mother and son gazed at the IAL star, an unexpected visitor arrived. About 5 million kilometers away from the 7th Fleet, the void suddenly contracted, revealing an unknown fleet of around 1,000 to 100 ships. Alarms blared throughout the fleet, alerting Legion Commander Scott, who realized that this fleet had used leap engines to arrive. Among the Orion Spur, only humans, angels, human-affiliated civilizations, and the Babuwe Empire had leap engines. However, upon comparison, the database did not recognize these ship designs. It was highly likely this was a fleet from the Babuwe Empire. "Commander Scott, what's happening?" Bella and Lin Tia arrived on the bridge at this time, and Bella inquired with Scott. First Lady Bella, A fleet suddenly appeared nearby, utilizing leap engines to arrive here, Scott replied while projecting a holographic image of the fleet. In that instant, Bella's eyes widened as she recognized the fleet from decades ago. This is a fleet from the Babaway Empire, but not a military fleet. They're a group of interstellar traders. Interstellar traders? Scott was puzzled, as there were no such professions among humans. Yes, they travel around the Orion Spur, doing business with various civilizations. Hearing Bella's explanation, Scott relaxed but soon furrowed his brows. Even if they were traders, they couldn't reveal their true nature, as such information might reach the Babaway Empire. First Lady Bella, we mustn't attract too much attention from the Babaway Empire. Please liaise with Queen Elfie and pretend we are an ordinary third-level fleet, Scott suggested to Bella after considering the situation. All right, I'll inform Elfie of the situation. Bella then contacted Elfie using the communications device. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Babaway Empire trader fleet, Babawile observed the fleet nearby, clearly not belonging to the IAL Federation. Lord Babawile, after cross-referencing our database, we found that this fleet doesn't match any known civilization. There's no record in our database. Babawile listened to the report from his subordinate, looking at the fleet on the screen. As the fleet's composition resembled that of the Babaway Empire fleet, all ships of the same type, a hallmark of a fourth-level civilization, Babawile considered recording all data into their database. It couldn't be a coincidence that an unknown fourth-level civilization, possibly the one Imran mentioned, had appeared suddenly. Record all information about this fleet systematically. Use all available scanning methods and store the data in our database. Yes, sir. End of chapter. Chapter 186. The Free Alliance of Throwing Pots at Io Capital Circle, the 7th Fleet of the 2nd Legion, inside the flagship bridge. Commander, detected the enemy conducting a full scan on our fleet. Damn, if this continues, even if we remain low-key, we'll be exposed. Hearing the report from the deputy officer, Scott was also troubled. In itself, such a rampant and blatant scanning of others' warships was definitely a serious provocation. However, Scott could not respond now. As a level 3 civilization, daring to speak against the scanning of a level 4 civilization, this made him very frustrated. However, even if they did nothing, continuing to pretend as a level 3 civilization, there was no guarantee that the enemy would not deduce something based on the scan results. Scott had thought about directly wiping out the enemy, but after careful calculation, he realized it was not feasible. After all, with only 20,000 warships, unless they could get close within 300,000 kilometers of the enemy, ensure absolute accuracy, and find a time to simultaneously attack all enemy ships. Otherwise, it was impossible to destroy all their ships before they could react. Endure. Hope they haven't scanned anything. Otherwise, this journey might trigger a war between level 4 civilizations ahead of schedule. Legion Commander, the enemy has sent a message. Just when Scott was in great anguish, the deputy officer said beside him, What did they say? The enemy asks which civilization our fleet belongs to, and if we are interested in doing business. Scott looked puzzledly at Bella. Commander Scott, interstellar merchants are like this, but we can't be certain if they have sent something and want to further confirm. Listening to Bella's words, Scott began to think. Indeed, he agreed with Queen Bella's possibility that the enemy might have sent something unusual, but could not confirm it, so they wanted to further investigate. However, he lacked a reasonable identity. After all, for the Babaway Empire, unknown forces were the most suspicious. Got it. Suddenly, Scott had a clever idea. Lady Bella, I have a plan, but it requires the cooperation of the IO Federation. Commander Scott, please go on. The Angel Clan can definitely help with anything achievable. Alright, here's the plan. After hearing Scott's words, Bella was also surprised. Could they really hide their identity like this? But she had to admit, it was indeed a good idea. Alright, let me contact Elfie as well, to make sure we won't be exposed. 1 minute later. Commander Scott, Elfie, and I have agreed, so rest assured. Good. Deputy Officer, help me establish a video communication with the enemy, yes? Soon, a figure resembling a turtle appeared on the bridge. Lord Babaway. Seeing this figure, Bella was first surprised, then immediately respectfully greeted. Bella knew Babaway. Decades ago, Babavi led a merchant fleet to Io and coerced a trade that took away a large amount of rare resources from the Io Federation. Why coerced? Because it was given for free, not considered plundering. Well, they exchanged these rare resources for some worthless items that were not even worth 1/1,000,000th of the rare resources. Nonetheless, Bella dared not complain at that time towards the Babavi Empire, as they had no choice but to conduct the trade obediently. "Oh, Queen Bella, I never expected to see you here. I thought it might be a civilization unknown to us. After all, this fleet consists entirely of battleships, quite large in scale. Lord Babavi, you jest. This is the 13th tribe fleet of our Angel clan, also our specially formed Queen's Guard fleet, hence composed entirely of battleships, showcasing the Queen's strength, as battleships are our most powerful ship type." Bella smiled slightly and explained. After hearing this, Babavi thought this explanation was acceptable. He then observed the people next to Bella, who were completely identical to the people of the Io Federation, undoubtedly of the same race. There were some differences, however. The people behind did not have wings. "Queen Bella, why are they different from you, without wings?" "Lord Babavi, you may not know, but you should be familiar with the fact that our Angel's 12 tribes are all females, while the 13th tribe is all males, and male angels do not have wings." Bella started to babble according to the pre-discussed content, but the explanation was quite perfect. Babavi then recalled the information about the Io Federation. Indeed, this federation had no males whatsoever, but reproduced offspring solely using biotechnology. When he visited last time, he specifically asked Bella, who informed him that the male angels had disappeared 10,000 years ago. Had they returned now? "Lord Babavi, male angels have been separated from us for over 10,000 years, and the 13th tribe only recently returned." Bella quickly explained, watching Babavi's expression. "All right, I'm not interested in your race matters, but the Emperor of the Sela Empire told me that you have energy shields and leap engines. Shouldn't you explain?" "Lord, we bought a batch of energy shields, but we don't have leap engines. Currently, we have 4 legions equipped with energy shields, stationed at the frontier nodes. You can inspect any of our warships. The Emperor of Sela Empire is clearly deceiving you. They were defeated by us before, and hold a grudge, so they want to use you to deal with us. It's a plot," Bella said indignantly. She was not worried about the frontline inspection at all, as there were indeed 4 legions at the border nodes without leap engines, belonging to the Star Pathguard Legion. They just needed to keep the 3 Queen's Guard fleets away from the inspection. After hearing this, Babavi was somewhat puzzled. Could Imran really be deceiving him? "I will inspect it. I hope you are not deceiving me." However, where did the Io Federation get the energy shields? "Lord Babavi, 10 years ago, an interstellar merchant came here and traded the energy shields with us. He claimed to be from the Free Alliance on the 4th spiral arm of the galaxy." "The Free Alliance?" Hearing Bella's words, Babavi's eyes narrowed. Other civilizations might not know, but the 4 major alliances in the galaxy on the Hunter's Arm were well known to his Babavi Empire. If the interstellar merchant came from the Free Alliance, everything made sense. "Lord Babavi, at that time, he sold us 1,000,000 sets of energy shield devices, almost emptying our entire Federation savings. Currently, we have some unused shields in our warehouse. If you need them, Lord Babavi, you can take some." Bella's words made Babavi feel even more foolish for being played by Imran. "Have a few sets sent to my ship, and our experts will analyze them?" "All right, I'll arrange for them to be delivered immediately." End of chapter. Chapter 187, Conclusion. Inside the galactic merchant fleet of the Babavidi Empire, a cargo ship was currently carrying 10 energy shield devices just delivered by the Io Federation. A group of experts from the Babavidi Empire were conducting various tests on them. "How's it going? Any conclusions yet?" Babavile walked up to the leader of the experts and asked. At this moment, Babavile had almost no doubt about the Io Federation. After all, they were very cooperative, allowing them to inspect their warships on the front line and actively providing the energy shield devices for dismantling and research. As long as he confirmed that their warships really did not have the jump system, it could be confirmed that the Sela Empire wanted to use them. Whenever he thought of this, Babavile gritted his teeth, wishing to immediately kill Imran and Haran. "Babavile, we have completed the basic tests. These are indeed energy shield devices, but there are some differences in technology compared to ours. Therefore, their shields will appear light blue instead of the red color of our empire, and in terms of level, they should be at the same level as our empire, which is the 3rd generation. Does that mean this cannot be produced by a newly promoted level for civilization? This was the real reason why Babavile wanted to research the Io Federation's shield devices. After all, it was impossible for a civilization just promoted to level 4 to produce 3rd generation energy shields. At this point, Babavile was even more convinced that Imran's claim of being a new level for civilization was nonsense. Take their own Babavidi Empire. It took a whopping 5,000 years to develop from the 1st generation of energy shields to the 3rd generation. Would a newly promoted level for civilization be able to directly produce 3rd generation energy shields? Babavile expressed that Imran should be prepared for his reckoning. However, Babavile had wrongly accused Imran. It was because humans had Linfen, who cheated. The energy shield technology given to Linfen by the system directly reached the limit technology that a level for civilization could achieve. It's just that human technology did not meet the standards and craftsmanship was lacking, so what they produced did not perform as well as what the system provided. That's why the 1st generation energy shields were almost on par with the 3rd generation of the Babavidi Empire. After human technology advanced, they immediately designed the 2nd generation energy shield. It was stronger than the Babavidi Empires, and now the human 3rd generation energy shields were already in the testing phase. At this point, Babavile had long ignored the fleet in front of him. To use human words, it was like being in the dark under the lamp, simply not doubting subconsciously. Yes, Babavile, this definitely cannot be produced by a newly promoted level for civilization. It must be from an old level for civilization that has existed for at least a few thousand years. Alright, I understand. After confirming, Babavile contacted the Emperor of the Babavidi Empire, Babaraya. Your Majesty, I am currently in the Io Federation. Is the situation confirmed? Yes, it's mostly confirmed, but there are some discrepancies from what we expected. After Babavile explained the situation in detail, Babaraya also furrowed his brows. So you're saying we are likely being tricked by the Sela Empire? They are using us as pawns? What audacity! Your Majesty, I think we should be cautious. Since the Io Federation said they are willing to let us inspect all their warships, I will go to their front line and thoroughly inspect the 4 modified fleets. Yes, we cannot be certain until the very end. This matter requires caution. So, after you complete the final confirmation, if it's as the Io Federation claims, then order them to destroy the Sela Empire. They already have enough strength to take them down. At the same time, use the back door to lock all of the Sela Empire's trade warships. Babaraya was extremely furious at this moment. When has a level 3 civilization dared to use a level for civilization as pawns? It's simply suicidal. I understand. Well, that's it then. As for the Free Union, I will ask the Vera Alliance to negotiate. After all, that's not a force we can deal with. Yes, Your Majesty. After cutting off communications, Babavile and Bella exchanged their intentions to inspect the front lines and then immediately left with the fleet. Phew. That was close, but luckily we managed to deceive them. Bella also felt relieved, as she had some understanding of human conditions over the years on Earth. Although technology was advancing rapidly, now was not the time to directly confront the Babavidi Empire. At least, it would have to wait until the completion of the Interstellar Great Wall Plan. Scott also let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a disaster. Otherwise, he would definitely be remembered in human history as the incompetent Scott who forced humanity to face the Babavidi Empire unprepared. That would truly tarnish his reputation for generations to come. More than 10 days later, Babavile arrived at the border between the Io Federation and the Sela Empire and began his inspection work. Babavile performed the inspections very seriously, not randomly selecting ships, but checking them one by one. After all, it didn't take much time. They just needed to go inside the warships to see if there were jump devices or not. An army only took a few days to inspect, and the small teams sent to 3 other nodes all reported back, confirming that no jump engines were found. This made Babavile completely furious. Damn Imran and Harun! How dare they deceive me? Want to use me as a pawn? Disgusting, isn't it? After venting for a while, Babavile immediately contacted Bella. Queen Bella, I am now relaying an order from Emperor Babaraya of the Babavidi Empire. The Io Federation must immediately invade and destroy the Sela Empire without leaving any survivors. The territories of the Sela Empire will now belong to the Io Federation. Understood. We will act immediately. Good. I will return directly to the Empire. You take care of this matter. Before I leave, I will lock down the Babavidi trade warships of the Sela Empire. You can attack with confidence. That's it. With that, Babavile cut off communication. He had no interest in staying to supervise the war. After all, wars of level 3 civilizations often last for decades or even centuries, with 99% of the time spent chasing each other. Bella and Alfie were somewhat surprised. They not only successfully concealed the Federations and jump engines, but now Babavile was going to take care of the 2 royal fleets. This way, the Sela civilization would be a lamb ready for slaughter. The author couldn't sleep at night, so here's an extra chapter today. End of this chapter. Chapter 188. Although Babavile claimed to have returned to the Empire, Alfie did not relax his vigilance. After a meeting with the Queen and discussions with the 12 tribal chiefs, Alfie decided not to use the Queen's Guard Legion for the first wave of attacks. Instead, for first-level Legion stationed at the border node equipped with energy shields would lead the vanguard. The remaining second-tier legions, regular legions of the Io Federation, would follow, advancing from the star path in for different directions. Of the 3 Queen's Guard legions, one went to temporarily take refuge with the Human Second Legion, while the other to participated in the Federation's Interstellar Great Wall project and would later jointly garrison at Shanhaiguan. The battle plan was quickly disseminated to various legions stationed at the border. The legions at the front line had been eagerly awaiting this order for a long time, knowing that the enmity between the Io Federation and the Sela Empire was irreconcilable. Several days later, after the completion of the expedition supplies, various legions, under the leadership of the first-level legions, plunged into the star path, commencing the expedition journey. At this moment, Lin Fan's Federal First Legion had finally arrived on Earth. Lin Fan, have you heard about what happened in the Io Federation a few days ago? Inside the meeting room, Linzen looked at Lin Fan, with Sanders and Ed sitting beside him. I saw the report. Scott was a bit clever, but in terms of results, it was all right. Listening to Lin Zhen's words, Lin Fan also remembered the report he saw a few days ago. In his opinion, although Scott's choice was not the best option, it was still passable. Given the circumstances, making an immediate decision, the outcome was not bad. However, on the whole, a large part of the success was due to Scott's luck. If Babavile had even the slightest suspicion of the 7th Fleet, it would have been an outright loss. Yes, although we managed to dodge a bullet this time, it has also alerted us. The Interstellar Great Wall project must be completed as soon as possible. But old man, it's 8,000 light-years away. Just the journey there will take about 5 or 6 years by itself. It's not like we can hurry it up. This was the most frustrating part for Lin Fan. An 8,000 light-year distance. Even though the entire fleet was now equipped with second-generation leap engines, it would still take nearly 6 years to arrive. Furthermore, setting up the 40 million leap blocking devices and monitoring equipment would take another 4 to 5 years. The whole plan would take over a decade, and he couldn't even think about it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan looked puzzled. He didn't think he said anything wrong, so why were the 3 of them looking so weird? Lin Fan, there is actually something you've never been told all these years. Only the 3 of us knew, Ed said from the side. This made Lin Fan curious. What could be so well hidden that he hadn't received any information about it? In fact, when we joined the Hio Alliance those years, besides purchasing 3 leap-related technologies, we also acquired one technology, the wormhole detection technology. Could it be? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, already guessing what Ed was trying to convey. That's right. Using that technology, we explored the entire human territory and eventually discovered a natural wormhole. Our exploration fleet that year actually entered the wormhole for exploration because no one knew where the wormhole led to. Ed's words stunned Lin Fan. Wormholes had always been a human fantasy, speculation, and he didn't expect this phenomenon to actually exist. Throughout human history, there had been many speculations about wormholes, with various theories suggesting they could instantly traverse vast distances or even travel through time to the past or future. Despite the speculation, The concept of wormholes was not unfamiliar to humans. Yet, it had never been confirmed to truly exist. And now, Ed was saying that not only did this phenomenon exist, but the Federation had found and started to utilize it. At the time, we were debating heavily on whether to exchange for this technology, as the introduction mentioned that there were only 5 wormholes discovered in the entire galaxy so far. The exchange price for this technology was only 1 million. Ed reminisced about that time. They were truly torn about it, as every credit had to be invested wisely. However, in the end, it was White Zixuan's strong insistence that led to the exchange for this technology. After all, the temptation of wormholes was too strong for a researcher. Even if they couldn't find a wormhole after acquiring the technology, they could still learn a lot of relevant knowledge from it. Unexpectedly, they eventually found a wormhole and discovered that it was only 200 light-years behind Shanhai Guan. Everyone agreed that the 1 million credits were well worth it. 200 light-years. Does that mean we can reach Shanhai Guan 8,000 light-years away in just 56 days? Lin Fan quickly did the calculations in his mind and came to a startling conclusion. Exactly. Ed responded with a smile. All right, let's announce the order now. Sanders, seeing that they had nearly finished, stood up and addressed Lin Fan. The current order is to promote General Lin Fan to the rank of 2-star general, leading the Federal First Legion in 3 days to protect the construction fleet and transport fleet through the wormhole to Shanhai Guan, officially launching the Interstellar Great Wall Project. Also, appoint Lin Fan as the 2-star general as the commander-in-chief of the Shanhai Guan Theater of Operation. Furthermore, Chris Rod will be promoted to the rank of general and appointed as the commander of the Federal 4th Legion, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Shanhai Guan Theater of Operation. When you return, have Chris report to the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. As for your first fleet commander, arrange it as you see fit and report back later. Finally, there will be 2 Queen's Guard Legions from the IO Federation joining in at Shanhai Guan. Therefore, you will have the strength of 4 legions under your command. Understood. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur at this moment, being appointed as the first commander-in-chief of the Federal's First Theater. Under his command were a total of 4 legions, with a total of 1.08 million warships. Among them, there were 480,000 4th-level civilization warships and 600,000 near 4th-level civilization warships. Alright, that's it for the official matters. Hurry back and bring my grandson and granddaughter home. I haven't even held them yet. Ed, come over to my place tonight for dinner. One of them is also your granddaughter. Sure. Ed naturally didn't refuse. He hadn't seen his precious daughter in years, not to mention now there was a granddaughter. Even if Lin Zhen hadn't mentioned it, he would have come knocking on the door. Tonight, the author had gone out for dinner, so there was only 1 chapter left to write during the day. End of this chapter. Chapter 189. The advance to Shanhai Guan took only 3 days, passing by in the blink of an eye. Ignoring Lin Zhen and Ed's resentful glances, Lin Fan set off with his 2 children. Several days later, Lin Fan's First Legion arrived at their destination with 2,000 engineering ships and 10,000 transport ships in a region between Barnard and Tianyuan 4. This place was dark and desolate, with nothing to see. If not for the wormhole, humanity might not have visited this place for thousands of years. Yet in this darkness, there was a special area. According to observed images, 5 million kilometers ahead of the fleet was a 10-kilometer diameter circular area, colored blue like a sea surface, with occasional waves rippling. Is this the wormhole? And it's blue. Legion Commander, according to the data, this wormhole can only be seen from the front. From the side, it is completely invisible, making it unobservable from the side, Liang Zhu added. Speaking of wormholes, they were indeed fascinating. With no thickness at all, from the side, it seemed non-existent. When viewed from the front, it appeared just like the sea surface, with a color closely resembling that of the sea. Lin Fan remembered watching many movies and documentaries about wormholes in his past life. Yet, seeing the wormhole in person now, he realized it was different from people's various speculations. It's time to depart. Order all ships to adjust formation. Groups of 10 ships each. 1st to 10th fleets will enter in order, followed by the engineering fleet and transport fleet, and lastly the 11th and 12th fleets. Yes. With Lin Fan's command, all fleets began adjusting their formation. After more than 10 minutes, the first group from the First Fleet, consisting of 10 warships, approached the wormhole. If observed from the side at this moment, it would present an interesting scene. As a warship made contact with the wormhole, it gradually disappeared from the front as it advanced until the entire ship vanished into the wormhole, creating an eerie image. It was as if you poked a sheet of paper with a stick, and although you pushed the stick through, nothing appeared on the other side. It simply vanished from your view. Once the first group entered the wormhole, the second group followed immediately. The entire First Fleet proceeded in this manner, with groups entering one after another. The journey through the wormhole was peculiar. When Lin Fan appeared 7,800 light-years away, his senses did not perceive any passage of time. It was as if one moment he was about to enter the wormhole, and the next, he found himself 7,800 light-years away. The minutes it took to traverse the wormhole were devoid of any subjective sensation. If not for the change in location and time, Lin Fan might have thought he hadn't moved at all, still in the same place. It was a fascinating experience. It took more than a day for the entire First Fleet's 20,000 warships to traverse the wormhole, and almost a month for the entire fleet to complete the journey. Given the wormhole's diameter of only 10 kilometers, and the fact that only 10 warships could pass through per minute on average due to the need for safe distances between ships during travel, it was a slow process. Even with a tight formation, warships needed to maintain at least a 3-kilometer space between them to avoid endangering neighboring ships if one changed direction. Once all warships assembled, Lin Fan immediately called for a virtual warfare meeting. In the meeting room, holographic images of the 11 fleet commanders were projected on both sides of the conference table. Currently, Vice Admiral Bartlin was acting as the commander of the Second Fleet. Everyone, we are now over 7,800 light-years away from Earth, and our goal is here. Lin Fan pointed to a position on the virtual star map beside him. This location is around 100 light-years from us, belonging to a Level 3 civilization known as the AOL Republic. From today onward, this place will be called Shanhaiguan, and will be our stronghold for the foreseeable future. About the Stellar Great Wall plan, the details were sent to you before departure. I believe you all understand the importance of Shanhaiguan to the Federation. Therefore, it's tough luck for the AOL Republic. Lin Fan chuckled at this point, and the other commanders also smirked. Nobody here would come out and play the saint. Everyone had long been accustomed to the law of the interstellar era, which was survival of the fittest. According to the information obtained by the Federation's exploration spacecraft, the AOL Republic has a legion stationed in Shanhaiguan with approximately 300,000 warships, concentrated at the exit of the Starry Road connecting the Dark Star area on the other side. Additionally, there is a military fortress located on the only habitable planet's orbit within Shanhaiguan. Lin Fan switched the star map to Shanhaiguan's stellar system, pointing to the relevant areas. Now, I am assigning the operational tasks. The 3rd to 10th Fleets are responsible for resolving the AOL Republic Legion on the Starry Road defense line. Overall command will be handled by Emma. After that, they will participate in the planet cleansing mission. The 2nd Fleet will be divided into 5 sub-fleets. They will set up defenses at the 5 other entrances of the Starry Road, intercepting any possible escaping enemies. The 1st Fleet will be responsible for clearing operations on the habitable planet. The 11th and 12th Fleets will guard the Engineering Fleet and Transport Fleet. Move them 1 light-year away from Shanhaiguan and await orders. That's all the arrangements. If there are no issues, then prepare for action. After 3 hours of preparation, the operation will officially begin. Yes? The 11 commanders simultaneously stood up and replied, then one by one disappeared from the meeting room. Over 50 days later, in the Velera star system renamed Shanhaiguan by humans, a large stellar system containing a total of 87 planets was a vital border point of the AOL Republic with a link to the Starry Road on the other side of the Dark Star area. As the unique hub connecting the 2 sides of the Dark Star area, the Barbraway Empire even passed a message to the Level 3 civilizations of the Orion Spur Arm, warning that no battles were allowed at Veleras. Otherwise, the Empire would personally intervene to punish any civilization that dared to start a conflict. Therefore, the AOL Republic stationed only 1 legion here, collecting tolls at the Starry Road defense line throughout the year. The legion had been relatively peaceful for thousands of years, losing its combat capabilities. At this moment, Wilson, The governor of Velraz was on vacation on the only habitable planet. Little did they know that the greatest crisis in thousands of years was about to unfold. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Young Master Legion Velraz was calm and peaceful, with no one worrying for a second that anyone would attack here. Thousands of years of peaceful living had made everyone here lose their vigilance, including Velraz's governor, Wilson. At this moment, he was enjoying a wonderful sunbath on the beach when the neglected communicator suddenly rang. "Hello, you better have something important," Wilson said impatiently. "Governor, there are 200,000 unknown forces battleships appearing." As Wilson vented his frustration, the other end immediately interrupted him. However, Wilson still didn't think it was a big deal. If battleships appeared, let them be. Did someone really dare to attack? No matter which force they belong to, if they are battleships, send them back. If they are non-military ships, let the fleet on the defense line charge them as usual. "Do I need to teach anyone about this?" Wilson said sarcastically. "Governor, the other side didn't come through the star path but suddenly appeared in Velraz. We also don't know how they appeared. And among them, 160,000 battleships are forming a battle formation heading towards the star path defense line. The remaining 40,000 battleships are heading to other star path entrances, with a part going straight towards our fortress." The communicator's operator sounded very anxious, and Wilson was taken aback when he heard this. According to his deputy's description, this was clearly the prelude to war, right? Did someone really dare to attack Velraz against the words of the Babavi Empire? Quick, sound the alarm and let the fleet on the defense line prepare for battle. Governor, they have already started firing on our defense line fleet. The firepower is fierce. According to the scans, all of those 16,000 battleships are battleships. And 20,000 battleships are already within 3 million kilometers of the fortress. They've also started firing. Quick, counterattack immediately. We must hold the line. Wilson said, but in reality, he felt hopeless. Could Velraz's legion withstand the entire fleet of battleships? No way. Just as if to confirm Wilson's thoughts, the communicator operator gave the ultimate blow. Governor, all the enemy battleships, all of what? Speak quickly. All of them are equipped with energy shields. Our attacks are completely ineffective. What? How is this possible? Wilson was thoroughly shocked. If the enemy used battleships from the Babavi Empire, that would be understandable. After all, 20,000 ships were not an excessive number that even some third-level civilizations could provide. But just now, his deputy clearly said that the enemy was an unknown force, and initially they didn't know the enemy had energy shields. This meant the enemy was definitely not using ships from the Babavi Empire. Wait a minute, didn't his deputy mention earlier that the enemy didn't come through the star path to Velraz but suddenly appeared here? Wilson immediately came up with a bold speculation. Could the enemy be a fourth-level civilization? A new fourth-level civilization in the hunter arm of Orion? No wonder they dared to attack here, disregarding the Babavi Empire's orders. Everything made sense now. Immediately, contact the enemy and tell them we surrender. Governor. Even Wilson's deputy was stunned by Wilson's sudden change of heart. Just a minute ago, he was talking about holding the line, and now he was saying surrender. You fool, with energy shields and the sudden appearance here, and not from the Babavi Empire, can't you use your brains and think about who you're facing? Wilson scolded. Being scolded by Wilson, the deputy also regained his senses. A fourth-level civilization, and not from the Babavi Empire. Yes, I will contact the enemy immediately. However, this was futile from the start, as Lin Fen had no intention of accepting surrender. No matter how Wilson's deputy pleaded through communication, the enemy didn't respond at all. The defenders on the star path were already in chaos, unable to even launch a proper counterattack. This left Emma speechless. It was like dealing with a group of cadet soldiers who had never experienced real combat. Indeed, there were no seasoned veterans in this legion, mostly heirs. After all, this was the safest area in the entire OL Republic. Anyone with connections would arrange for their children to serve here, safe and good for gaining experience. How wonderful! Therefore, most people in this legion came from wealthy families. This was a legion of young masters renowned throughout the Republic, relying on such people for war. Forget it, if they could pilot the battleship steadily, that would be considered good enough. Emma's attacks caused not just a lack of retaliation, but even incidents of battleships colliding within the Legion. Meanwhile, the other 5-star path entrances of Villeras had already been taken by the 2nd Fleet, with a defensive line of 4,000 battleships set up at each entrance. Any ship approaching, whether military or civilian, was ruthlessly destroyed. Finally, the military fortress in Villeras' orbital track had been severely disabled by 3 waves of attacks from the 1st Fleet. However, Lin Fan had no intention of completely destroying it, as the planet below was designated as a holiday planet for the future Shanhaiguan war zone. If a large number of fortress fragments fell down now, it would be a hassle to repair in the future, and Lin Fan was not foolish enough to do that. So, he deployed 10% of the mech forces to breach the fortress, while the rest started airborne operations towards Villeras. Wilson stood on the beach, watching the countless fireballs appearing in the sky, his face full of despair. On the other hand, the battle on the Star Path defense line was coming to an end. This legion, composed of young masters, had absolutely no fighting power. Even Sophia was already complaining. This was the most boring battle she had ever been involved in. Emma could only smile. What more could she say? The enemy on the other side was really unreasonable. Even the cadets from the Interstellar Military Academy would have performed better than them. Of course, this legion of young masters was a confluence of many factors, and it didn't mean the entire Old Republic was that weak. In fact, in the 3rd-level civilizations of the Orion Arm, the Old Republic could easily rank in the top 10, much stronger than the Psi Empire, considered a hegemon in the region. In the end, 300,000 battleships were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Emma and her team eliminated about 280,000, while the remaining 20,000 were killed in incidents of being trampled in chaos, ship collisions in the confusion. End of this chapter. Chapter 191. The Battle of Shanhai Pass in the Milky Way Galaxy's Great War has been over for 3 months. This battle can be said to have completely overturned the upper echelons of the Old Republic. When the news reaches the Old Republic, it is estimated that it will shake the entire upper levels of the Republic. For Lin Fan, he did not know the origins of the Legion easily eliminated by Emma. But even if he knew, holding to human legions and to angel legions, he originally planned to wipe out the entire Old Republic. After taking Shanhai Pass, under Lin Fan's arrangements, he first formed 1,000 construction teams, each team consisting of 1 industrial ship, 20 battleships, and 5 transport ships. These construction teams immediately joined the construction of the Interstellar Great Wall. Lin Fan even completely split the 40,000 battleships of the 11th and 12th fleets. As for the resentful glances from the 2 commanders Xia Yu and Qin Tia, Lin Fan pretended not to see them. Of the remaining 10 fleets, 6 are responsible for establishing defenses on the 6 stargates in Shanhai Pass, and the other 4 are stationed in orbit around the life planet Villeras. Speaking of Villeras, it is truly vast. According to measurements, its planet diameter is 7.8 times that of Earth, with 39% ocean and 61% land, providing an extremely favorable environment. However, Lin Fan currently does not have the means to develop it, as the 1st Fleet he leads does not carry construction robots or related professional equipment. According to the plan, these will come with Chris' 4th Army as the 2nd Fleet, which should arrive in a few days. While the Interstellar Great Wall project was progressing smoothly, 8,000 light-years away on Earth, Lin Zhen also received an unexpected communication. "Your Majesty, why did you suddenly contact me?" President Lin Zhen, there have been some conflicts between the Vera Alliance and the Freedom Alliance recently, and the key points of these disputes are quite interesting. I thought you might have a better understanding of the truth. As usual, Ziz smiled. Recently, the 4 major alliances in the Milky Way galaxy have been very lively. The Vera and Freedom Alliances suddenly became on edge, and Ziz was naturally curious about what was happening. After some investigation, it turned out that the 2 alliances were quarreling over events in the Hunter's arm of the galaxy. The Vera Alliance accused the Freedom Alliance of violating an agreement by selling a large number of energy shield devices to the civilization in the Hunter's arm, suspecting the Freedom Alliance of planning to seize the arm. On the other hand, the Freedom Alliance believed that the Vera Alliance was purposely provoking them, as they had not done such a thing before. However, the crucial point was when the Baba Empire provided evidence to the Vera Alliance, revealing that the energy shield devices were from the Human Federation, coincidentally, based on the same technology as the Freedom Alliances. This led to a stalemate between the two, with tensions escalating. Upon hearing this, Linzen narrowed his eyes. He guessed what the situation was about, mainly related to the previous incident where Scott blamed the Freedom Alliance. Your Majesty, indeed this matter has some relevance to us. The situation is as follows. Linzen explained the situation and how Scott handled it. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. It's truly marvelous. Suddenly, Zis burst into laughter, surprised that his small scheme in the Hunter's Arm years ago had such an impact. Originally just hoping for the Human Federation to take over the Hunter's Arm, he never expected this turn of events before the arm was even seized, creating a conflict between the two major alliances in the galaxy. Understanding the specifics, Zis could cleverly escalate the conflict between the two alliances, even instigating a direct confrontation, while ensuring his Heo alliance took advantage of the situation. Your Majesty, will there be any repercussions from this? Don't worry, it's fine. As long as it's handled properly, the Third Milky Way Galaxy War will be close. They won't have time to focus on the Hunter's Arm, Zis said casually, surprising Linzen. Earlier, he heard a crucial term, the Third Milky Way Galaxy War. On one hand, he was shocked that Zis wanted to incite a galaxy-wide war using this incident. On the other hand, it was somewhat absurd that the upcoming war's cause was a cunning move by Scott. How ridiculous! Nonetheless, following Zis's words, the war would not affect the Hunter's Arm, allowing humans to rise amidst the chaos. Since Your Majesty says so, then all rest assured. Alright, my main purpose this time was to understand this matter. Let's leave it at that. I need to plan how to proceed next. Understood. After ending the communication, Linzen called for Ed and explained the situation in detail. Ed's eyes widened in disbelief. A galaxy war. Isn't this too exaggerated? We only blamed someone casually, right? Ed, considering the current situation, I think we need to be more radical. Oh, why is that? Ed's expression became serious. They were already quite radical now, but Linzen insisted on being even more so. My idea is, meanwhile, 8,000 light-years away, the Or Republic also received Wilson's final message, causing a ripple throughout the upper levels of the Republic. For many middle and upper-level members of the Republic, how many of their descendants had gained experience on Velas? To receive news that Velas had fallen, with the garrison completely wiped out. This news meant that all upper-class families had suffered casualties. How would the high-ranking officials react? Especially for the leader of the Or Republic, Green, who had 3 sons serving on Velas, this news was a devastating blow. Have you found out yet? Who dared to attack Velas? Apologies, leader. Wilson's message was cut off after 3 sentences, so there is no more information to gather. Inside the leader's office, Green was furious. Not knowing the identity of the assailant behind such a significant event was frustrating. When Wilson sent the last communication, he was killed by a beam of light after just 3 sentences, cutting off crucial information. As a result, the Or Republic received incomplete information. Velas was attacked, the garrison annihilated, the perpetrators were. This incomplete information led the Or Republic to remain clueless about the attacker's identity until now. Damn it, who could it be, so audacious? Let Admiral Rain, the commander of the Interstellar Fleet, come to me. Yes, leader. End of chapter. Chapter 190 to the All Republic, spanning 120 light-years in territory, possesses over 300 stellar systems. Among the third-tier civilizations in the Orion Arm, it ranks 8th in comprehensive strength. Of course, this ranking was established and published by the Babawi Empire. Otherwise, relying solely on these third-tier civilizations themselves, one would be hard-pressed to encounter a few along the Orion Arm spanning 26,000 light-years. Within the All Republic, there are 30 regular legions and 2 special legions. The so-called special legions are composed entirely of trade warships from the Babawi Empire. With a total regular force of up to 9.6 million warships, not only is the quantity staggering, but their combat power is also formidable. Not to mention the 600,000 special warships, just the combat power of their regular warships surpasses that of the Sarah Empire. In addition to the main fleet, the local defense fleets throughout the All Republic also total over 5 million in quantity. However, local defense fleets, whether in terms of warship quality or personnel quality, cannot compare to the main fleet. Nevertheless, a powerful third-tier civilization like this is on the verge of chaos in its capital region. The reason being a piece of news that came from Virlas 2 days ago. Admiral Lane, upon receiving orders, immediately arrived at the office of Leader Green. Lane, you should be aware of what happened in Virlas. Yes, Leader. Lane nodded. A matter of that magnitude. How could he not be aware? Since yesterday, many influential people with backgrounds had approached him, all requesting his support for an immediate strike. How do you see this matter? Leader, this matter is strange. Even if someone were to attack Virlas suddenly, it shouldn't have prevented Wilson from sending a complete message. The only ones capable of such speed in the Orion Arm would probably be the Babawi Empire, right? Lane offered his analysis, feeling that this matter revealed too much oddity. This was why even after many important figures approached him, he still did not immediately support an immediate battle. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy is key to winning a war. And currently, who the enemy is, how many forces they have, and their actual strength are all unknown. It's like walking in the dark. How can one engage in battle? Only military fools would do so without any intel. These are also my concerns, but as you know, the Prince's Legion is different. If we don't act, the Republic will be in chaos. Green was not foolish either. He understood Leon's concerns. He had his own concerns, which is why even after 2 days of no action, but rather urging his subordinates to investigate. However, the impact of this event was too significant. The entire upper echelon of the Republic had been interrogated, not to mention numerous prominent families, prominent merchants, and so on. Anyone with a presence or standing in the Republic was essentially interrogated. In this scenario, even as the leader, he could hardly withstand the pressure, given that as the leader of the Republic, he relied on these individuals for support. Upon hearing Green's words, Lane also understood. The leader was buckling under pressure. It seemed that a battle was inevitable. Lane wasn't against the idea of fighting. After all, the other party had provoked them. A fight was unavoidable. However, before engaging, one must first gather information about the enemy. Leader, what do you suggest? Lane, go back and draft a detailed battle plan to submit. I authorize you to utilize 10 regular fleets of the Republic and a special elite corps. Yes, Leader. Lane was slightly surprised. This was tantamount to directly deploying over a third of the Republic's military strength. Green might be under pressure, preparing for an immediate strike, but he was not clueless. Since they were unsure of the enemy's details, it was best to deploy the maximum force available. After Lane left the office, Green took out a small device from the nearby cabinet. This was a communication device given by the Babawi Empire, allowing direct and instant communication with Emperor Babarea. Not all third-tier civilizations possessed such communication devices. Those who did were considered trusted civilizations by the Babawi Empire. Green, what do you need? Once the communication was connected, Emperor Babarea's figure was projected. Lord Babarea, Virlas is in trouble. 3 months ago, an unidentified force attacked and occupied the area, leaving no survivors. You're talking about Virlas. Why didn't you return to deal with it yourself instead of coming to inform me? Surely, our Babawi Empire is not expected to send troops for such a minor matter, right? Certainly not, Lord Babarea. The situation is as follows. As Green detailed the situation, Babarea also understood why Green had approached him. Green suspected that the Babawi Empire had attacked Virlas and sought confirmation. If Green's account was true, the attackers must possess considerable abilities, far beyond a typical third-tier civilization. Achieving such outcomes would be impossible without a leap engine. After all, for a third-tier civilization to reach Virlas, they had to navigate the Star Path, which had military defenses. Therefore, it was impossible for Virlas not to have sent out a complete message. At this moment, Babarea suddenly remembered the recent matters involving the Sera Empire and shook his head. One was already confirmed by Babawi, the other was 8,000 light-years away from Virlas, likely just his overthinking. Anyway, it would be good to let the All-Republic explore the situation first. Green, are you doubting our Babawi Empire? Babarea stared at Green with widened eyes, displeased. Certainly not. Use your brain. If our Babawi Empire intended to act against you, would we need to resort to a sneak attack? Upon hearing this, Green immediately dismissed the possibility of the Babawi Empire's involvement. Babarea was right. If the Babawi Empire wanted to act, there would be no need for a sneak attack. Furthermore, they wouldn't divulge so much information now. Alright, handle this matter yourself. Provide me with the intelligence afterward. After all, I am also somewhat interested. Yes, Lord Babarea. After the communication ended, Green took a deep breath. Each time he communicated with Babarea, he felt immense pressure. The next day, the Legion Assembly Order was issued from the capital of the All Republic, aiming to assemble 10 main legions and a special legion in the capital region within 10 years. Despite the lengthy assembly time, the standard pace for third-tier civilizations is such. This was because the surrounding regions of the capital already had these legions, and therefore, they weren't required to mobilize legions from the borderlands. Otherwise, it would take more than 10 years, even 30 years would be on par. End of this chapter. Chapter 193, Radical Plan. The dark void of space suddenly contracted, and an immensely massive fleet appeared within Shanhaiguan, numbering up to 1 million ships. The second wave of fleets, passing through the wormhole to Shanhaiguan, was different from the first wave. In addition to Chris's 4th Legion and a large number of transport and immigrant ships, there were also 2 Queen's Guard Legions from the Io Federation. These 2 Queen's Guard Legions were the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, and both Legion commanders were familiar faces. Aelina led the 1st Legion, while Bonnie led the 2nd Legion, former Supreme Commander of the Veen Sector. Welcome both of you to the Shanhaiguan front. In the virtual conference room, Lin Fan greeted the 2 Angel commanders. Commander Lin Fan, I've always heard of your name, but unfortunately, during your counterattack on Veen, I was still within the Star Road, so we never had the chance to meet. Speaking of which, I must thank you for helping me avenge. As Bonnie spoke, a hint of sadness crossed her face. Besides being superiors and subordinates, she and Bonnie were also good friends. If one were to put it in human terms, they would be best friends. I've also heard of Commander Bonnie. She is indeed a respected commander. Thank you. Bonnie sincerely thanked her. For their Io Federation military personnel, there was nothing more honorable than receiving recognition from a god of war, even if it was a human god of war. All right, let's get down to business. After everyone had taken their seats, Lin Fan clapped his hands. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chris, Aelina, and Bonnie all became solemn. Currently, we have taken control of Shanhaiguan, and the Interstellar Great Wall Plan has also been fully launched. However, as you all know, this place is a whole 8,000 light-years away from our main base, and we need to station here for at least several decades. Therefore, we cannot always rely on the main base for support. We need to have our own self-sufficiency. Look here. This is Shanhaiguan, and this entire area is a level 3 civilization called the Oral Republic, with an extremely vast territory spanning 120 light-years. Our task is to take a piece of it from them. But how to bite is another matter. After all, we currently only have 4 legions and 1.08 million warships. If we just recklessly bite, even if we take down a large piece of territory, we won't have enough forces to defend all the nodes. Therefore, I will limit the target to this area. This is going to be our future main base in the Shanhaiguan front. Lin Fan said, gesturing on the virtual star map to outline a specific region. In this area, there were a total of 38 star systems, all located behind Shanhaiguan. Interestingly, the distances between the star systems in this area were close, generally around 2 to 3 light-years apart. The key point was that this area was isolated like an island, with only 2 routes leading in and out. In other words, after taking control of this area, besides having the main forces stationed at Shanhaiguan in the direction of No Star Belt, only a small amount of troops needed to be stationed on these 2 routes for complete security. Commander, this terrain is quite nice. After taking over, just station 100,000 warships at each of these 2 points, and even millions of level 3 civilization warships won't be able to break through. Chris looked at the star map with admiration, as if the area was tailored for them. That's right. Now, let me give you the mission assignments. In this operation, it will be led by the Human Federation 4th Legion and the Io Federation Queen's 1st and 2nd Legions, with Commander Chris taking over all command. Yes. The 3 immediately stood up and responded. All right, rest for 3 days. The operation will officially begin in 3 days. Dismissed. After the virtual conference ended, Lin Fan began to review the data sent by Chris, which included information on the 50,000 transport ships and 10,000 migrant ships he brought. Most of the 50,000 transport ships carried various types of robots, including construction, industrial, and operation robots. There were also various production lines, from robots to various types of spacecraft, and of course, numerous infrastructure and industrial equipment. As for the 10,000 migrant ships, most carried the families of the two legions, while the rest were made up of professionals from various fields, including administrative personnel, since there would be many star systems to manage in the future. Lin Fan, on this occasion, had delegated the operation entirely to Chris instead of participating personally. On one hand, Chris was undeniably charismatic rather than strategic, and Lin Fan wanted to use this opportunity to train him. On the other hand, Lin Fan had too many things on his plate to focus on this particular operation. Handling these resources and personnel, arranging everything would take a few months at least, and according to the plan, 3 more shipments would be coming in later on. Hence, for a significant period, Lin Fan's work focus would mainly be on administrative management. Just when Lin Fan was feeling overwhelmed by these tasks that he wasn't particularly skilled in, he received a top-secret document from Linzhen. Upon opening the file and carefully reading it, he grew increasingly surprised. He suddenly realized that the old man had changed. He wouldn't have come up with such a radical plan before. If it was the old man from the past, he was quite conservative and wouldn't propose such a plan. The purpose of Linzhen sending this document was for Lin Fan to perfect this plan from a military standpoint, as he and Ed wouldn't be executing this plan until 5 years later, so there was no reason for Linzhen to send it now. To help Lin Fan understand the intention behind the plan, Linzhen even included their communication records with Sis and sent them to Lin Fan. At first, while puzzled as to why his old man was being so radical, upon viewing the dialogue records, Lin Fan began to understand. He then earnestly started studying the military actions in the document. The idea is good, but there are too many flaws in the details. After all, the old man and Uncle Ed are not military professionals. Lin Fan muttered to himself while directly making modifications on the document. An hour later, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the plan he had modified. Subsequently, he sent the document back to Linzhen through a secure channel. It seems the old man is unwilling to be a mere pawn. This grand scheme is quite the performance. It would be a shame if humans didn't take center stage, wouldn't it? Thinking along those lines, Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. However, as he considered the various tasks waiting for him, he quickly reverted to a serious expression. I hate administrative management. End of chapter. Chapter 194. The construction of the new territory on the planet Wylas is in full swing. Tens of millions of various types of robots and a large number of experts are working hard on the planet. In the planet's orbit, dozens of small and medium-sized spacecraft production lines transported by Chris have been completed and put into production. These production lines are civilian-grade, mainly used to produce resource collection spacecraft, as the Federation cannot install jump engines on these spacecraft and then transport them to Shanhaiguan. The cost would be too high, so it is better to transport several production lines directly to Shanhaiguan and manufacture them on-site. According to the plan, among the last 3 batches of supplies transported, there are even production lines for Tiger Whale-class battleships. Meanwhile, while Lin Fan is eager to accomplish the grand construction project, Chris is continuously attacking and conquering cities with 3 legions. After all, these places only have local defense fleets of 10 to 20,000, making it a good opportunity for Chris to train new recruits in the 4th Legion. The 2 Celestial Legions are mainly used for show and rarely take action. In this operation, Chris also used the Federation's latest wide-area communication jamming device for the first time. This technology is somewhat ineffective for advanced civilizations, as it only affects communications of low-level civilizations, i.e., level 1 to 3 civilizations. Once a civilization masters quantum communication, interference becomes almost impossible. Therefore, the exchange price of this technology within the HIO Federation is only 1,000 points, basically giving it away for free since hardly any civilizations would choose to exchange for it. Even though this technology is completely useless for other level for civilizations, it is quite valuable for humans, especially for Linzhen and Ed's plan, as the Federation must avoid exposing their true military strength as much as possible. Thus, in Chris's advancement, the Oral Republic's defending armies not only failed to transmit incomplete information like Shanhaiguan, but but are unable to send any messages at all. It can be foreseen that even after Chris conquers all 38 star systems, the Oral Republic will remain clueless. 6 months later, the construction of Shanhaiguan is well underway, and the spacecraft production lines have produced 3 batches of resource collection spacecraft, totaling 300 ships, all of which are operational. Heading towards a small asteroid belt in Shanhaiguan, they will continue production at a rate of 1 batch per month. After all, at least 5,000 ships are needed in Shanhaiguan to meet the demand. The mining robots have been fully deployed to extract resources from various nearby star systems. At this rate, in approximately 3 years, Shanhaiguan will be self-sufficient. As for Wilas, in the 10 locations chosen by Lin Fan, many buildings have been constructed, giving the first signs of a city. However, it will take several more years to complete the construction of these 10 megacities. Currently, only the basic infrastructure has been completed. In some particularly scenic spots, such as the seaside and halfway up the mountain, numerous villa communities have sprung up. These areas are different from residential areas in the cities. They are specifically allocated to military officers, meaning that if you hold a rank of lieutenant or higher, you can apply for one. Ordinary soldiers are accommodated in the residential areas of the 10 megacities, and both soldiers and officers are provided housing free of charge. Additionally, in the orbit of Wilas, the starport group is also efficiently under construction, with the first batch of 1,000 starports expected to be completed after 6 months. Everything is progressing smoothly and systematically. Meanwhile, on the other side of 8,000 light-years away, the first wave of attacks launched by the Hyo Federation against the Sela Empire has officially commenced. The first-tier legion led the way, directly breaking through the defense line deployed at the Star Road exit, followed by 4 second-tier legions quickly sweeping through the entire star system, completely annihilating nearly 2 million Sela Empire warships. The losses suffered by the Hyo Federation were minimal and focused primarily on the second-tier legions. The first-tier legion lost 6,000 warships, and the second-tier legions lost 80,000 warships. Over the next 6 months, the remaining 3 attack fleets also arrived at the Sela Empire's territory through the Star Road, and, under the leadership of the first-tier legion, swiftly defeated the Sela Empire's defending forces. In just 6 months, the Sela Empire lost control of 4 key border nodes, with a total loss of 6 million warships. It's worth noting that the entire Sela Empire's main fleet consisted of only 9 million warships, and now they had lost 2/3 in one fell swoop, a massive blow. When the news reached Emperor Yimulin, the ruler of the Sela Empire, he was left stunned for more than 10 minutes. Wasn't it agreed that the Babawi Empire would take care of the Hyo Federation? How is it that not only did the Hyo Federation not get taken care of, but they also launched massive attacks instead? To make matters worse, his Toroyal fleet units mysteriously malfunctioned over a year ago, and he had been suspecting the Babawi Empire's involvement, as it was the only logical explanation. For some reason, ever since using the Babawi Empire to deal with the Hyo Federation, everything that has transpired has deviated from his expectations and seemed to spiral out of control. Looking at the star map, Yimulin began to feel a sense of panic. Due to the Sela Empire seeding 10 star systems near the Hyo Federation, the Hyo Federation launched an attack from the new border, with the nearest route only 3 star systems away from the capital of the Sela Empire. There were no organized defense forces along this route, as the remaining 3 million Sela Empire warships were dispersed in various border regions. Even if they were recalled immediately, it would take at least a decade for them to regroup, by which time the Hyo Federation would have already reached the Empire's capital. Yimulin calculated that he had less than 5 years left, assuming the Hyo Federation continued its offensive through the Star Road. However, he realized that this was an optimistic estimate, given that fears of the Babawi Empire's surveillance had prevented the activation of the 2nd Legion of the Human Federation and the Queen's 3rd Legion of the Hyo Federation. Now that it had been confirmed that the Babawi Empire's agents were no longer spying, the Hyo Federation and humans had decided to deploy these 2 legions to advance their position further. A month later, a combined fleet of 540,000 warships landed directly in the capital region of the Sela Empire, where Toroyal fleets, totaling to 140,000 4th-generation warships stationed there, were now paralyzed within their strongholds and completely immobilized. The entire capital region of the Sela Empire was defenseless. A month later, in the Human Federation's territory, Luolan. After years of conquest, The final fleet of the 3rd Legion returned to announce the successful conclusion of the purification campaign in the Llewellyn Star region. Humanity had expanded its territory by 500 light-years and gained control of thousands of star systems. End of chapter. Chapter 195. The territory distribution was jokingly referred to as the Civilization Destroyer by the Intergalactic Fleet Commander Zhang Hai, who, along with the 3rd Legion, completed his first mission, destroying a total of 3,007 civilizations during the entire process. Within a vast territory of over 500 light-years, aside from 48 stellar systems hosting affiliated civilizations, the Federation successfully took control of 5,518 stellar systems. While the harvest seemed significant, Commander Lin Zin was actually quite troubled. Considering the current human population, developing even 1% of these systems would be challenging, leaving the remaining 99% seemingly abandoned. In response to this, a high-level meeting was specially convened at the Presidential Palace to discuss this matter. Mr. President, I think it doesn't matter if some areas remain undeveloped. With our population growth, developing a little bit at a time is sufficient. Planets are not like food. They won't expire if left untouched. It might even be better to leave them be for decades or centuries. That's right. For now, we can develop whatever we can and temporarily seal off areas that we can't develop. Soon, several staff members expressed their opinions, which seemed to be logical. Planets do not perish, and like wine, they might actually improve with time. Commander Lin Zin was aware of this point, but the Federation did not have the luxury of slow-paced development. Holding such enormous wealth, even if not immediately necessary, policy should be devised to capitalize on it. Furthermore, would humanity truly miss out on these few thousand stellar systems? Considering the galaxy contained over 1 billion stars, was it essential to fuss over a mere few thousand stellar systems? It would be more beneficial to seek profits to accelerate the Federation's progress. Any other opinions? Clearly, Lin Zin was not very receptive to such suggestions. Mr. President, I suggest that a portion of the systems in the Llewellyn Star territory be allocated to affiliated civilizations for points exchange. We could even designate a specific region to ensure our passage remains uninterrupted and allow all other areas to be open for exchange by affiliated civilizations. Lin Zin looked at the staff member who presented this idea with a hint of approval. Could you elaborate on the benefits of such an approach? Sure, it's like having a substantial amount of money in hand, but nowhere to spend it. While hoarding money won't turn it into scrap paper, it would be foolish not to invest it wisely. In recent years, we have recruited 48 affiliated civilizations, but it seems that everyone has forgotten the fundamental purpose of recruiting these civilizations. Are we recruiting them merely for the level to civilization technologies they provide and the resources they contribute? Don't be mistaken. What we require now are level 3 civilizations that can be our allies, not powerless level 1 or level 2 civilizations. If we keep all these thousands of stellar systems in the Llewellyn Star territory in our grasp, these affiliated civilizations will never have a chance to develop, remaining forever as level 1 or level 2 civilizations. After this staff member spoke, except for Lin Zin and Ed, everyone fell into deep thought. As for Lin Zin and Ed, the suggestions made by the staff member aligned with their intentions. All right, I'll say a few words. Lin Zin looked at everyone and clapped his hands to get their attention. As Ryan has mentioned, we currently require both development speed and strengthening the affiliated civilizations. At least they need to evolve into level 3 civilizations to be of use to us. Ryan made a good point. These stellar systems are akin to money, and the longer you hold on to them, the more their value depreciates. You all should realize that once the Interstellar Great Wall project is completed, the entire Orion Spur will be within our control. At that time, how many stellar systems will we possess? Even if there are fewer stars in the Orion Spur, it likely won't be less than 1 million. Ultimately, what we need now is not to cling tightly to these few thousand stellar systems, but to allocate them to our affiliated civilizations for development. As they develop and contribute resources to us in exchange for more points, this will create a beneficial cycle. In the upcoming decade or two, perhaps we could organize millions or even more pre-level for warships. By then, we will have enough courage to face the Baba Vi Empire head-on. After finishing, Lin Zin gazed at the pensive staff members without rushing them, allowing them time to process the information. Indeed, our previous ideas were quite conservative. What humanity needs at present is not conservatism, but more radical approaches. Yes, we are not even on the Baba Vi Empire's radar yet. If we don't progress, these territories in our hands will be of no use. I agree, if we can't develop these areas, hoarding them serves no purpose. I agree too. A few minutes later, all staff members expressed agreement, and the decision was promptly confirmed. The next steps included determining the Federation's reserve territories and specifying the points needed by affiliated civilizations to exchange for stellar systems. Lin Zhen did not participate in these matters, leaving Ed to lead a team of experts through several days of deliberations. Eventually, they reached conclusions. Initially, the Federation retained 1829 stellar systems to secure external passageways and ensure territorial depth in the Lulan star territory. The remaining planets were classified into 10 levels based solely on factors like system size, the number of habitable planets, and resource-rich planets. The Federation did not have the luxury of thoroughly exploring all stellar systems due to time constraints. Following this, Ed designed a dedicated interface within the affiliated civilization's terminal system for exchanging stellar systems within the Lulan star territory. Through this interface, affiliated civilizations could conveniently access basic data on all stellar systems and the required points for exchange. Within the Ogre Empire, inside the Imperial Palace, the Chief Minister Asuka rushed into Emperor Augurus's study with an anxious look on his face. "Your Majesty, a massive event has occurred. A super huge event." After entering Emperor Augurus's study, Asuka immediately raised his voice. "Asuka, what big event has happened?" Emperor Augurus also appeared grave. Judging from Asuka's demeanor, this was no trivial matter. Could it be an invasion by external enemies? "Your Majesty, the Human Federation has just issued a notice on the affiliated platform that, apart from us affiliated civilizations, all other civilizations in the Lulan star territory have been completely eradicated." What? End of chapter. Chapter 196, The Great Development of the Lulan Star Field in the Ogre Empire Palace. Agulhas was looking at Asuka with a terrified expression on his face. "Did you just say that apart from us affiliated civilizations, all other civilizations in the Lulan Star Field were annihilated by the Human Federation?" Agulhas spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. The news was truly terrifying. "Yes, Your Majesty." According to the official announcement from the Human Federation, a total of 3,007 civilizations were eliminated this time. Now, there are only 48 affiliated civilizations of our Federation left in the entire Lulan Star Field. It's too brutal. It's just too brutal. Agulhas was still in shock, finding it hard to process the news. It was truly horrifying that over 3,000 civilizations were wiped out. For the first and second-tier civilizations who had yet to understand the cruelty of the universe, they would be even more shocked if they knew that such things were commonplace in the universe and not worth being surprised about. "Your Majesty, this is just the first thing I have to tell you. The next matter is the main point." "What? This isn't even the main point. What else terrible things did the Federation do?" Agulhas was almost having a heart attack after hearing Asuka's words. "Your Majesty, after clearing the entire Lulan star field, the Federation obtained over 5,000 star systems. Apart from securing over 1,800 for themselves, the rest have been opened to all affiliated civilizations for exchange using points. The terminal platforms of the affiliated civilizations have been updated with the exclusive star system exchange interface for the Lulan star field. Exchange star systems using points." Agulhas was shocked once again. "Quick! Open the terminal platform of the affiliated civilizations and show me." "Yes, Your Majesty." With Asuka's actions, the exclusive page for Star System Exchange was soon projected into the room. It displayed the map of the entire Lulan star field. From the map, it could be seen that apart from the shaded central area, all other regions were fully presented. Within the displayed regions, there were 48 green dots distributed, indicating the locations of the Federation's 48 affiliated civilizations. As Agulhas examined it carefully, one of the green dots enlarged. Agulhas immediately zoomed in on this location and discovered that the civilization's halo encompassed a star systems. It was evident that a civilization had already begun exchanging using points. Seeing this, Agulhas promptly switched the location to the area where the Ogre Empire was located, starting to examine the star systems in his vicinity. Soon, he noticed that the exchange prices for each star system varied, expressing a hint of confusion. Your Majesty, the Federation has categorized all star systems into 10 levels based on factors such as the presence of life planets, resource planets, etc. The higher the level of the star system, the higher the exchange price. Agulhas now understood the situation. Reflecting, the Ogre Empire should have around 3 million points. He was uncertain if it was enough to exchange for the 3 star systems surrounding him. With that in mind, Agulhas selected one of the neighboring star systems. Second-level star system, 1 life planet, 3 planets with terraforming potential, 11 resource planets. Exchange price, 2 million points. After reading the description, Agulhas looked at the other 2 star systems. One was a first-level star system with an exchange price of 1 million points, and the other was a 4th-level star system priced at 8 million points. The total points needed for the 3 star systems amounted to 11 million, but Agulhas only had around 300,000 points. Oscar, exchange the first-level and second-level ones first, then focus on resource development. Afterwards, use the resources obtained for more points, expanding our territory like a snowball. After contemplating for a while, Agulhas instructed Oscar. The Ogre Empire had previously exchanged for many Federation warships, shields, and jump engines, amassing sufficient transport power to swiftly transport personnel and equipment to the newly acquired star systems for massive development. By developing resources, a portion could aid the Empire's growth while accumulating more points to exchange for additional star systems, growing their territory like a snowball rolling down a hill. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll get right on it. As the Ogre Empire decided to embark on a snowball-like development, the other 47 affiliated civilizations shared the same idea. Consequently, a massive star system acquisition race began in the Lulon star field. On the first day alone, a total of 149 star systems were exchanged by the affiliated civilizations. Interestingly, some affiliated civilizations had previously held back on uploading their cutting-edge technology to the Federation in exchange for points, but now decided otherwise. Waves of technological uploads flooded the platforms of the affiliated civilizations, keeping the Federation's technical verification teams busy once again. After exchanging for star systems, each affiliated civilization promptly organized development plans. Having previously obtained Federation warships or jump engines, it was not difficult to transport personnel and equipment to the adjacent star systems, taking only a few days. Under the fervor of the 48 affiliated civilizations, a massive development movement began in the Lulon star field. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In an area near the Starless Zone, the Dark Void suddenly contracted, and a fleet appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? Why are we forced out of jumps? Babavil asked the captain upon arriving at the bridge. My Lord Babavil, I'm not sure of the specific situation. The whole fleet suddenly exited the jumping state together and cannot resume jumping. We are currently conducting checks. This situation puzzled Babavil too. This didn't seem like a jump engine malfunction. It was hard to believe that over 1,000 ships all malfunctioned simultaneously. Could it be that there was an issue in this space, making it impossible to jump through? Increasingly convinced, Babavil decided to test whether his suspicions were correct. Change course and attempt jumping in the opposite direction. Yes, Lord Babavil. After a swift turn, the fleet attempted a short-range jump, which successfully concluded without incident. However, when they realigned their course and tried jumping towards the Starless Zone, they failed. Once they reached the edge of the Starless Zone, the ships were promptly forced out of the jumping state. Babavil's suspicions of an anomaly in the Starless Zone grew stronger, making it likely that there was something obstructing their jumps. Captain, try multiple points along the border of the Starless Zone to see if it's a localized issue or a wider problem affecting the entire zone. Yes, Lord Babavil. End of this chapter. Chapter 197. Getting ready to start. According to the instructions of Babavil, the caravan began to leap along the edge of the Starless Belt, preparing to leap 10 light-years to try. However, what they didn't know was that since their first unsuccessful passage through the Starless Belt, Linfan had already received information back from the monitoring device. Commander, after comparing the database, the other party should be the Babavil Empire caravan that appeared in the Ial Federation before. In the Varela's orbit, inside the bridge of the Uranus, a member of the command group was reporting to Linfan. So it's them. Can you determine where they are leaping to now? Yes, based on the direction of their leap, they should be leaping along the edge of the starless belt, most likely treating the leap blocking device as a space anomaly and trying a different point. This analysis should be correct. Continue monitoring. Once they appear, immediately close the leap blocking device in that area to let them pass. Yes, Commander. Lin Fan did not want the interstellar Great Wall plan to be exposed just because of a caravan of over 1,000 ships. After all, they were about to execute the plan designated by Lin Zhen and Ed years ago. This was not the time to expose themselves. 2 days later, after crossing 10 light years, the Babaville caravan exited the leaping state. Babaville, the fleet has all exited the leaping state. Good, let's try again now. See if we can leap towards the direction of the starless belt. Yes. With Babaville's command, the entire fleet began to turn, aligning the bow towards the starless belt. After more than 10 seconds, with a contraction in the void, the entire fleet disappeared on the spot. Babaville, we have successfully entered the leap. The captain was somewhat excited. For him, encountering an inability to leap was the first time, and some concerns were inevitable. It seems indeed that an anomaly in that region appeared. Record the location of the problematic area in the database. Yes, Babaville. Soon, a data file named Anomalous Space in the Starless Belt was uploaded to the Babaville Empire's navigation database. At the same moment, in Shanhai Guan, Commander, the leap blocking device is now closed. The other party has successfully entered the leaping state. Well done. In 2 days, after they pass through the Starless Belt, reactivate the leap blocking device in this area. Yes, Babaville did not know that they had just narrowly escaped a major confrontation. According to the information obtained from the Z Alliance, the Vila Alliance and the Free Alliance were on the brink of war, just one spark away from an all-out conflict. Of course, the situation in the Orion Spur alone would not have escalated to this extent, with the main reason being the manipulations that the Seas had been carrying out behind the scenes for years, making reconciliation between the two major alliances increasingly impossible. And Lin Zhen was prepared to ignite this final spark. Over the past 5 years, Lin Zhen had made many preparations according to the plan, even secretly preparing a very special fleet and sending it to Shanhai Guan. The battleships in this legion had a completely different style from human battleships, being entirely modeled after the battleships of a 4th-level civilization, the Lehman Empire, within the Free Alliance. At that time, Lin Zhen and Ed had obtained detailed information on the various civilizations under the 4 alliances through the Z Alliance terminal, including the distinct features of these battleships. The reason for choosing the Lehman Empire was simple. Their battleships used the same main weapons as humans, which were plasma cannons. As for shields, human shield technology was quite similar to that of the Free Alliance, especially from an external perspective, both exhibiting a light blue visual appearance. By mimicking the appearance of the battleships of the Lehman Empire, the Federal Alliance had specially designed a battleship. It could be said that as long as the battleship was not captured and disassembled for research by the enemy, everyone would agree that it was a battleship of the Lehman Empire. Now, this fleet was stationed inside Shanhai Guan, ready to act as a trigger for war at any moment. Lin Fan would personally command this operation, as it was crucial, and any problems arising could bear consequences that humanity could not afford. Year 81 of the Federation. In Shanhai Guan, 100,000 oddly styled warships were now lined up in a neat marching formation, making final preparations before departure. Speaking of the trigger operation, we have to mention a piece of information that the Seas had given to Lin Zhen. Years ago, the Seas had dispatched a fully invisible strategic reconnaissance ship, the same type that appeared during the Federation's war with the Cabot Empire. Before finding the Federation, it had been exploring the Orion Spur for over 50 years, meticulously mapping out the distribution of forces of the Babaville Empire. After the Federation joined the Z Alliance, the Seas shared this information entirely with Lin Zhen. Through this information, humans got their first insights into this 4th-level civilization, the Babaville Empire. Speaking of the Babaville Empire, its territory spanned about 1,000 light-years, dominating the head of the Orion Spur, the most prosperous region. Of course, this prosperity was relative to other parts of the Orion Spur. Compared to the major spiral arm of the galaxy, it was still akin to a rural existence. Apart from directly controlling a 2,000 light-year territory, the Babaville Empire indirectly controlled about 12,000 light-years of area, extending from its own territory to the Starless Belt. This control was maintained through a network of numerous trade hubs. Within this trade network, the Babaville Empire had constructed 12 large trade hubs, 120 medium-sized hubs, and 1,200 small hubs. Building this trade network alone took them over 3,000 years, so Babaville's hand had not yet reached the other side of the Starless Belt. Though their control over the other side of the Starless Belt was limited, as long as they ensured no entities threatening their power emerged on the other side, Babaville was satisfied. This was why every 20 years, Babaville, under the guise of interstellar merchants, made a circuit to the other side of the Starless Belt. If they detected any signs of a civilization advancing to a fourth-level civilization, Babaville would immediately take action. Lin Zhen's trigger operation aimed to continue framing the Free Alliance, while also striking the lifeline of the Babaville Empire thoroughly through special operations. This was the trade network they had spent over 3,000 years building. End of this chapter. Chapter 198, Operation Ignition at the Small Trade Hub. The Federation has prepared a total of 100,000 warships for this operation, with the entire campaign being directly commanded by Lin Fan. The participating commanders include Emma, Li Kenqiang, Sophia, Ayako Fujihara, and Carlo. Lin Fan's deputy is temporarily represented by the former Chief of Staff Will, while Liang Zhu is not participating. This is unavoidable, as on one hand, the entire Shanhai Guan war zone requires someone to oversee the overall situation, and on the other hand, this operation is expected to last for several years. If Lin Fan and the two women all leave, then their children will be completely without care. Therefore, in the end, Liang Zhu remains within Shanhai Guan. Speaking of Lin Fan's two children, Lin Yu is now 7 years old, while Lin Kexin is 6. Perhaps due to Lin Fan's abnormal physique and brain, Lin Yu and Lin Kexin have been special since childhood. At 7 years old, Lin Yu's strength and speed are already on par with that of an adult who has not undergone genetic enhancement drug use, and his brain development has reached a terrifying 15%. As for Lin Kexin, she is not far behind Lin Yu. Keep in mind, this is when the two are still young. Their bodies are not fully developed, and they have not used any genetic enhancement drugs or brain development agents. It can be imagined how terrifying this is. October of the Federation's 81st year. The Babavi Empire, designated as the Small Trade Hub No. 11,765. According to the Federation's stellar system classification, this is a Level 3 stellar system. Many different style ships shuttle back and forth in the void, all belonging to caravan fleets from neighboring civilizations. According to Babavi Empire's trade network, all civilizations on the main branch of the Orion Arm transport their trade goods to nearby trade hubs for trading. Here, you can trade with other civilizations or with the official representatives of the Babavi Empire. Though the Babavi Empire does not prohibit trade between two civilizations, if trading with non-Babavi Empire civilizations, it must be supervised by Babavi Empire officials, and a trade tax of 30% of the transaction amount must be paid. Therefore, most civilizations choose to trade with the Babavi Empire. Even though it is said that the Babavi Empire is not very fair, taxing 20% on both selling and buying transactions, at least it's better than paying a 30% trade tax. In this small trade hub, there is a small Babavi Empire fleet stationed, consisting of 3,000 ships. In the entire trade network, the Babavi Empire only stations a large main fleet in major trade hubs, while the small and medium trade hubs are guarded by local fleets, and their numbers are few. After all, there are 12,000 small trade hubs alone, and the Babavi Empire cannot station large forces in every location. As usual, the hustle and bustle continued, and no one noticed a sudden contraction in the void until 100,000 warships descended upon the hub, and the alarms rang out in the fortress of the trade hub. Under what circumstances? Commander Babalia of Small Trade Hub No. 11,765 entered the command center of the fortress and shouted loudly, "Report, Commander! A fleet of 100,000 warships suddenly appeared, and there are no matching records in the database." A fleet of 100,000 ships is not uncommon, as neighboring civilizations often bring tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of ships to haul goods. But when the underlings reported that there were no matching records in the database, the situation changed. Order the defense fleet to intercept immediately, and at the same time, contact the other party to find out which civilization they are from. Yes. But Commander, there is one more thing. Spit it out already. According to the Starway report, there is no record of this fleet passing through the Starway, so it is boldly speculated that the other party likely has jump engines. Hearing the anxious report from the subordinate, Commander Babalia's eyes widened. "Are you sure they didn't come through the Starway?" "Yes, unless the surveillance personnel at Starway lied about the military information." This was a big deal. A sense of crisis instantly climbed into Babalia's heart. What does a fleet of 100,000 warships with jump capabilities represent, and how could he, as a member of the Babavi Empire's military, not know? Immediately contact the other party, clarify their identity, and also order the defense fleet to prepare for attack. If the other party shows any inappropriate behavior, attack immediately without seeking permission. Understood. On the other side, on the bridge of Lin Fan's temporary flagship, the Karos, Commander-in-Chief, just as the intelligence indicated, there are only 3,000 warships stationed here. Release the jump interdiction device immediately, and order the fleet to begin the attack. Eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. As Lin Fan's orders were issued, a strange device was ejected from the Karos, and the 100,000 warships began the first barrage against the oncoming Babavi Empire warships. It seemed that even the commander of the Babavi Empire's defense fleet did not expect the sudden attack. After all, there were not many who dared to attack the Babavi Empire on the Orion Arm. Consequently, there was no immediate formation adjustment, resulting in a direct focus fire on the front 800 warships, leading to the destruction of over 400 of them. With the plasma cannons equipped on the Federal Tiger Whale-class battleships, the main warships of the Babavi Empire could only withstand 5 or 6 shots, let alone the local defense fleet. It should be noted that the local defense fleets typically used low-cost, neutered versions of warships, common among all civilizations. While effective against Level 3 civilizations, they still lack the firepower necessary to deal with Level 4 civilization warships. Return fire immediately. The responsive Babavi Empire Defense Fleet commander immediately shouted to fight back. However, for the Babavi Empire's defense fleet, fighting against a Level 4 civilization was truly unprecedented, and their first wave of counterattacks still utilized broad-range coverage shooting. As expected, after the wave of attacks, no warships were destroyed. Though the accuracy of broad-range coverage shooting is relatively consistent, it is ineffective against Level 4 civilization warships. After all, it is impossible to breach their shields with just 1 or 2 shots. In a Level 4 civilization war, only concentrated fire could inflict effective damage. Watching the battle from the fortress, Babalia was also shocked. A light blue energy shield, 100,000 warships with jump engines. It was clear that this was a true Level 4 civilization fleet, and the massive number left no room for opportunities. Quickly, send all the information about what's happening here, as well as the appearance of the enemy warships, weapons, and other intelligence back to the Empire. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 199. I'll provide you with evidence 21,000 light-years away from Earth, in the capital circle of the Baba Empire, inside the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, a small trading hub under number 11,765 has received top-grade black intelligence. Quickly open it. Yes. Babalea was somewhat surprised. Top-grade black intelligence is usually only sent during wartime, or when other civilizations are invading, and it has not occurred for thousands of years. What could be happening now? The guard immediately opened the received intelligence, beginning with Babalia's report. Your Majesty, the small trading hub under number 11,765 is currently under attack by an unknown force. The enemy has approximately 100,000 ships, all equipped with energy shields and leap engines. After Babalia's report, the screen switched to the battle scene of the defense fleet. The defense fleet's wide-range attack was blocked by the enemy ships, causing no effective damage. From the captured images, it was clear that all enemy ships had light blue energy shields. After blocking the attacks with the shields, the 100,000 ships retaliated, causing hundreds of the defense fleet's ships to explode. The power gap between the two sides was evident. Quick, connect to the Royal Database for cross-referencing. The Royal Database and the Military Database had some differences. On top of the military data, the Royal Database contained information on the advanced civilizations in the 4 major spiral arms of the galaxy. After a few seconds, the database identified a civilization with a 99% match. Babilea's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. The Free Alliance, the Lehman Empire. You, leave first. I will handle this matter. Yes. After the guard acknowledged, he immediately left and closed the door. Upon seeing the guard leave, Babilea took out a communication device from the side and pressed a button. A virtual figure appeared in Babilea's study moments later. This figure was the leader of the Vila Alliance, the leader of the Auto Federation of the Five-Level Civilization in the first spiral arm of the galaxy, Vril. Babilea, what's the matter? Vril, my territory is currently under attack by a fleet under the Lehman Empire of the Free Alliance. Babilea expressed with great respect. The Lehman Empire. Vril was somewhat surprised. Direct attacks were unusual. Usually, things were done more covertly. Yes, Vril, please see this. These are the data returned when one of our trading hubs was attacked. Babilea gestured and opened the video footage that was sent back from the small trading hub under number 11,765. Looking at the battleships, weapons used during the attack, and the light blue energy shields during the assault, Vril instantly recognized them as ships from the Lehman Empire. His face darkened instantly. Attacking his forces so blatantly meant they were declaring war on the Vila Alliance. Babilea, the enemy is only a 4-level civilization. You should be able to handle 10,000 ships, right? Yes, I can, Vril. For Babilea, the Lehman Empire was just a 4-level civilization, slightly stronger but still no pressure for the Baba Empire. However, since this involved the 4 major alliances of the galaxy, even if he wanted to act, he needed to inform Vril and get permission. All right, you handle the 10,000 ships attacking you while I take care of the Free Alliance on our end. Thank you, Vril. Vril waved his hand and ended the communication. Come. After ending the communication, Babilea pressed a button on his table and called out loudly, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The guard, who had just entered, pushed open the door. Inform the large trading hub under number 012 to mobilize 3 legions to surround the Lehman Empire fleet, and also send the intelligence from the small trading hub under number 11,765. Yes. At the same time, thousands of light years away, in the capital of the Sela Alliance, Vril, who had cut off the communication, had a grim expression. Damn the Free Alliance, things weren't resolved from last time, and now they dare to openly attack. Do they think the Vila Alliance has no temper? Murmured Vril as he touched a circular device, transforming the room into a stylish setting with a table in the center and 4 chairs. Vril walked over and sat on one of the chairs. Soon, 3 others appeared in the room. If Linzen were here, he would definitely recognize one of them as Emperor Sis of the Empire of Hitoria. Vril, what's so important to convene the 4-leader conference? I remember the last time we convened was a few years ago for the matter in the Orion Arm Support Band. Sis asked as he moved towards one of the chairs. The other 2 also took a seat. The 4 present were the leaders of the 4 major 5-level civilizations in the entire galaxy, the Vila Alliance led by Vril in the first spiral arm, the Hyo Alliance led by Emperor Sis of Hitoria in the second spiral arm, the Zula Alliance led by President Hyzen of the Barkland Republic in the third spiral arm, and the Free Alliance led by the CEO of the Cyphra Consortium, Morlos. Morlos, why did the Lehman Empire attack the Orion arm? After all 4 took their seats, Vril stared coldly at Morlos. As Vril spoke, Sis and Hyzen were shocked. Hyzen was surprised by the mention of the Orion Arm incident, as the last issue remained unresolved, and the 2 alliances had been in a standoff for several years. Now, there was another major incident. On the other hand, Sis was surprised because he knew that Morlos and his Free Alliance had never meddled in the Orion Arm affairs. Was Linzen causing trouble again? The key point was not to interfere with his own plans. The last thing they needed was a disruption, as they were on the brink of inciting war between the 2 alliances. Sis had long set his plans in motion, and any unexpected events at this point could ruin everything. Vril, you'd better have evidence when you speak. When did my Free Alliance ever attack the Orion Arm? Morlos retorted directly, still annoyed from the previous unfounded accusations. You want evidence? I'll give you evidence. Vril waved his hand and brought up a video recording. End of chapter. Chapter 200. Declaration of war inside the room. A circular table in the center displayed images from the Orion Arm. Sis and Hyzen looked at Moros with strange expressions. This is impossible. Moros stood up directly and shouted loudly. Humph, last time you said there was no evidence, but now that the evidence is here, you still say it's impossible. Do you think the Vera Alliance is easy to bully? Vilto slammed the table and retorted aggressively. Watching Moros's expression, Sis felt that Moros truly did not know about it. But this was interesting. Could it be Lin Zhen's doing? Suddenly, this idea flashed through Sis's mind. Whether it was Lin Zhen's doing or not, this was indeed quite marvelous, almost better than the plan he had prepared. It seemed like he needed to use this incident to his advantage. Taking advantage of the distraction, he sent out a signal. Take action. Moros, your Free Alliance has crossed the line this time. Sis accused. Sis, you. Moros looked at Sis in confusion. During the last meeting of the four giants, Sis had supported him, which had angered Vilto. Therefore, Moros had always believed that Sis was on his side. Moros, I am just speaking neutrally and fairly. Last time, there was indeed insufficient evidence against Vilto, but this time, the facts are in front of us. This is indeed the Lemon Empire under your command, Sis said firmly. Among the four giants, Sis had always portrayed himself as neutral and fair. But on the surface, he appeared fair, but in reality, Vilto was also somewhat surprised to hear Sis's words. After all, this guy had helped Moros last time. Nevertheless, since Sis was now supporting him, why not seize the opportunity? Moros, this time your Free Alliance must give an account to our Vera Alliance. I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the Lemon Empire? Sis's words were understood by the other three. Hand over the Lemon Empire meant turning all Lemon Empire people into slaves under the Vera Alliance's control. Even if the Free Alliance had not done such a thing before, and even if the Lemon Empire had secretly committed such an act, Moros could not possibly hand over the Lemon Empire. After all, the Lemon Empire was one of the Free Alliance's core powers. Handing over the Lemon Empire would instantly scatter the allegiance within the Free Alliance, leading to its dissolution. Moros knew better than to do such a thing. Vilto, you don't even have to think about it. It's simply impossible. Moros replied aggressively. All four alliances in the galaxy were considered equal in strength. Did he have any reason to fear the Vera Alliance? Furthermore, this whole incident was very peculiar. Maybe the Vera Alliance had staged this as a way to provoke them. Thinking of this possibility, Moros became increasingly convinced that it was indeed the case. It seems like you're just looking for a reason to start a war, Vilto. If you want war, then let's have a war. Do you think I, the Free Alliance, would be afraid? Both men stood their ground, not giving an inch. At that moment, Vilto seemed to receive some kind of message that greatly disturbed him. All right, Moros, you've pushed it too far this time, haven't you? Vilto exclaimed. Moros, what's going on? Hyzen, who had been watching the scene unfold, asked. Humph, see for yourselves. Vilto waved his hand, and another set of images appeared in front of everyone. It showed a trade hub under attack by a fleet, with starports and ships destroyed everywhere. The attacking fleet belonged to the Sephira Consortium. Moros looked at the images, utterly confused. When did I send a fleet to attack the Vera Federation's trade hub? As the images ended, Vilto waved his hand again, revealing several static images. Among the wreckage of a battleship were many corpses of Sephira people. This is the footage we captured after annihilating this fleet from the remnants of their ship. Sis made it clear that even if the battleship might have been disguised, the people inside couldn't be fake. Everyone in the room was shocked. Of course, Sis had faked it. This was all his doing. This whole situation wasn't actually that complicated. Sis had secretly captured some Sephira people over the years, brainwashed them, and ordered them to carry out suicide attacks. These brainwashed individuals, loyal to the core, would never betray Sis, even if captured alive. They would always attribute the orders to Moros. Comparatively speaking, Sis was even more ruthless in his methods than Lin Zhen. Hyzen was truly shocked. Had Moros gone senile? Playing small tricks was one thing. Even attacking the Babawi Empire wasn't a big deal. But Moros had personally led this operation and directly attacked the Vera Federation's trade hub. Had he completely lost his mind? Enough said. Moros, you just want war, don't you? I'll oblige. From now on, the Vera Alliance formally declares war on the Free Alliance. After Vilto's declaration, He left the virtual meeting room without hesitation. "Moros, what have you turned into? You've gone too far this time." Sis and Hyson followed suit, leaving Moros alone in the room, reflecting on his actions. That day, the news spread quickly throughout the galaxies for main spirals. The Vera Alliance had officially declared war on the Free Alliance. This wasn't just a localized conflict, it was a full-blown war between two major civilizations. While the entire galaxy was reeling from the news, Sis was communicating with a civilization on the Orion Arm that none of the other three giants had heard of before. "President Linzon, was it you who orchestrated the incident with the Babawi, disguising the attack as coming from the Lemon Empire? So, King Sis is already aware of it. Not bad, right? Well, it's okay, but it lacked a little spark. Just the small-scale attack on the Babawi Empire alone wouldn't have been enough to spark a full-scale war between the two alliances, so I added a little fuel. Now, the Vera Alliance has officially declared war on the Free Alliance." Sis was not wrong. Lin Zhen's actions had indeed heightened tensions between the two alliances, but it still wasn't enough to spark a full-fledged war. Ultimately, if Sis hadn't thrown in his trump card, the conflict might not have escalated. Lin Zhen had long anticipated Sis's interference, and he had merely added fuel to the fire to expedite the process. After all, only when the two major alliances were engaged in all-out war could the Human Federation take advantage of the Vera Alliance's distraction and make a move against the Babawi Empire. Fine, since they are at war now, I can proceed with my plans for the Orion Arm without worrying. It seems President Linzon already has a well-thought-out plan. I wish you success in taking over the Orion Arm soon." The transmission ended with the laughter of two sly foxes whose schemes had succeeded. End of chapter. Chapter 201. There was no need for any preparation to get involved, as the two major leagues had been in a standoff for 5 years since the incident with the Orion Arm support arm. Speaking of which, the distance between the first major arm and the fourth major arm is the closest. Of course, this refers to the part near the center of the Milky Way galaxy. As the Milky Way galaxy is composed of 4 major arms in a spiral shape expanding outward from the central region of the galaxy, the farther the distance between the spiral arms, the farther back they are. In addition, the non-arm regions far from the central region of the galaxy are mostly starless zones, with highly unstable space, crossing which entails significant risks. Therefore, among the 4 major arms, everyone travels back and forth through the routes close to the center of the Milky Way. Similarly, in the central region of the galaxy, the routes between the first major arm and the fourth major arm have become the points where the two civilizations have accumulated heavy forces in a standoff. After leaving the virtual meeting room of the 4 giants, Verto immediately issued the order for a full-scale attack. At the standoff point, the Vera Alliance's 200 billion battleships immediately sprang into action, forming one attack formation after another, charging towards the Free Alliance's position. Soon, a monumental battle began. Of course, this does not mean that the Vera Alliance only had 300 billion battleships. In fact, the Vera Alliance had deployed 1.2 trillion heavy forces at the standoff point. However, the route was so narrow that even with 200 billion battleships, the entire route was completely congested. Seeing the Vera Alliance launching an attack, the Free Alliance also did not dare to show weakness and dispatched 100 billion battleships to intercept. In no time, energy projectiles and beams filled the entire route, but both sides' battleships were at least of level for civilization, with the worst being in the mid to late stage of level for civilization. Because this route battle occurs every 10 to 8 years, there would be no decisive result. Orion Arm Support Arm, the Babavi Empire. In the palace, Babaria was shocked after receiving the news. He had never expected his big brother to be so confrontational for the sake of the Babavi Empire, directly going to war with the Free Alliance. However, what he did not know was that even if it was just the Babavi Empire's matter, the worst-case scenario would be deteriorating relations and more confrontation, but a full-blown conflict was impossible. The real reason Verto decided to go to war was that his trade hub was attacked by the Cyphala Consortium, which had some connection to the Babavi Empire, but not that significant. Similarly, 20,000 light-years away, on Earth, Linzon and Ed were also communicating with members of the Hyo Alliance. It started. It's 200 billion against 200 billion from the beginning. Blue Eye Civilization. Secrets, can anyone provide a close-range live broadcast? Derek Empire, Andre, you're dreaming. The entire fourth route is already filled with battleships from both sides, and they won't let you in to observe. Varina Union of Ivan, stop bickering. For this period, it's just a bunch of level 4 civilizations fighting. There's nothing much to chat about. We have to wait until the Vera Federation and Scyphala Consortium, the two level 5 civilizations, make their move before it gets interesting. Blacklight Empired Oleg, alright, even though this war has nothing to do with us, we still need to deploy defenses on the Silverheart route to prevent the fighting from spreading to our second spiral arm. I will release the number of battleships needed by each civilization on the terminal later. Hitleria Empire. Lord Sis, seeing this, Linzen and Ed for the first time understood the nature of the war among the 4 major powers of the galaxy. Just the preliminary attacks were on a scale of 200 billion against 200 billion, with the number of battleships alone already twice the population of humanity. This was before deploying their main forces. They were just testing the waters. Ed, I think it's time for us to take control of the Starless Zone on the Orion Arm Support Arm side. After the shock settled, Linzen solemnly told Ed, I trust Lin Fan to guard Shanhai Guan. As for the secondary arm of the Orion Arm Support Arm, it's indeed time to unify it. Let Liang Xingchen take action. After thinking for a moment, Ed mentioned that now that the Interstellar Great Wall plan was complete and Lin Fan was stationed at the front line, the threat from the Babavi Empire to the Human Federation wasn't that significant. The humans lacked the strength to conquer the entire Orion Arm Support Arm, but taking control of half of it, the secondary arm of the Orion Arm Support Arm, would be a good start to develop for a few decades. Yes, Liang Xingchen already commands 3 legions. Since the fall of the Sela Empire last time, he hasn't made a move since. That can't continue. Also, let's communicate with the AO Federation. It's going to take decades to conquer over 10,000 light-years just with 3 legions. Alright, I'll talk to Elfie. It shouldn't be a problem. 5 years ago, the AO Federation took over the Sela Empire, and now they had expanded. It was time to further expand their territory. By the way, in the Tehran Star region, some of the affiliated civilizations have already developed fleet-size combat capabilities. Assign them tasks and make them act together. We need speed. After some contemplation, Linzen added a point. In the past 5 years, under the support of the Federation, the affiliated civilizations in the Tehran Star region had been thriving. Each civilization had expanded their territory to dozens or even hundreds of star systems. With the support of the Federation, several civilizations had moved up to Level 3 civilization, as all Level 3 civilizations had their technology data open for exchange by the Federation, with even exchange points directly discounted. As a result, several civilizations at the late level to stage had almost progressed to Level 3 civilization in these 5 years. The most significant changes were in the combat capabilities of these civilizations' fleets. Guided by the Federation, these civilizations had purchased a significant number of Level 4 battleships or had individually acquired a large amount of energy shields and leap engines. As such, these affiliated civilizations, even the weakest among them, now possessed a fully organized Level 4 fleet, while the stronger ones had several. The Human Federation currently had sufficient production capacity, but lacked enough personnel to operate battleships, resulting in about 80% of the battleships constructed by humans being exchanged by the affiliated civilizations. Therefore, the combined affiliated civilizations now possessed a considerable number of battleships. After Ed issued the war tasks on the affiliated civilizations platform, the affiliated civilizations were stirred up. These affiliated civilizations had built powerful fleets, but had no battle experience because the surrounding areas were also fellow affiliated civilizations. Nobody could attack anyone, causing an awkward situation. With the Federation issuing war tasks, the fleets of these affiliated civilizations finally had a battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 202. The jumping barrier device was activated just 1 hour after Ed released the mission. All 48 affiliated civilizations in the Lulan star field had already accepted the mission without exception. According to the information uploaded by these affiliated civilizations when accepting the mission, Ed calculated that when all the warships prepared by the affiliated civilizations were added up, there were a total of 139 fleets, comprising 2.78 million warships. Remember, these were all 4th-level warships, albeit neutered versions, which were enough to confront the outer trade warships of the Baba Empire. Engaging with third-level civilization warships was no different from mowing the grass. In addition to 3 legions that the Human Federation could mobilize and 20 legions that the Io Federation could mobilize, when everything was calculated, the combined military strength of the human allied forces in this operation actually reached 32 legions and a total of 9.5 million warships, just falling short of crossing the 10 million mark. And these 9.5 million warships, even the least powerful ones, were neutered versions of 4th-level civilization warships, sweeping through the whole Orion Spur branch as a small task. Of course, the most excited one at this time was Liang Xingchen. Commanding 9.5 million warships and embarking on battles across tens of thousands of light years, was there anything more thrilling for a commander than this? Similar to the Lulon Star Field, the Federation's plan was not to directly clean up everything along the way, but to evaluate each civilization. As long as there was enough potential, they could escape the Federation's cleansing and become part of the affiliated civilizations of the Federation, with a worrying-free future. Just as the Federation was gathering its forces preparing for a massive operation, Lin Fan was leading his Lemon Empire fleet to strike out in a dashing manner. Since the surprise attack on the Baba Empire's No. 11,765 small trade hub 3 months ago, Lin Fan had already attacked over 50 small trade hubs within this time frame. The Baba Empire's No. 11,917 small trade hub. At this moment, Lin Fan's fleet had just destroyed the patrol fleet and was heading towards the planet's orbit, preparing to clear all the starports before evacuating. However, at this moment, a significant change occurred, as a large number of fleets arrived in the airspace of the No. 11,765 small trade hub through a jump engine. Commander, a large number of Baba Empire warships have appeared. According to scans, there are around 900,000 of them. Will immediately reported to Lin Fan. Don't panic, didn't we anticipate this situation? After all, we've been fighting for so long, it wouldn't be normal if they didn't send fleets over. Lin Fan had anticipated the Baba Empire dispatching a large army to besiege them before the battle began. For Lin Fan, it was a surprise that after causing chaos for 3 months, the enemy's fleet had just arrived. The Baba Empire's slow action was unexpected. According to his estimation, they should have arrived in 2 months at most, but it had already been 3 months. Will, stick to the plan. Deploy the self-destructive jump disruptor devices and order all ships to activate the jump barrier countermeasure devices. Prepare to evacuate. Yes. Soon, a device was ejected from the Carios and camouflaged to look like a fragment of a warship scattered across the battlefield. After deploying this device, under the lead of the Carios, all warships began to turn around and evacuated directly through the jump. Calculate immediately. Where are they jumping to? Baba Empire's Commander-in-Chief Baberet shouted to his subordinates. Since jumping was a linear movement, based on the jump's direction of the enemy ships, their jump route could be calculated. Just having the path wouldn't accurately determine where the enemy jumped. After all, they could have jumped a few light years or several dozen light years. However, with the enemy's jump route, they could make some assumptions, like if the enemy's jump line was precisely targeting a certain trade hub. Commander, it has been calculated that on the enemy's jump route, there is only one trade hub. No, 11,827 small trade hub. All right, order the entire fleet to pursue immediately. Yes. 3 minutes later, the helmsman in the flagship's bridge was dumbfounded. Commander Baberet, the jump engine has malfunctioned and cannot be activated. Upon hearing the helmsman's call, Baberet was taken aback. What? Are you saying that at this critical moment, the jump engines on my warship broke down? But when Baberet looked out the porthole, he immediately froze. Wait a minute, none of the entire army has jumped. Could it be that all the warship's jump engines have malfunctioned? Ridiculous. At that moment, the deputy came running anxiously. Commander Baberet, all warships have reported jump engine malfunctions and cannot be activated. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Are you telling me that the jump engines of all 900,000 warships malfunction simultaneously? Use your brain. Is that possible? Baberet said incredulously. Commander Baberet, I understand that it's unlikely, but all the warships have reported this. The deputy felt wronged. He was just a messenger. Immediately, have the technicians inspect the jump engine bays. Find out the cause for me. Quickly, yes. 1 hour passed, 3 hours passed. A day passed until the third day, but Barrett received a communication from the neighboring No. 11,827 small trade hub, and unsurprisingly, it was being attacked by the Lemon Empire fleet. And at this moment, he himself was still stuck at the No. 11,917 small trade hub, unable to move. This made him so frustrated that he was on the verge of exploding on the spot, but he was helpless. All the technicians were working on finding a solution, but they couldn't locate where the jump engines were malfunctioning. No matter how they checked, everything seemed normal with the jump engines, but as soon as they tried to jump, they immediately malfunctioned again. The technicians were almost driven crazy by this ordeal. Finally, Barrett couldn't help it and had to report the situation to Emperor Barbaria through a communication. "Are you saying all warships are malfunctioning?" "Yes, Emperor Barbaria. Although I can't believe it, it's happening right in front of me. All technicians have been trying to solve it for 3 days, but we still can't find a solution," Barrett said respectfully. Hearing Barbaro's report, Emperor Barbaria suddenly remembered something. Could it be the jump barrier disruptor device? Jump barrier disruptor device? Hearing Emperor Barbaria's words, Barrett was perplexed. What kind of device was this jump barrier disruptor? It's normal not to know. This is a technology only available to 5th-level civilizations. It can directly interfere with jump engines in a wide area. And this Lemon Empire comes from the Free Alliance, so it's possible they have this equipment. Your Majesty, what should I do then? The only way is to find this equipment and destroy it. The enemy must have released this device before leaving. Focus your search on the area they were in when they departed. Yes, Your Majesty. After ending the call, Barrett regained a bit of his composure, knowing the reason made things easier. Quick, immediately search the area where the enemy fleet evacuated. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Commander Barrett. End of chapter. Chapter 203 Strategy of Babalat Babawi Empire, designated as Small Trade Hub No. 11,917 by the Babawi Empire, consisted of 900,000 Babawi Empire troops who, after carefully searching for 3 hours, finally made a discovery. Lord Babalat, we have found an unusual battleship wreckage fragment. According to our deep scans, it appears that this wreckage is camouflaged, and there is something else inside. Retrieve it immediately, and have the technicians analyze it. Understood. Wait, don't bring it to the flagship. Take it to another battleship, and send the technicians over. Thinking of something, Babalat immediately stopped the officer, who was about to convey the orders, and said coldly, "Yes, Commander Babalat." Soon, a battleship approached the abnormal wreckage, brought the wreckage inside, and a group of technicians arrived in another shuttlecraft. However, minutes later, without any warning, the battleship suddenly turned into a fireball. Seeing this, Babalat breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Barbaria had mentioned that this was 5th-level civilization technology. How could they just leave it here unattended? Were they not afraid of someone studying it after picking it up? It was this thought that made Babalat change the orders temporarily, directing the officer to have other battleships handle the wreckage. In the end, his worries were confirmed as the entire battleship was blown up. Inside the flagship's bridge, those who witnessed the scene were silently grateful that their commander had changed the orders, preventing the wreckage from being brought aboard the flagship. Quick, arrange for a battleship to conduct a test and see if it can leap. Yes, Commander Babalat. Following Babalat's orders, a battleship quickly activated the leap engine and successfully disappeared from its original location. Lord Babalat, the leap engine has been restored and can leap normally. Good. Order the fleet to leap immediately to Small Trade Hub No. 11,827. Yes, Commander Babalat. This time, there were no issues, and the 3 legions smoothly leapt to their destination, heading toward Small Trade Hub No. 11,827. Meanwhile, the fleet led by Lin Fan was reorganizing inside Small Trade Hub No. 11,827. Commander, the self-destructing leap interception device previously deployed has sent a self-destruct signal back. Order everyone to return to the battleship. Understood. A day later, Babalat's 3 legions successfully leapt to Small Trade Hub No. 11,827. At the same time, as they arrived, Lin Fan began to leap with his fleet. Those scoundrels from the Lemon Empire, calculate where they are leaping to this time. Yes, Commander Babalat. According to our calculations, their target this time should be Small Trade Hub No. 11,768, 28 light-years away. All right, set off immediately, yes. Following Babolat's command, the three legions, consisting of 900,000 troops, commenced their leap once again, pursuing the Lehman Empire's fleet. However, Babalat was once again outsmarted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan did indeed leap toward Small Trade Hub No. 11,768. But he only leapt a distance of 0.1 light-years before leaving the leap state and leaping toward Small Trade Hub No. 11,829, located 3 light-years away. A day later, as Babalat was on the way to Small Trade Hub No. 11,768, he received news of the Lehman Empire fleet attacking Small Trade Hub No. 11,829. Babalat realized he had been tricked once again. The enemy had waited in Small Trade Hub No. 11,827 for him to arrive, revealed their leap direction, and then changed course later on. Understanding that this approach wasn't sustainable, Babalat knew he had to come up with a solution. Otherwise, even after chasing for another 10 years, success was not guaranteed. In wars between pure 4th-level civilizations, unlike with 3rd-level civilizations, the defending side was inherently at a disadvantage. The attacking side could strike anywhere, while the defending side couldn't. Moreover, if the attacking side targeted a star system, the defending side couldn't simply retreat, as abandoning a star system meant it would be completely decimated. This scenario would only reverse into the attacking side being at a disadvantage after retaining 5th-level civilization. Fortunately, the enemy had around 100,000 warships, allowing Babalat to contain them. However, his 3 legions were not enough, and more troops were necessary. After considering various factors, Babalat decided to contact Babaraya. Your Majesty Babaraya. Babalat, how is the situation with the Lehman Empire fleet in the front line? Have you dealt with them? Babaraya initially believed that Babalat was reporting on the outcome of the battle and asked directly, Your Majesty Babaraya, this time I am here to report the situation to you. Babalat quickly briefed Babaraya on the frontline situation. It made Babaraya's expression grim. He had thought Babalat was reporting battlefield success, not indicating a shortage of troops. However, Babaraya refrained from getting angry. Being an experienced leader from the main spiral arm as a long-established 4th-level civilization, he understood the intricacies of warfare among 4th-level civilizations, a topic that may be overlooked by others. It wasn't entirely Babolat's fault after all. The Babawi Empire had not engaged in war with 4th-level civilizations for thousands of years, leading to selective forgetfulness of such issues. This was why he had only ordered Babalat to march with his 3 legions. Babaraya now recalled the detailed accounts of wars between 4th-level civilizations passed down through generations of the royal family. Babalat, I grant you the authority to mobilize 7 fleets from within Trade Hub No. 012, concurrently conferring upon you temporary control over the permission to mobilize all 3rd-level civilizations within the jurisdiction of Trade Hub No. 012. With this reinforcement, you should have enough troops. Now go and completely vanquish the enemy. Yes, Your Majesty Babaraya. After ending the communication, Babalat appeared noticeably more confident. Although the local forces were still few, with the addition of 7 fleets, totaling 10 legions with 3 million warships, it was still insufficient. However, having control within Trade Hub No. 012 over 3rd-level civilizations' permissions was extraordinary. Within this range, 12 3rd-level civilizations could easily relocate numerous legions to neighboring trade hubs. After all, trade hubs were not Babawi's territory, but part of the entire main arm region, structured in a grid pattern. Thus, some trade hubs might straddle several civilizations' borders, while others could be within a civilization's territory. Immediately instruct all 3rd-level civilizations within the jurisdiction of Trade Hub No. 012 to deploy at least 1 legion at each nearby trade hub. I want the Lehman Empire to face at least 300,000 warships, even if they are from 3rd-level civilizations, no matter where they attack. Yes, Commander Babalat. End of chapter. Chapter 204. The command for Alfie to abdicate had quickly spread to all the 3rd-level civilizations within his jurisdiction. On the main arm of Orion's arm, no 3rd-level civilization dared to resist the orders of the Babaro Empire. The 12 civilizations within the region immediately mobilized, with numerous legions heading through the star paths to nearby trade hubs. The strength of these third-level civilizations on the main arm was not comparable to those on the secondary arm, except for the Republic of Oral. Each of these civilizations could easily deploy more than 20 legions, with the stronger ones capable of mustering over 50 legions in combat power. In total, the 12 third-level civilizations mobilized for 100 main force legions and 600 local defense legions. Under the orders of the Babaro Empire, most of these legions were deployed around trade hubs to prevent interstellar piracy, allowing for quick and convenient deployment within a single journey through the star paths, with most legions arriving at neighboring trade hubs within 2 years. Some closer destinations could be reached within half a year. Babarot divided the 3 legions into 9 fleets, each consisting of 100,000 warships, starting to spread out for interception and pursuit. Both sides had 4th-level civilization warships, neither fearing each other. With 100,000 against 100,000, any fleet you dared to engage with could take a chunk out of you. Once the third-level civilizations below completed their deployment, along with the arrival of 7 additional local legions, the Lemian Empire would be thoroughly trapped. This was currently the strategy of Babaro, combining passive regional reinforcement with active net-like interception, acting on both fronts. Furthermore, after the net was set up, Babaro also issued orders to all trade hubs that in case the Lemian Empire appeared, the station fleets should immediately leap away and evacuate to other trade hubs. After all, even with thousands of warships, losing to 3,000 ships each time, capturing dozens of trade hubs would result in a cumulative loss of 100,000 warships, wouldn't it? Over the past few months, not a single Lemian Empire warship had been destroyed, while each trade hub had suffered losses of 2,000 to 3,000 ships, with a total loss nearing 100,000 warships so far. It felt as though they were serving themselves up on a plate. And so, a very intriguing situation unfolded. Every time Lin Fan's fleet attacked a trade hub, the corresponding Babaro fleet would immediately evacuate. Similarly, once Babarot chased Lin Fan's location, Lin Fan would promptly leave. Although Babarot currently had no way to deal with Lin Fan, the latter was getting frustrated, as previously each attack yielded thousands of warships destroyed. Now, the attacks only resulted in damage to some starports in the trade hubs, with no significant gains in terms of warships for over a month. Lin Fan understood Babaro's intentions well, realizing the enemy was likely gathering strength to compress his potential targets, potentially rendering him unable to safely attack any target in the end. Unlike the Federation, the Babaro Empire could mobilize a significant number of warships and auxiliary civilization forces, potentially filling hundreds of light years with forces around all trade hubs. Even if these auxiliary third-level civilizations lacked leap engines, according to Lin Fan's calculations, they could likely cause trouble for at most 2 years before any interference. However, this was not something Lin Fan was particularly concerned about, as he was not aiming for a decisive battle with the Babaro Empire. His goal was simply to sow discord between the Vera Alliance and the Free Alliance, while dismantling part of the Babaro trade hub network. If possible, involving more of the Babaro Empire's forces in a decisive battle at Shanhai Guan would be even better. At the same time, in the Human Federation, Tianyuan 4, a gathering point for the secondary arm of Orion's ARM expeditionary forces. At this moment, 9.5 million warships had assembled there. Although it wouldn't fill the entire stellar system, it was still an impressive sight. Since humanity had ventured into interstellar space from Earth, such a massive fleet gathering had never been seen before. Even the most significant gathering of enemy warships in the past had not surpassed 3 million ships. Now, almost 10 million warships were gathered under the command of Liang Xingchen. How could he not be thrilled? The only downside was that of the 9.5 million warships, only 720,000 belonged to the Human Federation, accounting for only 7.5% of the total. Despite the recent population surge that surpassed 20 billion, the vast majority of the newly added population were still in their infancy, and it would take over a decade before they could be transformed into actual combat capabilities. At present, 5 legions were already pushing the limits of humanity, and if more fleets were to be raised, it would impact the development of the human forces. 2 of these legions were stationed at Shanhai Guan, leaving Liang Xingchen with only 3. From this, it was evident that Lin Zhen's decision years ago was indeed correct. It was the inclusion of auxiliary civilizations policy that allowed humanity to organize large armies in the face of its insufficient strength. With time, in a few years, the auxiliary civilizations alone could undoubtedly raise a massive army with fourth-level combat power of tens of millions. "Commander, it's time." Bai Ling arrived at Liang Xingqin's side, reporting to him, Let's go to the conference room." Bai Ling had been appointed as Liang Xingqin's deputy 2 years ago, a new generation's pride of the Interstellar Military Academy. Upon graduation, she was assigned to the 2nd Legion's War God, and a year later, Liang Xingchen promoted her as his deputy. In the last 5 years, as Lin Fan was far away at 8,000 light-years, most of the extraordinary talents of the new era had been taken in by Liang Xingchen. In the conference room, 3 individuals were already seated, waiting. Zhang Hai, the commander of the 3rd Legion. The end of this chapter. Chapter 205 Joint Strike Meeting Room. The 4 members of the Human Federation were momentarily stunned. Who was the first male angel in the Angel Clan in thousands of years? All the people in the room were clear about. Lin Tia, the son of Lin Zhen and Bella, is now 16 years old. A few years ago, Queen Bella took Lin Tia back to the Io Federation. Queen Elphi and the leaders of the tribes had already discovered that Lin Tia was very intelligent. From then on, the decision to train Lin Tia to be the new king of the Io Federation had already been made. Furthermore, Lin Tian's identity is special. His becoming the new king of the Io Federation would be very advantageous to our federation. Looking at Liang Xingchen and others who were a bit stunned, Candace also smiled and explained without hiding anything. So, in fact, considering the current relationship between us, maybe Lin Tia is really the most suitable person to be the new king of the Io Federation. Well, in fact, the key point is that if Queen Elphi said that she really wanted to fulfill her term of 1,000 years, she would definitely go crazy. After all, Queen Elphi came out of the battlefield and couldn't stand being trapped in the Angel Tower. It's understandable, Candace said, showing a bitter smile again. Indeed, this is the most significant reason. Not leaving the Angel Tower for more than 10 years almost drove Queen Elphi mad. This is indeed an irrefutable reason, Liang Xingchen said after a moment of astonishment, then smiled bitterly. If he were in her shoes, he would have gone crazy after a while. And for a whole 1,000 years, Liang Xingchen truly admired Queen Bella for enduring it within the Angel Tower for 1,000 years. Well, let's get back to business. Liang Xingchen walked to the main seat and sat down, saying, "This time we need to cover a range of 12,000 light-years. Of course, this 12,000 light-years is only the length of the arm, not as wide and thick. Although that's the case, it's still a large area, so we need to divide our forces. First of all, according to our intelligence, aside from the Io Federation, there are 37 third-level civilizations on the arm. This is also our main target. The remaining 1st and 2nd level civilizations can be handled by the allied forces of the Federation. Although our allied forces have only gathered 178 fleets this time, our campaign will not be over in 1 or 2 years. After all, it covers a total of 12,000 light-years. It will likely take at least 10 years to complete. Therefore, in the future, the allied forces of the Federation will dispatch more and more fleets. In a few years, it may even reach millions in scale. Therefore, below the 3rd-level civilizations, let them be handled by the allied forces. Liang Xingqin's strategy was actually quite straightforward, with humans and the Io Federation attacking the various 3rd-level civilizations separately on the arm. The allied forces of the Federation will spread out and follow the steps of the Human Federation and the Io Federation to clear out the 1st and 2nd-level civilizations along the way. I think that's fine. How should we allocate our forces? Candace pondered for a moment before asking. No need to allocate. Our main fleet will act together. After all, the allied forces behind us will also need to clear each star system one by one. Even if we clear the 3rd-level civilizations quickly, it won't be enough. In that case, we might as well merge together. The 23 legions go together, which will also ensure that we can minimize our own damage when clearing the 3rd-level civilizations. Liang Xingchen didn't hesitate, stating his suggestion directly. This was something he had thought of long ago. If the 23 legions of humans and angels were split into 4 or 5 groups to take separate actions, they indeed had enough power to eliminate one 3rd-level civilization at a time. But on one hand, Even if you clear them quickly, it won't matter because the following allied civilizations will still need to clear each star system one by one. On the other hand, while 4 or 5 legions were sufficient to wipe out a third-level civilization, you couldn't guarantee that you would minimize the damage within the smallest range. After all, many important points of the third-level civilizations were guarded by as few as 1 or 2 million warships, or as many as 3 or 4 million warships, and their energy shields were not invincible. Under the premise of having enough numbers, they could still inflict some damage on you, especially since many civilizations had purchased a considerable number of Babawi foreign trade warships. In this situation, if all 23 legions, nearly 7 million warships, were to advance together, they could ensure that the opposition had no resistance and that their losses were minimized. Therefore, Liang Xingchen did not support the idea of dividing the forces to deal with these third-level civilizations. Of course, there were significant reasons for this, including the shortcoming of the human population. Humans really couldn't afford to lose ships. Unlike the IO Federation, losing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of warships was nothing for them, given their population of several billion. Humans were different. Losing tens of thousands of warships would be a major blow for the Federation. Although Candace did not fully understand this shortcoming, it did not prevent her from understanding the importance of minimizing losses. Well, reducing losses was always a good idea. Well, I understand. Let's act together. Nearly 7 million 4th-level civilization warships. Those 3rd-level civilizations probably won't even have the slightest resistance now. With that said, Candace also felt deeply moved. In the past, the IO Federation was just like these 3rd-level civilizations, and in many cases, even weaker than most of them. However, in just a few years, the entire IO Federation had acquired millions of 4th-level civilization warships. Now, they even dared to stand up to the Babawi Empire. The changes before and after were simply earth-shattering. Alright, since everyone has no objections, we will officially begin the operation 3 days later. Our first target will be the Sesha civilization 138 light-years away. According to intelligence, the Sesha civilization has 20 main legions with 6 million warships, purchased about 200,000 warships from the Babawi Empire, and has local defense fleets with about 2 million warships. First, we will directly jump to their capital circle and eliminate 2 main legions and 200,000 Babawi foreign trade warships stationed in the capital circle. Then we will jump to various nodes on their border, one by one, to completely eliminate the remaining main legions. As for the local defense fleets and the clearing of each star system, that will be handed over to the allied forces of the Federation. Advertisement a month later. In the capital circle of the Sesha civilization, it was as bustling as usual, with a large number of spacecraft coming and going, presenting a scene of prosperity. No one noticed that the crisis was already so close to them. With a slight contraction in a void within the capital circle, an immense fleet appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, the war alarms, unheard for over 1,000 years, rang throughout the entire capital circle. End of this chapter. Chapter 206. Returning to the civilization of Sasia in Shanhaiguan, the Federation had conducted an evaluation years ago and found that its civilization potential did not meet the Federation's standards at all. Therefore, Liang Xingchen did not give the other side any chance at all. Nearly 7 million warships leapt to their capital region and immediately launched a fierce attack. Although Sasia reacted quickly and sounded the alarm at the first moment, 800,000 warships stationed here immediately set out to intercept. However, facing nearly 7 million Tier 4 civilization warships, these 800,000 warships were clearly powerless and insignificant, even though among them, there were 200,000 Babawi foreign trade warships. After the first wave of conflict, the commander of Sasia's garrison was at a loss. Originally, the number of enemy warships was terrifying enough, and they had hoped to rely on the cooperation of their 600,000 main fleet and 200,000 Tier 4 warships to make a stand. If the enemy was not very powerful, there was still a glimmer of hope. But who could have expected that the enemy's nearly 7 million warships were all Tier 4 warships? What was the point of fighting? They might as well surrender directly. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried to contact the other side, there was no response at all. Just half an hour later, the combat power of Sasia's civilization in the capital region was completely exhausted, and they were completely slaughtered unilaterally, leaving a large area of wreckage of warships scattered across the void, as if telling the tale of the previous carnage. Now, on the Orion arm, apart from the Barbavi Empire, there really isn't any force that can withstand the joint fleet of Liang Shinken's strike. And after the defenders were eliminated, the joint fleet mercilessly began the cleansing. This is the age of the galaxy, when a civilization is weak and of no value. Destruction is the only outcome. A day later, on various planets in their territory, the people of Sasya continued to live carefree lives as usual, unaware that their capital region had been slaughtered, and the same fate would soon befall them. The time of the galactic era is always fleeting. The Federation has been in existence for 84 years. Since Babarat changed his strategy, Lin Fan's actions have been somewhat restricted. With the passage of time, the Barbavi Empire and its allied Tier 3 civilization fleets continued to deploy, further increasing these restrictions. After all, Lin Fan only had 100,000 warships on hand, and according to Babaro's deployment plan, each trading hub would have a legion of Tier 3 civilization and thousands of Barbavi Empire patrol warships. Although this defense force was not strong, it was enough to crush every trading hub, at least in Lin Fan's opinion. However, continuing to sweep without losses had become almost impossible. Even if capturing a trading hub only resulted in the loss of dozens of warships, it was not acceptable to Lin Fan, and it was completely unnecessary. Most importantly, the 7 reinforcements from Babarat had now arrived, with 3 million warships organized into 30 interception fleets. Whenever Lin Fan's location was discovered, these 30 interception fleets would immediately form a blockade network. 3 fleets were responsible for chasing and intercepting, while the remaining 27 fleets were to be deployed around the target star system, waiting for the target to jump in. In this situation, Lin Fan believed that it was no longer meaningful to continue. After all, the most important strategic goal, to ignite the 2 major alliances, had been achieved. The Vera Alliance and the Free Alliance were now locked in fierce battles on the Silver Heart Passage. The secondary goal, to destroy as many nodes as possible on the Barbavi Empire's trade network, had also been achieved. In the past 3 years, Lin Fan had destroyed over 200 Barbavi Empire trading hubs. Additionally, the unified offensive of the Federation's secondary arm had been ongoing for over a year, and this news would sooner or later reach the ears of the Barbavi Empire. Once the Barbavi Empire learned of this information, they would undoubtedly mobilize their forces for a punitive expedition. It was time for Lin Fan to return to Shanhai Guan and make the necessary arrangements. Continuing like this is no longer meaningful. Let's execute evacuation plan number 3. Yes, Commander. The so-called evacuation plan number 3 was evacuating to Shanhai Guan while avoiding the Barbavi Empire surveillance. The method was actually quite simple, as long as they jumped to a non-stellar system void and then made a second jump towards Shanhai Guan. Even the Barbavi Empire would not conduct surveillance in the void of a non-stellar system. After all, in the Barbavi Empire's eyes, low-level civilizations relied on the ways of the stars, and on the entire Orion arm, there was only themselves. Therefore, monitoring the void of non-stellar systems was not only a massive undertaking, but also completely unnecessary. So when Lin Fan avoided the Barbavi surveillance using the void and evacuated, in the eyes of the Barbavi Empire, the Ryman Empire fleet suddenly disappeared. They would only assume that the Ryman Empire fleet had withdrawn to the third arm, and not connected to the Human Federation. Lin Fan's next move was to return to Shanhai Guan and dismantle the 100,000 high-quality Ryman Empire warships to erase any traces. 1 week later, have we still not found any trace? Babarat frowned on the bridge and asked his adjutant. No, Lord Babarat, it's been a month now, and no trading hub has been attacked. Have they evacuated already? Babarat couldn't help but think. Another week passed, and still no trace of the Ryman Empire fleet was found. Babarat gradually became convinced of his previous speculation. Perhaps their strategy had worked. After finding they could no longer sweep without obstacles, the enemy had chosen to retreat. Babarat analyzed the information handed to him by his adjutant. After much thought, Babarat believed that the situation likely unfolded as expected. All right, maintain vigilance at all trading hubs in the 12 major regions for another year. We must confirm completely whether the enemy has truly left. Yes, Supreme Commander Babarat. Babarat remained extremely cautious and dared not be careless. Who knew if the enemy was temporarily hiding and would strike again once they relaxed? Therefore, maintaining vigilance for some time was absolutely necessary. However, what Babarit didn't know was that the Riemann Empire fleet he was worried about had not, as he thought, withdrawn to the Third Arm. Instead, it had arrived within less than 100 light-years of him, in Villeras Shanhaiguan. Finally back, it's been almost 3 years since I left. Exiting from the jump state and looking at the Villeras star ahead, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. End of chapter. Chapter 207 of the Otto Empire Federation has a history of 85 years. Located 1,400 light-years away from Earth, the Otto Empire is one of the two subordinate powers of the Babawi Empire in the Orion Arm's minor arm, the other being the Odd Republic next to Shanhaiguan. Being able to become one of the 11 subordinates of the Babawi Empire demonstrates its considerable strength. In the third-level civilization of the Orion Arm, both the Otto Empire and the Odd Republic can be ranked in the top 10. However, at this moment, Emperor Mula of the Otto Empire no longer exudes the former majesty, but instead displays a face of fear. Today was supposed to be the 10,000th anniversary celebration of the Otto Empire's founding. For this occasion, the Empire had even recalled a large number of elite legions from its territories over 20 years ago to prepare for the largest military parade in history in the capital region. At this moment, 70% of the Empire's main battle fleet has gathered, with a total of 8 million ships, including 600,000 Babawi warships, creating a spectacular scene. However, halfway through the military parade, an unexpected visitor arrived in the Otto Empire's capital region. It was a massive fleet that was not much smaller than its own, and appeared even more imposing visually compared to the 8 million warships participating in the parade. Apart from the 600,000 Babawi warships, most of the other warships in the Otto Empire were made up of various types, including escort ships, destroyers, and cruisers. In contrast, this uninvited massive fleet consisted entirely of battleships, a composition that startled Mula. In his impression, only the Babawi Empire used fleets composed of a single ship type. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of this massive fleet mirrored the Babawi Empire's rise, which gave Mula a very bad feeling. As if to confirm Mula's premonition, this sudden fleet began pouring fierce firepower towards the various military units in the parade. The Otto Empire's fleet had decent military capabilities. Although caught off guard by the sudden attack, they did not panic but swiftly adjusted their formation and began to counterattack gradually. However, after a wave of attacks, everyone was stunned because all the enemy's warships were equipped with energy shields, resulting in no damage even after being hit. Quick, switch to focused fire attack. Form a firepower group of 30 warships attacking a single enemy warship. As the Grand Commander of the Otto Empire's interstellar fleet, Maitvi's reaction was swift, immediately adjusting the attack strategy and issuing orders to the legions. Standing beside him was Emperor Mula, who had been observing the military parade. Maitvi, do you know the identity of the enemy? Your Majesty, the database is comparing data right now. I believe we will soon have results. Maitvi's expression was grim as he awaited the outcome. Report, the database comparison is complete. Over 80% of the warships are from the EO Federation, a 3-level midterm civilization according to our records. As for the remaining tens of thousands of warships, there were no results in the database search, likely indicating they are new designs. Maitvi's aide reported to Mula and Maitvi. Mula and Maitvi were both stunned. You are telling me this is a 3-level civilization, and it's only a midterm 3-level civilization? Am I blind? While both were taken aback, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly unfavorable for the Otto Empire. With each exchange of fire, the Otto Empire suffered losses of tens of thousands of warships, while the enemy only lost a few dozen ships. Maitvi soon realized the stark difference in casualties was due to distance. The current distance between the two parties was about 3 million kilometers. At this range, Liang Shinken's army could effectively use ranged covering fire, maintaining an acceptable hit rate. Nevertheless, Maitvi, in order to counter the energy shields of the 4th-level civilization warships, had to divide his warships into groups of 30 to carry out focused fire attacks. Although this method could inflict damage on the enemy, as soon as 30 warships concentrated their fire, even ships with energy shields would struggle to withstand the onslaught. However, the issue was that the current distance between the two sides was 3 million kilometers, significantly lowering the hit rate of focused attacks. Order all legions to close the distance. Closing in. Yes. Your Majesty, you should contact the Babawi Empire. After issuing the command, Matvey turned to Mula. Right, how could I forget about that? Mula said as he took out a communication device from his pocket and pressed a button. Soon, the communication was connected, and the figure of Babareya appeared on the bridge. Babareya, Your Majesty. Mula respectfully bowed. Mula, why did you use emergency communication to contact me? Babareya, we are under a massive attack in the Otto Empire. We are on the verge of being overwhelmed. Upon hearing Mula's words, Babareya was also surprised. The Otto Empire was undoubtedly a dominant force in the minor arm. They wouldn't bully neighboring civilizations. Mula, which civilization is attacking you? Your Majesty Babareya, it's a civilization called the EO Federation, and according to our database, they are a 3-level civilization. Right now, they are already at our capital region. Wait, I know the EO Federation, but do they have the capability to reach your capital? Moreover, the EO Federation should be nearly 2,000 light-years away from you. Babareya was a bit puzzled. The EO Federation left a deep impression on him. After all, the Babawi Empire had reported a while ago. But this EO Federation had only recently reached the midterm of the 3rd-level civilization. The crucial point was that they were nearly 2,000 light-years away. What was the concept of 2,000 light-years? It would take at least 1,000 years for them to reach you through the Star Road. Your Majesty, nearly 700,000 of their warships have energy shields, and their firepower is fierce, completely unlike a 3-level civilization. Mula said, showing the battlefield projection to Babareya. The two massive fleets were engaging in combat, with one side having shields, suffering little damage after each exchange, while the other side, without shields, lost tens of thousands of warships with every attack wave. If this continued, the shieldless side would be annihilated in less than 2 hours. Even Babareya was shocked by the sight. Are you telling me this is the EO Federation? End of chapter. Chapter 208. Baba's great army assembled. Babareya looked at the images on the screen, and Babareya even had a kind of illusion that these were his empire's warships in battle, right? Whether it was the strength of their energy shields or the power of their weapons, these were indeed true 4th-level civilization warships. It seems that the Selen Empire did not lie before, but rather that the fool Babawever was deceived by the EO Federation. Babareya instantly understood the incident from several years ago. Moreover, the EO Federation should not have come all the way over to attack the Otto Empire, but most likely advanced steadily. But if this was true, doesn't it mean that this secretive EO Federation has already occupied nearly 2,000 light-years of territory? No, on the Orion Arm, any civilization that threatens the Baba Empire will absolutely not be allowed to appear. Your Majesty Babareya, what should we do? If this continues, the Otto Empire will be finished. Mula was extremely anxious. Even though he didn't understand much about military matters, he could see from the frontline images that their fleet wouldn't hold out for much longer. Babareya could naturally see that from the images as well, but he was at a loss. After all, even if the Baba Empire immediately assembled a large army and came over, it would still take at least 10 years to reach the Otto Empire, right? That's nearly a distance of 20,000 light-years. You find a way to escape. Don't take the Star Road. Try to escape to the void areas outside the star system, then send me the coordinates and I'll arrange for warships to pick you up. After saying this, Babareya abruptly cut off the communication. Hearing Babareya's words, Mula's eyes brightened. This was indeed a method. As long as he could escape into the void, even if a 4th-level civilization wanted to find him, it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean. Then he just needed to wait for the warships sent by His Majesty Babareya to pick him up. Although doing so required hiding in the void for many years, it was better than staying here, where there was clearly no way out for anyone who wasn't a fool. As for his own empire, his own people, and his own army, Mula had long since abandoned those thoughts. How could they matter when his own life was at stake? Matvey. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll make arrangements for you immediately. When Mula had been in communication with Babareya, Matvey had been by his side. He naturally knew what Mula wanted to do. Even though he knew that his emperor was ready to abandon everyone and escape, Matvey had no intention of doing anything. Matvey understood better than Mula that there was no way out. Even though Mula wanted to try, let him try. To Matvey, it was all the same, and he would prefer to die on the battlefield. Transfer a complete formation from the Royal Second Legion based on the organization of the Otto Empire. A formation consists of about 300 warships. Let them come here immediately to pick up His Majesty on board. Yes. Matvey, you bastard, you're only arranging a formation to protect me. What do you mean? Upon hearing Matvey's command to his adjutant, Mwila was instantly furious. You're only arranging 300 warships to protect me. Are you trying to get me killed on purpose? Your Majesty, in the current situation, if you were to bring more warships, it would be impossible to hide and escape without attracting attention, which would definitely alert the other side. On the other hand, with just one formation, it's less likely to attract attention, and the chances of success are higher. Listening to Matvey's explanation, Mwila began to understand a little bit. He had to admit that what Matvey said was correct. If he were to flee with a fleet or even a legion, he would surely be targeted. In this situation, having fewer warships would allow for a better chance to escape amidst the confusion. Then do as you say, but until I successfully withdraw, you must hold the line for me, understand? Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. 10 minutes later, as Matvey watched a royal formation gradually moving away, he didn't know what to say. In a life-or-death situation, his own emperor had immediately abandoned everyone and fled on his own. However, Mwila's actions were destined to be in vain. The 300 warships fleeing had long been targeted by Liang Xingchen, but for the time being, there was no time to manage them. On the front lines, the Otto Empire's forces, following Matvey's orders, began to move closer to the enemy ships, trying desperately to shorten the distance between the two sides. However, it was quite tragic that no matter how they pursued, the enemy always maintained a distance of 3 million kilometers and continued to steadily weaken the Otto Empire's fleet with wave after wave of ranged attacks. After all, the Liang Xingchen's warships had speeds exceeding 50,000 kilometers per second, while the majority of the Otto Empire's warships still used third-level civilization engine technology, with speeds even below 10,000 kilometers per second. Faced with such a significant speed difference, it was a fool's dream to try and shorten the distance between the two sides. In reality, Liang Xingchen didn't use any special method. He simply ordered all fleets to fly in curved trajectories, advancing around the enemy fleet array to maintain a distance of 3 million kilometers between the enemy and their forces, constantly suppressing Matvey. When the technological gap reached the disparity between civilization levels, struggling would be futile regardless of how hard you tried. Seeing this situation, Matvey sighed. He had done his best, but the outcome could not be changed, and he couldn't even cause more damage to the enemy. At the same moment, in the capital circle of the Baba Empire, 20,000 light-years away, in Lokas, Babaraya, after ending the communication, immediately called upon the Empire's Grand Marshal, Babarnir. Your Majesty, are you saying that there is a civilization on the Orion Arm that has evolved to a 4th-level civilization and possesses at least nearly 7 million 4th-level civilization warships? After Babaraya recounted the specific situation, Grand Marshal Babarnir was also deeply shocked. This was a very dire situation. A civilization that could threaten their empire had quietly emerged on the Orion Arm. Yes, they have hidden themselves quite well, only revealing themselves now. Nir, I want you to immediately assemble a large army and go to the Orion Arm to eliminate this threat. Yes, Your Majesty, due to the severe lack of intelligence about the actual strength of this civilization, I hope we can mobilize a sufficient number of fleets to ensure success. After thinking for a moment, Babarnir said to Babaraya, since they didn't know the true strength of the other party, using their maximum power would be the wise thing to do. Okay, I'll give you 100 legions. Any other questions? None, Your Majesty. 100 legions, a total of 30 million warships. This was equivalent to half of the main fleet of the Baba Empire. At the same time, it was the largest scale that could be mobilized internally within the empire in a short amount of time. Good. Gather your fleet and set off in a year. Yes, Your Majesty. End of this chapter. Chapter 209 Transition and Problems. The Babavi Empire currently has a total of 200 main legionnaires, with a total of 60 million battleships. If we also count the patrol fleets in various regions, the total number can directly exceed 1 billion. It may seem like a lot, but compared to the civilizations on the 4 major spiral arms of the Milky Way, they are still relatively weak. Take a look at the 2 major alliances currently fighting on the galaxy Hardway. Each alliance consists of a 5th-level civilization with around 30 4th-level civilizations, and they have already reached a war scale of billions against billions. And this is not even the full military strength of the two alliances. In comparison, the Babavi, with only 60 million battleships, the gap is clear. Among the 60 million battleships, 30 million are stationed year-round at the Empire's 12 major trade hubs, while the remaining 30 million are part of the Mobile Legion, stationed in various parts of the Empire when not in use. Once a conflict arises, they can all be mobilized within a year. Although they can mobilize a total of 100 main legions, for some reason, Babania always has a bad feeling, and their hunches have always been very accurate. In his military career spanning thousands of years, these mysterious hunches have saved Babania many times. For this reason, Babania proposed to Babarea at the end to let Babaret, which is currently on the edge of the Starless Belt, join this expeditionary operation and lead the 10 legions currently assembled to conduct preliminary intelligence reconnaissance operations on the adjacent arm to provide support for the subsequent large army operations. Babarea directly agreed to Babania's proposal. After all, the Empire knows too little about the real situation of the Io Federation, totally uninformed. Although Babaret only has 10 legions and cannot confront the Io Federation head-on, there is no issue with conducting intelligence reconnaissance. Even if they encounter the main force of the Io Federation, can the Babavi Empire battleships with transition engines not fight back or escape? There is almost no danger. Soon, this order reached Babaret in Taylor. After the Lehman Empire fleet left, Babaret had been stationed here for a year, preparing to lead the fleet back to the O1 to major trade hub. Commander Babaret, urgent order from Grand Marshal Babania. Since the order contains a large amount of data, it has been sent to the commander's terminal. The aide rushed to Babaret and reported, an urgent order from the Grand Marshal? That's rare. The Grand Marshal is already over 10,000 years old, and unless there's a major event, he wouldn't involve himself. Seems like something's happening. Thinking this, Babaret opened his personal terminal system and opened the command document forwarded by the aide. This document contains multiple image data. Babaro's face completely changed after seeing it. What's happening these days? Just after driving away the Lehman Empire, a local civilization emerges, pretending to be a 3rd-level civilization and only recently revealed as a 4th-level civilization. This poses a direct threat to the Empire. No wonder even the Grand Marshal himself has mobilized 100 legions altogether. After reviewing all the information, Babaret finally opened the order from Grand Marshal Babania. Commander Babaret, immediately lead the 10 legions currently gathered in Taylor, cross the Starless Belt, proceed to the adjacent arm for preliminary intelligence reconnaissance, and establish a basis for the subsequent conquest of the main army. After seeing the order, Babaret understood the Grand Marshal's intention. After all, the Empire is completely unaware of the Io Federation's current situation, how large their territory is, and what their military strength is like. These are all things that need to be clarified. Order the fleet to prepare for action as quickly as possible. We have a new mission now. Yes, Commander Babaret. Soon, the soldiers who were still resting on the planet quickly returned to their respective battleships. Half an hour later, the entire fleet was ready for action. This also showed the decent military training of the Babavi Empire soldiers. Order the fleet, activate the transition engine, lock the coordinates onto the capital ring of the All Republic. Yes, Commander Babaret, coordinates locked, transition engine activated, ready for transition. Transition! As Babaret gave the command for transition, the 10 main legions immediately entered the transition state and headed towards the All Republic. According to calculations, the fleet would need nearly 10 days to reach its destination and would have nothing to do during the transition process. Therefore, Babaret handed over temporary command to his aide and prepared to leave the bridge to rest in his quarters. However, before he could leave the bridge, a sudden change occurred, and the entire fleet abruptly exited the transition state without warning. What's going on? Did they encounter interference with transitions from the Lehman Empire again? But they are not in a stellar system. They are in a void area. Quick, have the fleet search everywhere in case of any suspicious targets. We may have encountered transition interference from the Lehman Empire again. Yes, Commander Babaret. 1 hour later. Commander Babaret, no suspicious objects found. We are currently in the void area outside the stellar system and have not detected any objects within the detection range. Huh? Could it not be the kind of transition interference from the Lehman Empire? As an affiliated power under the Vyara Alliance, the Babavi Empire knows that 5th-level civilizations have transition-blocking technology, but they don't have detailed information about this technology. Plus, the last time Lin Fen placed the device directly inside the stellar system, so Babarit always believed that the interference range of the device was not large, deviating from his perception. At this moment, Babarit seemed to remember something and quickly opened his terminal system to find the information he wanted to search for. It was a piece of intelligence provided by Babaville years ago. According to this information, the space in the starless belt seemed to be chaotic, causing an inability to transition normally. Finally, Babaville found a place along the starless belt where there was no disturbance and transitioned back to the main arm. The coordinate where they transitioned was clearly recorded in this information. Order the fleet to transition to this location along the edge of the starless belt. Babarit made the coordinates in the information from Babaville and gave it to the aide as the order. Yes, Commander Babarit. This time, there was no issue. Soon, all warships successfully entered the transition state and began transitioning along the edge of the starless belt. End of the chapter. Chapter 210. The way of the stars. Babalot was heading towards the coordinates mentioned in the intelligence from Babaville along the starless belt. Even Shan Haiguan received information from the monitoring network. Commander, the Star Great Wall Monitoring Network just detected that a fleet of the Babaville Empire is preparing to cross the starless belt. The number is 3 million ships. After they discovered they couldn't pass, they departed along the edge of the starless belt. Based on their direction of departure, it is likely that they are preparing to head to the area where we previously released Babaville. Inside the Uranov, Liangzhu reported to Lin Fan. 3 million battleships? It seems that the news on the other arm has reached the Babaville Empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't mobilize such a large fleet to the other arm, and this is likely just the vanguard. Lin Fan nodded, analyzing the situation. Ever since the unified operation in the other arm began, Lin Fan had predicted this situation. After all, the news from the other arm couldn't possibly not reach the Babaville Empire. And once the Babaville Empire knew about the news, they would never allow the Federation to occupy the other arm, posing a direct threat to themselves. Order the monitoring team to closely monitor the enemy's every move and report any developments immediately. Understood. 10 days later, Babalot's 10 legions exited the leap state. Well, this is the location mentioned in the intelligence from Babaville's intelligence. Order the fleet to attempt leaping across the starless belt again. Yes. Commander Babalot. After a slight adjustment, the huge legions aimed at the starless belt, once again activating the leap engines. However, it was apparent that Babalot did not succeed and was once again blocked outside the starless belt, unable to leap through. Damn, what's going on? According to the intelligence from Babaville, we should have been able to cross from here. Babalot roared in frustration. Babalot, could it be that the range of spatial disorder has increased? Or maybe the position of spatial disorder has changed? Listening to the deputy's words, Babalot felt that there was some truth to it. After all, according to the intelligence from Babaville, they had also been gradually exploring along the edge of the starless belt until they finally found the area where they could leap normally. It seemed he would have to resort to the old method. Order all legions to act separately, with us at the center. Delineate a 100 light-year area along the starless belt, each legion responsible for a range of 10 light-years. Try inch by inch to find the area where leap movement is possible at the fastest speed. Yes, Commander Babalot, I will make arrangements immediately. Following the orders, the 10 legions immediately began separate actions, each going to their designated 10 light-year range to explore. In order to expedite the exploration process, each legion dispersed all of their 300,000 battleships and acted individually. After all, it would be foolish for the entire legion to move together just to see if they could leap in a particular location. By having the 300,000 battleships disperse and act individually, the entire exploration process could be accelerated by 300,000 times. However, no matter how they explored, it was destined to be in vain, as the starless belt was not just spatial disorder, but a real barrier to leap movement. 3 months later, Babalot was at a loss, unable to find a way to leap within the starless belt, and could only report to the Grand Marshal Baba Nya. Are you saying that we can't find an area to leap within the Starless Belt? Not even the area that Baba Villal previously traversed? Yes, Marshal, and for the past few months, I have already had all 10 legions dispersed to explore along the edge of the Starless Belt to find a leaping area. But so far, we have gained nothing. I suspect that the entire space of the Starless Belt is in disorder. Listening to Baba Lot's report, Baba Nya frowned slightly. It was quite a situation. The entire Starless Belt, such a vast area, all had problems. There seemed to be something fishy within this. If, due to the disorder in space, it was impossible to rely on leaping to cross the Starless Belt, the only remaining path was to travel to Serbia via Tyler's Way of the Stars, Shanhai Guan. However, some of the intelligence previously provided by the Owl Republic had been seen, indicating that many years ago, Serbia had been attacked by an unknown force. Even now, the Owl Republic was still mobilizing a large army, preparing to recapture Serbia. Now thinking about it, the unknown force that occupied Serbia back then, could it be the EU Federation? If it really was, then the other party had already been laying down its strategy many years ago, allowing Baba Lot to explore Tyler's Way of the Stars as a scout. If it wasn't the EU Federation, but just another level 3 civilization, it would be perfect for Baba Lot to deal with and would count as the Empire's protection of level 3 civilizations under its domain. If it was indeed the EU Federation, Baba Lot could still test their strength. According to the intelligence, their large army should be eliminating various forces in the other arm, and the forces stationed in Serbia should not be too strong. Even if their forces in Serbia were powerful, Baba Lot could still escape through leaping after Tyler's Way of the Stars without being wiped out. It was a step that had to be taken, otherwise, they would never know clearly what was happening in the other arm. Baba Lot, I am giving you a new order. Immediately lead your fleet to leap to Tyler, pass through the Way of the Stars, and head to Serbia. Marshal, Serbia. Baba Lot naturally had also seen the report about Serbia. Yes, after you pass through the Way of the Stars, if the other party is another level 3 civilization, just destroy them and then notify the Owl Republic. However, if it's the EU Federation, you'll have to judge the situation appropriately. If you can defeat them, then eliminate them. If not, utilize leaping to escape, and delve deeper into the other arm to carry out your initial intelligence reconnaissance mission. With Baba Nya's words, Baba Lot felt relieved. After all, the Marshal didn't force him to act aggressively, but instead fight if necessary or retreat if needed. The level of risk was not too high. Yes, Marshal, I will depart immediately. 2 weeks later, in the Taylor star system, Baba Lot's fleet regrouped. This was the only point at which the Starless Belt had another connection through the Way of the Stars, overlooking Shanhai Guan from afar. The Way of the Stars was approximately 10 light-years long and would take over 3 years to traverse. At this moment, 3 million battleships were gathered at the entrance of the Way of the Stars. Inside the flagship, Baba Lot also felt a twinge of emotion. After all, when he was born, the Baba Vile Empire was already a level for civilization, and since childhood, Baba Lot had never used the Way of the Stars. Therefore, Baba Lot had always felt that using the Way of the Stars was a very embarrassing thing, but who would have thought that he would now have to rely on the Way of the Stars to move forward? Order the fleet to start entering the Way of the Stars. Yes, Commander Baba Lot. End of chapter. Chapter 211 War Preparedness Meeting Part 1 Orion's Arm, the arm of the gate to Shanhai Guan. Commander, based on the last information we monitored from the other side, all the exploring warships have leapt away, and according to calculations, their leap directions are all towards Taylor. Inside the bridge of the Uranus, Liangzhu was reporting the latest information to Lin Fan. The other side seems to have decided to take the star path, so we need to step up our preparations as well. Based on the information feedback from the Interstellar Great Wall Monitoring Network, Lin Fan easily judged that the other side must have given up searching for accessible leap areas and instead chose to use the star path to cross the starless zone. Lin Fan wasn't surprised by this. Rather, the main purpose of constructing the Interstellar Great Wall was to restrict the Babavi Empire, forcing them to advance only through the star path, thereby giving the defenders of Shanhai Guan a greater defensive advantage. Summon all fleet-level commanders for a remote virtual meeting for me. Yes, Commander. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and Liangzhu arrived at an empty meeting room. However, with Liangzhu's operation on her personal terminal on her arm, the entire scenery of the meeting room changed instantly. The small meeting room that could accommodate only a few people suddenly turned into a large meeting room that could hold hundreds of people. Of course, this was a virtual projection. 3 Legion commanders, 22 human commanders, 18 angel commanders, all took their seats. Everyone has arrived, so let's begin officially. Lin Fan, in the main position, scanned the crowd and spoke. First, I want to inform everyone of a piece of news. The Babavi Empire fleet that has been searching for a breakthrough along the interstellar Great Wall lately has now all gathered towards Taylor. According to my analysis, the other side most likely chose to cross the starless zone between Taylor and Shanhaiguan through the star path after failing to find a breakthrough. I believe everyone understands what this means. It means that our first direct confrontation with the Babavi Empire is about to begin. And it will be in 3 years, depending on when the other side begins to enter the star path. At the same time, according to the information received from the Interstellar Great Wall Monitoring Network during this period, the first wave of the enemy's attack should consist of around 3 million warships, all of the Babavi Empire's main force warships, whose performance is not much inferior to our Federation's main force warships. Currently, aside from the 100,000 warships guarding the border with the All Republic, we only have 980,000 warships available. How to fight this battle? Everyone can share their thoughts. After saying this, Lin Fan stopped talking and looked at the group of commanders below. Although Lin Fan had a draft plan in mind on how to fight this battle, he also wanted to see what his legion and commanders thought. For Lin Fan, he didn't want his subordinates to be a group of commanders who only followed orders in battle without thinking for themselves, especially since as the Federation's territory expanded, many of these commanders would eventually need to stand on their own. Report. Lin Fan looked over as the voice spoke. The first to speak up was Boris, the commander of the 7th Fleet of the 5th Legion. Boris, feel free to share your thoughts. Yes, Commander. I suggest using a large-scale minefield to block the exit of the star path. Before Lin Fan could respond, many saw Chris Rode, the first commander position from the 5th Legion, covering his face with his hand. All right, Chris, stop covering your face. Come tell him why this won't work. Yes, Commander. Lin Fan pointed at Chris. Chris stood up and began speaking. First, mines have limited effectiveness against warships, especially 4th-level civilization warships, which can withstand dozens or even hundreds of mines while unleashing attacks. The other side could easily maneuver their warships to create a safe zone in the minefield without much loss. Second, when the enemy, at the cost of thousands of warships, clears a safe area in the minefield, what will you do? If you attack, you're essentially clearing your own minefield, as the enemy's warships will be protected by numerous mines. If you don't attack, you'll watch the enemy clear mines and expand the safe area, gather more warships without any worries, and continue to fire on you without resistance, because those mines aren't theirs, right? After listening to Chris, Boris began to understand the flaws in his plan. Using a minefield to block the path wouldn't cause enough damage to the enemy and would put their own forces at a disadvantage. Apologies, Commander. My thinking was too narrow. All right, both of you sit down. Does anyone else have any ideas? Lin Fan wasn't too concerned, as the 5th Legion's personnel lacked real combat experience. It was normal for them to overlook many details. These topics aren't taught in military academies, and even Chris, relying on years of war experience, gradually came to his own realizations. After Chris and Boris sat down, another person raised their hand. Lin Fan saw it was another member of the 5th Legion, this time the commander of the 3rd Fleet, Victor. It seems the people of the 5th Legion are eager to demonstrate, but it's understandable, considering they haven't had many opportunities to shine since arriving at Shanhaiguan. Even the few times Lin Fan led an expedition, he brought only a few commanders from the 1st Legion. Victor, go ahead. Lin Fan nodded towards Victor, prompting him to speak. Commander, I believe we cannot be completely determined by the defense line of the star path. While we do have an advantage in blocking the star path, the other side is a 4th-level civilization with energy shields. Therefore, this advantage is not as significant as it would be against a 3rd-level civilization. If we insist on defending the star path in the beginning, due to the numerical difference, we can indeed exchange small losses for substantial enemy damage, but this advantage will not last long. Based on my estimates, at most for 1 hour, as the enemy's numbers gradually increase, our advantage will turn into a disadvantage. Therefore, My idea is to defend the star path first, but only for a maximum of half an hour. Once the enemy's numbers exceed 300,000, we should proactively abandon the defense line of the star path and withdraw to the second defense line, coordinating with the star defense network we built in recent years to block the enemy warships layer by layer. Victor continued to express his thoughts, and Lin Fan listened with interest. The strategy he proposed was somewhat similar to what Lin Fan had planned, but many details were not considered comprehensively. However, as a commander who hadn't participated in a large-scale interstellar war, being able to think this far already demonstrated his military talent. Victor showed promise, deserving good training, Lin Fan thought in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 212 War Preparedness Meeting Part 2. Sitting in the main seat, Lin Fan looked at Victor and nodded, showing a hint of appreciation on his face. Does anyone else have anything to say? Lin gestured to Victor to sit down and continued, Commander, I also have some ideas. A female voice rang out, and Lin Fan didn't even have to look to know who it was, as the voice was too familiar. Emma, go ahead. Yes, Commander. I think the basic idea is similar to Victor's. We can't just defend the Star Road. Even if we win, the casualties would be too high for us to bear. But I would like to add a tactical strategy in detail. We can produce a large number of railguns in these 3 years and deploy them outside the enemy's detection range. Everyone knows that railgun projectiles are extremely small and do not contain energy themselves, making them difficult to detect unless very close. Therefore, we can continuously bombard a certain area with a large number of railguns and then lure the enemy to this area at the right moment. As we are only deploying simple railgun devices instead of warships, we can achieve an extremely precise arrangement, surpassing conventional wisdom with dense coverage bombardment. Under this kind of bombardment, even a 4th-level civilization would not fare well once successful. The key point is that railguns are simple to produce and have low costs. We can produce tens of millions of them in 3 years without any issues. If conditions permit, we can even add a few small thrusters to the railguns to adjust and control their posture, making the strike tactics more flexible. Emma's railgun mentioned here is a weapon commonly used by most 3rd-level civilizations. Its power is slightly inferior to the energy weapons of 3rd-level civilizations, as it is a pure physical brute force attack. Generally speaking, in 3rd-level civilizations, the more advanced railguns can launch projectiles at 0.5 times the speed of light, with power slightly lower than the ion beam cannons used on warships when humanity was still at the 3rd-level civilization level. However, railguns have one advantage: range. Energy weapons have great power, but limited range. For example, humanity's current plasma cannons have a maximum range of 4 million kilometers. Railguns, on the other hand, can keep projectile flying as long as the path is clear, theoretically achieving an infinite range. Additionally, as Emma mentioned, the projectiles are small and do not contain energy unless very close, making them challenging to detect. Therefore, Emma's idea of mass-producing railguns for ambushes is a very interesting tactical strategy, which Lin Fan also found quite promising. After all, the production of railguns is straightforward, and with the current production capacity and resource supply in the Shanhai Guen battlefield, manufacturing 20 to 30 million railguns within 3 years is not a problem at all. Furthermore, the previously mentioned 0.5 times the speed of light is just the limit for 3rd-level civilizations. If humanity were to produce railguns now, achieving speeds of 0.7 to 0.8 times the speed of light would be quite feasible. With railguns shooting projectiles at 0.7 to 0.8 times the speed of light, even relying solely on brute force physical impacts, the power would already be close to that of a 4th-level civilization. Commander, I also have some suggestions I would like to share. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating the feasibility of the railgun tactics, another female voice rang out. This female voice was also quite familiar to Lin Fan. The one who stood up at the moment was Sophia Duncan, commanding the 5th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Lin Fan looked at Sophia with a bit of a headache, as this fierce woman had trouble holding her tongue. Sophia was a skilled fighter, but her personality always caused Lin Fan a headache. All right, Sophia, I understand your thoughts. You can sit down now. But Commander, I haven't finished speaking yet. I know, but I already understand. You just want to lure the enemy in and engage in a fierce battle, right? Yes, and also, Sophia was left a bit dazed. The other commanders around understood Sophia's temperament quite well and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It could be said that in the entire Shanhaiguan battlefield, only Lin Fan, Liang Zu, and Emma could keep Sophia in check. Especially Lin Fan, who often left Sophia speechless, causing her to go vent her frustrations to Li Kenqiang. She was quite displeased that Lin Fan always seemed to voice out her thoughts before she could. With a sullen expression, Sophia finally sat down and glared fiercely at Li Kenqiang beside her, as if saying, "You're in for it later." Li Kenqiang looked at Sophia's familiar eyes and threatening expression, feeling like he was in hot water. "Commander Lin Fan." Once again, a pleasant voice interrupted. Lin Fan followed the direction of the voice and saw Queen's Guard 2nd Legion Commander, Bernice, ready to speak. "Commander Lin Fan, the thing is, our fleet in the rear is quite substantial. Even if we gather millions of warships, it would not be a problem. Moreover, our fleet can reach here in 3 months through the wormhole. Why not ask for reinforcements?" This had also been a persistent question for Bernice. After all, the Human Federation and the Io Federation both had the strength to provide support. The Shanhaiguan battlefield only had 1.08 million warships, with only 980,000 able to participate in the upcoming war, while the enemy possessed 3 million warships. Commander Bernice, the answer to this question lies in our overall strategy. The forces coming towards us now are only a small part of the Babawi Empire, likely the vanguard responsible for secondary reconnaissance. According to our analysis, it will take at least 10 years for their main fleet to consolidate and arrive at Shanhaiguan, as per the previous intelligence from the Heo Alliance. Now, our main base is accelerating the unification operation on the secondary arm. This is not the right time to split our forces to support Shanhaiguan. Doing so would disrupt the original battle plan of the main base and ultimately lead to incomplete unification operations on the secondary arm, creating potential vulnerabilities. Moreover, the main base did inquire about the need for support, and I am confident that we can defeat this Babawi Empire fleet with the strength of our Shanhaiguan battlefield alone. Therefore, I declined headquarters' support suggestion. Therefore, our performance in this initial confrontation will determine the entire struggle for the Hunter arm of Orion. For Lin Fan, winning this battle wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of making thorough preparations and minimizing casualties as much as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 213. After the meeting of the dormant railgun that has been eating dust for many years, Lin Fan took Liang Zu to the research space city, located on the Virus track. The person in charge here is Lin Fan's old acquaintance, Bai Zixuan, who came to Shanhaiguan along with the third batch of transport fleets after completing the mission over at Edna's side. This old man has been wanting Lin Fan to secretly pass him a card or something for years, but unfortunately, nothing has happened. This made Bai Zixuan angry, so he directly stormed into Lin Fan's office and scolded him for wasting his talent in research, saying that Lin Fan clearly had such great scientific talent, but wasted it. And so on. In the end, Lin Fan could only promise that after resolving the Babvivi Empire, he would focus on studying various technologies properly, and only then did Bai Zixuan let him go. Lin Fan was quite helpless too. His system had been dead for 20 years. If he didn't deal with the Babvivi Empire, the system wouldn't activate the official version, and he wouldn't be able to access more technologies. He could only hope that the system would be helpful in the end. Upon arriving at the research space city, Lin Fan immediately took Liang Zu to Bai Zixuan's laboratory. "Old Bai, what are you doing here, kid? I don't welcome wasteful talents here." Upon seeing that it was Lin Fan, Bai Zixuan immediately started berating him. "Old Bai, I've told you before, I can't focus on research until I've taken down the Babvivi Empire. You can rest assured that after dealing with them, I will focus solely on research." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Zixuan gave him a stern look, then heaved a long sigh. "All right, why have you come to me?" "Old Bai, the first wave of Babvivi Empire's fleet is already on its way, and will arrive in about 3 years. Although I have plans for advanced technology, I still need your help with a few things." "Say it. What do you need, kid?" Bai Zixuan looked at Lin Fan and said impatiently, "I need you to design a railgun system for me, in the form of a gun turret, with small thrusters to adjust the firing angle. Projectiles must reach at least 0.7 times the speed of light, and it should be quickly mass-produced. I need at least 10 million units deployed within the next 3 years. What makes you suddenly want a railgun system? Isn't it a tactical necessity? All right, follow me, kid, Bai Zichuan said and walked out, leaving Lin Fan momentarily stunned. Did he have the item ready? Thinking this, he quickly followed with Liang Zhu. Soon, under Bai Zichuan's guidance, the three arrived at a large warehouse in the Space City. In this warehouse, there were various kinds of equipment. Some were clearly the predecessors of weapons used by the Federation today, while others Lin Fan couldn't even identify. These are things I researched before. Some have been upgraded. The old ones are stored here. Even some were directly eliminated, just like the railgun you want. Bai Zichuan spoke as he led Lin Fan and Liang Zhu to a huge device. The first impression of this device was a ship cannon, but its shape was peculiar. It had 10 barrels in front, with 9 forming a circle, and in the center of the circle, there was a barrel significantly larger than the other 9. Old Bai, what is this? This is what you want, a 10-barrel railgun. I designed it specifically to counter the defense shields of Tier for civilizations. It can launch 10 projectiles simultaneously, 1 large and 9 small, ensuring that all 10 projectiles hit a very small area at the same time. The projectile speed can reach 0.99 times the speed of light. Just install a few attitude control devices that can adjust the gun's posture, and it will perfectly meet your needs. Old Bai, why didn't you bring this out earlier? Lin Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing Bai Zichuan's words. What a great item! With one shot from this, it would definitely meet the standards of a Tier for civilization. Do you think I'd like to see something I've painstakingly researched just collecting dust here? Do you think anyone in humanity would support railguns now? Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, the Federation nowadays had no support for railgun research because it was considered something only low-tier civilizations would use, referring to civilizations of Tier 1 to 3, and higher-tier civilizations favored energy weapons, which were also the future direction. Therefore, not a single Snow Leopard class cruiser, let alone the Tiger Whale class battleship, had a railgun installed. Old Bai, is it convenient to mass-produce this railgun system? No problem. With the current production capacity in the Shanhaiguan war zone, producing 10 million units annually is a piece of cake, as the technical content of this item is very low for the Federation now. Even many civilian production lines can be easily adjusted to manufacture it. Okay, Liang Zhu, you take care of this matter. Arrange with the tech team and Old Bai for quick initiation of the production line. Okay, I got it. By the way, Old Bai, can I take this one out for power testing? I need to know its destructive power to better plan tactics. Lin Fan walked up, reached out and touched the black barrel, then turned to Bai Zichuan and asked, Fine, I'll arrange a team to assist you in the test. Thank you, Old Bai. Bai Zichuan glanced at Lin Fan, waved his hand impatiently, and then left. Lin Fan and Liang Zhu exchanged a wry smile. Old Bai was still the same. The next day, with the support of a tech team sent by Bai Zichuan, the railgun that had been collecting dust in the warehouse for over 10 years was brought out and taken to the test area. 1 astronomical unit away, a Tiger Whale class battleship was on standby, though there was no one on board. The ship just sat there, its shields activated. Commander, railgun pre-fire checks are complete, ready to begin testing at any time. All right, start aiming at the target ship for the first round of firing. Target ship is locked. 1 AU distance. Countdown to firing in 3 seconds. 2, 1, fire. Like a fleet forming an attack formation, the 10 projectiles formed a neat shape and shot towards the target at 0.99 times the speed of light. Commander, railgun has fired, projected to hit the target in 9 minutes and 52 seconds. Keep monitoring. After the hit, immediately report on the target ship's shield damage. Yes, Commander. After 9 minutes and 52 seconds, the 10 projectiles accurately hit the target ship, causing a ripple on its shields. End of this chapter. Chapter 214. Star Cannon 10 projectiles, 1 large and 9 small, at a speed approaching the speed of light, directly impacted the Tiger Whale class battleship serving as the target ship, causing ripples on the energy shield. In theory, the railgun should not have such power to make the energy shield of a Tiger Whale class battleship ripple. According to the previous statement by Zixuan, the 10 railgun barrels of this new railgun system are specially arranged to ensure the simultaneous impact of 10 projectiles, and the resulting energy resonance would cause significant damage to the energy shield. Commander, the target ship reports a 12% energy shield depletion. The tester reported excitedly, amazed that this old-fashioned weapon had such power. Is it no wonder that it was designed by Zixuan, the chief scientist of mankind? Very well. How long until the next shot? Lin Fan listened to the tester's report, nodded in satisfaction, and continued to inquire. Since physical ammunition is used, the ammunition needs to be reloaded after firing, and the reloading speed is approximately 15 seconds. However, this railgun is currently loaded on a battleship, so there are no issues with charging. But if it were to operate independently, a powerful energy source would be needed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. It was indeed a significant problem. He couldn't possibly install a nuclear fusion reactor for each railgun. That would be absurd. But how else could the railgun be powered? Wait a minute. Got it. Lika crystals? Yes, using Lika crystals, energy crystals of the Lika Empire, named by humans Lika crystals. Lika crystals have been specially tested before, each fully charged one capable of providing a Tiger Whale-class battleship with a high-intensity battle. If used only in a new railgun system, it could work for many years and even under heavy usage. Besides, these crystals are abundant in the Lika capital circle with huge reserves on almost every resource star. According to exploration results, the entire Lika capital circle has at least 10 trillion Lika crystal deposits. As for the price at which the Federation purchases Lika crystals, it is quite cheap, only 10 points each, almost like a giveaway. Currently, the Lika Empire's annual extraction volume is about 1 billion, and 60% is purchased by the Federation. So far, the Federation has acquired over billions of Lika crystals. Is it feasible to use Lika crystals as the energy source? Lin Fan asked the tester, as he was not a professional and wanted to ensure it with the experts. Commander, using Lika crystals is definitely feasible, but we don't have them here. They need to be sourced from Earth. Don't worry about that. Liang Zhu, contact the Earth side for me. I need a large quantity of Lika crystals. Have them prepare 50 million for me? Understood. You see, problem solved. After instructing Liang Zhu, Lin Fan turned and smiled at the tester. The tester and his few assistants were momentarily stunned. To the commander, 50 million pieces of Lika crystals seemed like a trivial matter. Asking the deputy to inform them, without even bothering to do it himself. Is this how the bigwigs of the interstellar era operate? All right, snap out of it. After you go back to the research city, inform Bai Lao. The Lika crystals will be delivered in a few months. Ask him to make some modifications to the energy system and design the propulsor previously discussed, then we can start mass production. Okay, Commander, is there anything else I need to relay? No, that's all. Lin Fan wouldn't admit that he had assigned the task to avoid being criticized by Zixuan. After saying this, he immediately left with Liang Zhu. After sorting out the railgun issue, Lin Fan and Liang Zhu began to check the progress of the construction of the Star Defense Network, which was also one of the significant means for this battle. The Star Defense Network comprised millions of fixed defense platforms and a star cannon. The structure of the defense network was an incredibly complex three-dimensional network with a total of 13.8 million nodes, each of which was a fixed defense platform. Fixed defense platform remote control type. Level: defense platform tonnage to 100,000 tons ship size, length 382 meters, width to 135 meters, height 120 meters, main weapon. Triple 15 meters caliber plasma cannon, quantity 1 secondary weapon. Double 3 meters caliber positron cannon, quantity for close-range weapon, rapid-fire electromagnetic railgun, quantity 16 other weapons, multi-purpose missile launch silos. Quantity 128 defense device, third-generation energy shield crew quantity, non-remote control type. From the data, it could be seen that the so-called defense platform was a type of small warship that could not move without an engine. It possessed a triple plasma cannon, and for double positron cannons, as found on a Tiger Whale-class battleship, exhibiting impressive attacking capabilities. Though in comparison to a Tiger Whale-class battleship, it fell short in firepower on an individual basis. However, The sheer number 13.8 million defense platforms made the entire Star Defense network formidable. Despite its strength, the defense platforms were not the focus. The real core was the Star Cannon, officially named the Nuclear Explosive Induction Gamma Ray Emitter, a long-range gamma-ray cannon used as a fortress gun for important strongholds. This weapon was a large-scale destructive weapon of the interstellar era, ensuring no survivors in a radius of about 200,000 kilometers upon firing, defeating even energy shields without any resistance. The drawback was its slow energy charging speed, with the cannon able to fire only once every 30 minutes. Additionally, the Star Cannon was massive, nearly the size of 10 battleships, requiring a large escort fleet to keep enemies out of range, preventing attacks on the Star Cannon. Otherwise, there would be no chance for a second shot from the Star Cannon. In general, a level for civilization couldn't afford to operate a Star Cannon, given its terrifying energy consumption. Even with dozens or hundreds of fusion reactors, they wouldn't meet the energy requirements for charging. But with Leica crystals, the Star Cannon became possible. Inside, the energy chamber stored 100,000 fully charged Leica crystals. Before each firing, the Star Cannon would consume the energy stored in 10,000 Leica crystals. In other words, during a war, the Star Cannon could fire a maximum of 10 times. It wasn't about humans being unwilling to save some Leica crystals for spares, it just wasn't necessary. Normally, you wouldn't have the opportunity to fire 10 shots. Before you could fire 10 times, either you had already wiped out the enemy, or you had been destroyed by the enemy. End of chapter. Chapter 215. Zala Alliance joins the battle inside the bridge of the Uranos ship. Lin Fan was watching the image of the Starry Sky Cannon under construction. This thing was somewhat similar to the ultimate weapon scene in an animation Lin Fan watched in a previous life, except that animation was a bit exaggerated, firing colorful beams, which made Lin Fan ridicule it. Since when did gamma rays have colors? But it can be understood. After all, when you make animations, when the ultimate weapon fires, if you can't see anything, what kind of visual effect is that? You should know that after the real gamma ray cannon fires, it's invisible to the naked eye. After watching the construction images of the Starry Sky Cannon for a while, Lin Fan waved his hand, and the holographic projection immediately turned into a probability map of the entire Starry Sky defense network, displayed in front of Lin Fan. On this probability map, the progress of each segment was clearly marked. It could be seen that the overall project progress had reached 89% at the moment. In reality, the defense platforms on the outer defense nodes were almost completed, except for the Starry Sky Cannon, which had a slower progress. Currently, it was only at 68% completion, and it was estimated that it would still need 2 years to be completed and put into use. However, this did not affect Lin Fan. After all, he was not lacking in time. Just when various military preparations were being carried out intensively at Shanhai Guan, unexpected changes occurred in the Galactic War. The Zala Alliance declared its participation in the war. This caught all forces off guard. Hadn't the Zala Alliance always claimed to not participate in this galactic war and maintain neutrality? Why suddenly announce their participation? Speaking of the war between the two major alliances in the past year, they clashed on the Silver Heart Channel, and within a year, each side had suffered warship losses exceeding 20 billion, adding up to nearly 10 billion in direct losses, which was quite terrifying. In this situation, even if the two major alliances maximized their arms production lines, they were still struggling to keep up with the losses. Consequently, they had to reluctantly purchase arms and supplies from the other two major alliances. The problem arose here. Initially, there was no problem as everyone was purchasing arms separately. However, half a year ago, a fleet of the whole alliance attacked a convoy of new warships sent by the Zala Alliance to the Free Alliance in the Silver Heart Channel between the 3rd and 4th arms. This angered the Zala Alliance immediately. The reason the two major alliances had been getting along fine for the past half year was because no one wanted to provoke the Zala Alliance and pit them against themselves. After all, the 4 major alliances were evenly matched in strength. 1-on-1 was no problem, but 1-on-2 was ridiculous. However, unexpectedly, it was the whole alliance that took action, not the Free Alliance or the Vela Alliance. Angry, Hessian immediately sought an explanation from Scene, who naturally denied it, believing that someone was trying to set up the whole alliance and push them into this galactic war, alongside the Zala Alliance. After all, Regardless of who wins in the war between the two major alliances, both sides would become significantly weaker post-war. Facing the two non-participating major alliances would put them at a disadvantage. Therefore, the most likely perpetrators looking to set up the whole alliance were probably affiliated with one of the two major alliances. Crucially, the whole alliance had no motive to attack the Zala alliance. For scene's analysis, Hessian, who had calmed down, also agreed somewhat. Hence, after a secret discussion between the two, they decided to release bait in the Silver Heart channel to lure the attackers back. Bait was released wave after wave, but the attackers did not show up. Just as Hessian was losing patience, the fourth wave of bait finally caught the attackers. The two major alliances, who had planned this for a long time, immediately used the previously arranged leap obstruction devices to block the entire area of space. Subsequently, a large number of fleets leapt into the blockade area and started to besiege the attackers. However, what the fleets of the two major alliances did not anticipate was that these attackers were ruthless. When they saw that there was no hope of escape, they began to self-destruct their warships one after another, turning into fireballs, leaving no evidence behind. Just as the two major alliances thought the operation had failed, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that one warship had not self-destructed. Immediately, they arranged a forcible boarding operation. The result was evident. How could a warship with such a small crew resist the forcible boarding of the fleets of the two major alliances? Within 10 minutes, the entire warship fell. Apart from those killed in action, a total of 178 people were captured alive. When Hessian and Scene saw these people, they were instantly enraged. Not for any other reason, but because they were all Vela people. Soon, the two major alliances joined forces to interrogate, use torture, drugs, or directly access memories through technological means which could cause brain damage and was usually prohibited. To extract all the information from the 178 captives within a few days. They belonged to the Vela Federation, a secret special forces unit directly under Velto, specializing in carrying out black missions that the Alliance couldn't openly do. Their mission this time was to stir up a war between the Zala Alliance and the whole Alliance to prevent both major alliances from gaining an advantage. As for why their warship did not self-destruct, the captives claimed that the self-destruct system had malfunctioned and could not be triggered. Subsequently, the two major alliances carefully examined the warship and concluded that the warship self-destruct system did indeed have issues, likely due to previous battle damage that caused problems in the energy transmission lines within the ship, resulting in the inability to self-destruct. And so, under the joint investigation of the two major alliances, everything was conclusively settled. The Vela Alliance was behind it all, aiming to provoke a war between the two major alliances. This conclusion infuriated Hessian to the maximum. What does Velto want to achieve? In the virtual conference room, Hessian slammed the table in anger and said, "Hessian, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Watching Hessian, whose anger had reached its peak, Scene asked, "Humph, what else can I do? Velto wants me to join the Galactic War, right? Well, I'll play along as he wishes." "No, Hessian, are you serious about this?" "Yes, any objections if I borrow your path? After all, the only paths connected to the Silver Heart channel and the first main arm are your second main arm and the fourth main arm of the Free Alliance. Certainly, no objections to using the path. It's up to you to decide on this matter. No need to think about it. That's how it will be." After saying this, Hessian directly left the virtual conference room. However, after she had left, she did not see that there was a hint of a smile on Scene's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 216. Crisis of the Vera Alliance. Half a year later, just a few days before the Zola Alliance officially announced its entry into the Galactic War. The Zola Alliance assembled 500 billion warships and arrived at the interstellar channel between the second main arm and the first main arm. The Hio Alliance, upon receiving the order, naturally withdrew its defense line, allowing the Zola Alliance's massive army to enter the interstellar channel. Although there were only 500 billion warships, it did not mean that the Zola Alliance was weaker than the two alliances currently at war. The reason the Vera Alliance and the Free Alliance had billions of warships on the interstellar channel was the result of years of confrontation, while the Zola Alliance had only gathered for half a year. However, this was enough because based on intelligence, the Vera Alliance's defending army on the interstellar channel only had 100 billion warships. After all, This was not the battlefield, as their main forces were currently gathering toward the interstellar channel between the 1st and 4th main arms. Therefore, the Zola Alliance's 500 warships could definitely crush their enemies directly, swiftly infiltrating behind the Vera Alliance and causing chaos within their territory. At that time, the entire Vera Alliance would be in turmoil, and if Morlos was smart, he would seize this rare opportunity and decisively defeat the main forces of the Vera Alliance. Once that happened, it was likely that the galaxies from major alliances would become 3. On one side of the interstellar channels of the 1st and 2nd main arms, within the command center of a battlestar, President Oleg, most of the fleet on our defense line has been dispatched to the main battlefield. Now our defensive forces are severely lacking. In case of an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. An aide stood beside Oleg, his expression filled with undeniable anxiety. Originally stationed on this defense line were 500 billion warships, but now 400 billion were dispatched to support the main battlefield, leaving only 100 billion. Sigh, I am worried too, but this is a decision of the Alliance's higher-ups. They believe that the Heo Alliance will not join this galactic war. Oleg said helplessly. From a strategic perspective, deploying only 100 billion warships on such a critical defense line was definitely a very perilous situation. The fools above were so sure that the Heo Alliance would not join the war. They were gambling with the fate of the entire alliance. But he had no choice. Now he could only hope that the Heo Alliance would indeed not join the war. However, before Oleg could finish comforting himself, bad news arrived. Report, large fleets forming an attack formation detected, approaching the defense line. The radar officer in the command center reported to Oleg with a look of terror. Upon hearing the report, Oleg's heart sank. It was over. Quick, immediately confirm the enemy's numbers and their allegiance. Yes, Mr. President. The radar officer promptly commanded his subordinates, activating all scanning and detection devices of various types to probe the huge fleet ahead. President Oleg, the enemy numbers 500 billion. After analysis, all warships belong to the Zola Alliance, currently 10 astronomical units away. Half a minute later, the radar officer urgently reported to Oleg. Zola Alliance. Not the Heo Alliance? Yes, President Oleg, it is the Zola Alliance. Oleg was taken aback. How could it be the Zola Alliance? It made no sense. Had the Heo Alliance provided passage for the Zola Alliance? But why? Issue a Level 1 war order. All warships on the defense line be prepared to meet the enemy, and immediately establish an emergency connection to Leader Verto. Yes. Quickly, for the first time in thousands of years, a Level 1 war alert sounded along the defense line, echoing throughout the entire perimeter. Oleg, what's happening there? Why do you need to contact me through the emergency line? Once the communication was established, Verto's figure appeared in the command center. Leader, a large fleet is approaching our defense line from the direction of the 2nd main arm, number about 500 billion. What? Didn't the Sith assure me repeatedly that they would not join this galactic war? Upon hearing Oleg's report, Verto was also no longer calm. The current situation on Oleg's side was clear to him. With only 100 billion warships stationed, all of which were 4-level civilization warships, the Vera Federation's 5-level civilization fleet had all been pulled to the main battlefield. Even if the opponent did not deploy the 5-level civilization fleet, just the 500 billion 4-level civilization warships were more than enough to overwhelm Oleg. Once Oleg's defense line at the interstellar channel was breached, Verto dared not think further. This situation was truly dire. Leader, it's not the Heo Alliance, it's the Zola Alliance. What? How could it be the Zola Alliance? We have been purchasing arms from them. Leader, it's not time to question why. We should think about how to respond. With my current forces, I can only hold them off for 3 months at most. You must find a solution. Otherwise, the Vera Alliance is finished. After saying this, Oleg cut off the communication directly. He needed to immediately arrange the defense line, with no time to waste arguing with Verto. After all, soldiers and politicians never saw eye to eye. When it wasn't an urgent situation, Verto was still questioning everything and saying, "Is that even possible?" It was pointless to continue arguing. It served no purpose. Luckily, the interstellar channel was not very wide. If the fleet was fully deployed, only 100 billion warships could fit on a cross-section. so initially, there was no risk of being outnumbered or surrounded. However, this situation would progressively collapse as Oleg's warships suffered losses. After all, Oleg now only had 100 billion warships, and if any were lost, there was no reserve force to replenish. This was fatal. Nevertheless, despite this, Oleg was confident he could hold out for 2 or 3 months, but he hoped the fools above wouldn't make any more foolish decisions. A distance of 10 astronomical units was still quite far. Since this was an important defense line for the Vera Alliance, it naturally had leap prevention devices. The leap prevention range covered the front of the defense line up to 10 astronomical units, preventing the enemy from leaping directly into the Vera Alliance's territory. However, even with a distance of 10 astronomical units, facing 4-level or higher warships, it wouldn't take much time. 5 hours later, the Zola army's leading troops were close to the Vera Alliance's defense line, only 500 million kilometers away, and the two sides were about to enter each other's firing range. A minute later, the commanders of both sides almost simultaneously gave the order. Commence the attack! Instantly, various colorful energy projectiles and beams filled the entire interstellar channel. End of the chapter. Chapter 217. The Silver Heart Waterway of the Alliance's space shield and countermeasures between the first main whirl arm and the second main whirl arm on the Vera Alliance side of the defense line. A highly unusual battle of billions is currently unfolding. On one side are the station troops of the Vera Alliance on the Silver Heart Waterway defense line, with a force of 10 billion 4th-level civilization battleships. On the other side is the expeditionary force of the Zola Alliance, with a force of 48 billion 4th-level civilization battleships and 20 billion 5th-level civilization battleships. Inside the entire waterway, various colored energy bullets and beams intersect, illuminating even the dark space of the waterway that lacks any light. Due to the size of the Silver Heart Waterway, only the two sides' 10 billion battleships are directly engaged in combat at the front. Just this number alone completely fills the cross-section of the entire waterway. The difference is that the Zola Alliance has an additional 40 billion battleships behind them. Once the battleships at the front line are damaged, new battleships can be immediately deployed to fill the gap. On the other hand, the defending forces of the Vera Alliance have no reinforcements. Once a gap is created in the defense line, they can only reposition some battleships from other areas to fill the void. As a result, as the battle continued into the 10th day, the Vera Alliance's defense line had noticeably weakened compared to the initial stage, with a loss of up to 1.5 billion battleships. Meanwhile, the Zola Alliance side, having enough reserve forces, could compensate for losses immediately, maintaining a striking force of 100 billion battleships. Inside the War Star, Oleg frowned as he watched the battle progress ahead. At this rate, he would be lucky to hold out for a month, let alone 3. The enemy had sufficient reserve forces, allowing them to rotate and rest their frontline troops anytime. But on his side, they had been fighting for a full 10 days already. All soldiers had been on high-intensity combat duty without rest, causing extreme fatigue. Despite the defense line loosening slightly, Oleg could still hold on for the time being until the 15th day of the war. At this moment, there were still about 7.5 billion battleships left on the Vera Alliance defense line. However, the remaining soldiers had entered a state of extreme exhaustion, significantly reducing the combat effectiveness of the defending fleet. The commander of the Zola Alliance's expeditionary force keenly observed this and decisively ordered their 20 billion 5th-level civilization battleships from the Bakran Republic to launch an attack, breaking through the central part of the enemy line and engaging in a pincer attack with the frontal fleet. 1 hour later, inside a War Star on the Vera defense line, Marshal Oleg, there are changes in the Zola Alliance's attack formation. The central part of the fleet is retreating. The deputy's report immediately dispelled Oleg's weariness as he stared at the tactical image for a long time. Not good. The central fleet of the enemy is not retreating. They are making way for the assassin fleet to move in. It's highly likely that these are 5th-level civilization battleships from the Bakran Republic. Oleg quickly deduced this abnormality from the Zola Alliance's moves. In the past, sending out 5th-level civilization battleships might not have been a big issue. However, the problem now was that all Vera Federal legions had been deployed to the main battlefield, and only 4th-level civilization legions remained there. Fortunately, Although the 5th-level civilization battleships were absent, the defensive facilities on the defense line were not of the 4th-level civilization, but were created by Vera Alliance's own 5th-level civilization technology. Quickly, mobilize all defense platforms on the defense line. Prepare to concentrate firepower to intercept the enemy's central break. Make way for the 4th-level civilization battleships in the center to retreat. Facing 5th-level civilization battleships, they are just sending themselves to their deaths if they remain. Understood. However, the command was slightly delayed, and half an hour later, when the fleet in the center of the defense line had just retreated halfway, the 20 billion battleships of the Bakran Republic had already launched an assault in a spearhead formation. The 4th-level civilization battleships that had not completed their withdrawal began firing, while attempting to slow down the enemy's breakthrough speed. Unfortunately, all these efforts were futile as 4th-level civilization weapons were ineffective against the 5th-level civilization's space shields. Every attack, whether it was energy projectiles or beams, simply vanished upon contact with the Bakran Republic battleships, making the scene quite eerie. Order those battleships to leave at the fastest speed. There's no use lingering here. It's been said, they're of no use against 5th-level civilization battleships. Yes, Marshal Oleg. However, the 20 billion Bakran Republic battleships were already closing in. How could these 4th-level civilization battleships retreat easily? Watching the scene, Oleg knew that these fleets were doomed. Change the command. Let all defense platforms direct all firepower towards the enemy fleet advancing in the middle. Oleg gritted his teeth and commanded his deputy, Marshal, we still have over 500 million battleships there. Shut up. If we don't open fire now, it won't be just 500 million we lose, but the whole defense line will collapse. Open fire immediately. Yes, Marshal Oleg. Being shouted at by Oleg, the deputy snapped back to reality, understanding the situation. However, it was always difficult to give the order to attack along with a few billion of their own battleships. When the command was finally issued, within seconds, all defensive platforms immediately began the attack. These defense platforms did not shoot energy projectiles or beams, but physical projectiles similar to railgun rounds. However, there was a significant difference between these projectiles and railgun shots. The projectiles launched were extremely complex internally. Upon hitting the target, the front end of the projectile would release an ultra-small one-way pre-space barrier. When the projectiles hit the targets, this pre-space barrier would interact with the opponent's space shield, negating and destroying it, allowing the projectile to penetrate before the opponent's space shield recovered. This was a common attack method among 5th-level civilizations, effectively targeting ships with space shields. With a massive wave of attacks, the Bakran Republic battleships suddenly halted their assault speed, and under this onslaught, 1 million battleships were annihilated. However, the Bakran Republic battleships were not just going to sit back and take the hits. Ignoring the surrounding 4th-level battleships, they immediately aimed their attacks at the Vera Empire's defensive installations on the defense line, launching a fierce assault. End of chapter. Chapter 218. The breach of the gate. Originally, the collision of 2 billion Tier 5 civilization battleships against the Silver Heart Channel's defense line was not a big deal, as any alliance could easily eliminate them. However, the problem was that there were no Tier 5 civilization battleships left on the Vera Alliance defense line. While the armaments on the defense platforms could effectively combat the Tier 5 civilization battleships, they were still just defense platforms. The biggest problem with fixed defense platforms was that they could not evade attacks. This led to the Bakran Republic battleships having a 100% hit rate on the defense platforms, while the defense platforms had a significantly lower hit rate against the Bakran Republic battleships. Watching the defense platforms on the line being continuously destroyed, Oleg's expression was grim. While there were billions of defense platforms on the entire defense line, they could not withstand such depletion. Without the cooperation of Tier 5 civilization battleships, solely relying on defense platforms for interception resulted in significant losses, with an average of 10 defense platforms needed to take down one Bakran Republic battleship. The number of defense platforms capable of participating in interception in the central part of the defense line was only 2 billion, meaning the Zola Alliance could potentially break through Oleg's defense line by paying the price of up to 200 million Tier 5 civilization battleships. Once the central part was breached, they would be encircled in the rear of the defense line, and Oleg would face attacks from both sides. leading to the immediate collapse of the entire defense line. Is this the end? Oleg naturally analyzed the direction of the battle, realizing that he lacked absolute power and could not completely stop the Buckland Republic's Tier 5 civilization battleships. At most, he could make them pay a higher price. However, instead of waiting for the enemy to break through the defense line and encircle them from behind, it was better to take the initiative, ignore the Buckland Republic battleships, and engage in a melee with the Tier 4 civilization battleships. Even if they were destined to perish here, they wanted to make the enemy pay a sufficient price. The calculation was straightforward. Currently, the losses on both sides were approximately 2 billion for the Zola Alliance and 3 billion for the Vera Alliance. Allowing the Buckland Republic's Tier 5 civilization battleships to break through would lead to a dramatic increase in losses for Oleg when caught in a pincer attack. In the end, the Zola Alliance would likely need to sacrifice only around 10 more battleships to destroy the remaining 7 billion battleships of the Vera Alliance. Why not ignore the Buckland Republic battleships and launch a direct attack to engage them in combat? While this action would still result in the eventual annihilation of the Vera Alliance, the Zola Alliance would need to sacrifice at least 50 billion battleships to destroy the remaining 7 billion of the Vera Alliance. Since they could not deal with the Tier 5 civilization battleships, it was better to make the Tier 4 civilization battleships pay a high price. With this in mind, Oleg's gaze became firm once again. Order all fleets on the defense line to launch an assault, force our way into the Zola Alliance's attack formation, and engage in close combat with them. Yes, Supreme Commander Oleg. Instantly, the actions of the Vera Alliance left the commander of the Zola Alliance Expeditionary Force confused. Seeing the 70 billion defending forces directly abandon the defense line and form an assault formation on both sides of the Silver Heart Channel, they charged straight ahead. The Buckland Republic fleet engaged in central breakthrough operations was also bewildered. What was happening? The Vera Alliance defending forces had abandoned the defense line and launched a frontal assault. What was the significance of their breakthrough? What was the point of advancing against the opponent's defense platforms? Once they completed the central breakthrough and advanced, there would be no enemies left on the defense line to encircle them, right? While covering hundreds of thousands of miles might take a long time for a Tier 3 civilization, for the Vera Alliance, it was the work of a minute. This action was sudden, catching the Zola Alliance off guard, and before they could respond, the Vera Alliance fleets had breached the frontline attack fleets formation from both sides and entered into melee combat with the enemy forces. The Zola Alliance's reserve fleet in the rear and the Buckland Republic fleet in the front line were momentarily at a loss, unable to provide shooting support as the 170 billion battleships clashed, preventing friendly fire and forcing them to watch helplessly as the battlefield in the middle erupted in fierce combat. On the 25th day after the war began, the defense line in the second spiral arm of the Vera Alliance on the Silver Heart Channel fell. Not a single member of the Vera Alliance, including their Supreme Commander Oleg, survived, with all 100 billion warships of the defending forces annihilated on the spot. Of course, due to Oleg's final desperate actions, the Zola Alliance also suffered. The Tier 4 civilization battleships lost 85 billion, with the majority of the losses in the final days of the close combat, while the Tier 5 civilization battleships also suffered over 3 billion warships, all lost on the Vera Alliance's defense platforms. One could say that while the Zola Alliance emerged victorious, it was no different from defeat, as despite having a five-fold numerical advantage, the losses were almost equal, achieving nothing significant. As the Vera Alliance defense line collapsed on the Silver Heart Channel, news reached Moros of the Free Alliance, greatly exciting him. He was aware of the incident 6 months ago, when a batch of warships being transported from the Zola Alliance to the Free Alliance was ambushed by the Hyo Alliance. However, what he did not expect was that the attackers were not from the Hyo Alliance, but rather the Vera Alliance, who had mimicked the Hyo Alliance's warships, with all crew members being Vera people. Moros quickly deduced the reason behind the Vera Alliance's actions. If successful, it might lead to war between the Zola Alliance and the Hyo Alliance. One had to admire Veralto. Even as they waged war against Moros, they had prepared contingencies to prevent the two other major alliances from taking advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, this was all speculation from Moros. If he knew that the true mastermind behind this was the Hyo Alliance, he probably wouldn't be laughing. Currently, 3 of the 4 major alliances were embroiled in the galaxy-wide war, with only the Hyo Alliance remaining on the sidelines. After breaching the Vira Alliance's defense line on the Silver Heart Channel, the Zola Alliance completely opened the external gateway to the Vira Alliance. Without hesitation, the remaining 400 billion fleet immediately plunged into the Vira Alliance's territory. Just as Veralto was swiftly mobilizing forces within the Alliance and even preparing to divert some troops from the Free Alliance battlefield to intercept the massive Zola Alliance army, some unfortunate news arrived. The Free Alliance announced the reinforcement of an additional 50 billion warships to the Silver Heart Channel. 2 more chapters to go, probably written late at night again. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. 2 years later, when the situation of the Galactic War suddenly changed, a massive fleet was assembling on the Orion Spur. Over the course of a year, it had gathered from several key garrisons in the core area of the Baba Empire, totaling 100 legions of 30 million warships, now neatly arranged and awaiting the command to set out on their expedition. Speaking of this large-scale fleet assembly by the Baba Empire, the last time such a thing occurred was during the period of the Second Galactic War. It was the Second Galactic War that established the new order of the 4 major alliances. Similarly, the Baba Empire suffered defeat during the Second Galactic War, fleeing to the Orion Spur to start anew and eventually becoming a subordinate power under the Vila Alliance. Among all 4th-level civilizations in the galaxy, only the Baba Empire is a subordinate power, while all other 4th-level civilizations are formal members of the major alliances. This illustrates how poorly the Baba Empire is faring in the galaxy. However, considering the 4th-level civilizations in the main spiral arms, any one of them could easily deploy over 1 billion warships without breaking a sweat. And the Baba Empire? Bringing out 30 million warships is the extent of their mobilizable forces, revealing a stark contrast in capabilities. Yet, despite being the most miserable entity in the entire galaxy, the Baba Empire, once they arrived on the Orion Spur, became the dominant force in the entire spur. The primary reason for this was that the Orion Spur was extremely lacking in both stars and resources compared to the 4 main arms, creating a massive disparity. In the recorded history of the galaxy, spanning tens of thousands of years, the indigenous civilizations on the Orion Spur had reached the pinnacle at the 3rd-level civilization, but never ascended to a 4th-level civilization. This was why the civilizations in the main spiral arms looked down upon the Orion Spur and couldn't be bothered to interfere. Even the Sith, if not for wanting to provoke the Vila Alliance for a change and cause some trouble opportunistically, would not have had any intentions towards the Orion Spur. Marshal, the expeditionary force is ready to depart at any time. It has been a year since Babarat entered the Starway, right? Inside the bridge of a huge warship, Babanil did not immediately issue the departure command, but instead turned to the deputy to inquire about Babarat. Yes, Marshal, Babarat forecasts that it will take another 2 years and 3 months to reach Velars. I hope he will bring us good news. After hearing the deputy's response, Babania nodded and closed his eyes without saying anything. As mentioned before, Babania had always been keenly aware of impending danger, and ever since taking on this punitive mission, he had been consumed by a strong sense of peril unlike any he had experienced before. This feeling was more intense than any other in his life, making Babania exceptionally cautious, and the reason he insisted on persuading the Emperor to allow Babaro's 10 fleets to scout ahead. Even with scouts at the front, Babania's unease persisted and grew even more intense. It almost led him to consider convincing the Emperor to abandon this expedition. Yet clearly, Babania knew that convincing the Emperor was impossible. He couldn't possibly say to the Emperor, "I have a bad feeling, so let's give up this expedition," could he? That would be a joke. If he said that, Babaria's position would be at risk, and someone else would take his place. Babaria might get away unscathed, but if someone else took over, the situation could become even worse. After all, with him around, perhaps he could do something based on his premonitions. 3 minutes later, just as the deputy hesitated about reminding the Marshal again, Babanil opened his eyes. Expeditionary Legion, depart. Target, Taylor. Rising to his feet, Babania waved his hand and issued the command. Yes, Marshal Babania. Following Babania's command, the entire fleet sprang into action, activating their jump engines and departing upon locking in their assigned coordinates. 2 years later, since the Zola Alliance declared war 2 years ago and swiftly broke through the Vila Alliance's defenses on the Silver Heart Channel, they had advanced into the territory of the Vila Alliance. Meanwhile, the Free Alliance had also announced reinforcements to the Silver Heart Channel battlefield, totaling 50 billion ships, placing a sudden heavy burden on the Vela Alliance. Originally, both sides had a power of 100 billion on the main battlefield. But after a year of fighting, they had each lost billions of ships. Now, with the Free Alliance's addition of 50 billion ships, the balance would be skewed to 140 billion versus 90 billion. This change posed a significant impact. Initially, this might not have been a big problem. You add troops, and I'll add troops. After all, the Vela Alliance was not weaker than the Free Alliance, and they could also easily assemble a few hundred billion ships as reinforcements. However, the reality was such that the Vela Alliance temporarily couldn't reinforce the Silver Heart Channel, as their gateways in the direction of the Hyo Alliance through the Silver Heart Channel had been directly smashed open by the Zola Alliance, who had now massively invaded their territory. Yes, the Vela Alliance could indeed quickly assemble a few hundred billion ships, but those ships would need to go counter the Zola Alliance, as that was the most urgent threat at hand. On the other hand, despite the numerical advantage on the Free Alliance's battlefield, it would take time to show the superior manpower. After all, the Silver Heart Channel was limited in size. Even with 1 trillion ships, you couldn't just pile them up all together. Realistically, you could deploy up to 100 billion ships at most in a single cross-section. Of course, this depended on the Vela Alliance swiftly dealing with the Zola Alliance and immediately reinforcing the other front. If not, the problem of insufficient reserve forces would slowly surface. It took a whole year, but the Vela Alliance's urgently assembled 50 billion ships had finally reached the front lines, intercepting the Zola Alliance's large army and entering a standoff. However, Verto forgot one crucial thing. The Zola Alliance was not like the Free Alliance, which still had over 100 billion ships engaged in combat in the Silver Heart Channel. The invasion this time only brought 50 billion ships because Hassan, in a rush, gathered 50 billion ships within half a year. With the Vela Alliance halting the Zola Alliance's advance, their subsequent 800 billion ships were now fully assembled and had crossed the Silver Heart Channel into the Vela Alliance's domain. The situation suddenly changed, destabilizing the already stabilized defense line. Faced with this predicament, Verto had to issue a mobilization order unprecedented since the formation of the Alliance, the Full Alliance Mobilization. Only then was the Zola Alliance's advance temporarily halted. However, the entire First Spiral Arm had already fallen by over 10% in territory, and even to 4th-level civilizations, situated near the Silver Heart position, had been utterly destroyed. End of this chapter. Chapter 220, The First Great Battle of Shanhai Gwen Part 1. 2 years have passed since the beginning of the Free Alliance's war in the Silver Heart Channel. Currently, the Vela Alliance's nearly 90 billion warships have been worn down to just over 50 billion, while the Free Alliance's fleet of nearly 130 billion warships has dwindled to approximately 95 billion. The casualty count has nearly quadrupled compared to the first year of conflict. This is mainly due to Moros's determination not to give the Vela Alliance any breathing room. Taking advantage of the Zola Alliance's containment of their reinforcements, Moros is ready to take down the defense line in the Silver Heart Channel. Consequently, Moros has issued relentless orders for fierce attacks without regard for casualties, confident in the superiority of the reserve forces over the Vela Alliance. Thus, over the past 2 years, the battlefield has remained in a constant state of intense combat without respite. As a result, both sides see a significant increase in the number of ships lost. At a time when the entire galaxy is plunged into chaos, unbeknownst to all, in a place they had looked down upon and neglected, on the Orion Arm. A battle is about to unfold that will completely reshape the landscape of the Orion Arm and have far-reaching implications for the entire galaxy. On the defense line, at the exit of the Star Path, Shanhai Gwen. At this moment, the 1st Legion and the 5th Legion of 480,000 warships each are in a neat formation, with 10 warships per group, all aimed at the exit of the Star Path. The 2 legions of the L Federation, with a total of 500,000 warships, each legion has 50,000 warships stationed at the nodes bordering the Or Republic, are arrayed behind the defense line, ready to advance at any moment. Everyone knows that the war is about to begin when warships appear at the exit of the Star Path, a signal for the start of the battle. At the same time within the Star Path. How much longer until the Vanguard fleet reaches Vera? 1 minute, Commander Babarot, answered the deputy. Okay, Once they exit the star path, be sure to send back the information from the exit immediately. Yes, Commander Babarat. 1 minute later, the first batch of 3,000 warships sailed out of the star path, only to be met with a barrage of energy projectiles and beams. Babarat had warned everyone that Vera is currently occupied by an unknown force, so they might come under attack immediately upon exiting the star path. Hence, the soldiers of the Babavi Empire were mentally prepared, and they retaliated promptly according to the plan. After the initial wave of attacks, over 1,000 Babavi Empire warships were destroyed. Given the distance, the accuracy of concentrated fire attacks was quite low, as the 48,000 firepower teams only concentrated on a little over 1,000 targets, resulting in an overall hit rate of less than 3%. However, early battles tolerate such hit rates. On the other hand, the attacks by the Babavi Empire resulted in a goose egg, as they had only 3,000 warships and lacked the capability for concentrated fire attacks. Instead, they launched a range-covering salvo attack. After the first salvo, the remaining Babavi Empire warships were stunned. The enemy warships appeared to be different from their own commercial-type warships, but they all had energy shields. These shields seemed different from their Empire's technology, displaying a soft blue color instead of red. Soon, the surviving warships transmitted all the scanned data to the flagship. On the flagship, after looking at the received information, Babarat frowned. Commander Babarat, the analysis has been completed. The enemy currently in Vera is indeed the L Federation. The appearing warships align with the standard L Federation warships and a new type of warship we have learned about. However, Babarat disagreed. Are the intelligence personnel all idiots? These are clearly warships from two different civilizations. Even an average person can see that these are ships from different civilizations. The person who provided this intelligence is simply a fool. How could you tell me these two types of warships are from the same civilization? They need to be punished. Commander Babarat, the intelligence was provided by Emperor Babaraya. The deputy cautiously reminded Babarat, who was getting increasingly agitated. I don't care who provided the intelligence. This guy is. Wait, who did you say it was? As he spoke, Babarat's reaction began to change, looking incredulously at his deputy. It was His Majesty Emperor Babaraya. Well, the two types of warships look so similar that when I first saw them, I also thought they were from the same civilization. The entire bridge fell silent for a few seconds, filled with an awkward atmosphere. All right, according to the scan results of the fleet ahead, the enemy has less than 1 million warships. For a level 4 civilization, the star path is not as imposing in restricting the attacking side as it would be for a level 3 civilization. Babarat, feeling a bit embarrassed, studied the data while speaking. Deputy, command the fleet to establish a bridgehead at the mouth of the star path. Yes, Commander Babarat. At the same time, at the exit of the star path, 4 waves of warships had emerged. Under the human firepower suppression, the number of surviving warships had reached over 3,000. With the attacks by the 2 major federal legions, each wave could take out over 1,000 warships with an interval of approximately 15 seconds per wave. On the other side, the Babavi Empire's warships were launching a batch of 3,000 every 30 seconds. Initially, the federal forces had the upper hand, but they couldn't eliminate each wave cleanly. Consequently, the surviving warships would increase wave by wave. According to Lin Fan's estimation, this critical mass was 100,000 warships. Once the opponent amassed 100,000 warships at the exit of the star path, it would inflict significant losses on the federal fleet. The federal defenses couldn't afford heavy losses at this moment. Finally, an hour later, after paying the price of 300,000 warships, the Babavi Empire managed to stabilize at the mouth of the star path with a fleet of over 60,000 warships. End of chapter. Chapter 221. The First Battle of Shanhaiguan 2. Inside the Uranus, Lin Fan was watching the changing situation of the battle on the front lines. At this moment, although the defenders at Shanhaiguan relied on an absolute numerical advantage in the early stages and inflicted a considerable casualties ratio, with less than 3,000 warships damaged on their side, they managed to destroy 300,000 enemy warships. However, as the enemy warships continued to increase in number, the recent losses within the last 10 minutes had reached 35% of the total losses in an hour. It was clear that the federal losses were rapidly climbing. Lin Fan looked at the tactical image indicating the number of enemy warships, which was 63,281, and he stood up from his seat immediately. Order all defenders on the front line to begin a retreat, but maintain firepower, engage reverse thrust, and retreat slowly. Yes, Commander. While the warships had thrusters installed, the main thrusters were only at the rear of the warships. Most of the other thrusters installed were used for controlling the warship's attitude and to medium thrusters for reverse propulsion. By using the main thrusters at the rear, which were the Federal's third-generation sublight speed propulsion system, they could reach speeds of 90,000 kilometers per second, which was 30% of the speed of light. However, this required the warships to first use their attitude control devices to change direction before deploying the main thrusters, making their sides and rear vulnerable to enemy attacks during the maneuver. Another option was to directly reverse the warship using the two medium non-sublight speed thrusters on board, which could only reach speeds of up to 5,000 kilometers per second. Upon receiving the order, the Federal fleet on the front line immediately implemented the retreat, maintaining firepower while slowly withdrawing. This information quickly reached Barbaret. Commander Barbaret, what is the enemy's intention? Even though the casualties ratio is still relatively high, why are they starting to retreat? After the adjutant reported the latest information, he asked in confusion. Obviously, he couldn't comprehend Lin Fan's strategy. In the adjutant's logic, while the casualties ratio decreased as their own warship numbers increased, they were still at 115. Even if they were to retreat, it shouldn't be at this moment. The adjutant found this behavior incomprehensible. Of course, this was because he was unaware that humans only had a population of over 20 billion, and as a Baba Vi people calculated by Jings, they were absolutely unable to understand humans. Regardless of what the enemy plans to do, inform the frontline fleet not to pursue for now, and wait for the subsequent fleet to assemble. Yes, Commander Barbaret. Barbaret, after analyzing the information slightly, immediately gave the command. After all, no matter what the enemy was planning, it was always right to let their remaining fleet of over 2 million warships leave the star path to regroup. Once the assembly was completed, the ratio of their forces to the enemy would directly become to 0.6 to 1. At that point, no matter what the enemy intended to do, they could handle it calmly with their overwhelming military might. Soon, the Federal fleet passed the exit of the star path, leaving the firepower range of the Baba Vi Empire. The Baba Vi Empire also did not pursue them, and both sides seemed to put their firepower on hold simultaneously. In this first wave of the Star Path battle, the Federal fleet lost 3,600 warships, while the Baba Vi Empire lost 370 to 1,000 warships, resulting in a casualty ratio of 1 to 103. Regardless of the large casualties ratio, Barbaret didn't feel any regrets. To him, he merely exchanged control of the Star Path exit for 370 to 1,000 warships, which was a normal operation. After all, in his initial thoughts, facing nearly 1 million level 4 civilization warships defending the star path, he would have to sacrifice at least 700 to 800,000 warships to capture the exit. Now, only losing 370 to 1,000 was quite unexpected. As for regrets, forget it. To 300,000 warships meant nothing to the Baba Vi Empire. With their full production capacity, the Empire could produce over 1 million warships every year, and under their vast population, recruiting crew members was not a problem at all. It was known that in the Baba Vi Empire, the military was an attractive career, and if you didn't have a connection, you wouldn't be able to join. This was in complete contrast to the current situation in the Federation. Lin Fan, at this moment, had led for legions to retreat to the second defense line, the outermost layer of the Star Defense Network. For a whole 6 hours, there was no movement from either side, until the final batch of Baba Vi Empire warships left the star path. 2.6 million warships lined up densely, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lord Barbaret, all warships have left the star path and are ready for attack. Any changes on the enemy side? Listening to the adjutant's report, Barbaret nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "No, the enemy is still deployed 5 AU away. We have scanned a large number of defense installations there. Most likely, they plan to use a combination of defense and offense to counter us." Your analysis is accurate, and I share the same sentiments. However, it's quite naive to think they can offset our massive numerical advantage with defense installations. Barbert fully agreed with the adjutant's analysis because the area was very open, with even the closest asteroid belt 10 astronomical units away, leaving no room for shenanigans. Therefore, the only conclusion was that the enemy intended to use the defense installations to obstruct their fleet. Send this information to Marshal Babania and order the fleet to advance. We will crush them head-on. Yes, Commander Barberet. 5 AU away, on the Federal defense line in the Uranus Bridge. Commander, the Baba VI Empire has begun their move, with a total of 2.628 million warships, estimated to enter the battlefield in 2.5 hours. Are the railgun arrays and star cannon ready? Railgun arrays 1 to 6 are ready to fire at any moment. The star cannon is fully charged and ready. Good. Order railgun arrays 1 to 3 to fire in the X3175 sector. Continue with 10 waves of firepower. Order railgun arrays for 2-6 to fire continuously in the X11 to 3 sector. Also, continue with 10 waves of firepower. After observing the enemy's marching route and speed, Lin Fan immediately issued the orders. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 222. The first great battle of Shanhaiguan 3.5 hours quickly passed, and now, the two sides were close to a distance of 5 million kilometers. This distance was very close to the firing range of both sides, and the great battle was about to begin. Inside the flagship of the Barbarian Empire's fleet, Barberet stood up from his seat. Prepare all fleets. When the distance is radicalized to 4 million kilometers, open fire immediately. Prioritize attacking the enemy's fixed defense platforms. Yes, Commander Barberet. Barberet's logic was very clear. At this distance, everyone's hit rate was very low. After all, they were all 4th-level civilization battleships, and shooting within this range would hardly inflict any damage. A concentrated attack beyond 4 million kilometers was not feasible either. Achieving a 1% hit rate was already quite good. But attacking the enemy's fixed defense platforms was a different story. Those things would not evade, and even at a distance of 4 million kilometers, they could easily achieve a 100% hit rate, unless someone made an error. Therefore, Barberet planned to eliminate all of the enemy's defense platforms between 200 to 400 million kilometers and then start besieging enemy ships after entering the 2 million kilometer range. But he didn't know that his idea was exactly what Lin Fan wanted to see. After all, as long as the commander of the Barbarian Empire was not too foolish, they would not ignore defense platforms within the 4 million kilometers range and solely attack the Federation fleet. At this moment, Barberet was unknowingly walking into Lin Fan's calculations. Commander Barberet, we are within firing range. Begin the attack immediately. Yes, Commander Barberet. Immediately, as if prearranged, both sides began their mutual fire exchange again. However, at a distance of 4 million kilometers, the effect was not very strong. Each wave of attacks by the Federation could take down 500 to 600 Barbarian Empire battleships if lucky, but only 100 to 200 if unlucky. The hit rate of Barbarian Empire battleships was surprisingly high because they were attacking fixed defense platforms that hardly moved. While the Barbarian Empire attacked the Federation's defense platforms, these platforms were also attacking the Barbarian Empire's battleships. Within the current Star Defense network, there were nearly 2 million defense platforms capable of attacking the Barbarian Empire's Grand Fleet. Individually, the firepower of each defense platform was not as strong as a Tiger Whale-class battleship, but collectively, it was equivalent to at least 60 to 70,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships, which was quite impressive. It's almost time. Have all fleets and defense platforms switch to range covering fire. Concentrate firepower on the enemy's flanks. Watching the tactical images on the screen, as a large area of blue targets closed in, Lin Fan decisively gave the order. Yes, Commander. At the same time, aboard the flagship of the Barbarian Empire's fleet, Barberet furrowed his brows. He had keenly noticed the change in the enemy's attack pattern. It was no longer the concentrated fire attack used in 4th-level civilization warfare, but seemed to have switched to range covering fire. What was the commander on the other side thinking? Such an attack posed no threat to 4th-level civilization battleships. Commander Barberet, a large number of objects are rapidly approaching from both sides of the formation at near light speed. What? Order the fleet to evade urgently. Barberet was shocked. A large number of objects were approaching at near light speed. Was this a joke? Even the Barbarian Empire couldn't accelerate an object to such speed right now. It's too late. In 10 seconds, both wings of the formation will encounter them. Damn it! 10 seconds was too short. Regardless of the choice Barbarat made, it was impossible to achieve in 10 seconds. One could say that everything was now unavoidable. In the next moment, a large number of physical projectiles directly collided with both sides of the Barbarian Empire's formation. Instantly, both sides of the Barbarian Empire's formation lit up with a red light, visible even from afar. This was the color emitted when a battleship's energy shield was hit hard. As so many battleships were hit simultaneously, the red energy shields flickered wildly, appearing as though the whole space was glowing red. After one wave of impact, the Barbarian Empire lost 30,000 battleships on both sides of the formation. The remaining ships on both sides suffered varying degrees of shield damage. In the short span of just over 10 seconds, the total losses had exceeded 50,000, which was simply staggering. Initially, such an attack would only damage about 20 to 30% of a battleship's shields at most and would not pose a fatal threat. By the time the next wave of attacks arrived, the damaged ships would have already recharged their shields to some extent. After all, while the hit rate of range-covering fire had increased, it was difficult to hit an enemy ship with 3 or more shots simultaneously, making it hard to effectively destroy the enemy ships. But what was the situation now? Many ships with shields below 50%, a handful at that. This wave of range-covering fire was not a supplement, it was an assault. Do you know what those things are? Barbarat erupted in anger, yelling at his deputy. Commander Barbarat, according to our scans, these are physical projectiles from railguns. Due to their small targets and lack of energy sources, they were only detected when they were less than 3 million kilometers away from us. How is that possible? End of chapter. Chapter 223. The first battle of Shanhaiguan for at this moment, Barbarat felt a bit skeptical about life. What did his deputy just say? These are projectiles from railguns? Since when have railguns become so powerful? Barbarat turned to look at his deputy, with a look as if saying, "Are you kidding me? Lord Barbarat, this is indeed a railgun the enemy is using, but it is different from traditional railguns. It is capable of firing projectiles at speeds approaching the speed of light, and according to our observations, we've noticed a strange phenomenon. These railgun projectiles come in groups of 10, and once they hit their target, all 10 hit together." Listening to the deputy's explanation, Barbarat fell silent. Railgun projectiles approaching the speed of light, launching in groups of 10, detectable only at a distance of 3 million kilometers. This is a very dangerous weapon. Commander Barbarat, the next wave is approaching, once again targeting our left flank. Impact in 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, a large number of railgun projectiles fiercely struck the flanks of the Babawi Empire. For a moment, a large red light once again illuminated the dark expanse of space. Of course, along with the red light, numerous Babawi Empire warships were destroyed. Some ships that hadn't fully recharged their shields were hit hard, and Lin Fan once again performed precise follow-up shots. In this wave, the losses for the Babawi Empire were significant, especially since many warships had shield damage after the first wave and had not fully recovered before the second strike. After tallying the remaining warships, Barbarat found that the losses on both flanks from these two waves of attacks had exceeded 100,000. However, Lin Fan clearly did not want to give Barbarat any chance, launching another broad-spectrum attack, targeting once again the flanks of the Babawi Empire, executing precise follow-up shots. The significant casualties on the left flank left Barbarat unable to accept it. At this rate, how long could his fleet of over 2 million ships hold on? Can we locate the positions of their railguns? It's difficult, Commander Barbarat. The projectiles fired by the railguns theoretically have an infinite range. We can only calculate their positions based on their trajectories, but the actual distance is hard to determine. Currently, we can only confirm that the enemy is at least 10 astronomical units away from us, as we wouldn't be able to detect them otherwise. Damn, 10 astronomical units away. Did they calculate that we would pass through this area at this time? That's quite impressive. No wonder the enemy so easily gave up defending the exit of Starway. They set up an ambush here. Barbarat was now feeling a mix of embarrassment and rage. He had been completely played by the enemy's commander, with even his actions predicted so accurately, almost like a slap in the face. But Barbarat had no choice but to move forward. Stopping or turning now would result in even greater losses. Looking at the Federation's fleet arrayed over 3 million kilometers ahead, Babaro's eyes were ice cold. In that case, let's be more direct. Order the fleet to form an assault formation and tear through their defense line. Although this will lead to close-range combat with the enemy, we won't have to worry about those railgun attacks whose positions remain unknown. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Babarit decisively gave the order. Yes, Commander Babarit. The entire fleet, enduring the intense barrage of railgun projectiles on both flanks, gradually transformed into an assault formation as they advanced, forming a triangular array. Babaro's idea was simple. Since the railgun's damage was so severe, and their positions hard to determine and destroy in the short term, they would simply charge forward and breach the enemy's defense line. This way, the enemy couldn't continue using their massive railgun attacks against them. Despite the loss of tens of thousands of ships along the way, they still maintained more than double the forces of the enemy. Babarit believed victory would still be theirs. Simultaneously, inside the Uranus, Lin Fan watched the tactical impact and the Babawi Empire's movements. A faint smile played on his lips. From start to finish, Lin Fan had never considered relying on railguns to win. While they could cause a certain amount of casualties, it couldn't make up for the nearly threefold difference in strength between the sides. Lin Fan's true goal was to force the enemy into choosing an assault tactic. And once they did, he would have a surprise waiting for them, or rather, a shock. Inform all commanders to stick to the plan tactics. Tell them to make it look real. If anyone exposes the plan, I'll come back and deal with them. Understood. Several minutes later, after withstanding 10 waves of attacks from both flanks and paying a price of over 400,000 ships, the Babawi Empire's fleet finally reached the Federation's front line. At this point, Babarit still had over 2.1 million ships under his command, still more than double the Federation's forces. What a bunch of fools! At this stage, they are still maintaining such a long defense line. Don't they realize they should focus their ships for an assault and increase the depth of their defense line? Babarit sneered as he watched the nearing Federation front line. The Federation's defense line now resembled a single line, stretched thin due to limited ship numbers and the elongated formation. It seemed as if it could be easily punctured. The next moment, the Babawi fleet charged directly into the central part of the Federation's defense line. As Babarit predicted, the thin defense line was easily pierced. In the process, a large number of Federation ships were destroyed, at least 50,000 or more. The Federation ships near the breach point began to panic and flee, leading the entire defense line to collapse instantly. Ha, well played. If the enemy's commander finds out that the central part of the line is filled with unmanned ships, he'll probably be furious, won't he? Lin Fan chuckled as he watched the image of the central part of the defense line. Commander, our ships are all out of the firing zone. Good. Lock onto the center of the enemy array. Upon receiving Liang Zhu's report, Lin Fan stood up and issued the command. The target has been locked. Starry Sky Cannon, ready to fire. Launch at any time. Initiating firing procedure. Yes, the Starry Sky Cannon firing procedure is initiated, starting a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 2, 1. Fire the Starry Sky Cannon. End of this chapter. Chapter 224. The First Great Battle of Shanhaiguan Part 5 Orion's Arm, Shanhaiguan. At this moment, the fleet of the Babawi Empire has completely torn apart the Federation's defense line, causing the central area of the defense line to collapse in an instant. Commander Babarot, we have broken through the enemy's central array, and the enemy's fleets on both sides are gradually collapsing with a tendency to flee. Very well. Order the fleet to prepare to spread out to both sides and sweep away the remaining enemy forces on the defense line. Yes, Commander Babarot, a huge energy reaction suddenly appeared ahead, 8 million kilometers away. What's the situation? Babarot heard the urgent report from his deputy, his expression turning serious. Generally speaking, if his deputy described it as a huge energy reaction, it definitely wasn't a normal situation. The location of the energy source has been locked, and observation is underway to obtain images. With the deputy's operation, a picture was immediately projected onto the bridge. It was a vast void with a huge space structure, appearing to be some kind of giant energy projection device. Babarot couldn't quite grasp what this thing was. Commander Babarot, The energy level of the target is still rising, and its intensity has far exceeded the Empire's level 7 energy standard. These words from the deputy made Babarode uneasy. He knew that the Empire's most powerful fortress cannon was only at level 5, and even the main guns of the Babui Empire's flagship battleship only reached level 3. What did it mean for the energy level to far surpass level 7? Babarode didn't dare to imagine. Could this thing be a weapon? Babarode suddenly had a thought and couldn't help but think that way. And when Babarode had this thought, he looked back at the space structure in the image, and his whole demeanor changed. It seemed that the projection surface was facing our fleet. If this is really a weapon. Not good. The enemy's central array wasn't crushed by us at all, but deliberately lured us into this assault, and even the tens of thousands of destroyed warships from earlier might have been just bait. No wonder, even though we showed such an obvious assault array, the enemy still didn't fortify their defense line. No wonder during the assault, the resistance from the enemy's central array was so weak, as if the target ships were mechanically repeating their attacks. Suddenly, Babarode understood many issues. Order the fleet to spread out to both sides immediately. Just as Babarode gave the order, the front end of the star cannon in the image suddenly fluctuated, and then nothing happened. What was going on? Babarode had just thought that the enemy's weapon had fired, so why didn't anything happen? Not good. A huge energy beam is shooting towards our position. Without waiting for Babarode to think further, his deputy shouted in panic. Although gamma rays were invisible to the naked eye, their energy could still be detected. After hearing his deputy's terrified voice, Babarode shifted his gaze to the energy analysis display on the side. A dazzling red beam was approaching from the strange device's position toward them, and at this speed, it would arrive in 10 seconds at most. Order the SHIELD team to stop all attacks in the command area and divert all energy to the energy shielding device. Yes, Commander Babarode. With only 10 seconds, evasion was no longer possible, so Babarode could only make a final struggle, hoping the energy shield could hold up. Instantly, all of the Babui Empire's warships ceased their attacks, redirecting all their energy to the energy shield device. The energy shields on the outer side of all the warships were gleaming red in brightness. Inside the bridge, Babarode watched the energy analysis display, scanned by the warships. The huge energy flow was getting closer, and a fear he had never felt before arose in his heart. Suddenly, through the front porthole, Babarode saw a slightly distorted and even blurry space, and then. There was no then anymore. This was the last scene Babarode could see in this world. In just an instant, the gamma-ray flow emitted by the star cannon had penetrated through the entire fleet of the Babui Empire. Its diameter of impact exceeded 100,000 kilometers, and at this moment, nearly 70% of the warships of the Babui Empire were in a tightly packed assault array, with almost 70% of the warships directly within the kill radius of the star cannon. The energy shield did not last even 0.1 seconds, completely draining out all of its integrity. Subsequently, the warships were destroyed as easily as tofu. At that moment, 70% of the entire fleet's warships were annihilated, while the remaining ones suffered from the shockwave. Though not as instantly demolished as those within the killing radius, the shockwave alone caused significant damage to nearby warships. In the end, of the more than 700,000 warships that survived, over 500,000 saw their shields disappear, with severe damage to their hulls, in a state of semi-paralysis. As for the remaining 200,000 warships on the outermost part of the array, their shield integrity levels had been heavily depleted. The worst-off ships had integrity levels below 10%, while even the best-off ships had shield integrity at only around 50% at this moment. As the flagship of Babarode was situated in the center of the array, there was simply no rationale for it to have survived. Inside the surviving warships, everyone was stunned, not knowing what to do next. However, Lin Fan wasn't going to give these surviving warships any chance. The Federation warship group that seemed to be escaping earlier had now set up lines of defense on either side of the remnants of the Babui Empire, and with numerous defense platforms, they began unleashing a concentrated barrage. With the close proximity between the two sides and the absence of command within the Babui Empire due to the chaotic situation, the entire fleet was in disarray and unable to mount effective resistance. Most critically, the remaining warships were either in a state of semi-paralysis or had severely damaged energy shields. Even the best-conditioned warships could only withstand 3 to 4 main cannon hits at this point. Those in poor condition and the paralyzed warships were almost as vulnerable as third-class civilization warships, being easily destroyed by only 1 or 2 shots. A new massacre began at that moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 225. The First Battle of Shanhai Guanent. Marshal Babania of the Babur Empire was currently analyzing intelligence inside his flagship. This intelligence was just received shortly after Babarat broke through the Shanhai Guan defense line. Babania furrowed his brows as he looked at the intelligence. According to Babaro's report, they paid the price of over 300,000 warships to capture the Star Road defense line. Well, it's not exactly capturing. It's more like the enemy voluntarily abandoned it. Under Babaro's assault, it was normal for the enemy to retreat and even flee after abandoning the Star Road defense line, considering the huge difference in forces between both sides. However, the timing seemed off. Did the enemy give up too early? Babania recognized that using defense platforms to realign a defense line was not a bad option. If it were him, he might have done the same. But the issue was the timing. If he were commanding the defense, he would have chosen to retreat only after Babarat had assembled 400,000 to 500,000 warships at the Star Road. Yet, the enemy chose to retreat when Babarat had just gathered less than 100,000 warships. This was clearly problematic. Calculations suggested that if the Federation had not retreated and continued to engage Babarat at the Star Road exit, they could have potentially destroyed over 500,000 of Babaro's warships for the cost of around 100,000 of their own. It would have left a pile of nearly 1 million warship wrecks at the Star Road exit. Didn't that sound tempting? The Federation's decision puzzled Babania. No, the enemy's choice definitely had issues. They should be cautious of Babaro's size. Officer, connect me to Babaro's communication. Yes, Marshal Babania. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. Babania furrowed his brows again. What was his officer doing? How come the communication hadn't been connected yet? Marshal Babania, we can't establish communication with the Babarat commander. Before Babania could question his officer, the officer hurried to Babania's side and reported. Upon hearing the officer's words, Babania inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Keep trying to establish contact. If we still can't reach them, contact the other Legion commanders under his command. We must make contact with someone, yes. As seconds ticked by, 3 full minutes later, the officer still couldn't establish contact. Not just Babarat, even the Legion commanders under him were unreachable. So, the officer had to try contacting the fleet commanders 1 level down. Surprisingly, he managed to reach one of the commanders. Marshal Babania, neither Commander Babarat nor his 10 Legion commanders can be reached. We've only managed to contact 1 fleet commander. Whoever it is, as long as they're from Babaro's side, get them here immediately. Yes, Marshal Babania. In the next moment, a figure appeared in Babania's bridge, a fleet commander. But everyone could see the endless fear and despair written on his face. Report immediately. What's happening in Velas? Why can't we reach your superiors? Babania wasted no time and went straight to the point. Superiors can't be reached? Right, indeed they couldn't. Though Babarat needed urgent communication, it was clear that the commander in front of him was mentally unstable. Pull yourself together. Tell me right away, what's going on? Babania shouted at the fleet commander in front of him. Commander, there's no escape. However, at that moment, Babania didn't hear a reply from the commander in front of him. Instead, he heard voices from the side. Then, Babania seemed to see a flash of light, and the communication was suddenly cut off. Quickly, play back the last few seconds of the communication in slow motion. Yes, Marshal Babania. The final scene was quickly replayed. The commander's expression suddenly became even more fearful, then a flash of light appeared on screen. The commander seemed to be pushed from the side and flew out horizontally, and the screen went dark. Although the scene didn't show what happened inside the commander's ship, Babania's experience told him that it was a warship being hit, resulting in a massive explosion that threw the commander out. What really happened in Velas? Quick, get me in contact with anyone else. I don't care who, even a private soldier. I just want to know what's going on in Velas. Yes, Marshal Babania. While Babania ordered his officer to contact the front line, in Shanhai Guan, the battle had reached its conclusion. The Babur Empire's warships were down to less than 30,000 and were encircled by a spherical net created by the Federation. The fate of these remaining forces was sealed. There was no chance of survival. Minutes later, within the encirclement, all that could be seen were warship wrecks of the Babur Empire. Liang Zhu, have we calculated our losses? Lin Fan asked Liang Zhu as the battle ended. Aside from casualties, we have finished calculating the rest of the losses. Tell me, I want to hear. Yes, Commander. Our warship losses amount to 72,388, with 50,000 belonging to the decoy fleet positioned at the center of the final line of defense. Additionally, about 112,917 warships need repairs due to injuries, with 92,871 lightly damaged and 20,046 severely damaged. Finally, we lost 1,379,280 defense platforms. As Liang Zhu reported, Lin Fan closed his eyes. These losses were only from the Federation. On the other side, the IO Federation's losses were likely not less, potentially even more. Based on the data provided by Liang Zhu, Lin Fan roughly estimated that in this battle, the Federation's losses would exceed 50 million soldiers. The Federation could not afford to take the IO Federation's losses lightly. 5 million lives were at stake, equivalent to 0.2% of the Federation's total population. And this was just the first clash between the Federation and the Babur Empire, whose fleet consisted of only 3 million warships. Lin Fan anticipated that the Babur Empire's second wave of attack could come within the next 5 to 10 years. At that time, the fleet may not consist of 3 million warships, but possibly 30 million, or even more. End of the chapter. Chapter 226, the detailed battle report of the Mountain and Sea Pass battle and the compensation fund's turmoil was quickly sent to the Earth Presidential Palace. President Linzhen, Vice President Aide, Interstellar Fleet Commander Sanders, and a group of aides gathered once again in the highest conference room of the Presidential Palace. Actually, Lin Fan has done well enough. However, it still falls short in terms of military strength. Yes, with less than 1 million warships in his hands, it was indeed difficult for him. Even compared to what Liang Xingchen would have done, it's not certain that he would have achieved better results than Lin Fan. Indeed, initially we estimated a minimum loss of up to 100,000 warships and around 100 million federal soldiers killed. The death of over 50 million federal soldiers was a heavy blow to the Federation. It can be said that since the Federation's resurgence, it has not experienced such significant damage. However, within the entire conference room, no one mentioned that Lin Fan's command was at fault and needed to be held responsible. Everyone understood that Lin Fan had done well enough, even better than the best outcome they had previously imagined. Alright, the deaths of 50 million federal soldiers is not a small matter. Post-war relief work must be handled properly. Sanders, there cannot be any issues in this regard. In fact, President Linzhen specifically reminded Sanders that post-war relief work cannot have issues, not because of distrust, but to remind Sanders to supervise the work effectively. After all, the relief work for fallen soldiers has always been the responsibility of the Interstellar Fleet, not the Presidential Palace. However, even though most of the old officers have been removed, there might still be some elements to deal with. Since the establishment of the Federation, there have been persistent issues with the relief work for fallen soldiers. Greed is a human nature, and under immense interests, some will always take risks, which is not surprising. In fact, those who engage in such misconduct were rarely from the old officers, since most of them pursued power and status rather than wealth. Although in recent years, through the efforts of the top Federation officials, this kind of behavior has been mostly suppressed, there are still a few who dare to manipulate the relief funds. However, this time, with a death toll of 50 million, along with the current unprecedented wealth of the Federation, there will certainly be some who take advantage of the situation. Linzhen firmly believed that there would be individuals willing to exploit the vast sum of relief funds given the circumstances. Therefore, he specifically reminded Sanders about this issue. President, I understand. As a seasoned marshal for decades, how could Sanders not comprehend Lin Zhen's intentions or the inherent greed of some individuals? Sanders had already planned to establish multiple monitoring groups, openly or covertly, to rigorously oversee every aspect and every penny involved, ensuring no room for exploitation. However, at that moment, Sanders was unaware that some individuals had even bolder schemes than he could imagine. One day later, the Federal Presidential Palace held a press conference to announce the details of the Mountain and Sea Pass battle. When Lindzen mentioned that 50 million humans had died in the battle, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. The figure of 50 million felt like a massive boulder weighing on everyone's hearts in the room. Perhaps, accustomed to fighting against lower civilizations, humans had grown used to extremely low casualty rates, forgetting that it was mainly due to the nature of lower civilizations. Now, facing a civilization on par with the Federation, with more than 3 times the military strength, the reality hit hard. Following that, Lin Fan announced that the distribution of compensation funds would begin 3 days later, urging all federal citizens to monitor and ensure that every portion of the relief funds reaches the right beneficiaries. After the press conference, the online platforms erupted with discussions about the 50 million casualties, causing alarm and concern among many. The federal fleet's exceptional benefits might attract many to join, but it should be known that surviving and thriving in the federal fleet demanded hard work, not mere comfort. There would always be dissenting voices in the world. Disharmony was ever present. Several individuals demanded accountability from Lin Fan for the deaths of 50 million soldiers, but their claims were swiftly dismissed, as the people of the Federation were no longer easily swayed by such accusations. Over 800,000 warships destroyed in the battle against an enemy force 3 times their size. Getting distracted by such inquiries was unjustifiable. After a month had passed, to the surprise of Lindzen and Sanders, no evidence of any malfeasance had been found, significantly deviating from their expectations. Facing such a significant sum of wealth, it was inconceivable that no one would attempt to exploit the situation. Lindzen firmly believed that someone or some people had managed to evade their surveillance. But how? Inside the president's office, Lindzen was examining the distribution of compensation funds and noticed some irregularities. While monitoring the disbursement of funds, he discovered an unexpected anomaly. Typically, when distributing compensation funds, if the deceased federal soldiers had no direct relatives, the funds would be given to the second-in-line non-relative, accounting for about 2 to 3% of each disbursement. However, to his surprise, in the case of the 50 million casualties this time, all funds were claimed by direct family members, which was highly irregular. Strangely, all the beneficiaries had verifiable credentials, leaving no room for discrepancy. Contemplating how this situation could be possible, Lindzen pondered a possibility, a sophisticated maneuver requiring the involvement of numerous individuals. Nevertheless, regardless of the extent of involvement, Lindzen was determined to uproot them. With his suspicions, Lindzen called for aid, informing him about the discovered discrepancies. Aid, upon hearing the information, was visibly taken aback. The two stayed in the president's office for 2 hours, discussing the matter before Aid left. 3 days later, Aid returned to Lin Zhen's office. "It's confirmed, as you suspected," said Aid with a complicated expression as he entered the room. End of chapter. Chapter 227. Hand over the people to us at the Shanghai Federation Presidential Palace office. Inside the office, Lindzen listened to Aid's report with a very grim expression. The distribution of one lump sum of sympathy money unexpectedly revealed a huge interest group lurking within the Federation. This group of people involved various departments of the Federation. It can be said that this incident was successful because so many departments were involved, allowing it to go unnoticed by Sanders. They specifically targeted the part of fallen soldiers who had no direct relatives, which accounted for 3.2% of the fallen soldiers in this incident. Do not underestimate this 3.2%. This involved a total of 1.6 million fallen soldiers. With the current high amount of sympathy money in the Federation, the money involved is definitely an astronomical figure, enough to make them all filthy rich. After selecting the targets, they directly started tampering with the information in their hands using their respective powers. It was truly a scene of multiple Federation departments cooperating. Suddenly, some fallen soldiers' records added a spouse or a child out of nowhere. All kinds of scenarios were arranged, and eventually, the 3.2% of fallen soldiers with no direct relatives suddenly had designated heirs in their records overnight. The key point is, these suddenly appearing husbands, wives, children, and so on were not fabricated. They were real people whose identities had been altered by several departments working together, and the sympathy money was indeed distributed to these individuals. In summary, if one only looked at the information, they would not see any problems at all. Everything was carried out according to procedures without any deviations. If Lin Zhen had not stubbornly believed that no one was up to mischief, it would have been impossible. Maybe this matter would have been swept under the rug. These people are really daring. Have all the personnel involved been identified? The dialogue unfolded. Yes, they have all been identified. Speaking of which, this time involved nearly half of the executives from the Federation's departments. Speaking of the individuals involved, Ed's expression was not looking good either. Never had they expected that the distribution of sympathy money would lure so many people into taking risks, even causing nearly half of the Federation's senior officials to succumb to this temptation. Lin Zhen also did not anticipate that what was initially intended to expose some internal corruption within the Federation due to this significant sympathy payment distribution turned out to be something entirely different. However, this was also good. It was better to uncover it now rather than let it remain hidden within the Federation. Who is the mastermind behind this incident? It's currently the Deputy Minister from the Federation's Administrative Department, Haowen, who is also Richard's son. Richard, Ed was familiar with. He was a former Vice Admiral of the Interstellar Fleet, once a leader of the Qualification faction. Richard had been forced out of the Federation fleet by Lin Zhen and Sanders. Did Richard take part in this? No, we haven't found any clues indicating his involvement. You must also be aware of what kind of person Richard is. He has never shown any interest in money. He wouldn't have participated in this matter. Ed also knew Richard well. He was obsessed with power, but was always indifferent to money. Furthermore, based on their current investigation findings, this matter seemed to have been organized solely by Haowen. Richard should have been completely unaware of it. Good, it's good that he wasn't involved. How much longer until we close the net? Within 3 days. We are continuing to dig deeper to see if we can uncover more hidden corruption. All right then, 3 days later, we will officially close the net, and the Federation Central Guard will fully cooperate with you. Good. 3 days later, a piece of news shook the entire Federation. The most mysterious Federation Central Guard suddenly appeared in the command of Vice President Ed and arrested more than a dozen high-ranking officials from over 10 departments, including some heads of departments. Apart from the government's internal arrests, over 10 prominent families within the Federation were implicated. The Central Guard raided their residences directly, taking away all important personnel without leaving anyone behind. Within just 1 day, the number of individuals captured throughout the Federation exceeded 3,000. And that was not all. As the Federation citizens had yet to recover from the shock of the first day's news, on the second day, an even larger operation started. Massive arrest operations unfolded on various planets within the Federation's territory. The number of individuals detained reached a staggering 1.6 million. When this news spread, the entire Federation was in turmoil. Everyone was asking the same question. What happened? On that evening, Lin Zhen personally held a press conference, detailing all the details of the incident. Only at that moment did the Federation citizens slowly come to understand what had occurred. To think that so many high-ranking officials had conceived the idea to exploit the sympathy money this way, and they directly tampered with the compensation for 1.6 million fallen soldiers. It was truly despicable. The soldiers had sacrificed themselves on the front lines to protect the Federation, yet their compensation after death was being stolen by these corrupt individuals. This infuriated the entire Federation population. Immediately, a petition demanding severe punishment for the mastermind of this incident appeared on the Presidential Palace's petition website, quickly garnering 15 billion signatures. It could be said that among adults, 9 out of 10 people had signed the petition. When news of this incident reached the Shanhai Pass, located 8,000 light-years away, all the soldiers who had participated in the defense of the pass were furious. These fallen soldiers were their comrades. Now that they were gone, some were still trying to steal their compensation. The whole Shanhai Pass was in chaos. Inside the Uranos Bridge, Lin Fan looked at the reports brought in by various fleet commanders, most of which mentioned that due to the sympathy money incident, the soldiers' emotions were unstable, causing chaos. Liang Zhu, help me contact the Presidential Palace. Yes, Commander. Soon, Lin Zhen's figure appeared on the bridge. Old man, Haowen will be sentenced to death in the end, right? Yes, if nothing unexpected happens. Smelly kid, what are you up to? Lin Zhen looked at Lin Fan in confusion, sensing that Lin Fan's query meant trouble. Old man, Where do you think the angriest people in this incident are? As Lin Fan spoke, Lin Zhen began to understand. Indeed, compared to the Federation citizens, the soldiers at the Shanhai Pass were bound to be angrier. After all, these fallen soldiers were once their comrades. Perhaps now the whole Shanhai Pass was in turmoil. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't have contacted him specifically to convey this information. Tell me, what do you want to do? Hand over the execution of Howard death sentence to us in the Shanhai Pass combat zone. All right, I agree. Lin Zhen didn't hesitate, he immediately agreed. He had guessed some of the situation on Lin Fan's end. To completely calm the soldiers in the Shanhai Pass combat zone, Lin Fan's suggestion was indeed the most effective. Moreover, changing the execution location of the death penalty to the Shanhai Pass was not a big issue. Even the Federation citizens would understand and support it. Old man, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 228. After half a year of execution in Shanhai Guan. With a sudden contraction of the void, a small fleet exited the State of Leap and appeared near the Villera Star. Commander, the fleet escorting the prisoners has arrived. Good. Have them dock at Dock A13 of the fortress. Understood. Soon, this small fleet, under the command of the Shanhai Guan Navigation Control Station, sailed into the fortress located on the orbit of the Villera Star. At this moment, Lin Fan, along with Liang Zhu and over 100 soldiers of the assault team, were already waiting at the port. Everyone knew who was coming, and even the soldiers of Shanhai Guan were waiting for the moment when this small fleet would arrive. In addition to the soldiers escorting by Lin Fan and Liang Zhu, everyone in the dock had already gathered around. The scene was like fans waiting at the airport for a star to come out. The only difference was that no one's face showed excitement at the moment. Instead, everyone was grimacing. At this moment, not only the people in the dock were gathered at the side, but even all the fleets and planets in the entire Federation were broadcasting the current scene in the dock. Speaking of why, it dates back to half a year ago. After all the persons involved in the case of Comfort Money were captured, the trial process proceeded unusually swiftly. On one hand, the entire process was being pushed forward by the Federation, and on the other hand, the evidence discovered by Ed was very comprehensive, leaving no chance for a comeback. When all the dust settled, the main culprit, Heol Wen, was sentenced to death without exception. Given that the amount involved in the case had long surpassed the Federation's death penalty standard of 1 million times, there was no controversy. Even his father, Richard, did not try to spare him from the death penalty. He simply accepted the outcome quietly. Although Richard used to be a leader of the Qualifications faction, he would never commit such a despicable act as embezzling funds for the families of the fallen soldiers, and he detested it. But he never expected that his son would commit such an act. Not to mention others, he even wanted to throttle this vile offspring himself. During the trial of the entire case, not only Heol Wen received the death penalty, but more than 10 high officials at the ministerial level from various departments, as well as over 10 patriarchs of the great families, were also sentenced to death, totaling 32 people. As for the other accomplices, those of a severe degree were sentenced to 100 to 200 years, and those of a lighter degree, such as the 1.6 million people arranged by the great families to receive the comfort money under false identities, were all sentenced to 30 years. In just over a month, the entire case was swiftly tried and concluded. At the conclusion of the case, Lin Zhen made a request to the responsible federal judge overseeing the entire case to deliver the 30 to death row inmates to Shanhai Guan for the execution of their death penalties by the Shanhai Guan Garrison District. This request surprised the judge greatly, and likewise, the public watching the live broadcast of the trial was also taken aback, as no one had expected Lin Zhen to make such a request. However, many people quickly understood. Yes, the 50 million fallen soldiers were from the Shanhai Guan Garrison District. Shouldn't they be given an explanation apart from this incident? Was it important where the death penalty was carried out? For the federal citizens, it was not important at all, right? Is there any difference between carrying out the death penalty on Earth or in Shanhai Guan? Absolutely none, right? But for the soldiers of Shanhai Guan, it held significant meaning. Delivering the prisoners to Shanhai Guan to have their death sentences carried out personally by them could have a considerable effect on stabilizing military morale. At the same time, it would also be a form of accountability to the Shanhai Guan Garrison District from the Federation worth over 10 billion federal soldiers. All the federal citizens who realized this immediately left comments online in support of Lin Zhen's decision to deliver the 32 main culprits to Shan Haiguan for execution. In the end, the judge issued a final ruling, agreeing to President Lin Zhen's request, and announced that the main culprits would be delivered to Shan Haiguan immediately. When the final sentence was handed down, the entire federal network erupted. Through this event, the Federation conveyed a clear stance to all federal citizens. No matter how high-ranking you are, or how influential, if you dare to commit a crime within the Federation, you will definitely be subject to legal sanctions. Time rewinded to half a year later. Under the gaze of all the soldiers in Shan Haiguan and all federal citizens, the escort spacecraft opened its hatch and lowered the gangway. Soon, the first main culprit, Hale Wen, wearing handcuffs and ankle cuffs, was escorted down by 2 soldiers of the Central Federal Guard, looking expressionless. Following closely behind were groups of 3, with 2 soldiers escorting 1 prisoner, steadily emerging from the spacecraft, totaling 32 groups. General Lin Fan, I have been ordered to escort 32 prisoners to the Shan Haiguan Garrison District. Now that they have all arrived, and there were no issues on the way, please give instructions. After all the 32 prisoners were escorted inside the port, a junior-level officer of the Central Federal Guard hurried to Lin Fan and saluted, reporting, "Well done. The handover will begin now." "Yes." After saying this, Lin Fan nodded at Liang Zhu, who immediately understood and led the assault team's soldiers who were prepared in advance to proceed with the prisoner handover. The handover process went smoothly, as all the prisoners showed no signs of resistance. Rather, they looked lifeless, almost devoid of any vitality. Upon completion of the handover, Lin Fan and Liang Zhu led the team to the prearranged execution site. It was an empty chamber with nothing inside. The Federate citizens watching the broadcast were somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to carry out an execution? Why were they brought to an empty chamber? Of course, individuals familiar with the situation quickly started providing explanations online. The death penalty procedures in the interstellar fleet differ from those on planets. On planets, methods like firing squad, electric chair, or lethal injection are commonly used. However, in the interstellar fleet, the only method of execution is to simply throw the person into space, generally used by the interstellar fleet for executing federal military personnel sentenced to death by military courts. Hence, ordinary federal citizens were not aware of this. It wasn't until this moment that the federal citizens realized there was such a method of execution. After sending the 32 death row inmates into the chamber, everyone retreated, locking the thick chamber door firmly. At this moment, everyone could still see the scene in the chamber through the monitor. In reality, most of the 32 individuals had already collapsed emotionally. The remaining few, including Hale Wen, although not experiencing complete mental breakdown, were visibly frightened to the extent where liquid was flowing down their pants. All the soldiers of Shan Haiguan stopped what they were doing and watched the much-awaited scene through the live broadcast. Lin Fan checked the time, nodded, and said, "Carry out the execution." End of chapter. Chapter 229. The current situation of both sides of the Federation has lasted for 90 years. It has been a whole year since the controversy over the compensation fund. The significant vacancies in important positions have been quickly filled, and the Federation has regained stability. Many years ago, Lin Zhen proposed various pronatal policies, and now the Federation has finally reaped the benefits. The first wave of population bonus has arrived. Just this year, over 600 million people have graduated from various major military academies of the Federation. Yes, besides the Interstellar Military Academy, the Federation now has over 100 military academies of all sizes. As for the Starry Military Academy founded by Lin Fan, it has been relocated to Shan Haiguan and now only recruits from within the military, serving as an advanced higher military academy, while other military academies belong to the elementary level. The first wave of adults brought about by the Federation's pronatal policies several years ago has now graduated. With 5 to 6 billion annual graduates from military academies, the Federation can boldly expand the interstellar fleet. Just this year, the Federation plans to establish the 6th and 7th fleets, deploying them to Shan Haiguan. On the other hand, Liang Xingqin's responsibility in the Unified Arm operation has also progressed smoothly and significantly exceeded expectations thanks to the Federation's affiliated civilizations. In recent years, the affiliated civilizations have almost completely divided up all areas within the Lulin Star domain, except for the Federation's territory, resulting in each affiliated civilization now having dozens of star systems. With abundant resources and strong support from the Federation towards civilizations below level 3, 37 out of the 48 affiliated civilizations in the Lulin Star domain have successfully upgraded to level 3 civilizations. Not only have the civilizations advanced, but their military power has also grown terrifyingly strong. Keep in mind that in recent years, the Federation, constrained by its population limits, hasn't expanded its fleet at all, with almost all productivity directed towards producing warships for these affiliated civilizations. Of course, it is by exchanging points, and to earn points, one must contribute technology, resources, or participate in war missions. In order to continue growing their strength, these affiliated civilizations keep sending reinforcements to the Unified Arm operation, and currently, the affiliated civilizations coalition involved in the mission has reached 15 million warships. It's essential to note that these 15 million warships aren't simply so simple. Today's warships of the affiliated civilizations fall into two categories. One type is direct exchange warships from the Federation, solidly at the level for civilization, and basically, all level 2 affiliated civilizations will directly exchange for warships, while level 3 civilizations will also exchange, though not all. The other kind is warships independently manufactured by level 3 civilizations, which also exchange for leap engines and energy shield devices from the Federation to install on their made warships, falling into the category of quasi-level for warships. After all, for level 2 civilizations, they don't have the capacity to build like this, so they exchange entirely aboard, and for level 3 civilizations, while they will also exchange the entire ship, they will continue to develop their unique technology warships, at most with the Federation's leap engines and energy shields. Therefore, of the 15 million warships currently participating in the Lulin Star domain affiliated civilization coalition, roughly 10 million are standard Federation warships, while 5 million are warships built with level 3 civilizations' unique technology coupled with the Federation's energy shields and leap engines. Naturally, the warships or equipment exchanged by the Federation to the affiliated civilizations, comparable to the Carbard Empire in the beginning, all have backdoors. Hence, the Federation isn't worried at all about any tricks that may emerge from the ballooning military power of the affiliated civilizations. If anyone dares to act out, the Federation can teach them a lesson at any given moment and make them understand the consequences of reverting to the pre-liberation era. Furthermore, with the Federation's 3 legions and the 20 legions of the IO Federation, the number of warships in the ongoing Unified Arm operation has reached a staggering nearly 22 million. Apart from the 5 million quasi-level for warships, the rest are all genuine level for warships. Over the years under Liang Shinkin's command, nearly 6,000 light-years of the area have been cleared, yielding many new affiliated civilizations, including 1 level 3 civilization and 137 level 2 civilizations. However, seeing the success and flourishing within the Federation, President Babanya, the commander of the Babavu Expeditionary Army, is exceptionally anxious. It's been over a year, and he still can't establish contact with anyone in the Bavatar fleet. Most of the 10 legions of Bavatar have been annihilated. How did the other party completely destroy the Bavatar army? How could they not even have time to send a message back? This is what worries Babanya the most. After all, he knows nothing about the other side. Even the 10 legions sent for preliminary reconnaissance mysteriously vanished. So is there anything more absurd than this? How can he make a battle plan under such uncertainties? It's completely shooting in the dark. Despite his concerns, Babanya has tried to reach out to Emperor Babalea, only to receive a harsh scolding. In Bababay's view, Babanya has grown old and timid. After all, the annihilation of 10 legions is not out of the realm of possibility, as the nearly 7 million warships exposed indicate their strength. Why should I give you 100 legions if you're afraid when you have them in hand? Now you have 100 legions, telling me you're scared and cannot continue the march? Are you kidding me? Consequently, the furious Babalea issued a death order directly, not allowing any delay, commanding an immediate advance to Tyler, and subsequently seizing villas through the Star Road. Seeing the command document sent by Babalea, Babanya had no choice but to bravely push forward. Currently, the army is still 3 years away from Tyler, and subsequently, it will take another 3 years through the Star Road. At this moment, There are only 6 years left until the Second Great Battle of Shanhai Guan. End of this chapter. Chapter 230. The joint forces of the Cis-Human Federation and the EO Confederation, who have once again taken action, are now conquering the Sabarm of Orion. The massive army of the Babavi Empire is also marching relentlessly towards Taylor. A great battle that will shake the entire Sabarm of Orion is inevitable between the two sides, but it won't happen now, at least not for another 6 years. As the power struggle in Orion's Sabarm descends into a temporary silence, a dramatic shift is also taking place on the Silver Heart route, nearly 30,000 light-years away. Ever since the Zola Alliance declared war with a high profile a few years ago and launched a surprise attack on the Vera Alliance's defense line in the direction of the second core arm of the Silver Heart route. Sweeping through and penetrating 3,000 light-years into the first core arm, they finally stopped at the newly established Satchel's defense line by the Vera Alliance. The Satchel's defense line was urgently established by the Vera Alliance after the Zola Alliance breached the defense line of the Silver Heart route, leading to a mobilization order for the entire alliance. In just 1 year, the Vera Alliance assembled over 50 billion warships, formed the initial Satchel's defense line, and confronted the Zola Alliance's vanguard fleet of 40 billion warships. However, more reserve forces from both sides are still being continuously gathered. Although the Vera Alliance has deployed nearly 1 trillion warships in battles against the Free Alliance on one front and the Zola Alliance on another, neither the Free Alliance nor the Zola Alliance is pushing their entire alliance into a life-and-death battle. Therefore, under the Vera Alliance's mobilization order, even after mobilizing all the forces of the entire alliance, a significant fleet could still be formed to establish the Satchel's defense line. Moreover, there are not only 500 billion warships, but a large number of fleets are continuously gathering. When an alliance goes all out in a battle, the potential power it can deploy is quite terrifying. Currently, on the Satchel's defense line, the Vera Alliance has amassed a fleet of 1 trillion warships, while the Zola Alliance has also received support from its base, bringing the number of their warships to a substantial 900 billion. Although the Vera Alliance has 100 billion more warships than the Zola Alliance on the Satchel's defense line, due to the fact that the leading country of the alliance, Vera Federation, has a significant fleet engaged in the Free Alliance battlefront. The Vera Alliance has slightly fewer 5th-level warships on the Satchel's defense line compared to the Zola Alliance. Overall, the comprehensive strength of both sides is virtually equal at the moment. Therefore, despite the long-standing standoff on the Satchel's defense line, a full-scale confrontation has yet to occur, with most of the actions being tentative local attacks. Although with the establishment of the Satchel's defense line, the Zola Alliance temporarily feels relieved, the situation on the Free Alliance front is quite grim. With a starting fleet of 90 billion against 140 billion, their forces are already in a position of significant disadvantage, and being tied down by the Zola Alliance, they are unable to provide support to the other front. After a few years, the repercussions of the substantial difference in troop strength are gradually becoming evident, making it increasingly challenging for the Vera Alliance to defend on the 4th core arm of the Silver Heart route. The defense line is now on the verge of collapse. Currently, the Vera Alliance has less than 50 billion warships remaining on this defense line, while the Free Alliance still has a full 100 billion warships, widening the gap in forces, shifting the ratio to 1:2, making the defense line even more challenging to hold. In the capital circle of the Vera Federation, in the leader's palace, the anxious Verto received an unexpected communication. "Sis, if you have something to say, spit it out quickly. I don't have time to waste with you." Watching Sis' figure, Verto showed no trace of goodwill. For Verto, if it weren't for Sis facilitating passage for the Zola Alliance, the Vera Alliance wouldn't be in such dire straits. Therefore, Verto detested Sis, but couldn't afford to break ties with the EO Confederation outright. If the EO Confederation also joined the war, the Vera Alliance would be in serious trouble. Hence, despite his hatred for Sis, Verto would still answer his communication, perhaps giving him a bit of a cold shoulder at most. "Verto, I was prepared to assist you, and you're giving me this attitude," Sis said with a smile, seeming completely unperturbed by Verto's cold reception. However, this left Verto somewhat stunned. What exactly was Sis implying? You should know that even though the Free Alliance and the Zola Alliance haven't explicitly stated it, they likely have formed some kind of alliance. They will most likely split the first core arm after the war. And this is not an ideal situation for us, the EO Confederation. That's why I want to lend you a hand." After hearing Sis' words, Verto had to admit that the reason was impeccable. If the current situation continued, the Vera Alliance might ultimately be unable to resist the joint attack of the two major alliances, possibly leading to their destruction. At that point, undoubtedly, the EO Confederation, which didn't take part in this galactic war, would become the strongest among the remaining three major alliances. But here's the dilemma. Would the Zola Alliance and the Free Alliance accept this situation? Probably not. The most likely scenario is that the two major alliances will join forces against the EO Confederation. Although the two major alliances may be considerably weaker than the EO Confederation after a major war, if they unite, they would still pose a formidable threat that the EO Confederation alone may not be able to withstand. If that happens, the galaxy's landscape will shift from four major alliances to two major alliances. What do you propose? Verto looked at Sis with a nod, inquiring, "It's simple. Withdraw the remaining fleets from your Silver Heart defense line. Draw the Free Alliance's forces to the Satchel's defense line. Then I will dispatch 100 billion warships to cut off their retreat routes and coordinate with your defense forces on the Satchel's defense line to surround and annihilate both their main forces here." Hearing Sis' plan, Verto's eyes lit up. It was indeed a brilliant strategy. After recalling their defending forces from the Silver Heart route, they would have a fleet of 150 billion warships in coordination with the defense forces at Satchel's defense line, potentially 190 billion in total, opposing the joint forces of the Zola Alliance and the Free Alliance. By cutting off their supplies and support lines, implementing a pincer maneuver, they could absolutely annihilate the main forces of both enemies at the Satchel's defense line. Perhaps the Vera Alliance could indeed turn the tide of the war. Verto couldn't help but consider the possibility. End of the chapter. Chapter 231. The betrayal of the Hyo Alliance against the Federation has been going on for 91 years. The remnants of the Vera Alliance retreating from the Silver Heart Channel and the 4th Spiral Arm defensive line, under the support of the defending army, arrived at the Shezzer defensive line with 500 billion warships. This increased the number of defending troops on the Shezzer defensive line from 1 trillion to 1.5 trillion in an instant. Of course, this military advantage did not last long, because the advancing 1 trillion warships of the Free Alliance also reached near the Shezzer defensive line, merged with the Zola Alliance, and their forces surged to 1.9 trillion warships. Neither of the two major alliances were surprised by the fleet withdrawal of the Vera Alliance from the Silver Heart defensive line, since only 500 billion warships remained, and resisting against 1 trillion warships of the Free Alliance would not yield good results. It was better to retreat to the Shezzer defensive line and make a final stand. Soon, a massive battle involving a total of 3.4 trillion warships began. The Free and Zola Alliance simultaneously launched fierce attacks on the Shezzer defensive line from multiple positions, and, of course, the defending troops on the Shezzer defensive line immediately retaliated, resulting in intense combat. After all, even with a disparity of 400 billion warships in military strength, it would not be immediately evident. At most, it could be said that the Vera Alliance had much weaker reinforcements compared to the Free and Zola Alliance. While the two major alliances were launching their attacks on the Shezzer defensive line, they were unaware that the Hyo Alliance's massive fleet of 1 trillion warships was positioned behind them, ready to strike at any moment. In the third month of intense combat between the two major alliances, Velto received a message from Sis that was unusually brief: "Ready to move." Upon seeing these 6 words, Velto's eyes narrowed. Immediately inform the defending forces on the Shezzer defensive line to mobilize all forces and launch a full counterattack. In the room, Velto stood up abruptly and ordered the Minister of Military Affairs before him. However, the Minister of Military Affairs, Angus, was stunned upon hearing Velto's command. Full counterattack? Now, we are barely holding on with the heavy defense facilities. How can we counterattack? Our reinforcements, an entire fleet of 1 trillion warships, are already behind the Free and Zola Alliance, Velto stated, understanding Angus's concerns and explaining the situation. Reinforcements? 1 trillion warships? Could it be? Leader, could it be? Angus suddenly realized a possibility from Velto's words. In the galaxy, aside from the two hostile alliances, the only force that could deploy 1 trillion warships to support us was one. Thinking about this, Angus, with a shocked expression, asked Velto. Indeed, it is the Hyo Alliance. They have sealed off all escape routes for the two major alliances. The preparations are complete, and they are ready to join us in surrounding and wiping out the main forces of the two major alliances. Understand this, and immediately issue orders. Understood. I will go immediately. After Velto's final shout, Angus immediately regained his senses, quickly exited Velto's office, and proceeded to the Shezzer defensive line within a Warstar. General Alfred, a top-level order from the military department. Read it. The vice officer's words made Alfred serious. This was a top-level order, a level that the Vera Federation had only issued once in nearly 10,000 years, during the total mobilization years ago. Velto had also issued a total mobilization order within the Federation, categorized as a top-level order. Now, the adjutant informed him of another top-level order, making Alfred anxious. Could there be another problem? The order is for all defending troops on the Shezzer defensive line to immediately launch a full-scale counterattack in coordination with our allies against the Free and Zola alliance. Like Angus, Alfred was taken aback. Are they joking? We've been holding on so hard with numerous defense facilities, and now they want us to launch a full-on attack. How is this any different from sending us to die? General Alfred, the military department has also sent a highly confidential report. Only you have permission to view it, and it has been transferred to your command terminal. What is this about? First, a ridiculous order, and now a highly confidential report only I can see. Although he had many things to criticize, Alfred engaged with the information on his command terminal. Soon, a document appeared, and as he read through it, his facial expression rapidly changed until he revealed an expression of joy. Immediately order all defending troops on the defensive line to be fully prepared for an attack. I'll give them only an hour. After an hour, launch a full counterattack against the enemy in front. Excited by the information he had read, Alfred immediately issued the order. Yes, General Alfred. Although the vice officer had many questions, it was apparent that this was not the time for inquiries. The subordinate quickly executed Alfred's orders. As for the ordinary soldiers below, they didn't think too much about it. For them, it was just following orders to kill or be killed, and they didn't concern themselves with the strategy. 1 hour later, the 1.5 trillion warships of the Vera Alliance, divided into 15 groups, swiftly surged out from various points of the defensive line directly towards the territories of the two major alliances. Of course, such actions could not escape the notice of the two major alliances, as it was an alliance outing of 1.5 trillion warships. If they did not notice such a large-scale movement, that would be strange. We thought they were confined within the defensive line, requiring a lot of effort to conquer them, but now they've come out on their own. So don't blame us for taking advantage of this opportunity to annihilate you. The commanding officer scoffed at the rushing Vera Alliance fleet. Commander, numerous fleets are continuously appearing behind us, arriving through skips at a location about 100 million kilometers away behind, with a total quantity reaching an impressive 1 trillion. Additionally, according to the database's urgent comparison, these are warships of the Hyo Alliance. 1 trillion Hyo Alliance warships. Are they planning to join the fray after seeing the plight of the Vera Alliance? No, this is completely wrong. There's a major problem. The Vera Alliance abnormally launched an all-out attack. The Hyo Alliance's large forces avoided our reconnaissance, appeared at our rear, and are undetected by the Vera Alliance amid the counterattack. End of this chapter. Chapter 232. The Galactic War began in full swing before the commanders of the two major alliances could even think. The massive army of the Vera Alliance had already launched their attack, and both sides immediately engaged in intense combat. Throughout the entire firefight, the fleets of the two alliances had a clear advantage, with hundreds of billions of warships compared to the Vera Alliance. Directly confronting them was absolutely not a disadvantage. However, the commanders anxiously watched the tactical images and hoped that the approaching Hyo Alliance fleet in the rear was not what they expected. At the same time, in the Ring Silver Heart Passage, located between the second and third major arms, on one side of the Hyo Alliance defense line, Commander, the Zola Alliance transport fleet is nearing. According to their passage request, their destination is the same as before, heading to the first major arm to transport supplies. Destroy all, leave no ships. Yes, Commander. Although the deputy commander habitually responded, they immediately realized something was amiss. What did their commander just say? Destroy all, leave none? Commander, did you say we should destroy them all? The deputy commander initially thought they misheard and cautiously asked again. Yes, you heard correctly. This is the latest order from His Majesty the Sith Emperor. Execute it. Yes, Commander. At this moment, the Zola Alliance fleet waiting at the defense line consisted of 100 million transport ships and 30 million warships, and this was not the first time they had passed through here. Since the Zola Alliance joined the war several years ago, this fleet had transported goods through this passage 6 times without any incidents. However, at this moment, stationed on the Heo Alliance defense line, they were completely defenseless. Suddenly, the defense facilities on the line and the nearby fleets unleashed firepower without warning towards their area, with a total of 5 billion warships firing upon them. The Zola Alliance fleet, which was waiting to pass through, even had their engines shut down and remained completely motionless, akin to sitting ducks. In just one round of attacks, 80% of the Zola Alliance transport ships were completely wiped out, making use of the surprise attack against the stationary ships. By the time the surviving Zola Alliance warships in the first round of attacks reacted, it was too late. It would take at least half a minute to restart the warships and several minutes to accelerate from a standstill. How could they possibly recover from this? They were essentially sitting ducks waiting for the next wave of attacks. A few minutes later, in front of the Heo Alliance defense line, a large amount of wreckage was left behind. A total of 100 million transport ships and 30 million escort warships were obliterated in just 3 rounds of firepower, following the command of the defense line commander to destroy all, leave none. Of course, this was based on the assumption that most of the enemy fleet consisted of cumbersome transport ships and that their entire fleet had come to a halt, even shutting down their warship engines, making them easy targets. In this open space, the Heo Alliance had close to a 100% accuracy rate. Otherwise, eliminating this transport fleet would not have been so straightforward. At the same time, in the first major arm on the Saxels defense line, the Heo Alliance army had the fleets of both major alliances within range. Although throughout the process, representatives of the 2 major alliances continued to call out to the Heo Alliance, asking for the reason for their presence there, it was apparent that the Heo Alliance representatives would not provide any answers and simply ignored the inquiries. Consequently, the representatives of the 2 alliances had to dispatch 50 billion warships to the rear of their forces to defend against the Heo Alliance. However, by deploying these 50 billion warships, the front line was left vulnerable, greatly reducing the pressure on the defense forces of the Vera Alliance's Saxels defense line. Furthermore, even with the deployment of the 50 billion warships, the commanders dared not order a direct attack on the Heo Alliance fleet and instead continued to call out, seeking clarification on the intentions of the Heo Alliance. The Heo Alliance's 100 billion warships did not waste time engaging in discussions with the 2 major alliances. Once the enemy's 50 billion warships were within range, they immediately launched their firepower. Thankfully, the commander of the Zola Alliance had anticipated this situation. However, even with ample preparation, in such an open space, facing 500 billion against 1 trillion warships, were they being overconfident? The 500 billion warships were immediately suppressed by the Heo Alliance's 1 trillion warships, unable to even lift their heads, as this open space allowed for all forces to engage in simultaneous attacks. In such a scenario, the result of 500 billion warships facing off against 1 trillion warships was clear, a completely one-sided battle. Now, the entire battlefield was divided into 2 parts. One part saw the 1 trillion warship army of the Alliance against the 500 billion warships of the 2 major alliances. The other part pitted the 1.5 trillion warships of the Vera Alliance against the 1.4 trillion warships of the 2 major alliances. With a total of 4.4 trillion warships participating in the battle, all from major galactic alliances converged, making it a truly full-fledged galactic war. The entire star field resembled a meat grinder, with a large number of warships being destroyed every second. This was not the Silver Heart Passage, where battles were limited to 100 billion on each side and losses were in the billions over many years. Here, where there were no restrictions on the size of forces, all powers could be fully deployed, resulting in losses at a rate 100 times faster than the Silver Heart Passage. So, despite the massive scale of the 4.4 trillion battle, it was likely that a victor would be determined within a month, unlike the Silver Heart Passage where battles could last for several years without a clear outcome. The commanders of the two major alliances were feeling anxious. Their forces had been reduced to just over 1.8 trillion warships, while the opponents had nearly 2.5 trillion warships, a significant numerical difference, especially in the rear, where the 500 billion warships were in combat with the 1 trillion Heo Alliance warships. They were completely overwhelmed, and if reinforcements did not arrive soon, they would likely collapse within days. On the other hand, the 1.4 trillion warships of the two major alliances were facing the 1.5 trillion warships of the Saxels defense line garrison of the Vera Alliance, in a stalemate, with both sides exchanging fire in a war of attrition. The commanders were eager to pull 500 billion warships from the 1.4 trillion warships to support the rear. But the issue was that if they withdrew the 500 billion warships now, the rear would indeed be relieved, but the front line of the battle would be overwhelmed by the Vera Alliance's numerical superiority. At that moment, the commanders of the two major alliances had already contemplated the idea of retreat. End of chapter. Chapter 233. Shisi sets up a new poison plan. Although the commanders of the Freedom and Zola Alliance have already thought about retreating, the current situation on the battlefield is extremely unfavorable for them. However, retreating is not a simple matter. Early on in the battle, the Xiu Alliance and Vela Alliance had scattered numerous leap interference inhibitors in the battlefield. Therefore, there were only two ways to retreat. One was to rely on the hyperspace engine to slowly fly out of the area blocked by the leap interference inhibitors and then leap away. The other was to identify and destroy all leap interference inhibitors in the chaotic battlefield before leaping away. However, regardless of which way, it was not something that the two major alliances could easily achieve in a short period of time. The battle was extremely intense, and life had become worthless here, with countless lives disappearing rapidly. Meanwhile, in a virtual conference room, Morlos and Hazen were sitting face to face looking grim. Shisi did quite well to make such a move at this critical moment, Hazen said through gritted teeth. Just a while ago, he received news that a large transport fleet was completely slaughtered while passing through the Xiu Alliance's defense line, with no survivors. Additionally, according to intelligence, the Xiu Alliance had deployed at least 80 billion warships on the Silver Heart Channel defense line, clearly to block them. The betrayal from Shisi from being good friends one moment to directly backstabbing them the next moment had infuriated Hazen. Hazen, what are you planning to do now? With the current situation, if we don't do something, nearly 200 billion warships may be completely wiped out there. Have you thought about what will happen once this portion of firepower is wiped out? Morlow's words pulled Hazen back from his anger. It was true, if nearly 200 billion, to be precise, over 180 billion warships were completely wiped out, then it would not bode well for the Freedom and Zola Alliance. If the Zola Alliance was defeated, it might still be manageable, considering they had dispatched 100 billion ships in total. However, it would be disastrous for the Freedom Alliance since they had already mobilized over 150 billion ships from the beginning of the war, effectively utilizing most of their forces. If this force was lost here, it would not only be a matter of losing against the Vela Alliance, but also facing the threat of being attacked by them, risking the dissolution of the alliance. If the Freedom Alliance were destroyed, could the Zola Alliance, with half of its fighting strength gone, withstand attacks from both the Vela and Xiu alliances? Therefore, it was crucial to rescue this fleet. However, the current situation was dire, and time was running out. Morlos leading the fleet, as reinforcements would take at least a year to arrive. In a year's time, everything might already be over. Should we talk to Shisi and Veilto? I think we should. We can pay a price to get the fleet back first and deal with the rest later. Alright, that's settled. I'll contact Shisi and Veilto. After saying that, Hazen left the virtual conference room. Shortly after, in another virtual conference room, Hazen, Veilto, and Shisi were sitting together. Shisi, did the Zola Alliance offend you in any way? Why did you plot against us? Seeing Shisi, Hazen asked directly, still not understanding why Shisi suddenly turned against them. Hazen, I can watch you beat up the Vela Alliance, but I can't watch you destroy them. You should understand the reason behind this, right? Hazen was momentarily stunned by Shisi's words, and then he understood. Shisi was worried that if the Freedom and Zola alliance wiped out the Vela alliance, they would then turn on the Xiu alliance. While Hazen didn't have such intentions at the moment, who could guarantee that they wouldn't turn on the Xiu alliance after taking down the Vela alliance? Therefore, for the Xiu alliance, the best scenario was for the four major alliances to keep each other in check. Finally understanding the situation, Hazen thought to himself that he might have done the same if he were in Shisi's position. Shisi, I won't attack the Vela alliance anymore, but you have to release my fleet. Sure, as long as they surrender, I can let them go. With Shisi's assurance, Hazen's mood instantly improved. It seemed like the problem was resolved. However, Vailto on the side was looking at Shisi with a puzzled expression. What was going on? They had finally cornered the main forces of the two major alliances, and now Shisi wanted to let them go. Vailto disagreed. Absolutely disagreed. Vailto, I know what you're thinking. If you insist on continuing the fight, then I'll withdraw, and it will be 1-2 for you. This statement left Vailto stunned. It dawned on him that without the Xiu alliance's intervention, he would have been the one almost defeated. Although the situation had now reversed, if the Xiu alliance withdrew, the situation would instantly revert back to the previous state, where he would still be at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Vailto understood that he had no choice but to listen to Shisi's advice. Fine, as long as they surrender, you can let their fleet return. Vailto spoke through gritted teeth, showing his unwillingness. All right, that's settled. I'll inform Morlos, and later we'll order the frontline warships to stop resisting and surrender to you. After saying this, Hazen immediately left. Time was of the essence. Every day of delay could result in the loss of billions of warships. Vailto, aren't you feeling quite unwilling? After Hazen left, Shisi smiled and said to Vailto. Vailto didn't reply, but his expression already revealed the answer, indicating his discontent. After all the warships of the Freedom and Zola alliance surrender, send the fleet to surround them and accept their surrender. Order them to shut down engines, weapons, and other systems, then. Shisi paused for a moment before making a gesture. Vailto's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shisi. You are too cunning. End of chapter. Chapter 234. In the interstellar era, on the Sutton defense line, the two sides in the war seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped firing at the same time. One moment they were fiercely battling, and the next moment, the entire star domain fell silent. At this moment, Zola and the Alliance of Freedom still had 160 billion warships left, while the Alliance of Vera and Hyo still had over 230 billion warships. It was clear that after these days of fighting, Zola and the Alliance of Freedom had suffered significantly more losses. The commanders in the Vera Alliance fleet were all quite resentful of this ceasefire. We clearly had the absolute advantage. We could have wiped out the enemy with just a little more effort. But why stop firing? The order from Leader Verto left everyone completely puzzled. But even if they couldn't understand it, even if they were unwilling, as soldiers, they had to obey orders. Ceasefire was just the first order issued from above. The second order was to surround the enemy, order them to shut down the key systems of their warships, such as weapons and engines, and prepare for surrender. Soon, the over 230 billion warships of Vera and Hyo surrounded them, and simultaneously sent a message ordering the enemy to immediately shut down all key systems on their warships. Zola and the Alliance of Freedom had apparently already received this order from above and did not resist, complying completely with the enemy's request. All 160 billion warships had shut down all systems, except for life support. The warships were like paralytics, completely motionless, floating in space. What kind of ridiculous order is this? We were clearly winning. We could have wiped them out completely. And now we have to accept their surrender and let them go back? General Alfred was extremely displeased. As the overall commander of the defense line, he saw very clearly. With just a little more effort, they could have completely wiped out the enemy. However, in this promising situation, orders came from the top to ceasefire and prepare to accept the enemy's surrender. Fine, I can accept the surrender. It doesn't differ much from wiping them out. But after the surrender, to let the enemy go back. What kind of nonsense is this? At the moment when General Alfred was ranting, the final fleet from other regions arrived and, upon reaching here, were also ordered to shut down their warships. Now, all 160 billion warships of Zola and the Alliance of Freedom were clustered together. The scene resembled an abandoned warship storage area in space, with each ship lined up next to the other, all squeezed into a small space, motionless and peacefully floating in the void. And on the outer periphery, the over 230 billion warships were tightly encircling them. General Alfred, Leader Verto has just issued a new order of the highest level, and it requires your personal review, JHM. In just these few years, Alfred had already received 3 orders of the highest level. The first was the mobilization order from the Vera Federation, and the second requested his cooperation with the Hyo Alliance for a full-scale counterattack. And now, just a few more days, here comes the third highest level order. When did this highest level order become so worthless? Complaining aside, Alfred immediately operated his command terminal to review the order. But as he finished reading it, his breathing became rapid. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, without warning, Alfred began to laugh maniacally. This left his deputy utterly confused. What kind of order did their commander receive? How did he become like this after reading it? Should I ask the onboard psychologist to come to the command center? General Alfred and HM? Still laughing maniacally, Alfred heard his deputy calling him, turned to look, and upon seeing the thoroughly perplexed expression on his deputy's face, he immediately understood what was going through his deputy's mind. Don't panic, I'm not crazy. Take a look at this order. The highest level order did not mean that no one else could know about it besides Alfred. It was just to prevent leakage of its contents, limiting it to being opened only by him. When the deputy saw the order on Alfred's terminal, his eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, he understood why Alfred had suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. Originally, Alfred was quite unhappy about the ceasefire and accepting the enemy's surrender. But now that he had seen this order, he realized that it was all part of the leader's scheme. Pretend to negotiate with the enemy, make them surrender, promise to let their fleet go back, but with the condition that they must shut down all weapons and engines on their warships, surrender first. What a clever way to surrender! Let the enemy disarm themselves obediently. Alfred had originally thought that despite the advantage, they might still lose 70 to 80 billion warships to annihilate the enemy. But now, thanks to Verto's plot, it seemed like they wouldn't have to lose any warships to wipe out the enemy. The leader truly was cunning, but I like it. General Alfred, should we proceed like this? Be quiet. What do you think interstellar war is? What do you think clashes between civilizations are? Child's play. Alfred looked at his deputy, his expression full of disappointment. Yes, General Alfred, I was naive. Realizing the error in his words, the deputy quickly replied. Finally satisfied, Alfred nodded and continued, pass this order to all fleet commanders. Tell them, 10 minutes from now, the operation will officially begin, and they must complete it within 3 minutes. Yes, General Alfred. 10 minutes later, in the command center of a war star of the Vera Army. Begin the operation. Alfred looked at the time on his smart terminal, his eyes suddenly wide open, standing up, waving his hand, and shouting loudly. Yes. Suddenly, the over 230 billion warships opened fire towards Zola and the Alliance of Freedom, who had already disarmed and surrendered to the Vera and Hyo Alliance. In a small area, the array of 160 billion completely motionless warships instantly exploded. With no shields, no armaments, and immobile warships, billions of warships turned into ruins in an instant as the relentless attacks continued to rush towards them. The surviving soldiers of the entire alliance were filled with despair. This was simply a massacre in the interstellar era. Minutes later, in the third arm of the Spiral Galaxy, the Republic of Buckland, at the leader's residence. Leader Hassan, there's a huge problem. What happened? Why are you rushing in like that? Hassan, who was sipping hot tea, looked displeased at the guard who rushed in. We have just received the latest news that after disarming and surrendering to the Vera and Hyo Alliance, our alliance with the Freedom Alliance was slaughtered without mercy. Clang! The cup in Hazen's hand moments ago was now on the ground, the hot tea spilled all over. End of this chapter. Chapter 235 advances to the fourth main spiral arm of the galaxy, the first main spiral arm, the Sackles Line. At this moment, it was like a graveyard of warships here, with the wreckage and debris of a whopping 160 billion warships floating within just 3 astronomical units. The scene was extremely horrifying. Just in 3 minutes, 160 billion warships were destroyed. Perhaps, in the tens of thousands of years recorded in the entire galaxy, Such a horrifying event had never occurred before. Send a message to the leader, informing that we have completed the mission, and Zola and the main forces of the Free Alliance have been completely wiped out. Yes, General Alfred. In a virtual conference room, Sis and Verto were sitting on either side of the only table in the room. Sis remained calm and had a slight smile, although this cockroach-like person was not pleasant when smiling. In contrast to Sis's composure, Verto was clearly anxious. Why haven't we received any news yet? Calm down, Verto. There's no problem at all. Just as Sis's words fell, they both received messages from the front lines and immediately opened them to check. Shortly after, Verto's facial expression finally changed, looking relieved. See, I told you there was no problem. Watching Verto's expression, Sis said with a smile. Yes, you are right. But what's next for us? What else can we do? Of course, we have to take advantage of the opportunity and press forward with the main army. Do you expect to wait for them to recover? Sis looked down on Verto somewhat. At this point, what else needed to be done was clear. This guy thought of himself as one of the leaders of the 4 major alliances in the galaxy, but he was not even as good as Linzon on the Orion arm. Huh? Linzon? How did I suddenly think of him? Sis, what are you thinking? Seeing Sis suddenly spaced out, Verto immediately asked. Nothing much. So, our allied forces currently have a size of 230 billion. Let's head directly to the 4th main spiral arm and attack the Free Alliance. After being awakened by Verto's words, Sis thought for a moment and said, Okay, but what about the Zola Alliance? Hasid won't just sit by and watch us wipe out the Free Alliance. Remember, the Zola Alliance is on the 3rd main spiral arm and can directly move to the 4th main spiral arm. No need to worrying about the Zola Alliance. I deployed 80 billion warships in the Silver Heart Channel. Hasid wouldn't dare to act. Otherwise, if he goes to the 4th main spiral arm, does he not fear my 80 billion warships attacking his home directly? Sis waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, After all, the Zha Alliance currently maintain the most intact combat power among the 4 major alliances. So far, they had only lost over 20 billion warships on the Sackles line. In addition to the threat of the 800 billion warships against the Zola Alliance in the Silverheart Channel, they could gather hundreds of billions more at any time, remaining completely unfazed. In contrast, the other 3 alliances were in a different situation. The Vera Alliance on the 1st main spiral arm, after a full mobilization, now had just over 130 billion warships left. The Zola Alliance on the 3rd main spiral arm lost 10 billion warships in the initial battle in the Silverheart Channel, and then a staggering 900 billion warships on the Sackles line. This meant that half of the Zola Alliance's main fleet had been directly wiped out, a heavy loss indeed. As for the Free Alliance on the 4th main spiral arm, they were the most significant loss among the 4 major alliances in the galaxy, with a total of 200 billion warships lost. They had even brought out their last 50 billion warships in the final stages of the war, but who would have thought that they would all be lost on the 1st main spiral arm? Now, if the Free Alliance did not enact a total mobilization order, they might not be able to bring out even 10 billion warships. Haha, Sis, I feel at ease now. I'll order the fleet to depart immediately and strike at the Free Alliance before they can recover. Fine, I will have the Zha Alliance fleet act in concert with yours. Let the commanders on the front lines discuss the specific operational plan. Let the professionals handle professional matters, and we just need to grasp the overall direction, Sis said casually. In reality, Sis was worried about Verto's reckless command, leading to the waste of the strategic setup. After spending so many years laying out the plan, Sis didn't want it to fall apart because of Verto. Well, that's true. Let's stick to the main direction and leave the specifics of the war to General Alfred and the commanders on your side to work out. Okay then, I have to arrange matters on the Silver Heart Channel defensive line, so Hasid won't find any opportunities. With that, Sis waved his hand and left the conference room. The next day, a message was released within the Zha Alliance's terminal system, causing a collective uproar among all Alliance member nations. 7 days ago, under the command of Admiral Alex, the Zha Alliance's army, together with the Vera Alliance's army, surrounded and annihilated the joint fleet of the Zola and Free Alliances within the Sackles line on the 1st main spiral arm. In this battle, a total of 1.875 trillion warships were wiped out, with the Vera Alliance losing 14.8 billion warships and the Jia Alliance's battle cruisers losing 2.3 billion warships. From now on, the main forces of the Zola and Free Alliances have been completely destroyed. Currently, the armies of the Jia Alliance and the Vera Alliance are heading towards the fourth main spiral arm, preparing for a full-scale counterattack against the Free Alliance. Oh my! Why did His Highnesses secretly assemble our fleet before, and didn't even mention where the fleet was going? It turns out they were for this major event. Blue Eye Civilization, Secris 1.875 trillion warships, with nearly a trillion belonging to the Free Alliance, right? Plus the previous losses. Is the Free Alliance completely devastated now? Derek Empire A. Andre, forget about the Free Alliance. The Zola Alliance is in ruins as well. Out of 100 billion warships sent out, not a single one returned. Verna Coalition, Ivan, everyone calm down. The current key point is not this. The structure of the galaxies from major alliances that has lasted for thousands of years is finally about to change. Black Light Empire, Oleg Emperor Oleg hits the nail on the head. The Free Alliance is finished, and the fate of the Zola Alliance is uncertain, as they are not completely wiped out yet. In the future, the galaxy will likely become 3 major alliances, or even to major alliances. Celt Republic E. Arnold. Throughout the terminals, all Jia Alliance members were discussing the galaxy's Great War and the possible changes in the future, creating a lively atmosphere. At the same time, on the Orion Arm, in the Earth Presidential Palace. In the office, Linzhen and Ed were also looking at the information on the terminal, both looking astonished. End of this chapter. Chapter 236, Rural Surrounding Cities. Looking at the news on the 4 major spiral arms of the Milky Way, both Linzhen and Ed were extremely shocked. Now, humanity with its group of affiliated civilizations has nearly 30 million warships, but looking at the wars on the 4 major spiral arms, the numbers easily go up to hundreds of billions. The gap is truly significant. However, the current situation must be said to be an excellent opportunity for humanity. The advanced civilizations in the Milky Way are all busy with the Galactic War. Even though the Free Alliance and the Zola Alliance are weak now, it's not something the Hio Alliance and Vela Alliance can completely win in a short time. After all, the Free Alliance can also mobilize the entire alliance like the Vela Alliance, and when an old alliance occupying an entire spiral arm launches a total mobilization, the military power it can unleash will definitely not be small. Not to mention the Hio Alliance stirring up trouble constantly. So, if this galactic war wants to come to an end, it will take at least several decades, maybe even hundreds of years. And during this time, no matter what significant events humans accomplish in the Hunter's Arm, the Vela Alliance probably won't have time to pay attention to them. Ed, I've thought it through. Even if we take over the entire Hunter's Arm, we still can't compete with the 4 major spiral arms. The difference in territory and resources is vast. Therefore, I have decided to adopt an ancient strategy. An ancient strategy? Ed was a bit puzzled. What kind of crazy idea had Linzhen come up with now? Yes, rural surrounding cities. Are you saying you want to focus on these other spiral arms that advanced civilizations overlook? After hearing Linzhen's words, Ed began to understand. Indeed, besides the 4 major spiral arms, there are some smaller arms, and the Hunter's Arm where humans reside is one of them. However, these arms are usually very barren and resource-poor, so the civilizations in the major arms don't care to occupy them. This could be a good choice for humans before venturing into the major arms to claim territory. Not only that, Ed, around the Milky Way, there are more than 10 satellite star systems like the Greater Magellanic Cloud, the Lesser Magellanic Cloud, the Ophiuchus system, etc. Don't underestimate these satellite star systems. Perhaps each of them has fewer resources and stars compared to a main spiral arm of the Milky Way, but when you add up all the satellite star systems, in terms of stars and resources, they are not inferior to a single main spiral arm. This surprised Ed. He thought when Linzhen mentioned rural surrounding cities, it referred to a few arms within the Milky Way. But now it seems Linzhen's ambition is much bigger, aiming for the satellite star systems around the Milky Way. Those are star systems with satellites. They are still star systems. Astronomically speaking, they are on the same level as the Milky Way. However, there is a serious distance issue, as these satellite star systems are tens of thousands of light-years away from the Hunter's Arm, and with the current third-generation LEAP engine of humanity, it would take decades to reach them. If this issue isn't resolved, everything else is just talk. You must be thinking that the distance problem is impossible to solve, right? Take a look at this document. I just received it today. Seeing Ed's expression, Linzen immediately knew what he was thinking and handed him a document. Ed took the document with some doubt and opened it. The more he read, the more shocked he became, to the point where his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? After reading the contents of the document, Ed looked up at Linzen and asked, his voice trembling. Yes, it's true. I have already confirmed with Bai Zixuan. We can start human trials immediately, and according to him, within a maximum of 10 years, we can conduct tests at the level of battleships. Do you know what this means? Hearing Lin Zhen's words, Ed couldn't help but understand the significance. This technology should belong to a level 5 civilization, although humanity is already a level 4 civilization, long equipped with brain domain development technology. This is like a game changer for all humans. Therefore, the fact that humanity has developed some level 5 civilization technologies isn't surprising. But the key here is that this should be a technology belonging to the late or peak of level 5 civilizations. Currently, the 4 major level 5 civilizations in the Milky Way are in the mid-stage, none of them possessing this technology. How did Bai Zixuan manage to achieve this? It's truly incredible. Is there any more questioning? Seeing Ed's puzzled expression, Linzen also smiled and said, this not only poses no problem, it is perfect. In 10 years, after we resolve the matter of the Babawi Empire, we can continue to portray ourselves as the new Heegman of the Hunter's Arm, while quietly occupying these satellite star systems to develop vigorously. This is truly a rural surrounding cities strategy. Ha ha! At this point, Ed couldn't help but laugh as well. If someone else were present, they would surely be shocked because Ed's current demeanor was entirely different from his usual self. Ed was genuinely happy, never expecting Bai Zixuan to bring such a surprise. This means that even if humanity loses in future struggles for dominance in the Milky Way, there is now a way out. It can be said that Bai Zixuan's achievement has put humanity in an invincible position. No more to say. Let's get on with it. Continued. Chapter 237 Testing the Space Gate under the leadership of Bai Zixuan. Everyone came to an observation room outside an isolation chamber. Through the huge observation wall in front, Lin Fan saw that there were dozens of people in protective suits busy in the isolation chamber. In the center of the room, there was a huge circular device with a diameter of about 3 meters. Is this the space teleportation device? Lin Fan curiously looked at the device in the isolation chamber and asked Bai Zixuan. Yes, this is it. I call it the Space Gate. Space Gate. What a great name. Seeing Bai Zixuan's proud expression, Lin Fan also praised. Minister, all inspection work has been completed. We can start the test. Good. Except for the testers, everyone else leave the isolation chamber. Understood. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Bai Zixuan ordered through the communicator. Soon, all the technical personnel in protective suits had exited the isolation chamber, leaving only the space gate in the center and a tester in a protective suit. Attention everyone, the space gate test will begin in 10 minutes. Start the activation procedure now, yes? Report, the energy transfer line has been opened, initiating energy transfer. 2%, 17%, 53%, 89%, 100%. The energy transfer for the space gate in the Science City has been completed. Report, the subgate on Vera's star has completed the energy transfer. Although a single space gate can be operated, the destination cannot be precisely targeted, and the farther the distance of transmission, the greater the margin of error. Therefore, single gate transmission is only suitable for future space transit by warships. For biological transmissions, especially to planets, imprecise positioning can easily lead to accidents. For precise transmission, Bai Zixuan specifically designed a receiver device for the space gate, mainly for positioning and receiving transmissions, which is also a 3-meter diameter circular device. Report, the space gate is attempting to lock onto the subgate on Vera's star. Lock completed. Report, all preparations have been completed. The space gate can be activated. In the observation room, reports kept coming in one after another, taking a full 10 minutes. Space gate activated. With Bai Zixuan's command, everyone immediately became busy again. The Space Gate is establishing contact with the duplicate gate. The Space Gate is constructing the Space Channel. Space Channel construction complete. Current spatial stability is at 97%. We can continue. When the Space Gate is activated and a space channel is successfully constructed, a blue light suddenly emanates from the Space Gate in the isolation chamber, forming a pale blue area within the circular structure, resembling water and appearing beautiful. Is this the Space Gate? Looking at the space entry point in the circular device resembling water, Lin Fan also curiously asked. Yes, this is the Space Gate. We have conducted over 1,000 tests from inanimate objects to living beings. Now, we are finally about to start the first human test, Bai Zixuan said excitedly. Since he successfully researched space transfer technology years ago, he had been working on it and later developed the Space Gate using this technology. He had faced failures and challenges throughout this period, only known to himself. Bai Lao, how fast is the space transmission? After observing for a while, Lin Fan asked a critical question. Speed, let me tell you. The speed of space transfer is fixed, which means 7 minutes. Whether you are transferring 1 light year or 10,000 light years, the time remains 7 minutes. But this is within a limited range. According to my theory, the maximum transfer range cannot exceed 380,000 light years. Although the transfer speed is quite fast, don't think that the jump drive can be replaced. After all, as the size of the transferred object increases and the distance of transmission grows, the energy required increases exponentially. In terms of energy efficiency, it is currently not suitable and cannot replace the jump drive. I understand. After hearing Bai Zixuan's explanation, Lin Fan understood that, until there is a major breakthrough in human energy sources, this technology can only be used for specific purposes and cannot be widely used. Wait, 380,000 light years. Isn't this distance enough to transfer a battleship to satellite systems around the Milky Way galaxy? Does this mean that when the 4 great alliances of the Milky Way are in a big fight, humans can secretly develop on satellite systems? Lin Fan's mind raced, and he and Lin Zhen thought of a plan together. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating this plan, Bai Zixuan's voice immediately brought him back to reality. Tester, begin entering the Space Gate. Understood. In the observation room, the voice of the tester rang out. However, everyone could hear the extreme nervousness in the tester's voice. After all, this was the first time humans were going through the Space Gate, and until the test was completed, who could guarantee 100% safety? Therefore, being a tester had always been an extremely dangerous profession. In the observation room, everyone held their breath as they watched the tester slowly and cautiously approach the Space Gate in the isolation chamber, with many people already sweating profusely. The tester first walked up to the Space Gate, stepped onto a platform, and approached the entrance of the space channel, which was less than 10 centimeters away. He extended his right hand to touch the entrance, which felt like touching nothing, with no sensation at all. Then, the tester took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped into the space channel, disappearing into the isolation chamber. Quick, check the data. Also, instruct the personnel at the Vera's subgate to prepare for emergency rescue. Yes, Minister. Report, the spatial channel stability is still above 97. No issues. Report, energy supply stable. No problems. Report. After hearing reports from all positions, Bai Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. He then fell silent, staring at the countdown projection in the observation room, not even blinking. 327 billion to 116,783. As time reached 0, on the projection on the other side of the observation room, an image of the subgate on Vera's star showed a figure stepping out from the water-like passage, the tester who had been in the isolation chamber. Instantly, the entire observation room erupted with thunderous cheers. End of this chapter. Chapter 238. The Stargate Network Federation commemorates 93 years. It has been over a year since the first-generation Interstellar Gate passed the test at Shanhaiguan. The so-called Interstellar Gate is also known as the Space Gate. When the Space Gate test at Shanhaiguan was successful, it was immediately reported to the Federal Presidential Palace. Lin Zhen, upon understanding the first-generation Space Gate, promptly developed a new rapid transit network system. However, when it came to naming this project, Lin Zhen encountered some trouble. Space Gate, shortened to Space Door. And then this new interstellar communication network system was called the Space Door System. It sounds strange no matter how you pronounce it. Even without shortening, calling it the Spacegate Network System would still sound strange, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, without much consideration, Lin Zhen directly waved his hand and renamed it. Yes, from that moment on, the Spacegate was officially named the Stargate by the Federation, shortened to Stargate. This new rapid transit system that will soon cover the entire Federation territory became known as the Stargate system. It is said that Bai Zixuan specifically scolded Lin Zhen for hours over communication about the naming process. Regardless of the naming dispute, in the end, this new equipment was still officially named the Interstellar Gate. As for the so-called Interstellar Gate system, proposed by Lin Zhen, it involves installing a main gate and secondary gates in major cities on all planets of the Federation. These copies will be numbered with the star system number, star domain number, star system number, planet number. For example, if you want to travel from Earth to Juzhou City on Vela Star at Shanhaiguan, you only need to input 001 Galaxy 001-9, Shanhaiguan Star Domain 001 Vela Star 003 Juzhou City into the main gate control system on Earth. Then the main gate of the Interstellar Gate will activate and immediately lock onto the corresponding copy based on the destination number you entered. This is somewhat like the old telephone system. Soon, this plan gained unanimous support from the top echelons of the Federation and was rapidly implemented. Now, over a year has passed, and the deployment of the Interstellar Gate within the Federation's territory is complete, with no consideration for beyond the Federation for the time being. Before the establishment of the Stargate network, a person traveling from Earth to Shanhaiguan would take about 3 months. Now, it only takes 7 minutes. The only cost required is the corresponding energy cost, and many companies have purchased the main gate and secondary gates of the Stargate directly from the Federation, setting them up in various divisions on different planets for transport, saving time and energy. Although the energy consumption is indeed a bit high, it is still more cost-effective than dispatching a fleet of transport ships and personnel to cross over thousands or even thousands of light years. And thus, humanity's life has been refreshed, with distances between planets no longer acting as barriers. As the Federation's promotion for the Stargate network states, no matter how far the distance, I only need 7 minutes. The emergence of the Stargate has also led to an explosive development in the industry of interstellar tourism. Originally, interstellar tourism developed quite well, but it was limited by distance and speed. It was mainly thriving in densely populated star domains. Who would be willing to spend years traveling to a remote star domain, play for a few days, and then spend another few years returning? Don't they have work to do? Even if you don't have to work, you wouldn't want to spend years traveling back and forth just to play on a certain planet, right? However, with the appearance of the Stargate, all of this changed. Remote and desolate planets suddenly became bustling with visitors. Planets thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years away from the Federation began welcoming large numbers of tourists, instantly transforming into tourist destinations. In this scenario, the local areas immediately developed and no longer remained as desolate as before, presenting lively and extraordinary scenes. At the same time, more people were willing to immigrate to remote star domains. In their words, distance is not a problem. The only consideration is how the environment of the planet is. Just as human life underwent significant changes due to the emergence of the Stargate, were once again erupted in the fourth spiral arm of the Milky Way. After a year, the 230 billion combined fleets of Vera and Zha had passed through the Silver Heart Passage and reached the Free Alliance defense line on one side of the fourth arm. Of course, during this past year, Moros was not idling around. A year ago, after the expeditionary force failed at the Satchel's defense line, he issued a total mobilization order to the Alliance. Now, he had organized a fleet of 100 billion to guard the defense line at the Silver Heart Passage. In the short term, the Free Alliance would not be able to quickly assemble more fleets, as they had already put forth all of the prepared 100 billion warships. Even though the manufacturing industry of the Free Alliance was definitely several orders of magnitude better than that of the Human Federation, they couldn't handle the loss of tens of billions of warships, which ended up being in the billions in losses. Even if the Free Alliance could produce thousands of warships every day, it wouldn't matter. In the battle for control of the Silver Heart Passage, over 6 months, the newly organized large army of the Free Alliance had already lost more than 20 billion. On one hand, The forces of Zha and Vera far outnumbered those of the Free Alliance, with a combat power comparison of over 1 to 2. On the other hand, most of the soldiers in the Free Alliance, mobilized under this order, had little to no battlefield experience and had received minimal training before being thrown into battle. Their combat skills were lacking, and their fighting spirit was pitifully low, in sharp contrast to the fresh troops of Zha and Vera, who had just descended from the Satchel's defense line. At this moment, the battle had been raging for half a year, and the Free Alliance was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Finally, at the end of the 93rd year of the Federation, the combined forces of Vera and Zha seized the opportunity and broke through the defense line of the Free Alliance. Sensing the dire situation, the commanders on the defense line decisively issued a retreat order, directing all warships to immediately leave the defense line and retreat to the second line of defense for continued counterattacks. The commander himself stayed back with 5 billion warships, causing significant trouble for the enemy by fighting to the last breath. It took a full 3 days to completely destroy this batch of trailing warships, but by then, they had lost the best opportunity for pursuit. All of the 70 billion warships of the Free Alliance successfully withdrew from the defense line of the Silver Heart Passage. End of the chapter. Chapter 239. Anomalies occurred just as the defense line of the Free League on the Silver Heart route collapsed. At the same time, in the second and third main spiral arms of the Silver Heart route, the Zola Alliance, which had been in a standoff with the Hyo Alliance for a whole year, also took action. Although the Zola Alliance had previously lost 100 billion warships on the Satchel's defense line, didn't the Hyo Alliance also have 100 billion warships operating on the first arm? Therefore, in terms of the forces that could be mobilized on the second and third arms, the difference wasn't significant. After the Free League defense line was breached, to put pressure on the Hyo Alliance, Hyzen immediately issued orders to attack the Hyo Alliance because if they did not act, Zola Alliance would be next after the Free League fell. The battle of 100 billion against 100 billion erupted immediately. This was already the maximum force that could be mobilized without a general mobilization order being issued. For the Zola Alliance, the goal of this battle was to pressure the Hyo Alliance and force their main forces in the first arm to retreat. As for the Hyo Alliance, as long as their 100 billion troops on the defense line can delay the battle being dragged onto the first arm, they were not worried since they also had 100 billion warships on their side of the defense line. So, the Scythists were not particularly concerned. Both sides had their considerations, but overall, the situation favored the Vera Alliance and the Hyo Alliance. Within the Free League, everything was in full mobilization. All resources were tilted towards the military field, and warships were frantically constructed at a terrifying rate of thousands or even tens of thousands per day. However, even at this speed, the Free League could only produce tens of billions of new warships each year, which seemed powerless in the face of the approaching to 130 billion enemy forces. While the two major alliances were tightening the pressure on the Free League, a variable occurred within the Vera Alliance's territory in the first spiral arm. The Lasso Federation, a third-level civilization under the triangular empire of the fourth-level civilization in the Vera Alliance, was located at the end of the first spiral arm. Although this position was much better than its support arm, it was still one of the most barren star regions in the main arms. The Lasso Federation's territory spanned about 120 light-years, with a total of 97 star systems, including a famous resort in its territory named Dio. At this moment, in the Dark Void, a crack suddenly opened up, about 5 million kilometers long and approximately 500,000 kilometers wide at its widest point. Visually, it appeared as if space had been cut open, and the crack was completely colorless, pitch black, impossible to see what was inside. Whether it was the fleets patrolling in Dio, or the monitoring network covering the entire star system, none of them detected this crack, as if it didn't exist at all. Suddenly, an object appeared from the crack, a small asteroid with a diameter of about 300 kilometers, its surface pockmarked, roughly round in shape. Subsequently, the second and third asteroids appeared one after another, with 17 asteroids appearing within a minute, and more asteroids continued to emerge from the crack's depths, increasing in speed. At this moment, in the fortress orbiting Dio 3, the personnel in the command center finally noticed the anomaly. Governor Cruz, abnormality detected near Dio 7 about 2 million kilometers away. A large number of asteroids suddenly appeared without any signs, and their numbers are rapidly increasing. There are now 29 of them, Wayne, the Minister of Space Detection Department in the command center, reported to Cruz. Asteroids. Cruz looked at Wayne in confusion. What's there to report about asteroids? Is this a joke? Seeing Cruz's expression, Wayne naturally understood what he was thinking because he was just doing the same to his subordinates. Governor Cruz, look. This is the scan image of the problem area 2 minutes ago. Wayne waved his hand, projecting a three-dimensional star map in front of him, with a section circled in red, precisely the abnormal point Wayne had reported. Isn't there nothing there? Cruz examined it carefully and found nothing inside the red circle, puzzlingly asking Wayne. Yes, Governor, nothing at all. Wayne, are you kidding me? Cruz stood up suddenly, staring at Wayne with wide eyes. Governor, don't be hasty. This is the scan image from 1 minute ago. Wayne again waved his hand, and the picture instantly switched. This time, several objects appeared inside the red circle, accompanied by several probing images on the side, clearly showing several asteroids. And this is now. Saying that, Wayne once again switched the picture, and when the latest scan image appeared, Cruz also became more serious because he saw more than 30 asteroids inside the red circle. This was abnormal, very abnormal. There were no asteroid belts around that area, and no spacecraft had passed by during the anomaly. However, so many asteroids appeared out of nowhere in that area. Things that were impossible were happening right in front of his eyes. Quick, have Balthra investigate the situation immediately. Cruz immediately turned to the adjutant beside him. Yes, Governor. Soon, the order reached Admiral Balthra, the commander of the Dio fleet. As the most famous tourist destination in the Federation, the Lasso Federation had deployed many warships here for protection. Finally, these warships deployed in the area were given a special organization, the Dio Special Fleet, which consisted of a substantial 50,000 warships classified as a special reinforced fleet organization. When Balthra saw the commands, he was also quite puzzled. The order stated he should lead the fleet to investigate the appearance of the asteroids in the area immediately. Investigate the asteroids. What was this about? Nevertheless, Cruz was after all the governor of Dio, and even if his orders were unreasonable. All right, let's consider it a little exercise. Adjutant, get the fleet ready immediately. We are going to set out. Yes, Commander Balthra. Half an hour later, Balthra led the Dio Special Fleet, slowly approaching the abnormal area, and through the observatory, Balthra saw the true face of the abnormal area. It was a fissure. A massive fissure. At this moment, one asteroid after another continued to emerge from the fissure, and in front of the crack, more than 1,000 asteroids had already gathered. This scene was too bizarre, and a vague feeling rose in Balthra's heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 240. In the flagship of the unknown enemy, the Special Fleet of Dio, Balthra stared at the crack in the void ahead, and the continuously appearing small asteroids, his brow furrowed. Immediately have the fleet stop and prepare for battle. Send out the fighters for reconnaissance. I have a bad feeling about this. Yes, Commander Balthra. Hearing Balthra's words, the vice commander became nervous as well. Soon, 2 fighters flew out from the fleet towards the anomaly 1 million kilometers away. Commander, the fighters have departed and will reach the target area in about 5 minutes. Good. Tell the pilots to be careful and retreat immediately if anything unusual happens. Yes. 10 minutes later, the 2 fighters approached the outer perimeter of the cluster of small asteroids and activated various reconnaissance equipment on the fighters for close-range scanning. Meanwhile, Altara was watching the real-time scanning results from the bridge of the flagship. There are complex tunnel networks inside each one. Looking at the results of the structural scan, Balthra was puzzled. According to the scan results, the interior of each small asteroid had extremely complex tunnel networks, rather than being solid, which was very abnormal. Wait, tunnel networks? Could it be? Quickly, have the fighters activate the life-scanning devices. Yes, Commander Balthra. A few seconds later, the fighters activated the life scanners and scanned one of the small asteroids. At the same time, a life-scanning image was displayed in front of Balthra, showing a small asteroid currently being scanned. After a few seconds, the scan was completed, and the image in front of Balthra immediately changed. The small asteroid was densely packed with life signals, numbering at least 1 billion. Quick, order the fighters to retreat. Balthra immediately shouted to his deputy. Unfortunately, It was already too late, as a large number of objects suddenly flew out of the small asteroid, swarming towards the two fighters like locusts. Due to the suddenness of the attack, and the fact that the fighters were too close to the small asteroid for life scanning, they were surrounded by the swarm of objects within seconds. Shortly after, in the flagship's bridge, the life indicators of the two pilots on one side turned red, indicating that they had lost their lives. Immediately start scanning it, and project the detected images. Yes, Commander Baltra. Over 10 seconds later. Commander Baltra, the observation is complete, and the images are ready for projection now. With a wave of the deputy's hand, an image was displayed in front of Baltra. Looking at the swarm of ugly creatures in the image, each one about 5 meters in length, each equipped with a pair of large side-like forelegs. Creatures that could survive and fly in space? Baltra was astonished. This was the first time he had seen or heard of such creatures existing and surviving directly in space. Furthermore, with over 1 billion of these creatures in just one small asteroid, with more than 1,000 already appearing and more asteroids continuously emerging, how many of these creatures were out there? This question was enough to give Baltra a headache. Quick, order the fleet to begin the attack, prioritize targeting those small asteroids, and destroy them all. Yes, Commander Baltra. Baltra believed that even if these creatures were powerful enough to destroy fighters in space, they should not pose a significant threat to warships. After all, the warship's armor plating was several meters thick, and the creature's forelegs could not pierce through that. Therefore, targeting the small asteroids first should eliminate all the creatures inside. Although, based on normal logic, Baltra's analysis and tactics were sound, the mysterious enemy in front of them was not a species that could be dealt with normally. The fact that they could survive and fly in space was already illogical. Baltra's mistaken judgment would soon come at a high cost. 50,000 warships quickly formed an attacking formation and launched a fierce assault on the over 1,000 small asteroids in front of them. Despite the short distance of 1 million kilometers, the hit rate of the DO Special Fleet was evidently high, but it was not enough. When the first wave of attacks hit the small asteroid cluster, many asteroids were directly hit. However, the attack's power was insufficient, and the effect on the asteroids was limited. As the DO Special Fleet completed the first wave of attacks and were recharging their weapons for the second wave, a large number of creatures were emerging from all the small asteroids ahead, heading straight towards the DO Special Fleet. In the bridge, the tactical image display showed a continuous increase in the numbers. Within just a minute, the number of these creatures had exceeded 2.79 billion, and this was not the limit, as more creatures were still emerging from the small asteroids. Wave after wave of attacks on the vast swarm of creatures did not require precise aiming. There were so many creatures that wherever shots were fired, there seemed to be no missing targets. Although the attack effectiveness was good, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. According to the latest information, there were already over 2,000 small asteroids and over 50 billion creatures emerging from the crack. The Special DO Fleet, with its 50,000 warships, continued to barrage the swarm of creatures, but it was ineffective, and there was no visible decrease in the number of creatures. After a few minutes, the swarm crossed the firing zone and directly infiltrated the formation of the DO Special Fleet. Order all ships to treat these creatures as fighter targets for clearance. All ships' anti-aircraft systems are to be activated. Yes, Commander Baltra. At that moment, in the front line of the battlefield, over a dozen creatures landed on one of the DO Special Fleet's warships, raising their side-like forelegs and directly slashing at the ship's hull. Instantly, a deep gash was cut into the ship's outer hull. Seeing the massive hole caused by the creature, and feeling the numerous life readings inside the warship, the creature immediately jumped into the opening and breached the ship's interior. The nearby creatures followed suit, swarming into the warship through the hole. End of chapter. Chapter 241 Like Hell. A battleship of the Lasso Empire, at this moment, was filled with strange, sharp cries that echoed, conveying the excitement of its owner. The ship was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers wearing life-supporting combat armor, wielding various weapons and continuously shooting at the strange insects that had infiltrated the ship. Unfortunately, the light weapons used by these soldiers could not penetrate the insects' tough exoskeletons, causing little to no substantial damage. With a swing of its side like huge forelimb, more than a dozen soldiers were instantly cut in half, dead beyond death. The insect let out an excited cry and leapt to the bodies of the fallen soldiers, opening its huge and foul-smelling mouth. Seeing this scene, the remaining soldiers understood what the insect intended to do. It was their comrades, and even in death, their bodies could not be desecrated by the insect. The soldiers rushed forward, attacking relentlessly even though their efforts were in vain, hoping for a miracle. However, several more insects crawled in through breaches in the ship's rear. Upon seeing the first one enter and prepare to feed, it let out an excited cry and rushed towards the remaining live soldiers. A minute later, there were no more living soldiers in the compartment, only littered bodies and excited insects. As more insects came in through the breaches, the floor was quickly cleaned of bodies, and the eager insects turned their attention in all directions. While the surrounding walls were made of armor that could be breached by the insects, they easily created openings in all directions and crawled out. Soon, the excited screeches of the insects and the painful cries of the Lasso people filled the entire battleship, creating a scene reminiscent of hell, perhaps even more gruesome than the actual underworld. Some of the breached battleships quickly transmitted images from their monitoring systems to Bartra's flagship. When these images were played back on the bridge, everyone was shocked, and many even vomited. The species that saw the Lasso people as food instilled a deep fear in the crew of the flagship. Damned insects! Fleet, retreat at full speed. Engage from a distance. No close combat with these bugs. Yes, Commander Bartra. Bartra realized his grave mistake. Initially, he believed that these insects couldn't breach the battleship with its thick armor. Therefore, he allowed the fleet to engage in close combat with the bugs, relying on close-range air defense firepower to strike precisely. However, he was mistaken. The battleship's armor was no match for the insects, which treated it as fragile as tofu. Currently detected, the number of insects had reached over 100 billion compared to his fleet of 50,000 battleships. Continuing close combat meant disaster, something Bartra was keenly aware of. However, as a Level 3 civilization, the Lasso Empire's battleships had limited speed, barely faster than the flying insects, nearly at 8,000 kilometers per second. Consequently, they couldn't escape the insects' pursuit, and the ravenous insects wouldn't give up the chase. Ship after ship was caught, breached, and swarmed by insects, replaying a chaotic scene akin to hell. In just half an hour, of the 50,000 battleships, 40,000 were overtaken by the insects, and all soldiers were devoured. Only Bartra's flagship and his nearly 10,000 guard ships survived, being 4-level civilization battleships bought from the Triangular Empire, allowing them to escape at 30,000 kilometers per second. As the insects consumed all soldiers from the captured battleships, they shifted their focus to a different direction. Dio-7, one of the 2 natural life planets in the star system. Dio-7 was not only picturesque, but vast, with a diameter reaching 120,000 kilometers. Currently, it was inhabited by 18 billion residents and swarmed by tourists from various regions, making it a lively place. However, this attracted over 100 billion insects in the void above. Sensing a myriad of flesh nearby, the insects excitedly screeched and swiftly flew towards Dio-7. Finally free from the swarm, Bartra immediately informed Governor Cruz of the situation. Even without his message, Cruz was well informed, having followed the events closely. The recent battle between the Dio fleet and the swarm was watched through. Cruz was in a frenzy, alerting all natural and modified life planets to commence evacuations, using the star path to flee the Dio system. However, with 18 billion on Dio-7 alone, accompanied by another 7 billion on the natural life planet Dio-4 and countless others on the modified life planets, the evacuation of over 500 billion inhabitants wouldn't be easy. According to calculations, the swarm would reach Dio-7 within half an hour. Cruz was pressed for time, since his fortress was in the orbit of Dio-7. Prepare the spacecraft immediately. We're moving to the Dio fleet flagship to continue command. Governor, desertion is a severe crime, sir. Am I fleeing? I'm merely transferring command to a safer location. In half an hour, those bugs will devour every one of us in this fortress. What command could I provide then? To manage the evacuation of the entire Dio system better, we must relocate. Understand? Yes, Governor Cruz. Cruz, duty-bound, stated, though everyone understood that he indeed wanted to flee. At the moment, no one dared to expose him. Everyone was truly terror-stricken, thinking of their escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 242. The 4th Prince of the Triangular Empire, Prince Dio-7, was currently staging a mad escape on Dio-7. Some wealthy individuals with their own private spaceships, escorted by their own bodyguards, had already passed through the shuttle ship and arrived at the starport where their ships were docked. Meanwhile, the common people, without such means, were engaging in fierce battles to secure a spot on the public shuttle ships operated by various tourism companies. In the midst of the chaos, no one knew who fired the first shot, but once the gunfire started, the chaos escalated with more and more people resorting to weapons to secure a spot. Hundreds of shuttle ships were destroyed during the chaos. The situation was extremely chaotic, and the casualties on Deo the 7th had already reached millions. Look, what's that in the sky? As everyone was still fighting over the shuttle ships, the sky suddenly darkened, causing people to stop and look up involuntarily. The entire sky was completely covered by a dark cloud, which was descending within visible range. Soon, as the cloud descended low enough, the people on the ground could see clearly that it was not a cloud but strange creatures they had never seen before, swarming in massive numbers. Immediately, panic ensued as everyone abandoned their attempts to grab the shuttle ships and dispersed to find hiding places. Some went into buildings, some into basements, and others found various hideouts. However, no matter where they hid, these creatures could easily break through warship armor, rendering their hiding places ineffective. Soon, billions of these creatures wielding their massive scythe-like front legs descended upon the surface of Deo 7, with the unfortunate lasso people who had not managed to hide in time being the first victims. Within minutes, over 1 billion lasso people on the planet had perished, but it was clear that the massive numbers of creatures were not satisfied. After sweeping through the ground, the creatures turned their attention to the survivors hiding in various buildings. In the central city on Deo 7 stood a gigantic building, reaching 1,500 meters high, which was the most famous and luxurious hotel on the planet. Designed with defense against external attacks in mind, the wall material used in this hotel was as hard as battleship armor and was 5 meters thick. Despite being a small thickness for battleship standards, it was exceptional for a building. Currently, over 1 million people were hiding inside this hotel, witnessing the horrors outside through the surveillance equipment, which caused terror and even induced vomiting among many. However, against the creature's enormous scythe-like legs, the seemingly sturdy building was no different from tofu. With a single strike, the hard walls were breached. Once inside, the creatures emitted excited cries, sensing the abundant source of meat to feast on, and began swarming into the building. The hotel soon echoed with the screams of the lasso people and the sharp, unique sounds of the creatures. This scene was playing out in various cities throughout Deo 7. As for those wealthy individuals who had managed to escape in their private spaceships earlier, things were not going well either. Their ships were not designed for combat like warships, and their civilian spacecraft were not as fast as the creatures. Soon, they were caught up and everyone on board became prey. Only a small fleet of 100 warships, composing the main fleet of the Triangular Empire's fourth prince, Hasu, managed to escape the creatures' pursuit. Hasu's presence on Deo was purely coincidental, as he was merely vacationing there. However, faced with the unexpected situation, Hasu, known as the military god of the Triangular Empire and the heir to the throne, chose not to leave immediately, but to gather information and formulate a plan to counter this new threat. Hasu's fleet successfully evaded the creatures and managed to make contact with the governor of Deo, Cruz, who was relieved to hear that Hasu was safe. Hasu demanded all information about the creatures from Cruz, who quickly relayed detailed data and scans of the creatures' abilities and previous battles. Hasu was visibly concerned by the information, realizing the severe threat posed by the creatures who could easily breach battleship armor. He also surmised that these creatures considered lasso people as food, and he knew the same fate could befall the people of the Triangular Empire. Hasu ordered 10 warships to engage a smaller group of creatures for more data collection. Chapter 243 of Clash of 10 Ships, the main force battleships of the Triangular Empire, with a speed of 80,000 kilometers per second, rushed towards a small-scale swarm of insects, numbering around 1 million. Yes, more than 1 million insects. This is already the smallest swarm that can be found. At this moment, these 1 million insects are chasing after more than 200 private flying ships, and the millionaires on these private flying ships, watching the approaching swarm, each showing a desperate look on their faces. Suddenly, hundreds of powerful beams of light swiftly approached from the distance, instantly passing through the dense swarm of insects, directly taking away tens of thousands of insects. Far away, Has, watching the live broadcast image, nodded in satisfaction. After all, it is the weapon of a fourth-level civilization. A beam of light across the swarm of insects, combined with the density of the swarm, the main cannon can harvest hundreds of insects in one shot, while the secondary cannon, although much weaker in power, can still handle a dozen or even dozens at once. This wave of attack struck the swarm hard, and they turned to look towards the 10 triangular Empire battleships to million kilometers away, emitting what seemed like angry sounds. Of course, others could not hear this sound. After all, sound cannot propagate in space. Soon, these insects discovered that the number of people on those 10 warships seemed to be not less than those they were chasing, but even more, and of higher quality. After all, four-person spacecraft usually have only dozens of people, belonging to small ships. In contrast, a triangular Empire battleship, including the aircraft carrier pilots, has over 3,000 personnel. The insects that realized this immediately abandoned their previous hunting targets and turned towards the 10 triangular Empire battleships. Release all carrier aircraft and escort around the warships. Continue using main and secondary cannons to counter when the swarm comes within 100,000 kilometers. After entering within 100,000 kilometers, switch to using close-range rapid-fire weapons for defense. Yes, from 10 million kilometers away, Haas was conducting long-range combat command. Soon, all carrier aircraft on the warships were released. Each triangular Empire battleship can carry to 100 carrier aircraft. After their launch, these combat aircraft immediately organized a formation to escort the warships. The bombardment of the main and secondary guns continued. Although each wave could take out thousands or even tens of thousands of insects, this was not considered significant damage considering the over 1 million insects. After all, you can only fire every 10 or 20 seconds, while the insects could reach you in minutes. How many times could you fire in that time, and how many insects could you eliminate? Originally, one could use a tactic of flying kites to take advantage of speed, but the mission of the 10 warships is to confront the insects head-on to test various data of the insects. Therefore, watching the swarm getting closer, the 10 warships remained firmly in place, continuing to attack. From this, one could see how elite Haas's fleet was. If it was another fleet, they would probably have wavered or even run away. The pressure brought by the overwhelming swarm of insects is not something everyone can withstand. 3 minutes later, the swarm had come within 30,000 kilometers. At this point, the warships had stopped using main and secondary guns and began precise attacks using close-range weapons. Although the main and secondary guns had high killing power, one had low accuracy, and the other had a very slow firing rate. In contrast, rapid-fire close-range weapons had lower power, but a much faster rate of fire. Additionally, each battleship had over 300 close-range weapons. This meant that within 100,000 kilometers, the close-range weapons could inflict higher damage per minute compared to the main and secondary guns of the warships. After a short while, the swarm, focused on the close-range weapons' continuous damage, rushed towards the warships. At this point, the escort warships' carrier aircraft also began attacking. However, it was apparent that the power of the carrier aircraft was much lower than the weapons on the warships. Unless directly hitting a vital part of the insect, it might take several hits to kill one, unlike the weapons on the warships where one shot, whether grazes or hits, leads to death. As more and more insects arrived, the carrier aircraft were unable to hold on. Before long, the space outside the warships was filled with a black mass of insects, with not a single carrier aircraft in sight. Watching the life signs of the projected carrier aircraft pilot quickly fading one by one, Haas frowned. It seemed that the armaments on the carrier aircraft posed limited threat to these insects, while conversely, once the insects got close, their enormous numbers could engulf all the carrier aircraft in an instant, leaving no chance of escape or survival. After dealing with the carrier aircraft defending the warships, hundreds of thousands of insects then rushed towards the 10 triangular Empire battleships. However, unlike the other flying ships they had previously attacked, these insects were unable to directly reach the hulls of the warships as they were blocked by energy shields. The angry insects continuously assaulted these energy shields with their side-like front legs, but to no avail. Seeing this scene, Haas was very satisfied, as the energy shield seemed to have quite good effectiveness against them. Alright, have the warships return. We need to retreat, yes. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The status of the 10 battleships displayed on the bridge, with shield integrity maintained at over 90%. Suddenly, one battleship's shield integrity dropped to 0. The shield was breached. The excited insects surrounding this warship immediately pounced on the hull, waving their huge side-like front legs and cutting non-stop. "What's going on? What happened just now?" Haas asked the commander. He had already turned to leave the bridge and missed seeing how the shield was broken. However, the commander was also puzzled. Although he had been watching, he also did not see how the shield was breached. At that moment, the shield of the second battleship shattered, but this time Haas seemed to have seen something. Magnify the scene where the shield of the previous battleship was broken, slow it down, and replay it. Yes, Your Highness. When the entire image was replayed, Haas finally knew what he had seen in that instant. Some of the insects, after attacking the energy shield fruitlessly with their front legs, stopped and a faint blue light appeared on their front legs, and then they struck the shield again. Under this attack, the damage rate of the shield increased by hundreds of times. Subsequently, with thousands of insects attacking together, the shields of the battleships were instantly shattered. Damn, I didn't expect these insects to have such abilities. Immediately have the remaining warships retreat. We need to leave, yes? However, Haas's orders were still too late, and in an extremely short time, the remaining 8 warships had their shields broken by the insects, invading the ships. End of this chapter. Chapter 244. The battle preparations at Shanhaiguan. At this moment, the scenes inside the 10 battleships were also transmitted. Numerous soldiers of the Triangular Empire were seen madly shooting at a single insect with their weapons. Although the weapons of a level for civilization were not as ineffective as those of the Lasso Federation, the effects were not significant either. The power could only create minor cracks in the exoskeleton of the insect, requiring numerous attacks in the same area to completely shatter its shell. Subsequently, attacking the flesh inside the insects through the cracked exoskeleton could kill them, but the entire process could not be accomplished with just a few hundred attacks. In this situation, all the soldiers inside the battleships were inevitably slaughtered quickly, eventually becoming food for the insects. Seeing this scene, Hasso was furious and trembling all over. The fact that Imperial soldiers had become food for such a low-intelligence species was unforgivable. Fortunately, Hasso did not lose his rationality completely. He was well aware that his 90 battleships could do nothing against the billions of insects and the continuous emergence of insect nests in the crack. Retreat immediately and upload all the information here to the Alliance platform. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, explosions occurred within the terminal platform of the Vera Alliance. The appearance of the unknown crack and the continuous emergence of insects raised panic among many civilizations. According to the information provided by Hasso, a level for civilization could effectively attack these insects, so there was no need to worry too much. However, the issue was the limited numbers of insects. As per the data provided by Hasso, by the time he left Dio, the number of insect nests emerging from the crack had already exceeded 5,000, and they kept coming out. The over 100 billion insects ravaging Dio were released from only the initial over 1,000 insect nests. This meant that each insect nest contained over 1 billion insects. The quantity of these unknown insects was uncertain, and whether there were other types of insects besides these was also unknown. The unknown breeds fear, which was undoubtedly true. Verdo did not attach particular importance to this incident. Perhaps for a level for civilization, these insects posed a certain threat, but Verdo believed that for a level 5 civilization, such insects were insignificant. The most important thing now was to completely eradicate the Free Alliance. If the fleet were recalled at this time, it would only give the Free Alliance a breathing space, which Verdo found unacceptable. However, as the head of the Alliance, Verdo could not remain indifferent to this incident. For this reason, he organized a crusade against these insects, and the Vera Federation alone supplied 10 million battleships, while demanding that all level for civilizations in the Alliance contribute at least 5 million battleships to participate in the crusade. Upon receiving this news, many did not think much of it, believing that such numbers would be sufficient. However, Hasso, who had experienced it firsthand, did not think so. In his view, the entire Alliance underestimated these insects, but he did not. It would take at least 3 years for the Alliance fleet to arrive, and Hasso did not believe that the insects would sit idly in Dio for 3 years. Those who believed that the insects lacked the ability to leap quickly and hence could not spread rapidly left Hasso speechless. lacking rapid leaping ability. Had they forgotten about the spatial crack? Wasn't that spatial crack much better than leaping? Were they so sure that the spatial crack occurred naturally, and not by artificial means? It was never wrong to be cautious, especially when the Lasso Federation was right next to the Triangular Empire. If Lasso were destroyed, the next target would be the Triangular Empire itself. Therefore, Hasso immediately summoned all the active fleets within the Empire, totaling 10 million ships, to guard several star systems bordering the Lasso Federation just in case. Just as Hasso urgently deployed the fleets, a huge, 10-kilometer-long insect flew out of the crack in the Dio Void. After emerging from the crack, the giant insect first inspected its surroundings and then excitedly flew towards Dio 7. At the same time, the insects on Dio 7 suddenly changed. They no longer mindlessly killed and consumed, but instead began frantically capturing prey. 10 minutes later, the giant insect landed on the surface of Dio 7, and in the next moment, all the insects on the planet dragged their prey toward the giant insect's location. Soon, the area around the giant insect was filled with insects carrying prey. They lined up quietly and one by one, brought their prey in front of the giant insect. When the pile of prey was high enough, the giant insect opened its mouth wide and swallowed them all, emitting a satisfied roar afterward. After devouring over 300 batches of prey, its stomach even expanded, and it laid down to rest. However, as time passed, instead of returning to its original size due to consumption, the giant insect's belly grew larger, almost resembling pregnancy. In fact, it was a queen insect. Although the lowest ranking one among their species, it also possessed significant breeding capabilities, which was a basic ability of all queen insects. 3 days later, the queen insect had produced a large number of eggs. After completing egg laying, it began issuing commands to all the insects through the insect race's mental network. Expand the territory immediately. I need more meat and more energy. Sensing the queen insect's command, the insect burrows in space began to stir. The void twisted continuously, and with the distortion of space, one insect burrow after another disappeared on the spot. If Hasso had been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this as a leap. Just as the insect race began to spread and ravage the surroundings, the supporting arm, Shanhaiguan, welcomed a large fleet. It was already the 94th year of the Federation, and just over a year ago, the monitoring network of the Interstellar Great Wall had already detected the arrival of the Babania's massive army at Taylor, numbering a staggering 30 million. At the speed at which they passed through the Way of Stars, in less than 2 years, they would arrive at Shanhaiguan. Lin Fan did not believe that his fleet could withstand 30 million warships and immediately reported the intelligence to the Federal Presidential Palace and the Federal Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. By this time, the unified operation of the supporting arm had already been completed, and Lin Zhen did not hesitate to immediately move Liang Xingqin's 3 legions, the 20 legions of the Iyao Federation, and over 20 million battleships from affiliated civilizations to Shanhaiguan. This battle was crucial for humanity's rise, as winning it would enable the Federation to advance into the main arm and defeat the Babave's empire, completely unifying the entire supporting arm. By then, the Human Federation would decisively step onto the stage of the entire galaxy. End of this chapter. Chapter 245. The Second Battle of Shanhaiguan. The Federal Calendar Year 95 is coming to an end. Within the Shanhaiguan area, there is a tense atmosphere of killing. Throughout the entire star system, over 30 million warships are divided into one area after another, forming neat battle formations. The Human Federation has a total of 7 legions with 1.68 million warships, which include the original 4 legions defending Shanhaiguan, the early 1st and 4th legions, as well as the 6th and 7th legions reinforced after the First Battle of Shanhaiguan, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th legions led by Lin Cheng. The Io Federation has a total of 27 legions with 8.1 million warships, including the 2 legions originally stationed at Shanhaiguan, and 25 legions sent as reinforcements. Lastly, there is a coalition formed by 169 affiliated civilizations with a total of 26.1 million warships spread over 87 legions. Currently, the defending forces at Shanhaiguan amount to a total of 35.88 million warships. Moreover, it is not just about the sheer quantity. These warships are all composed of quasi-4th level and 4th level civilization warships, with 4th level civilization warships accounting for over 80% of them. With this level of strength, even directly confronting the Barbavi Empire would not be a problem at all, but as Lin Fan has said, the Federation cannot afford to lose people. Only those with a few screws loose would choose a head-on confrontation. In the central area of these fleets, there is a clearly mechanical circular object, the first battlestar produced by the Federation, named the Mars, and all future battlestars will be named after famous planets in the Federation. Speaking of battlestars, many people often confuse them with fortresses, but the differences are quite significant. The most obvious difference is that fortresses are stationary, whereas battlestars are mobile, and can even teleport. Generally speaking, only 5th-level civilizations in the galaxy possess battlestars. Although some 4th-level civilizations may have battlestars, they are not considered true battlestars because they cannot teleport. To enable a massive object like a battlestar to teleport is a significant challenge, both in terms of teleportation technology and energy technology. Therefore, at most, 4th-level civilizations can only produce a mobile fortress that cannot leave the star system, strictly speaking, cannot be called a battlestar. In contrast, humans, after acquiring a large amount of 5th-level civilization technology from the Hittite Empire and thoroughly understanding it, the Federation can be said to have already stepped foot into the realm of 5th-level civilizations, with just one more step to go. The main reason for this rapid progress lies in the cerebral domain development technology that Lin Fan provided in the early stages, making human scientists like they were on steroids. It should be noted that in the galaxy, research on cerebral domain development for organisms is indeed conducted by many civilizations. However, to this day, no civilization has achieved true success in this regard. Humans can be said to be unique in this area. If the Big Four Alliance knew about this technology, they would immediately cease the Galactic War and rush to Orion Spur to steal the technology. Essentially, without such technology, 5th-level civilizations are the limit for normal races, with barely any possibility of further advancement. Unless they are some special races born with high intelligence and extremely high brain development rates, then there might be a chance to continue progressing in technology. After all, starting from 6th-level civilizations, various technologies are simply incomprehensible to ordinary races. In short, for a race without a corresponding intelligence and matching brain development rate, 5th-level civilizations are the ceiling, and even those who reach the peak of 5th-level civilizations are rare talents. This is also why, in the recorded history of the galaxy over tens of thousands of years, there has never been a 6th-level civilization. At this moment, in the Battlestar Mars, in a large conference room, a pre-battle meeting is being held through virtual conferencing. Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen are seated together at the head, while below are the commanders of the 122 legions. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Liang Xingchen scanned the room and said, "First, I will read the command from the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Given that the Barbavi Empire's 100 legions are about to invade Shanhaiguan, the current commander-in-chief of the Shanhaiguan War Zone, Admiral Lin Fan, will be the overall commander of this operation, with Vice Commander Liang Xingchen Admiral. Federal Interstellar Fleet Headquarters, November 5th, year 95 of the Federal Calendar." After Liang Xingchen finished reading this order, many people actually showed surprised expressions. It was not because they thought Lin Fan's ability was inferior to Liang Xingchen's, but in terms of military rank, Lin Fan was a 2-star admiral, while Liang Xingchen was a 5-star admiral. Generally, it would have been expected for Liang Xingchen to be the overall commander and for Lin Fan to be the vice commander. In fact, the high-level Federation also held a special meeting to discuss this matter before coming to this conclusion. After all, originally Shanhaiguan was Lin Fan's defense zone, and the fleet led by Liang Xingchen was only there for support. If Liang Xingchen arrived and immediately took over Lin Fan's position, it would indeed not look good. Moreover, starting to talk about qualifications now, is it not a bit inappropriate? Have we forgotten all about the qualifications we've been trying to eliminate before? Just as we got rid of the qualification faction, we've become one ourselves. Isn't that a joke? Finally, when Lin Zhen asked Liang Xingchen's opinion, even he shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to be the overall commander. For Liang Xingchen, Lin Fan is a person he recognizes, and his command ability is definitely not inferior to his own, even stronger than himself. Otherwise, if Lin Fan were truly an incompetent commander, Liang Xingchen would definitely have taken over his command position directly. And most importantly, if he took his son-in-law's position, would his daughter give him a good face to see? Therefore, in the end, everyone unanimously agreed for Lin Fan to serve as the overall commander of this campaign, while Liang Xingchen temporarily served as the vice commander. In the conference room, although some people showed a bit of surprise, it was just that, a moment of surprise, and no one showed any signs of discontent. After all, whether Liang Xingchen or Lin Fan, these two are both military legends of the Federation, and any one of them being the overall commander would be fully accepted by all. Moreover, for the new officers and soldiers who have joined the Federation fleet in the past few decades, Lin Fan's reputation is even more illustrious than Liang Xingchen's. It is worth noting that these individuals first graduated from various military academies, with some of them going on to pursue further studies at the Star Military Academy. The mandatory courses at the Junior Military Academy, with a variety of formations, and the mandatory courses at the Senior Military Academy, with myriad formations, were all written by Lin Fan himself, and his name is directly printed on the textbooks. It can be said that now, any Federation member under 50 years old may not know Liang Xingchen, but there is absolutely no one who does not know Lin Fan. Seeing the Legion commanders below, only a few showed a hint of surprise, but no one showed any signs of dissent. Liang Xingchen also nodded in satisfaction and continued, saying, "Then, Admiral Lin will preside over this operation meeting." 7 days later, within the Starway, 30 million of the Barbavi Empire's main warships are sailing within. At this moment, the foremost fleet is only 10 minutes away from Virula's. End of this chapter. Chapter 246. The Second Great Battle of Shanhaiguan 2. This chapter is number 246. The title is written incorrectly and cannot be modified. The Star Road between Taylor and Shanhaiguan. Marshal Babania. The Vanguard fleet will arrive at Virula's in 5 minutes. The deputy checked the time and turned to report to Babania. Very well. Notify the Vanguard fleet to start maneuvers immediately upon exit and activate full spectrum scanning. It is imperative to send back information from inside Virula's. Yes. Inside Shanhaiguan at this moment, the deployment is completely different from the last time. After all, the enemy forces in the previous Shanhaiguan battle were only 30% of the opposition, whereas this time, the forces were not fewer than the enemy, perhaps even more. There was no need to lure them deep. Moreover, the enemy had 30 million warships. Entering them would definitely result in significant losses for their own side. Therefore, this time, Lin Fan was prepared to annihilate the enemy at the exit of the Star Road, and also, this time Lin Fan had prepared a special gift for the Babawi Empire's Grand Army. Speaking of this special gift, it relates to two things. One thing is that in nearly 2 years, the incident of the Insect Clan, named by the Vilra Alliance, had spread throughout the entire galaxy. In just 2 years, 70% of the territories at the end of the first main spiral arm had fallen. Since the Insect Clan ravaged Dao 2 years ago, it had not stopped its advance, but quickly spread outwards. The resistance from level 3 civilizations was very limited. Often after a brief resistance, the entire fleet was engulfed by the vast numbers of insect swarms, followed by endless slaughter. As for level 2 civilizations, they couldn't even put up a slight resistance. It can be said that any area the Insect Clan set its foot in immediately turned into hell. The horrifying situation shocked the entire Vilra Alliance. At the end of the first main spiral arm, apart from these level 2 and 3 civilizations, there was only one level for civilization, the Triangle Empire. As the 4th Prince Hassan had sensed the impending danger early, he had deployed 70% of the remaining warships of the Empire to the borders, thus barely withstanding the first wave of the Insect Clan's attacks. However, in this battle, the Insect Clan also introduced troops with long-range attack capabilities, resulting in heavy damage to the Triangle Empire's fleet, with casualty rates reaching 50%. Now, the entire end of the spiral arm, apart from the Triangle Empire, all regions had become paradise for the Insect Clan. What does this have to do with the special gift prepared by Lin Fan for the Babawi Empire's Grand Army? This leads us to the second point. Ever since the successful development of the Stargate, Beizhuan had also begun researching large-scale teleportation gates. Now, the first set of large-scale teleportation gates had been constructed and undergone several tests, with only the final test remaining for warship integration. And now, as the Babawi Grand Army advanced, this test could only be conducted after the battle. However, at this moment, Lin Fan had a brilliant idea to both test and defeat a large number of enemy forces. Even Liang Xingchen, upon hearing Lin Fan's plan, exclaimed at its cunning. At this moment, at the exit of the Star Road in Shanhaiguan, an odd sight could be seen. A massive ring was positioned right at the exit of the Star Road, and this ring was slightly larger than the diameter of the Star Road itself, reaching a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. At this moment, the ring was only 10 kilometers away from the known exit, essentially placed right above it. This ring was the first-generation fleet-grade, super-large Stargate device created by Beizi Zhuan. Commander-in-Chief, according to calculations, Baba's fleet should arrive at Shanhaiguan in 3 minutes. Good. Inform Beizi Zhuan. Lock in the designated coordinates. Activate the Stargate. Understood. Soon, under Beizi Zhuan's command, the Stargate began activation. The energy required for this super-large Stargate to activate was astonishing. If one were to rely on the functionality of a fusion reactor, the speed simply couldn't keep up, and the energy supplied would be too little. Therefore, Beizi Zhuan had to change the energy source of this Stargate to a battery storage instead of a fusion reactor. What is a battery warehouse? It utilized Lacca crystals as batteries. When the Stargate was opened, it would instantly consume the energy carried by 1,000,000 Lacca crystals. Furthermore, to maintain this huge Stargate, it would consume Lacca crystals at the rate of 10,000 per minute. The energy required was jaw-dropping, but fortunately, Lacca crystals could be recharged and reused, similar to batteries. Otherwise, even with the vast reserves of Lacca Empire crystals, they wouldn't withstand human consumption. Thanks to Lacca crystals, humans had a transitional energy source before completely entering the 5th-level civilization and mastering new energy. Now, in this Super Stargate energy chamber, neatly lined up were 10 million Lacca crystals. Despite 10 million crystals seeming numerous, with a consumption of 1 million during activation and 1 every minute thereafter, it would only be sufficient to sustain the Stargate for 15 hours. One mustn't think to consume while simultaneously recharging the depleted Lacca crystals, as Lacca crystals stored a massive amount of energy and couldn't be refilled quickly. If the fusion reactor could output that much and quickly refill the crystals, humans wouldn't need Lacca crystals. They could directly utilize fusion functionality. Upon activation of the Stargate, in the center of the ring, a spatial corridor gradually formed. However, due to the colossal size of this super Stargate, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, it took over 2 minutes for the spatial corridor to fully form. The entire corridor was like a piece of glass, adhered to the exit of the Star Road. Watching the fully activated Super Stargate, Lin Fan's lips slightly curled upwards. He had designed the plan, so of course, he knew where the Stargate was targeting. It had been mentioned earlier that Stargate spatial teleportation had 2 methods. One required the opposite end to have a subsidiary gate for precise coordinate transmission. The other scenario was where the receiving end lacked a replica, resulting in teleportation errors. The farther the distance transmitted, the larger the margin of error became. Previously, Lin Fan had informed Beizi Zhuan of his plan, and Beizi Zhuan had calculated it for Lin Fan. According to Lin Fan's planned coordinates, in the absence of a replica, the transmission would likely result in an error of no more than 300 light-years. While a maximum of 300 light-years error might seem absurd, in practice, it was inconsequential for that region, as Lin Fan's transmitted coordinates were right at the center of the fallen area of the Insect Clan, at the tip of the first main spiral arm. The entire Insect Clan fallen territory had now extended to 1,000 light-years in range, thus a 300 light-years discrepancy was insignificant. Even with any deviation, it would still be within the Insect Clan fallen region. Moreover, Lin Fan had prepared additional surprises for the warriors who were about to venture into the fallen zone. End of this chapter. Chapter 247. The Second Battle of Shanhaiguan Part 3. In fact, Lin Fan had considered using this method to send all 30 million troops of the Babavi Empire across in one go. However, despite his thoughts, it was simply impossible due to the issue of energy. For instance, the 10 million Lacca crystals filled with energy currently available were the total reserves of humanity over the past decade. For Lin Fan's plan, it was urgent to send them to Shanhaiguan through the Stargate. It should be noted that filling a Lacca crystal requires a large amount of energy and an extensive amount of time. However, maintaining the Super Stargate for 15 hours was already sufficient for Lin Fan. Based on the size of the Shanhaiguan Stargate, the number of battleships that could pass through each time was approximately 3,000 to 5,000, depending on how the opposing commander arranged it. The efficiency of passage was roughly 2 waves per minute, meaning 6,100 battleships could pass through the Stargate and reach Shanhaiguan per minute. Therefore, it could be calculated that within 15 hours, the Stargate could send away 2.7 to 4.5 million battleships of the Babavi Empire. For the defenders of Shanhaiguan, this effect was like not doing anything at all, as the enemy self-destructed millions of battleships. Was there anything happier than this? With this operation, the gap in military strength between both sides would further expand. Combined with the Federation's defensive advantage, the following battles would be even easier. Commander Liang, have the second batch of gifts been sent out? Rest assured, they were sent over as soon as the Stargate was activated. But you, kid, are really naughty. Not only did you send them over, but you also prepared these things to send over first. Liang Xingchen looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. When Lin Fan initially told Liang Xingchen about this plan, he was completely shocked. As a traditional fleet commander, Liang Xingchen's tactics were all based on the essence of battle. Lin Fan's approach was something he had never thought of before. This experience was truly eye-opening for him. The key was that after the Stargate opened, Lin Fan sent over the gifts first, which Liang Xingchen found truly ruthless. Alright, let's watch this show for 15 hours. Liang Zhu, bring up the images. Yes, Supreme Commander. Soon, in the command center, virtual projection technology was used to display more than 20 large images, with thousands of smaller images ready for selection. From these images, it could be seen that in this void space, there were large numbers of insects, grouped together in exceptionally large quantities. These insects seemed to have no reaction at all to the thousands of surveillance devices Lin Fan had sent over, completely ignoring them. Indeed, it aligns with the intelligence from the Zha Alliance. The ordinary battle bugs of the insect clan show no interest in objects without life reactions. Lin Fan commented as he watched the images. Indeed, it's fortunate that the spatial crack appeared in the Orion arm. If it had appeared in the Hunter constellation arm, we would have had no chance against them with our current strength. Liang Xingchen also expressed his thoughts. Supreme Commander, Deputy Supreme Commander, according to our calculations, in 10 seconds, the Babavi Empire's fleet will be arriving. Just as the two were observing the situation in the insect clan-infested zone at the end of the Orion arm, Liang Zhu reminded them, bringing their attention back. Shortly after, the first batch of 5,000 battleships emerged from the Stargate. Different from Babavi and Babelrot, Babania used a super-dense formation to pass through the Stargate, rather than the relatively loose formation used by Babelrot. The advantage was that more ships could pass through at a time, but the downside was that the formation was too concentrated. Upon exiting the Stargate, they could not disperse at the fastest speed, risking collisions among battleships. Additionally, when concentrated at the Stargate exit, they were more vulnerable to enemy fire. Each strategy had its pros and cons, primarily depending on how the commander chose to proceed. Babania had clearly chosen to maximize the number of ships passing through rapidly, to quickly gather a large fleet and form a bridgehead. Although the speed of the ships emerging from the Stargate was quite fast, reaching speeds of 3,000 kilometers per second even without activating their engines, they barely had time to react to the Stargate ahead. In that instant, they had already entered the Super Stargate. As mentioned earlier, although the entire process of passing through the Stargate took a full 7 minutes, the individuals crossing the spatial channel felt nothing. For the people on these battleships, they wouldn't realize they had left the Stargate, then entered the spatial channel of the Stargate Gate. They would simply think they came out of the Stargate and were on the Orion arm. Therefore, the existence of the Stargate wouldn't be exposed. Even if the information leaked out, all civilizations would only consider it some anomaly in the Stargate, sending them directly to the Orion arm, without casting any doubt on the human Federation. After all, even the 4 great 5th-level civilizations had never heard of such technology. Inside the Stargate, Babania furrowed his brow. Calculating the time, around 5 batches of battleships have already left. Haven't received any messages yet? Not yet, Marshal Babania. This left Babania somewhat confused. What was going on? 25,000 battleships had already left. How was it possible that not a single piece of information had been transmitted back? Surely, Not all of them were all destroyed the moment they left the Stargate, right? Since taking on this mission, the sense of crisis that had been lingering in his heart had only grown stronger. Another 4 minutes passed without any news received, and Bubania began to feel increasingly restless. Could the opponent truly have the capability to instantaneously destroy all battleships 100% at the Stargate exit, preventing any information from being transmitted back? On the other hand, inside the command center of the Mars Star warship, is it time? Lin Fan looked at Liang Zhu and asked. The first batch of 5,000 battleships that entered are expected to arrive in 15 seconds. Liang Zhu checked the time and replied. 15 seconds later, the several projections in the command center began to change, and a total of 5,000 battleships suddenly appeared in this void space. However, the people on these battleships were utterly baffled. Where were they? Warning! Position information abnormal. Position information abnormal. As all the Babavi personnel appeared confused, the main brains of the ships had already entered warning mode. Quickly, analyze the surrounding star charts for comparison, determine our position, and contact Marshal Bubania. A ship captain on one of the battleships shouted to the bridge command group. End of this chapter. Chapter 248. The second Battle of Shanghai Pass 4. In the Star Road of Taylor and Verlis, Bubania was unusually restless. It had been over 7 minutes, theoretically speaking, with no fewer than 70,000 warships arriving in Verlis. There should have been news coming back by now. But in reality, there was no sound at the front lines, and Bubania was completely in the dark, not knowing what was happening. Marshal Bubania, the commander of the First Fleet that arrived in Verlis, has sent a communication. Quickly, let me take it immediately. I will ask personally. Wait, what did you just say? The first batch? When the adjutant reported that there was finally some news coming back, Bubania was very excited, but immediately realized something was wrong. The commander of the first batch of 5,000 warships. Was this a joke? Weren't they the ones who were supposed to have been annihilated according to his judgment? Yes, the first batch. Communication has been established. Soon, a figure appeared on the bridge. Quick, report the situation immediately. What is the situation in Verlis? How come you arrived and didn't report back for a whole 7 minutes? 7 minutes? We just came out of the Star Road, Marshal. The commander looked at Bubania in confusion. Could the Marshal have mistaken the time? You said you just came out of the Star Road. Yes, Marshal Bubania. Not more than half a minute. Now Bubania was also confused, even suspecting that his adjutant had gotten the time wrong. He glared harshly at the adjutant. The adjutant, seeing Bubania's expression, felt very aggrieved. Enough about other issues. Report the situation in Verlis immediately. Marshal, I was just about to report to you. I don't know why, but after we came out of the Star Road, we discovered this is not Verlis. Currently, we are cross-referencing with the star charts for a precise location. The commander told Bubania, showing a puzzled expression. Not Verlis. Are you joking? If it's not Verlis at the other end of the Star Road, where else could it be? Indeed, not Verlis, Marshal. We carefully examined Verlis's star map before setting out, and I am certain this is not Verlis. The commander, saying this, sent a scan star chart to Bubania. Looking at the star chart sent by the commander, Bubania was also confused. Indeed, this was not Verlis. There was a significant difference in the entire star system compared to Verlis. Reported, we have confirmed our location, at the outer end of the first major galaxy arm. According to the database, this should be a star system called Dio, part of the third-level civilization of the Lasso Federation. Marshal Bubania, our location has been confirmed. No need to report, I've heard it. Now tell me, did the subsequent fleets arrive at the same place as you did? Bubania, temporarily unsure of the situation, just wanted to know if this was an isolated incident, or if there was a real anomaly in the Star Road sending their entire army to the first major arm. Yes, Marshal. During the time I reported to you, the second and third fleets have also arrived. This headache-inducing news made Bubania wonder if this time they didn't reach Verlis and instead sent the entire fleet to the first major arm. However, no matter what strange issues arose, at least one thing was reassuring for Bubania. The first major arm belonged to the Vila Alliance, and the Bubani Empire was affiliated with the Vila Alliance. So even if there was an unexplainable anomaly in the Star Road sending their entire army to the first major arm, there should be no danger. They were all allies. Explaining the situation should suffice. Commander, detect a large number of objects flying towards us, extremely massive in quantity, and they are ... What's more, not fast ships, but living creatures with a quantity reaching billions, all coming towards us from all directions. Living creatures, billions. Quickly, observe them immediately. Let me see what they are. Yes, Commander. Listening to the conversation on the other end of the communication, Bubania suddenly realized something. Indeed, that's why Dio sounded so familiar. It was the starting place for the insect race that was rampant according to a previous information leak from the Vela Alliance. Tens of billions of living creatures in space. This was not good. Quickly, have the fleet that has already arrived form a defensive formation. Those are insects. Engage with full force. Never let them get close. Yes, Marshal. Although the commander did not know what the insect race was, as only a few top officials in the Bubani Empire were aware of this, and the information was not disclosed to the lower levels, the commander still carried out the order meticulously. At this moment, the vast group of beings was still 1 million kilometers away from the Bubani Imperial fleet. Judging by the speed, it would take more than 10 minutes before they made contact. Thus, there was enough time for the Bubani Empire to set up a defensive formation. 10 minutes later, with 5,000 warships arriving every half minute, a formation of 70,000 warships was barely formed, as the insect swarm closed in to a distance of 4 million kilometers. Commander, the enemy has entered our range. Order all warships to start firing with full force. Do not let those bugs get close. Yes, Commander. At the same time, in the command center of the Orion Arm, Shanghai Pass, the Firestar to battleship. The show begins. Lin Fan smiled and said to Liang Xingchen, "Yes, we can observe the battle between the Fourth Civilization and the Insect Clan and acquire information on the insects." Regarding this plan, Lin Fan's main goal was not to reduce the enemies for 0.5 million warships, but to provoke a confrontation between the Bubani Empire and the Insect Clan to gather information from all sides. Despite the news about the Insect Clan already spreading, only fragmented messages about the overall strength, as well as the process of the defense battle led by Prince Hass of the Triangular Empire, had been received in the entire galaxy. The detailed information about the entire battle was kept strictly confidential by the Vela Alliance, so the other three major alliances had not yet obtained it. In the images, a fierce firepower immediately filled the entire screen. Chapter 249, Second Battle of Shanghai Gwen 5. At this moment, Bubania was a bit dumbfounded. They were clearly on their way to conquer Valeras, but how did they end up at the outer edge of the first spiral arm after taking a Star Road? And it was the starting point of the insect horde, Dio. As a subsidiary power of the Vera Federation, the Babavi Empire, although not as informed as formal members about the details, had learned recently that the Hasso Prince of the Triangle Empire led 15 million warships and 100 billion insects to a great feat. Bubania knew that even though the Hasso Prince managed to defend the line and annihilated the insects with the help of a powerful defense system and warships, they also suffered substantial losses, which was quite tragic. That was only 100 billion insects, and what they were facing now. Just the number of insects currently rushing towards Bubania's vanguard fleet was at least 500 billion. The most critical issue was that they could only gather at a speed of 5,000 warships every half minute, unable to utilize the full force of 30 million warships directly, making the situation extremely bleak. However, from observations, the primary cause of the extensive losses suffered by the Triangle Empire, which could remotely attack the insects, had not been detected temporarily through scans, which was a stroke of luck. If only close combat types of fighting insects were present here, Bubania seemed to still have a glimmer of hope. At the Dio star system, the number of warships that the Babavi Empire had arrived finally reached 100,000 warships, forming a relatively complete small defense formation, with firepower further enhanced compared to before. Speaking of close combat insects, without engaging in close combat, they weren't really terrifying. The main cannons of 4-level civilization warships could sweep everything in their path with one shot, destroying dozens, if not hundreds of insects. After all, the insect swarms were so dense that you hardly needed to aim deliberately. As for tactics, Bubania had already planned that when the swarm approached close enough to threaten the fleet, all warships would make a short-range leap at once, one part to draw the insects away from the arrival of Babavi's Grand General, and the other to reopen the distance. As long as the kind of insects capable of long-range attacks did not appear, Babania believed that they could completely rely on the tactic of flying kites to slowly eliminate these 500 billion insects. It must be said that Babania reacted very quickly, and the tactics devised were flawless. Of course, if Lin Fan hadn't sent the second gift, the situation would have been like this. When the Babavi fleet had assembled 200,000 warships, the swarm had already surrounded them from all sides, with the closest ones already within 500,000 kilometers. Seeing this, Babania immediately ordered all warships to make a short leap of 10 million kilometers. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. All warships reported a malfunction in the leap engines, making it impossible to make the leap. This was the second gift sent by Lin Fan, accompanied by several thousand jamming devices, which would be activated by dozens of leap-dampening devices when they reached Dio, propelling them in different directions. As mentioned earlier, according to intelligence, the insect horde completely ignored objects without life and without active attacks, hence even if these leap-dampening devices flew past a bug, the bug would remain indifferent. The working range of the leap-dampening devices was a full light year, covering the exit of the Stargate no matter how far they flew. Unless the Babavi Empire found and destroyed all the leap-dampening devices, they could not make another leap. Unfortunately, these devices had already flown beyond 10 million kilometers. Considering the warships of the Babavi Empire surrounded by the swarm at the moment, even if they were discovered, there was no way to do anything about it. And also, with the Babavi Empire's technology, they couldn't detect them at that distance. This immediately threw the entire fleet into a panic, as they initially thought they could kite and deceive the insects with a relaxed approach. But now, facing hundreds of billions of insects rushing towards them, their faces darkened. Get the technicians to find out the cause immediately. Don't mess up the formation. Deploy all carrier aircraft. Continue the attack. Babania, inside the Star Road, issued a loud command to a group of frontline commanders through remote command. Startled by Babania's command, the commanders woke up. It was not the time to be stunned at all. They immediately directed their warships to release all carrier aircraft to protect the warships and continue the assault. But such an attack was doomed to be in vain, considering the vast number of the insect horde. Once the swarm collided with the Babavi Empire's warship array, over 200,000 warships were instantly drowned. Soon, through the command terminal, Babania discovered that ship after ship was rapidly losing. This was not a solution at all. Have the technicians found out the reason for the leap engine failure? Babania inquired the frontline commanders. To his disappointment, the uniform response was no, shattering his last bit of hope. He had to issue an order that seemed rather foolish to him. Order all engines to maximum power. These insects' speed doesn't exceed 10,000 kilometers per second. Use the speed advantage to break through. The frontline commanders who received the order understood. Though seemingly foolish, it was the only feasible approach at the moment. Hence, they ordered all warships to initiate a full-speed assault. After the following warships exit the Star Road, immediately break through at full speed. Regroup the troops in a safe place. Don't stay at the exit, or the swarm will keep blocking the exit. After a moment of contemplation, Babania supplemented another command to his deputy. Yes, Marshal Babania. 5 minutes later, the fleet broke through the swarm and rushed out. After all, the main warships of the Babavi Empire had speed several times that of the insects. Even though they suffered some losses in the breakthrough process, they could overcome it. However, the loss was significant. They lost half of the warships during the breakout. The following 5,000 warships under Babania's command also immediately broke through as per orders, and their casualties were much lower than the previous 100,000 warships. Most of the insects had followed the initial 100,000 warships out of the exit of the Stargate, reducing the pressure on the subsequent warships. But nonetheless, they needed to break out immediately since, as Babania said, if they stayed put, they would lure the swarm back. Therefore, the gathering point for the warships could not be at the exit. They had to ensure that no insects remained in the area. With this tactic, the Babavi Empire finally managed to escape a disaster, and the exit of the space channel was almost free of the insect race, while the warships that had come out were luring away the insects and regrouping with the newly arrived fleet. Overall, it seemed that everything was turning towards a better situation. End of chapter. Chapter 250, Second Battle of Shanhaiguan 6. Inside the Firestar Battlestar, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen were observing the battle between the Babavi Empire and the insect race through thousands of monitoring devices that had been sent over. It seems that the commander of the Babavi Empire is still very decisive, and their tactics are quite effective, Liang Xingchen said to Lin Fan as they watched the scene in front of them. Yes, without these devices, it would be a completely different story, Lin Fan replied as he switched to a set of backup monitoring images on the side. In the images, a dense swarm of insects was passing by the edge of the monitoring device, and these insects were clearly different from the close combat fighters. What is this? Liang Xingchen also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the screen. This should be the insects named Jetters by the Vera Alliance. It is said that they can engage in long-range attacks, and their power is not small, enough to rival the secondary guns of a 4th-level civilization battleship, Lin Fan said with a serious expression. In his view, the threat posed by these insects was significant. Just heard their name, but never seen them in action. This time, we can take the opportunity to gather specific data on these insects using the Babavi Empire. Lin Fan continued to watch the screen, and at this distance, the Babavi Empire should soon find out as well. 20 million kilometers away, the fleet of the Babavi Empire was fully utilizing the kite tactics and mobile assembly tactics, striking the swarm of insects while continuously assembling the subsequent fleet. Now, the size of the entire fleet had reached over 800,000 ships. In the past few hours, the number of insects they had destroyed had already exceeded 1 billion, resulting in rich rewards. However, they were unaware that a real crisis was about to unfold. A few minutes later, report, a new swarm of insects has been discovered, approaching us. The number is 100 million, with a distance of 10 million kilometers, a radar officer on a warship reported to Babania, who had just been appointed as the frontline commander by Babadira. What's the rush? It's just 100 million insects. With their speed, it's useless no matter how many come. Just lead them away, Babadira replied. No, Commander, the insects in this swarm are not the same kind that have been fighting us all along, but a different type. Look! The radar officer proceeded to cut out the long-distance observation image. As Babadira looked at the appearance of these new insects in the image, he also froze for a moment. Their appearance was completely different from the close combat insects. If the close combat insects had a slender figure, these insects had a fat body type, and they also had a very large and imposing tail. Babadira suddenly had a very bad feeling, and immediately reported to Babania. When Babania saw the appearance of these new insects, his eyes widened suddenly. Could it be? Could these be the type of insects? Thinking of this possibility, Babania's heart even skipped a beat. Babadira, I order you to move towards the area away from the fleet's landing area, leading all the insects away to create a good assembly environment for the subsequent fleet. Yes, Marshal Babania. This mission was not difficult for Babadira, at least he thought so himself. The key to leading away all the swarms lay in the huge number of lives and the need to maintain a moderate distance without moving too fast. In Babadira's eyes, none of these conditions would be a problem for him, so he immediately formulated a corresponding strategy and began to act. Leading the fleet to take a tour near a swarm, he successfully led away all the close combat insects, leaving behind the newly appeared insects. Babadira, be careful. Those may be the type of insects that can engage in long-range attacks, as mentioned in the Vera Alliance intelligence. Send some warships up to test their attack range before making a decision. In the communication, Babania cautioned Babadira. Understood, Marshal. Quickly, arrange a squadron of 5th class fleet to go ahead, making sure to test the attack range of these insects. Yes, Commander Babadira. The main fleet of the Babavi Empire consisted of 7 ranks, with the 5th class fleet comprising 1,000 ships. It immediately turned to pounce on the last swarm. All of this information was communicated through the mental network of all the insects to the brain of the king insect on DO7. This king insect was named Socrates, the lowest rank among the king insects of the insect race, also known as the 5th class king insect within the insect race. Despite being the lowest class king insect, it possessed higher intelligence that ordinary insects did not. Originally, Socrates was not prepared to command this battle, but it discovered that its brainless insects seemed to be being manipulated by the enemy. Therefore, after observing the situation on the entire battlefield, especially the areas where the warships were landing, which gave it a feeling somewhat similar to the insect nest channels. The spatial fissure opened by the insect race arriving in the first spiral arm, Socrates understood what the commander of that fleet was planning to do. It was clear that they intended to lead all the insects away, allowing the rear fleet to assemble safely. And now, a small number of fleets had been sent out to test the combat capabilities of the jetters. After understanding Babadira's intentions, Socrates also issued orders to all the jetters through the mental network of the insect race. A few minutes later, the 5th class fleet sent out by Babadira had approached to a distance of 3 million kilometers from the swarm of insects, but the insects still had not attacked, only rapidly flying towards them. When the distance reached a million kilometers, the insects still showed no signs of any attack. It wasn't until the 5th fleet was close to the swarm at 500,000 kilometers that all the jetters raised their tails behind them and aimed the ends towards the front. Shortly after, the tails of the jetters began to emit a strong light. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from the tips of their tails towards the 5th class fleet of the Babavi Empire. In less than 2 seconds, a large number of beams hit the array of the 5th fleet. Due to the close distance and short time, there was no time to evade properly. As a result, most of the warships were instantly hit dozens of times. Fortunately, these beams were only equivalent to the secondary guns of a 4th-level civilization battleship and could not reach the power of the main guns. However, even so, this wave of attacks still inflicted enough damage on the warships of the Babavi Empire, as the quantity made up for the lack of power. With a quantity of 100 million insects, the number was already large enough, and although only a few million insects were attacked just now. However, hitting hundreds of times at the same time was enough to break through the shields of the Babavi Empire's warships. In the end, under this wave of attacks, the Babavi Empire lost nearly 700 warships. Quickly, disengage and return to the main fleet. Upon seeing this scene, Babadira immediately issued the order. The objective had been achieved, and there was no need to leave the remaining warships there to die. However, this test gave Babadira great encouragement. Although these insects were long-range units, their range was only 500,000 kilometers. This made it much easier to implement his tactics. End of chapter. Chapter 251. The Second Great Battle of Shanhaiguan 7. After the reconnaissance warships that went ahead escaped a distance of 500,000 kilometers. Only around 100 warships remained, and the jetting insects also stopped their attacks, letting these 100 warships leave. This further confirmed for Babadira that the attack range of these insects was 500,000 kilometers. Although it was a long-range attack, it seemed not to pose a threat to themselves. After all, even when dealing with combat insects, they wouldn't bring the distance closer to within 500,000 kilometers. With this understanding, it couldn't be denied that it was a kind of tragedy. Who made the Babavi Empire just a subservient force of the Vera Alliance, rather than a formal member state? Detailed information about the battle between the Triangle Empire and the insect race was only shared among member states within the alliance. The Babavi Empire, as a subservient force, had never received such information. Set the safe distance for the jetting insects at 500,000 kilometers, order the fleet to turn and target the jetting insect group, and implement lure tactics. After confirming the necessary information, Babadira immediately issued the order to his deputy officer. Yes, Commander Babadira. Shortly after, more than 800,000 warships began to turn and head towards the swarm of 100 million jetting insects. Commander Babadira, we are approaching a distance of 3 million kilometers. The other party still has no response and is continuing towards our landing point. Our attack seemed to be ineffective. A few minutes later, the vice captain reported to Babadira. Following Babadira's orders, the whole fleet rushed forward. When they reached a distance of 4 million kilometers, they launched an attack in an attempt to attract the swarm. However, the swarm showed no reaction. Consequently, the fleet had to continue to approach and carry out attacks at a distance of 3 million kilometers, but the insects remained indifferent. This made Babadira feel very strange. Why weren't these insects reacting, even when constantly approached and attacked? Continue to approach, but maintain a safe distance for us to retreat at any time, with a maximum approach distance not less than 1 million kilometers. Understood. In this situation, Babadira had no choice but to make this decision. After all, The opponent's range was only 500,000 kilometers, so even if they approached to 1 million kilometers, there would still be a safety gap of 500,000 kilometers, providing enough time for the fleet to turn and retreat. As the fleet continued their attack while approaching, they had already reached the safety alert line of 1 million kilometers. At this point, the entire fleet began to slow down and continue to deliver firepower at this location. On the Drus 7, Socrates saw this scene through the mental network and understood that it was time to take action. Start the operation. A command was instantly transmitted through the mental network to the brain of every jetting insect. Consequently, the entire swarm began to move. The jetting insects turned around and rushed towards Babadira's fleet, at the same time swinging their thick tails upwards, aiming at Babadira's fleet. Commander, the swarm is reacting, heading towards our direction. Excellent. Order the fleet to immediately turn and prepare to retreat. Babadira nodded in satisfaction. Finally, they were lured in. After guiding this swarm away, Babania marshal-handed over the mission to himself, which could be considered successfully completed. However, the next moment surprised Babadira. All the jetting insects in the swarm began to attack. Despite the distance now being over 1 million kilometers, an unusually dense barrage of energy beams was heading their way. In just under 3 seconds, tens of millions of beams had already penetrated the array of Babadira's fleet. This left Babadira completely perplexed. What happened to the agreed attack range of 500,000 kilometers? What was this situation? Had the insects deliberately hidden their true capabilities, leading to false intelligence and then ambushing them? Could it be that they had been played by a group of insects? Contemplating this possibility left Babadira unable to accept what was happening. However, there was no time for him to dwell on these thoughts. The structure of a fleet was vastly different from that of the jetting insects. While fleets maintain a safe distance between ships during navigation, generally around 10 kilometers between ships, these are under dense formation. In a looser formation, the distance between two ships could extend to several tens of kilometers. Due to the considerable size and speed of battleships, leaving ample safe space is crucial to avoid collisions. But the insect race was different. There was no concept of a safe distance among them. Once forming a swarm, the space between insects was almost non-existent, since their coordination was primarily done via the mental network, providing high efficiency and precision. With such a dense swarm, once they started firing, the intensity of firepower would be overwhelming. A single regular area covering attack would be like a concentrated assault. Within this range, hardly any warship could survive. That was precisely the fate of Babadira's fleet. Under one wave of attack from the insect race, the entire array was torn open, leaving just over 3,000 warships surviving out of the initial 100,000 in the targeted area. Such devastating efficiency could only be described as terrifying. Quick, have the fleet immediately disperse, each heading in a different direction at full speed to escape their range of fire before regrouping. Yes, Commander Babadira. The scene before him left Babadira petrified. The massive quantity, lethal firepower, and the overwhelmingly concentrated attack, who could withstand that? Therefore, Babadira decisively gave the order to retreat and requested the fleet to disperse in different directions. However, he overlooked a crucial factor, that the number of jetting insects was nearly 200 times that of his warships. If they could scatter, why couldn't the insect race chase after them? Especially under the guidance of the queen insect. Sure enough, witnessing Babadira's retreat, the swarm of jetting insects immediately dispersed into over 30 smaller groups, each pursuing one of the escaping Babavi Empire fleets, continuing to chase and attack with relentless firepower. 10 minutes later, relying on speed, Babadira's fleet managed to increase the distance to 3 million kilometers, but what was once an 800,000 warships fleet dwindled to fewer than 100,000. And to add insult to injury, the jetting insects continued their attacks, with Babadira still within their range. This realization made Babadira fully understand that he had been completely outmaneuvered by these insects. They had pretended to have a shorter attack range of 500,000 kilometers when it was actually comparable to his own fleet's range. This deception led to his downfall, as they unleashed a fatal blow when least expected. Commander, be careful! Just as Babadira was struggling to comprehend the situation, the alarm bells within the warship suddenly blared, and the deputy officer yelled a warning towards him. But there was no after, as hundreds of energy beams collided directly with the warship's shields, shattering them within a second. Subsequently, over 100 beams pierced the warship, turning it into a fiery ball. End of this chapter. Chapter 252. The Second Great Battle of Shanhaiguan. 8 Shanhaiguan. On board the Mars, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen watched the images from Tao produced by German Austria with solemn expressions. Lin Fan, what do you think? It's obvious. In the early battles, the insects were acting on their instincts, but in the later battles, there are clear signs of intelligence and command. I suspect that there must be intelligent beings among the insect race. Lin Fan said gravely. The insect race was already formidable enough, with vast numbers and strong combat abilities. If there were intelligent beings directing them, it would be too terrifying. Yes, it's just that it's unsettling to think that the intelligent beings behind this are insects, not other civilizations. Liang Xingchen also said with a worried expression. Why did they hope that the intelligent beings behind the scenes were insects? If, let's say, it was another civilization commanding them, even the powerful insect race would have to follow their orders. How strong must that civilization be? Certainly not a level 5 civilization, perhaps level 6 or even level 7. Just thinking about it gives you chills. In comparison, the existence of intelligent insects within the insect race provides a bit more reassurance. Alright, there's nothing much to see in the coming scenes. We need to prepare to face the real battle at Shanhaiguan in 12 hours. Watching the image where the insect race, having destroyed the Babadira fleet, surrounded the arrival point of the Babwai battleship with combat insects inside and jet insects outside, Lin Fan knew there was no need to watch further. Even if each wave of 5,000 battleships could break through the encirclement of 500 billion combat insects, they wouldn't be able to escape the spraying of jet insects on the outer perimeter. The Babwai Empire's subsequent fleet had no chance at all. However, for Lin Fan, this battle was quite rewarding. He gained a deep understanding of various aspects of the insect race, perhaps even clearer than the Vilra League. The subsequent developments were exactly as he predicted, as the Babunia attempted various methods, but still couldn't break through the encirclement. After numerous attempts, Babunia was completely at a loss. Was their 30 million strong army going to be transformed into food for those insects in such a baffling manner? 15 hours after the opening of the giant Shanhaiguan Super Stargate, as the huge circular Stargate trembled slightly, the space channel was closed, and the exit to the Star Road reappeared from the circle. As per the plan, immediately issue the separation order towards the Stargate and evacuate from the battlefield. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. This massive circular Stargate was not a single entity, but was assembled from tens of thousands of modules. Following Lin Fan's orders, the various modules forming the Stargate immediately started to separate and activated the thrusters on each module, moving in the direction away from the battlefield. At this moment, the garrison at Shanhaiguan had prepared for interception. Lin Fan adopted a method that was previously unavailable due to insufficient forces. Centered on the exit of the Star Road, within a radius of 4 million kilometers, 20 million battleships were mobilized, forming a hemisphere. From the outside of the encirclement, no matter the angle, the exit of the Star Road couldn't be seen, as the view was entirely blocked by the endless battleships. Before long, the first wave of Babwai Empire battleships had already arrived at Shanhaiguan. The Babwai people on these battleships were quite puzzled. Prior to this, Babunia had informed the entire fleet of the situation in Tao, and everyone knew what they would face once outside. The endless sea of insects, and almost no hope of breaking through. But now, everything they had anticipated was non-existent. There were no insects, only an extremely vast fleet of battleships. This made them relieved after their initial confusion. It seemed that the abnormality at the Star Road had ended, and they had arrived at Velas. Compared to the endless swarm of insects, these Babwai people were more willing to face an enemy's battleships. Wait, something seems off. At this moment, within the Babwai Empire's battleships, everyone also realized that something was amiss. Were there too many enemy ships? According to the scans, the number was well over 30 million. However, before they could react to their shock, attacks from all directions had already begun. The spherical encirclement completely surrounded the exit, creating a sense of inevitability for the Babwai Empire people. There were attacks coming from all angles, with no gaps to exploit. Amidst the first wave of attacks, other than a few hundred battleships at the core of the fleet, over 4,000 battleships were directly destroyed. Even with energy shields, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming all-around attacks. The surviving ships immediately relayed the situation to the flagship and began counterattacking. They knew that there was no way to escape a second wave of attacks, but they couldn't just sit idly by. Even though they understood that their few hundred battleships couldn't cause any substantial damage, they still fought back fiercely. Precisely targeting a single enemy ship with the main cannons of more than a dozen battleships simultaneously at a distance of 4 million kilometers seemed like an impossible task. Simultaneously, within the Star Road, Marshal Babunia, the Star Road has returned to normal. Our frontline fleet reports they have reached Velas, not Dao. What? Are you sure? Having gone through 10 hours and thousands of failed breakout attempts, Babunia, feeling low, immediately stood up in excitement upon hearing the lieutenant's report and asked eagerly, "Yes, Marshal Babunia, but what? Speak up." But according to the intelligence from the front line, the enemy has deployed over 30 million forces at the exit of the Star Road, with a defensive line of 20 million forces completely encircling it. As the lieutenant spoke, he was also filled with shock. This number was far beyond any of their previous estimations. It was way too many, even surpassing their worst-case scenario predictions. After the lieutenant finished, he immediately presented the tactical images sent from the front line. Babunia, who had just been excited moments ago, was now puzzled once again. He looked at the tactical images. Nearly 36 million battleships? Are you sure this is not another anomaly at the Star Road, connecting to a level for military stronghold on a spiral arm? End of this chapter. Chapter 253. The Second Great Battle of Shanhaiguan 9. Watching the tactical images coming in from the front line, Babunia felt a bit overwhelmed. What a joke, with 36 million warships, of which over 20 million were stationed at the Starway exit as the center, forming a semicircular defensive line with a radius of 4 million kilometers. Under such defense, how many of the 5,000 warships sent out in each wave could survive? Notify the front line. After exiting the Starway, conduct exploratory attacks in all directions. I want to know if the enemy consists of all level for civilization warships or only a portion. Yes, Marshal Babunia. This is currently the most pressing question for Babunia. If it's only 20 to 30 million level 3 warships, combined with some level 4 warships, then there might still be hope of winning. But if the enemy's over 30 million warships are all level for civilization warships, then there is absolutely no chance of winning. Not only would they lose, but the entire Babavi Empire would be in danger. Babunia couldn't imagine that after swallowing their 30 million main force, the enemy would just peacefully coexist with the Babavi Empire across the Starway Belt. Within the next 30 minutes, the Babavi Empire saw a total of 60 waves, consisting of 30,000 warships each, descending on Shanhaiguan. After each wave of warships landed, they immediately launched attacks towards their designated directions. Ultimately, through these 30,000 warships probing, Babunia came to a dreadful conclusion. The enemy inside Shanhaiguan likely had close to 36 million level for civilization warships. Even if not all were level 4, the remaining ships were all close to level 4, as every warship had energy shields. With such strength and having the defensive advantage, Babunia could already imagine the fate of their 30 million warships, or rather now reduced to 25 million warships. And after their 30 million warships were completely wiped out, the Babavi Empire would be left with less than 30 million warships scattered across various strongholds. Facing the enemy's almost 36 million warships with their dispersed forces would surely be a catastrophe. The only thing bothering Babunia was why the enemy concentrated their forces here. Everyone belonged to a level for civilization. Didn't the enemy know about the leap transition? Stop kidding around. The only plausible conclusion was that the enemy had already known that the leap transitions through the Starway Belt were no longer feasible, and perhaps even caused the anomaly in the Starway Belt. Babunia couldn't understand why this thought arose, but couldn't shake it off. How many warships can survive on average in each wave? Approximately around 800 ships. After the over 60 waves so far, we have roughly 50,000 warships assembled at the Starway exit, with a survival rate of 16%, meaning out of our current 25 million warships, after all is said and done, only around 4 to 5 million ships will likely make it to the other end of the Starway to strike back. If the current situation continues as is, that's correct. Marshal Babania. After the adjutant's report, Babania also got engrossed in complex calculations. In this situation, how could they achieve the greatest impact before being wiped out completely and offer the Empire a glimmer of hope? Babania had already given up hope of winning, but aimed to annihilate as many enemy forces as possible, providing a slight hope for the Babavi Empire in the impending disaster. However, after much deliberation, Babania realized that under these circumstances, they could only potentially eliminate about 5 million enemy warships at most, falling short of their intended goal. It seemed they needed to switch up their strategy, continuing to counterattack and gather forces at the Starway exit. Once their forces were sufficient, they'd leap away and engage in thorough guerrilla warfare, diverting the enemy's focus on besieging them instead of launching a full-scale attack on the primary arm, buying more time for the Empire. Connect me to His Majesty Babarea's communication. Yes, Marshal Babania. Soon enough, the figure of Babarea appeared on the bridge. Babania, have you reached Verlas by now? What's the emergency communication about? Your Majesty Babarea, this might be my final communication with you. What I am about to say is very crucial. Please listen carefully and pay attention to every detail. With this opening statement, Babania immediately alerted Babarea, especially with the phrase, "This might be my final communication with you." It took about 5 minutes for Babania to recount the entire battle from the initial events in Dio to the present moment. Babarea listened attentively without interruption, his expression growing increasingly grim. The entire situation was bizarre, with the Vanguard forces inexplicably ending up in Dio, resulting in the loss of millions of warships, followed by the normalization of the Starway, only to find Verlas armed with nearly 36 million warships, waiting for Babania to walk into their trap. As Babania had described, the enemy's actions were highly illogical, as if they knew the timing of their arrival at Verlas through the Starway, and had thus preemptively assembled a massive fleet and made all necessary preparations. Babania also outlined his plan for the next steps, intending to gather enough warships at the Starway exit and then leap away to execute guerrilla tactics deep within enemy territory. As for why they didn't leap in smaller groups, the precondition for leaping was disabling the energy shields. If the number was insufficient, they risked being decimated once the shields were down. Therefore, by sacrificing a portion to keep the enemy occupied with the shields on the outside, they could protect the warship clusters inside for leaping. Babarea agreed to this plan. If everything was true, the Babavi Empire indeed needed time for mobilization, massive warship production, and expansion of the military in preparation for the major battle. Over 8 hours later, the Babavi Empire had amassed 500,000 warships at the Starway exit after losing millions of warships. Supreme Commander, the enemy's warship count has reached a level to crisis standard. This meant that the enemy would inflict between 10,000 and 100,000 war casualties on their side. If left unchecked, as the Babavi Empire's warship count increased, even if they eventually wiped out the enemy, they would endure significant losses. As per the original plan, activate the Starry Sky Cannon for clear out. Yes, Supreme Commander. Initiating Starry Sky Cannon launch sequence. Energy is being channeled. Energy channeling complete. Target locked. Target locked. Notify warships to evade along the projected route. The shooting path is clear. Starry Sky Cannon pre-launch preparations are complete. Ready to fire. Commence launch sequence. Yes, Starry Sky Cannon launch sequence initiated. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1 Starry Sky Cannon. Fire. End of chapter. Chapter 254. The Second Battle of Shanhaiguan 10. The long-range gamma-ray cannon may be the most inconspicuous weapon attack in the interstellar age because the rays it emits have no color and are completely invisible to the naked eye. On its rays, you can only see that the space seems to be somewhat blurry or distorted, but you will never see the awe-inspiring scenes of other weapons firing. Although the attack of the long-range gamma-ray cannon is extremely inconspicuous, the damage it brings is terrifying. Within a radius of 200,000 kilometers from the path of the ray, everything will be completely destroyed. On his flagship, Babania commandeered the command terminal, constantly monitoring frontline information and issuing commands accordingly. Suddenly, a warning sound rang out, and the interface of the command terminal was filled with warning messages. Warning: high energy reaction detected. Energy far exceeds the Empire's level 7 energy standard, unable to perform detailed calculations. coverage radius of 200,000 kilometers, currently targeting the battleship assembly point in the form of rays. Hearing the sudden warning from the command terminal, Babania was taken aback. The ray with energy far exceeding level 7. What a joke! Babania knew very well what the Empire's level 7 energy standard meant, and just thinking about weapons emitting rays with energy far exceeding that made Babania break out in a cold sweat. Is this really a level for civilization we are facing? Could it be a disguise of a level 5 civilization in the Orion Spur? Immediately order the fleet to disperse on both sides, quickly. It's too late, Marshal. Just as the aide finished speaking, the tactical image displayed on Babania's command terminal suddenly lost the blue section in the middle. According to the data on the terminal, the array that had originally assembled 500,000 battleships within a range of about 230,000 kilometers. Now all the battleships in the middle to 100,000 kilometers range were destroyed, with approximately 450,000 battleships lost. Not only that, even the 50,000 battleships outside the enemy's ray attack range suffered varying degrees of damage. The lucky ones lost most of their energy shield's integrity, while the unlucky ones had their shields shattered directly, their battleships damaged, and many of them paralyzed on the spot. Excluding the outermost battleships that could maintain their shields, the casualty rate of the 500,000 battleships had directly reached a staggering over 99%. Watching the data displayed on the terminal, Babania's eyes turned blood red. What kind of weapon is this? If this weapon could be fired multiple times, then there would be no chance of assembling at the Stellar Gateway, as the enemy could use this weapon to instantly annihilate them. Yes, the first thing to do is to determine whether the enemy's weapon can be fired multiple times. The confirmation method is to gather 500,000 battleships at the Stellar Gateway entrance in 10 hours. If, at that time, the enemy still uses this weapon, they will have to resort to the final solution, even though the loss will be unacceptable, but there will be no other way. After making up his mind, Babania ordered all plans to remain unchanged, continuing to counterattack at the Stellar Gateway exit while regrouping. However, reality always contrasts with expectations. 10 hours later, at the Stellar Gateway exit, after the Babavi Empire's battleships once again assembled 500,000, the familiar warning appeared again on Babania's terminal. Fortunately, this time Babania had made some preparations beforehand, arranging the formation at the Stellar Gateway exit more loosely, expanding the range of the entire array to 300,000 kilometers. Plus, all battleships were prepared to evade in advance. Although it was impossible to evade all attacks after discovering the stellar cannon attack, the battleships on the edges could still escape partially. But even so, this attack still caused the Babavi Empire's battleships to lose more than 60% of their numbers. This made Babania grit his teeth in frustration, but there was no way to do anything about it, only to go through a scene of helpless rage. Order all frontline battleships to immediately leap out of their villas, and the follow-up fleet should do the same as soon as they exit the Stellar Gateway. After venting for a few minutes, Babania quickly regained his composure and gave orders after some thought. However, this order left his aide dumbfounded. The Stellar Gateway exit was in intense combat, and the enemy had completely surrounded the exit with a hemisphere, launching attacks on the Babavi Empire battleships from all directions. As everyone knows, energy shields cannot be activated during leaping, so to leap, one must first disable the energy shield. And in the midst of this intense combat, what does it mean to disable the shield? Everyone knew very well that previously, only when hit by a large number of attacks exceeding the shield's capacity simultaneously, or within a short period, could a battleship be destroyed. But once you disable the shield, one random shot from a main cannon could take out a battleship, and even if it doesn't destroy you, it could render your battleship severely damaged. Not to mention the main cannon, if even the secondary cannon attacks at the right spot, could cause serious damage. Under such circumstances, the battleships that could successfully leap out might not even reach 1% in numbers. The aide looked at Babania with a puzzled expression. Don't you understand? We have no hope of winning now. The only thing we can do is to send out as many battleships as possible, let them engage in guerrilla warfare, disturb the enemy's rear, and buy time for the Empire to construct ships, expand troops, and possibly seek help. My original plan was to sacrifice some of the assembled Vermilion battleships on the outside to block the enemy's attacks, allowing the internal battleships to leap out, which would result in much less casualties. But now, in the face of this mysterious enemy weapon, It's impossible. Even if we have to sacrifice 99% of our battleships now, we must send out that 1%, understand? After hearing Babania's words, the aide also understood. Indeed, all other methods were ineffective, as they were trapped within the stellar gateway, with no freedom to maneuver. Babania's order, while undoubtedly a stupid one, was the only way out in the current situation. Yes, Marshal Babania. All right, go. After giving the order, Babania felt a bit detached, collapsing onto his chair in utter despair. However, not even a minute later, the aide brought more disheartening news. Marshal Babania, leaping out of Vare Villas is not possible. The situation is the same as with the Starless Belt, as well as the earlier DO. This news immediately dealt a heavy blow to Babania, causing him to faint on the bridge. The entire bridge fell into chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 255. The Second Battle of Shanhai Pass 11. On board the flagship where Babania was located, chaos reigned. Several medical personnel were providing emergency treatment to Babania, and command was temporarily taken over by his deputy Barbavio. Speaking of Barbavio, at this moment he was in despair, not a glimmer of excitement for assuming command. After all, this was a situation where death was certain, and Barbavio now had no idea how to command below. When he was a deputy, he didn't feel it, but now that he was in charge, he understood that making quick and decisive decisions like Babania always did, without delay, was incredibly difficult. Even for Barbavio, it was not a matter of whether it was difficult or not, but rather that he simply couldn't do it. In the end, Barbavio made a decision that he never thought he would make in his lifetime, a decision of shame. To request tactical guidance from headquarters. In the Babavidi Empire's fleet, there was a rule that frontline commanders could request tactical guidance from headquarters if they felt they lacked the ability to win. Headquarters would then convene relevant advisors and commanders, collectively brainstorming tactical suggestions based on the frontline situation. While this rule did exist in the Babavidi Empire in the thousands of years since its establishment, no commander had ever applied for it, as it was not only embarrassing, but also meant an end to their military career once requested. When the request for tactical guidance was forwarded to Babaraya, he was also taken aback. If it was another commander applying, he could understand. But he never imagined that after thousands of years, the first to request tactical guidance would be none other than Babania. "Huh, where is Babania?" he asked in confusion after establishing communication. "Your Majesty Babaraya, Marshal Babania has been overly stimulated and is now unconscious. The medical team is treating him." "So, did you issue this request for tactical guidance?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The situation is dire now, and I am aware of my inability to handle it, so I had to request tactical guidance." Hearing Barbavio's words, Babaraya also understood. With nearly 20 million warships and under such dire circumstances, apart from Babania, no one in the expedition fleet dared to take command. It was no wonder his deputy requested tactical guidance, because this situation was completely beyond his abilities. Therefore, Babaraya did not blame Barbavio. "I will immediately summon all Empire's senior commanders and military advisors." 10 minutes later, switch to the command system, prepare to explain the detailed situation. "Yes, Your Majesty Babaraya." In no time, the highest order from the Emperor spread across the entire imperial territory. Everyone who received this order was an imperial general in charge of a legion, and even some retired imperial generals also received this summons, immediately entering the designated virtual meeting room based on the order. Within minutes, a large virtual meeting room had gathered over 1,000 senior commanders. The commanders were all puzzled because the order only mentioned a request for tactical guidance, leading them to believe only a few individuals were being summoned, perhaps a dozen at most. But the current situation was unprecedented. The entire meeting room was now filled with over 1,000 people, and more were joining. Why did those few generals who'd retired hundreds of years ago look so familiar? Everyone was bewildered by the situation, uncertain of what had gone wrong. Issuing a request for tactical guidance had not occurred in thousands of years, and the summoned guidance team was also daunting. 2 minutes later, all those summoned had arrived, and Babaraya stood up, beginning to explain the situation. The entire meeting room was filled with shock. He recounted the loss of Babania's 30 million troops due to a 4th-level civilization on the Hunter Constellation's arm. After Babaraya's explanation, he switched the communication to Barbavio, allowing him to detail the current battle situation. After hearing the battle report, silence enveloped the room. It was an unsolvable deadlock. The enemy had superior forces, terrain advantages, deadly weapons, and the ability to block teleportation. There seemed to be no way out. It was no wonder Babania had fallen into a coma due to the stress, and his deputy had sought tactical guidance. It was clear to everyone present that there was no easy solution. Babaraya, at the helm, looked down at the nearly 2,000 senior Empire commanders, who had fallen into silence, his expression grim. "What's wrong? Everyone's dumbstruck?" Babaraya demanded, displeased with the silence. "Your Majesty Babaraya, please forgive my bluntness, but this is a hopeless deadlock. There's no way out. What we should do now is mobilize the entire Empire immediately. Shift all production towards warships and implement massive military expansion. Based on my assessment, after devouring our 30 million troops at Verlas, the enemy will most likely advance into the main arm. We must prepare for this. Since we're unsure if the 300 million warships in Verlas represent the enemy's full strength or just a portion, for safety, I propose expanding our fleet by 100 million warships within 10 years. Furthermore, Your Majesty should contact the Vera Alliance for assistance immediately." An elderly Babavidi man stood up, speaking calmly. He was Babatina, the previous marshal of the Babavidi Empire, and was now 3,800 years old. Babavidi beings were a species that evolved from turtle-like creatures, known for their innate long lifespans. Typically, a healthy Babavidi had a lifespan of about 3,000 years, but some, like Babatina, lived much longer. Despite his age of 3,800 years, he remained mentally sharp, showing no signs of decline. Though his words were harsh, everyone present understood that he was correct. Even Babaraya knew, before convening all commanders, that the expedition force was doomed. He had held on to hope that someone might come up with a miraculous idea. Yet, as much as ideals were admirable, reality proved that miracles never occurred. End of the chapter. Chapter 256. The Second Battle of Shanhai Guan 12. The virtual conference room was eerily quiet. In fact, this kind of conclusion could be reached by most qualified generals after understanding the situation. However, apart from the former Marshal Babatina, no one dared to directly say this in front of Bavaraya. "Old Marshal, is there really no way at all?" After a moment of silence, Bavaraya still unwillingly asked again. "Indeed, there is no way, Your Majesty." When Babatina affirmed again, the conference room fell silent once more, until a minute later. "Then let it be, as the old marshal said. I will immediately issue a war mobilization order. Is the old marshal willing to come out of retirement and fight for the Empire once again? If Your Majesty trusts me, I am willing." "Good. I, Bavaraya, Emperor of the Babawi Empire, officially appoint Babatina as the Grand Marshal of the Empire. From this day on, he will command all the military forces of the Empire." With Babatina agreeing to come out of retirement, Bavaraya felt more confident. Although Babania was famous within the Empire, and even known as the God of War, he was, after all, one of Babatina's disciples. Before Babatina, he would never dare to call himself a God of War. However, the old marshal had retired from his position for a long time and usually kept a low profile, so many ordinary citizens of the Babawi Empire did not know much about him. But this was limited to common people. Within the Empire's army, Babatina was the only supreme God of War, and Babania couldn't even match up to him. "Yes, Your Majesty." After hearing Bavaraya's command, Babatina, who had previously seemed devoid of killing intent and resembled an ordinary old man, suddenly transformed at that moment. He regained the aura that had once made countless people fearful and cold. Now that the official duty was handed down, Babatina's work would begin. After saluting Bavaraya, he turned his gaze to Babavillo, who was still in communication. "Babavillo, you have heard everything we just discussed, right?" "Yes, I heard it all." At this moment, Babavillo's face paled slightly. He had understood clearly that there was no hope on the front line. It was a complete deadlock. "Pull yourself together. You are a soldier of the Empire. Even if you know it's a death sentence, you should decide how to die, rather than give up and hand over your last choice to the enemy." Babatina's stern words refocused Babavillo's previously scattered gaze, and his expression started to recover. Seeing this, Babatina nodded in satisfaction. This was more like an imperial soldier. "Grand Marshal Babatina, please tell me, how I can make my death more meaningful. Looking at Babavillo, who had asked him, Babatina did not immediately respond, but instead manipulated the space around them. In the next moment, everyone in the conference room, except himself and Bavaraya, was kicked out. I want you to destroy the star path connecting Tyler and Verlas to buy more time for the Empire. After doing all this, amidst Bavaraya's puzzled gaze, Babatina slowly spoke. This statement not only stunned Babavillo, but also Emperor Bavaraya. Could the star path be destroyed? Both of them were frantically asking this question in their minds. I know you are very puzzled, but I am not joking. Seeing the bewildered expressions on both of them, Babatina continued, few people know about this matter. Even the 4 major level 5 civilizations in the galaxy probably do not know. I know because 3,000 years ago, the Empire found a ruin. It was an outpost of a level 5 peak civilization, and we obtained some information stored in the equipment through this outpost, even though most of the information was damaged and unreadable. However, we managed to retrieve a relatively complete piece of information, which was about how to destroy the star path. Due to the severe consequences recorded in destroying the star path, if the news were to spread, the 4 major level 5 civilizations might even destroy our empire to keep it a secret. Therefore, the Emperor at that time, His Majesty Babatol, ordered to seal this information entirely, and eventually, this information was permanently sealed. And now, the only one who knows this information and still lives is me. Babatina reminisced as he spoke. This matter had been hidden in his heart for a full 3,000 years. He thought he would leave this world with it, but unexpectedly, the information that the Empire had wanted to keep completely hidden back then had now become the trump card to give the Babawi Empire a lifeline. My father, the Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty, your father. I can tell you that if one destroys a star path, it will release special particles not belonging to our dimension during the destruction process. These particles will spread completely within a very short time frame, ultimately expanding to a radius of thousands of light years. Due to the existence of these special particles, the area within thousands of light years will become unable to transition. Your Majesty, consider this. If the 4 major level 5 civilizations know that we have a means to destroy the star path and turn vast star regions into areas where transition is impossible, do you think they will spare us? This was the reason His Majesty Babatol chose to completely bury this information back then. Bavaraya was startled to hear this. Indeed, if the consequences of destroying the star path were that severe, the 4 major civilizations would never let the empire that knew this information continue to exist. This threat was too significant. Babatina's preemptive dismissal of others before discussing this matter made sense. It must not be leaked at all. Destroying the star path? Causing a range of thousands of light years to become transition inaccessible. This news immediately brightened Babavillo's eyes. If everything was indeed true, then once they did this, they would permanently confine the enemy to this arm of the galaxy. Unless they cross thousands of light years without the ability to transition at sublight speed. Just as the Grand Marshal said, I can die with a profound purpose. Now let me tell you the method. Babavillo, you must listen carefully. Yes, Grand Marshal Babatina. Babavillo responded solemnly. The method is actually very simple. Within the star path, have 100 billion transition engines running simultaneously to forcibly open the transition channels. End of this chapter. Chapter 257. Second Battle of Shanhai Guan End. Within the star path, concurrently operating 1 trillion jump engines, forcibly opening the jump channel. Babatana's words left Babavillo and Babaraya stunned. It is not uncommon to attempt jumping within the star path. In fact, all civilizations above level 4 have done this, as everyone is curious whether jumping within the star path can truly separate them from it. However, the test results were tragic. If you activate the jump engine within the star path, it will encounter some sort of interference likely causing jump failure, but severer cases could lead to the overload operation of the jump engine, resulting in the destruction of the ship and loss of lives. Therefore, activating the jump engine within the star path is considered a taboo by all civilizations above level 4. Yet, at this moment, Babatana unexpectedly said to simultaneously activate 1 trillion jump engines within the star path. According to the information we have, when you activate enough jump engines at the same time within the star path, it will cause instability throughout the star path, leading to its eventual collapse. The required quantity is in the trillion range. Watching the puzzled duo, Babatana continued, As for the principles, don't ask me, I don't know either. What I do know is that according to the records, the star path is constructed from special particles. After its collapse, these particles will disperse into regular cosmic space, causing all affected spaces to undergo rule changes within a certain period, akin to external substances eroding this universe. Of course, this is just temporary. Like how a person recovers from illness, the universe will self-heal and expel these external substances. However, this time will be lengthy. According to the records, it may take decades or even hundreds of years. So now, Baba Vero, tell me, are you willing to complete this mission for the Empire's future? Yes, I am willing, Marshal Babatana. Baba Vero decisively replied. Since the outcome is already set to be death, why not choose a more meaningful death as the Marshal suggested? Good, the Empire will forever remember you. Baba Vero, your name will be recorded in the Empire's annals for future generations to praise. Babarea also stood up, expressing his gratitude to Baba Vero. Thank you, Your Majesty. All right, go and prepare. We can't afford delays, or we might not have enough warships in time. Yes, I understand. After ending communication, Babarea looked at Babatana. Old Marshal, I entrust everything to you for the Empire's sake. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will not let the Empire perish. Concurrently, within the star path, Baba Vero, having ended the communication, began making preparations to prevent any retreat during the operation. To avoid potential failure due to insufficient numbers, he directly acquired the right to activate all ship jump engines through the highest command terminal. In reality, during large-scale fleet jumps, this method is commonly used to ensure fleet coherence, with the flagship controlling the timing for all ships to start jumping. Hence, within the fleet, no one had doubts about this action, assuming Marshal Babarea was preparing to precisely control the jump timings after leaving the star path. Once all preparations were completed, Baba Vero checked the fleet's data. Out of the initial 300 billion warships, only 165 billion remained, with nearly half the ships lost. However, the remaining number was sufficient to execute this final act of madness. Under medical personnel's care, Babarea regained consciousness. Baba Vero, report the situation quickly. Realizing his recent fainting spell, Babarea urgently inquired. Everyone, leave. Baba Vero didn't respond immediately, but instead had all medical personnel vacate the bridge, as this matter could not be leaked outside the flagship's bridge. Marshal Babarea, I requested tactical guidance from the headquarters just now. What? Baba Vero's first statement almost made Babarea faint again. Tactical guidance. He knew too well what that meant. No Imperial soldier had applied for it in thousands of years, a sheer humiliation for any soldier. Marshal Babarea, His Majesty assembled all senior commanders of the Empire, analyzing our current situation. It's unanimously deemed a dead end, with no chance of survival. Even Marshal Babatana reached the same conclusion. The teacher. You even brought the teacher out. What did the teacher say? Quickly, Baba Vero recounted the previous events to Babarea in detail. I see. No wonder it's the teacher. Even in such circumstances, there are still cards to play. Is everything ready? Babarea didn't harbor dissatisfaction towards Babatana's plan for the entire army to self-destruct within the star path. After all, he understood that it was a dead end now. Conversely, he not only lacked displeasure, but even felt joy in using his death to create a future for the Empire. Yes, Marshal Babarea, to prevent any accidents, I have shifted control of all warships' jump engines to the flagship, operating under central command. Well done. Execute immediately. Every delay increases the risk of losing a portion of our fleet, escalating the chances of mission failure. Yes, Marshal Babarea. Subsequently, under Baba Vero's command, all warship jump engines were activated, targeting a point randomly chosen by Baba Vero, having no effect regardless of the target location. However, the people in other warships were confused. What was this situation?